Chapter 1: The New Female Teacher. Blue Star. Inside the male dormitory of Shanghai Jiaotong University, Xiao Fei sat at his desk, typing away at the computer until his hands were almost smoking. Hurry up or hurry up. Finally, I managed to post the last 2 chapters at the end of the month. Call. Xiao Fei breathed a sigh of relief. I finally managed to keep my perfect attendance this month. He is a junior student and also an online writer. Because of his poor family conditions, after coming to Shanghai to attend university, Xiao Fei began to make money by writing online articles with his unique talent Dirty Talk. At the beginning, naturally, not many people watched it. But through his unremitting efforts, he soon earned his first pot of gold. Although it is not a lot, it is enough for Xiao Fei, who is still in college. At least, he no longer has to ask his family for living expenses. Just when Xiao Fei turned off the computer and was about to get up and stretch his muscles, his roommate Zhang Bo patted his shoulder and said obscenely, "Brother Xiao, stop typing and come and see our school's new female teacher. She's so pretty and has a great body. Those long legs are so." Hear Zhang Bo's lewd voice. The other 2 single people in the dormitory quickly put down the delicate work in their hands and poked their heads out of bed. Where is the beauty? Let me see. Oh my god, is this the new female teacher in our school? This girl is so pretty, she looks younger than me. Is this true? With a perfect figure in 36D, I would believe she's a model. How could he be a teacher in our school? I saw my 2 roommates drooling. Zhang Bo flipped his hair and said proudly, "Hey, how about it, pretty, right? She is our college's new teaching assistant, her name is Tang Yusin. I spent a long time squatting in the academic affairs office today before I secretly took this photo." Stop talking. I'll post it on our dormitory group right now. Please watch it carefully and don't spread it outside. Hear what Zhang Bo said. The 2 roommates immediately took out their phones and clicked on the photo. In the photo, a tall beauty, wearing a black hip-hugging miniskirt, her long legs tightly wrapped in stockings, walked gracefully out of the academic affairs office in high heels. The graceful back view is simply exciting. Delicate oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, cherry lips. Not only does she have an excellent appearance, but her figure is also top-notch, especially her captivating eyes, which are as clear and moving as autumn water. Once you take one look at them, you will be captivated by them. Everything is so amazing. Looking at the woman in the photo, the 3 roommates couldn't help but swallow. Out of curiosity, Xiao Fei also took out his mobile phone, opened the WeChat group and took a look. After seeing the photo, he was stunned. Oh my god. Why does this woman look so familiar? Xiao Fei's brain worked at high speed and he soon remembered it. Depend on. It was a year ago when I went back to my hometown to attend a friend's birthday party. I accidentally drank too much. The beautiful lady I met at the door of the bar? At that time, Xiao Fei's alcohol tolerance was not very good, and he started to feel dizzy after drinking just a little. He used the excuse of going to the bathroom and wanted to go home and sleep early. But who would have thought, he was just about to leave the bar. Just at the door, I met a beautiful woman who was also drunk. What happened next? Xiao Fei couldn't quite remember it. When he woke up the next day, he found himself in a hotel, with a beautiful woman with an extremely hot body lying next to him. Judging from his age, he should be less than 30 years old. The woman also woke up soon. She looked at Xiao Fei with a complicated expression, and then said, "Just pretend that nothing happened last night. I won't hold you responsible." After that, she stood up, held onto the wall and left the hotel. Since then, Xiao Fei never saw her again. But who knew that I would meet her again at school? Moreover, she became her own teacher? It's just outrageous. The next day. Today is the first day of school for freshmen. According to convention, the third-year seniors have to go to the school gate to welcome the new students. Xiao Fei is no exception. Their junior year finance department will send half of the students to welcome the new students. Of course, many of them volunteered to go. Among them is Zhang Bo. Having been single for 3 years, he has longed to have his own love in college. After having breakfast in the cafeteria, Xiao Fei brought Zhang Bo to the school gate. Because Xiao Fei was handsome and over 1.8 meters tall, he quickly attracted the attention of the freshmen. Wow, that senior over there is so handsome. Yeah, I'm almost fascinated by it. No, I'm going to ask him for his WeChat ID, so I can strike first before someone else takes it away from me. Damn it! No one is allowed to snatch it from me. I saw it first. Early in the morning, Xiao Fei was besieged by a group of female wolves. Faced with the fierce offensive, Xiao Fei could only smile bitterly and shook his head, then silently took a step back, leaving Zhang Bo to deal with these hungry schoolmates. Just at this moment, there was a sound of high heels hitting the ground. Then, a graceful figure walked out from the crowd. Xiao Fei looked up and found that the person who came was actually a sexy beauty with a hot body. And her appearance actually looked somewhat familiar. She was wearing a professional OL suit, twisting her slender waist. Facing the eager gazes of the male classmates around her, she was not moved at all and her expression was very calm. There's even a hint of alienation. Who is this beautiful lady? Could it be a senior sister from our department? I don't know, but this figure is so hot. Stop fantasizing. This is our academy's new teacher Tang Yusen. You don't stand a chance. Hear the last sentence. The boys present sighed and couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Just as they were looking at Tang Yusen also walked over from a distance. At this time Xiao Fei was surrounded by a group of girls. Therefore, Tang Yusen did not see this old acquaintance. She walked up to the crowd, raised her hand, and said calmly, "Hello everyone, my name is Tang Yusen, and I will be your freshman finance department counselor from now on. I hope everyone can cooperate with my work in the future." As soon as Tang Yusen finished speaking, the students present applauded. Especially the boys, they played the drums particularly hard. Pa 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 pa. Welcome Teacher Tang. We will definitely cooperate with you in your work in the future. Faced with the students' enthusiastic response, Tang Yusen just nodded lightly and prepared to turn around and leave. But, just as she was about to leave, the group of girls dispersed, and Xiao Fei's sharp face appeared in front of her. She was stunned for a moment. The calm expression on his face began to show some ripples. You. Just like that night a year ago. She widened her eyes and looked at Xiao Fei stupidly, and Xiao Fei was also looking at Tang Yusen. When he saw Tang Yusen's face, the memories in Xiao Fei's mind instantly emerged. The two looked at each other in shock. I even forgot that there were so many students watching me. At this moment, everyone present was stunned and looked at the two in surprise. What is going on? Could it be that Teacher Tang knows the senior? Not only did they know each other, they had even slept in the same bed. Chapter 2 Father's love is like a mountain. I saw the strange looks from the students. Tang Yusen coughed twice, adjusted her mood, and pretended not to know Xiao Fei. You guys stop standing here. Take your luggage and quickly follow the seniors to find your own dormitory. Tang Yusen said calmly. After saying that, she winked at Xiao Fei, then turned and left. Xiao Fei nodded in understanding. After all the freshmen had left, he silently walked towards the direction where Tang Yusen had left. The two walked one after the other without speaking. Leave school. The two came to a remote street and stopped. When their eyes met, both of them felt a little awkward. The atmosphere seemed a little weird. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a year and had no interactions before. It was just a fleeting romance that night. How are you? Tang Yusen was the first to break the silence. Yeah, it's good. Xiao Fei didn't act pretentiously and said calmly, what about you? How have you been this year? A simple question. I don't know which sensitive nerve of Tang Yusen was touched. She collapsed instantly and her eyes began to turn red. Woo woo. Then, tears welled up in my eyes. A beautiful woman looks so beautiful even when she is crying. Seeing Tang Yusen suddenly burst into tears, Xiao Fei panicked instantly. He didn't know how to comfort her, so he could only take out a tissue and ask. What's wrong? Don't cry. Tang Yusen took the tissue and wiped the tears from her face. Then he raised his head and said in a very serious tone, I gave birth to 3 children, all of them are yours. Xiao Fei? 3 children? These words, like a bolt from the blue, struck him hard. Xiao Fei looked at Tang Yusen in front of him in disbelief. What kind of joke is this? Gave birth to 3 children. Could it be that during that encounter a year ago, I got all 3 right? Xiao Fei felt that this matter was really ridiculous. You don't believe it? Seeing the expression on Xiao Fei's face, Tang Yusen seemed to have expected it. She clenched her fists tightly and said shyly, it was after that night that I became pregnant. And I've only ever had it with you. Xiao Fei stood there, still finding it hard to believe. After all, this matter was really too explosive. He couldn't accept it. It's better to be cautious about becoming a father out of thin air. You can't just raise someone else's child while wearing a hat, right? If this was really his child, he would definitely take responsibility. But if not, Tang Yusin knew that he would not believe her just by saying it. So she stopped a taxi and motioned Xiao Fei to follow her. Xiao Fei didn't know what Tang Yusin wanted to do. But in order to find out whether he had become a father, he still got into the car. Half an hour later, the two came to a residential area on the outskirts of the city. Tang Yusin lives 20 kilometers away from the school. Normally, it takes more than an hour to go to school and back. In order to save money, she has to get up early every day. Then I had to take 3 subways to get to school. She had no complaints about this and even enjoyed it. We're here. Tang Yusin brought Xiao Fei to a dilapidated residential building. The two climbed the stairs and came to the rental house on the 3rd floor. Enter the living room. Xiao Fei looked around. The house is not big, but the layout is very good, with 2 bedrooms and a living room. The furniture and decoration are very simple, just a wooden sofa, a few chairs, and 2 beds. There wasn't even a TV. At the same time, Xiao Fei also noticed that the coffee table in the living room was piled with diapers and large and small milk powder cans. Just as Xiao Fei was looking around, the bedroom door opened. A middle-aged woman in her 40s walked out of the room. "Miss Tang, you're back. I just finished changing the kids' diapers and they're all asleep." Tang Yusin nodded, then looked at Xiao Fei and introduced, "This is the confinement nanny I hired, Aunt Wang." "Hello." Xiao Fei greeted politely. "Hello." Aunt Wang looked Xiao Fei up and down, and suddenly realized something. She nodded and smiled, "Then you guys chat, I'll go out to buy groceries first." After saying that, she tactfully left the living room. Afterwards, Tang Yusin brought Xiao Fei to the bedroom. Enter the room. Xiao Fei was frightened by the scene before him. There were 3 chubby white babies lying on a large double bed. They were lying there neatly, soundly sleeping. The 3 little darlings are all very cute. Especially the little boy in the middle, he looks like a little meatball, making people want to reach out and touch him. Seeing this scene, Xiao Fei was stunned. "These are all my children?" Xiao Fei asked in surprise. Tang Yusin nodded. At this moment, a strange voice sounded in Xiao Fei's mind. "Drop. The fatherly love system is officially activated. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully met the child, and you will be rewarded with 500,000 in cash. Note, all subsequent funds will be legally and compliantly deposited into the host's account by the system, so please feel free to use it." System? As an online writer, Xiao Fei is very familiar with this system. "I just didn't expect that after writing online articles for so long, it's finally my turn to bind to the system?" He quickly calmed down his excitement and asked secretly in his heart, "System, can you introduce your functions?" "Okay, host. This system is a fatherly love system, designed to help the host become a qualified and excellent father. As long as the host takes good care of the child, he will receive various rewards. The system will also release various tasks at any time, and you will receive more generous rewards after completing the tasks." After listening to the system explanation, Xiao Fei already roughly understood the functions of this system. As long as you take good care of the children, you will be rewarded, and the rewards you get after completing the tasks will be even richer. And now I have 3 children. Although Xiao Fei still doesn't know how to take care of the child. But for the system's reward, Xiao Fei decided to give it a try. Chapter 3 Stock Market Trend Chart. Drop. New Dad's Task 1 released, please feed the child. Reward, Stock Market Trend Chart. With this function, you can get the detailed trend of any stock in the next 7 days. Just when Xiao Fei was stunned, the system suddenly issued a task. Stock Market Trend Chart? This is a good thing. The stock market is so hot recently. With this function, making money in the stock market wouldn't be a piece of cake, right? Thinking this, Xiao Fei slowly walked to the bed. He leaned over and looked at the 3 babies on the bed with gentle eyes. They all look so cute. The round head and pink face are like 2 little balls of flesh, making people want to kiss them. I don't know why, but I saw them sleeping sweetly in bed. A feeling of blood connection instantly emerged in Xiao Fei's heart, making him feel extremely happy. At this time, Tang Yusin came over. She sat on the bed and introduced them to Xiaofei. They are triplets. The one on the far left is Debao, he is a boy, the one in the middle is Erbao, and the one on the right is Sanbao, they are all girls. What are they called? Xiaofei asked with a trembling voice. Tang Yusin lowered her head and did not answer the question. Not long after the child was born, she was busy working again. Besides, she didn't know where the child's father was, so she naturally had no intention of naming the child. Can I hug them? Xiaofei continued to ask. I don't know if I sensed my father's arrival. The babies who were originally sleeping soundly opened their eyes one by one and stared at Xiaofei intently. Well, be careful. Tang Yusin could see that Xiaofei really liked children, so she agreed to let him hold the child. She first picked up Debao and put him in Xiaofei's arms. Raise your arms higher, yes. Hold your head like this. Tang Yusin explained to Xiaofei patiently. Xiaofei learned quickly and in no time he knew how to hold a baby. Although this was his first time holding a child, he felt very safe. Debao didn't cry or make a fuss, he just stared at the man in front of him who looked somewhat similar to him. Looking at Debao in his arms, Xiaofei felt indescribably excited. This is my own child? Aya. Debao seemed to know that the man in front of him was his father, and suddenly began to babble. Seeing this, Xiaofei couldn't help but scratch Debao's nose, with an indulgent smile on his face. See this heartwarming scene. Tang Yusin, who was standing aside, suddenly had tears in her eyes. After 10 months of pregnancy, I finally gave birth to 3 babies. I thought they would grow up without fatherly love. Now, by chance, I meet him again. It seems that all this is arranged by God. Xiaofei carefully put Debao back on the bed, and then picked up Erbao. Then, when he was about to pick up Sanbao. Don't. Sanbao is very shy. Besides me, even if Aunt Wang holds her, she will. Before Tang Yusin could finish her words, Xiaofei had already picked up Sanbao. He turned around and looked at Tang Yusin in confusion. What? Nothing. Tang Yusin frowned and looked at Sanbao who was laughing so hard in Xiaofei's arms. She was speechless for a moment. Why is this girl suddenly not shy anymore? It was obvious that before, no one could hold her except her, and even Aunt Wang would cry uncontrollably when she held her. Is this what they call a blood connection? Xiaofei lowered his head and looked at Sanbao in his arms, his expression seeming somewhat proud. That's not. Don't you even look at whose baby it is. I saw Xiaofei sitting by the bed, having a lot of fun playing with the 3 babies. Tang Yusin seemed to have thought of something embarrassing, and walked over while biting her lip lightly. That. Can you lend me some money? Speaking of this, Tang Yusin's pretty face suddenly turned red. I haven't received my salary for this month yet, and I have to pay the rent tomorrow. I'm still a few hundred yuan short, so. Xiaofei put down the 3 treasures, stood up and looked at Tang Yusin. What's your WeChat? I'll add you. Tang Yusin didn't hesitate and directly took out her mobile phone and opened her WeChat QR code. Xiaofei scanned and added Tang Yusin's WeChat. Not long after, Tang Yusin saw Xiaofei transfer 50,000 yuan to her. Before she could be surprised. Then, there were several more transfers. Without exception, all of them were large transfers of 50,000 yuan. A total of 4 payments, adding up to 200,000. The highest amount of money transferred on WeChat in a single day is 200,000. I'll give you this much today. When you run out of it after a while, I'll give you more. When I saw the child just now. The system rewarded Xiaofei with 500,000. Xiaofei didn't feel sorry at all when he gave 200,000 yuan to Tang Yusin. What's more, this money is for the children. Raising 3 children requires a lot of daily expenses. Thanks. Looking at the WeChat transfer interface, Tang Yusin was so moved that she was speechless for a moment. But soon, she remembered something and asked in confusion, I met you at school today. You should also be a student of Jiaotong University, right? How do you have so much money? I earned it myself. Xiaofei said confidently. You earned it yourself? How did you earn it? Tang Yusin was a little bit unconvinced. I'm trading stocks. The stock market has been hot lately. Xiaofei explained with a smile. He couldn't tell Tang Yusin that the money was a reward from the system, right? After all, he didn't plan to tell anyone that he had the system. After hearing what Xiaofei said, Tang Yusin didn't ask any more questions. Although she doesn't trade stocks, she has heard from others how hot the stock market has been recently. It seems that as long as you invest money, you can make a lot of money. Her family doesn't have much money. Her father is an employee of a state-owned enterprise and her mother is a housewife. The family's monthly income is less than 10,000 yuan. So after she became pregnant, she didn't dare tell her family. She could only rely on herself, earn money quietly, and give birth to 3 children. As a result, now, this man with whom I had an accidental relationship is actually so good at making money. However, Tang Yusin also knows that stock trading is still very risky. Therefore, she kindly reminded him, the stock market is risky, you'd better. I know. Xiao Fei nodded, don't worry, although I'm not as good as Buffett, I still have a thorough understanding of the stock market. Speaking of stock trading, Xiao Fei suddenly remembered the task that the system had just issued. Just feed your baby and you can get a weekly stock market trend chart. If you own this thing, even if Buffett comes, he won't be able to outsell you. Thinking of this reward, Xiao Fei suddenly said, Uxin, how about this? I don't have many classes in my junior year now. Starting tomorrow, I will take a leave of absence and come home to take care of the children. You can also work with peace of mind, and save money on hiring a confinement nanny. Don't. Tang Yusin shook her head and refused, study is more important. I can work harder to save the money for hiring a confinement nanny. Seeing this, Xiao Fei did not insist. Some things can't be rushed, you have to take your time. He could see that Tang Yusin was still a little wary of him. Okay, but as a father, I also need to learn how to take care of a child. Can you teach me how to feed them? Sure. Tang Yusin nodded, even a little happy. Then, under her guidance, Xiao Fei quickly prepared milk powder for the babies. The babies were not picky and drank it all with gulps. Looking at the 3 babies feeding, Xiao Fei felt his heart was about to melt. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Get reward, stock market trend chart. Chapter 4 Sorry, we both have a baby. New Daddy Task 2 released, please change the diapers of 3 babies. Completion reward, 1 million cash. Just finished the first mission. Immediately afterwards, the system released the second task. And the reward for this mission is actually 1 million in cash. This is so cool. Hearing the prompt sound of the system in his mind, Xiao Fei's mouth corners unconsciously raised. See the smile on Xiao Fei's face. Tang Yusin asked, very cute, right? My child, of course he's adorable. Xiao Fei looked down at Sanbao who was drinking milk and said proudly. Finally, he looked up at Tang Yusin and added, besides, the mother of the child is so beautiful, isn't it normal for the child to be cute? Tang Yusin glared at Xiao Fei shyly. At this moment, she felt a sweet feeling in her heart. Before meeting Xiao Fei, Tang Yusin hadn't felt this happy for a long time. That's right. I'll rent you a suite near the school tomorrow. You live so far away now, it's not convenient for you to go to school, and it's very tiring to go back and forth. Xiao Fei suggested. Hearing Xiao Fei's words, Tang Yusin felt warm in her heart. However, she still shook her head and said, forget it. You are still studying now, so save as much as you can. As for the 200,000 yuan that Xiao Fei gave her, she decided to save the money, plan it well, and spend it all on her children. It doesn't matter if I work harder. Seeing that she refused, Xiao Fei didn't say anything more. By then, I will rent the house myself and finalize the matter. She will have no way to refuse even if she wants to. After feeding your baby. Tang Yusin looked at the time and it was already late. So he said, you still have classes in the afternoon, why don't you go back first? Are you in such a hurry to get me out? Tang Yusin didn't say anything. Faced with this sudden happiness, she seemed a little overwhelmed. Just as she was stunned, Xiao Fei suddenly reached out and held her soft hand tightly. Tang Yusin wanted to pull her hand out. But Xiao Fei held on tightly and refused to let her pull it out. I know you may think that I am being nice to you because of the baby, but you don't know, actually, I have never forgotten you since that night. In the past year, several girls have confessed their love to me, but I rejected them all. Because I've always been looking forward to meeting you again someday. And the day I've been waiting for has finally come. Xiao Fei looked at Tang Yusin affectionately. Hearing this confession, Tang Yusin blushed slightly. A ripple arose deep in her heart, and her heartbeat began to accelerate. I have to admit that Xiao Fei is indeed excellent. Not only is he handsome, but he is also very responsible. That night, we were all drunk. Tang Yusin lowered her head and murmured softly. I know. I was at a friend's birthday party that night and accidentally drank too much. What about you? Why are you drunk? Hearing this question, Tang Yusin was slightly stunned, shook her head and said nothing. Seeing that she didn't want to talk, Xiao Fei didn't ask any further questions. Instead, he continued, maybe you don't believe what I just said, but time will prove everything. In the days ahead, I will learn to be a good husband and a good father, and provide a warm haven for you and the children. Actually, since that night, I have decided. Stop talking. Tang Yusin's voice was a little choked up. She couldn't help wanting to cry. I gave my first time to the man in front of me. If she said that she had no feelings for Xiao Fei, she would definitely be lying. She took a deep breath, looked at Xiao Fei, and said slowly, the reason why I got drunk that day was because a good friend of mine jumped off a building. She's one of my two best friends. She had a boyfriend before, and they were engaged. They were going to have their wedding in 2 months. But the night before, I saw that man coming out of the hotel with a woman. I told this to my friend. As a result, she jumped from her building that night. At that time, she was only 26 years old, in the prime of her life, but she left the world like this. This is all my fault. If I hadn't told her, she wouldn't. At this point, Tang Yusin burst into tears. Seeing her crying like this, Xiao Fei felt distressed and held her in his arms, patting her back gently and comforting her. It's not your fault. If you don't tell her, it's like pushing her into the fire, and she will find out sooner or later after marriage. Tang Yusin wiped her tears and broke free from Xiao Fei's arms. She blushed and nodded, well, you go back first. I want to be alone for a while. Although Xiao Fei didn't want to leave. But it was obvious that Tang Yusin didn't want him to stay here. Xiao Fei had no choice but to get up and leave. Tang Yusin walked into the door. Only when Xiao Fei's figure disappeared in the corridor did she sigh and return to the bedroom. After leaving the rental house, Xiao Fei called a Didi and went straight back to school. As soon as I entered the dormitory, I heard the sounds of several roommates playing games. Come on, Bozy. Don't be a coward, just go get him. UF King bastard, this is so empty? I told you to watch less movies, but you can even spare Angela's big one? I really admire you. The three roommates were so absorbed in gaining points that they didn't even notice Xiao Fei had returned. Xiao Fei didn't care. He returned to his seat, turned on the computer on the desk, logged into the school's official website, and searched for Tang Yusin's information in the faculty and staff column. Soon, detailed information about Tang Yusin popped up on the screen. Looking at the blue background photo of Tang Yusin on the screen, Xiao Fei couldn't help but smile foolishly. Master's degree from Peking University, 27 years old this year. It seems that she is still a top student. But think about it, anyone who can come to teach at Shanghai Jiaotong University must at least have a master's degree from a key university. Even if you have a PhD, you may not be able to get into an ordinary school. Just then, Zhang Bo, who had just finished a game, suddenly came over and saw the photo on the computer screen. He smiled frivolously and said, "Oh, isn't this Goddess Tang? Brother Xiao, tell me the truth, are you planning to take advantage of Goddess Tang? When I was picking up the new students today, I noticed that the way you looked at her was not right. Let me tell you, if you want to pursue Goddess Tang, the competition is extremely fierce. I heard that many male teachers are madly pursuing her." Hearing this, Xiao Fei smiled. Is the competition fierce? Sorry, she and I both have a baby. Is it still necessary to compete with them? You're dreaming. Chapter 5 Moving to a New Home. The next day, Xiao Fei got up very early. Today is a rare day without classes. After a quick wash, he changed his clothes and prepared to go out. Brother Xiao, where are you going so early in the morning? Wu Zitao, Xiao Fei's roommate who was sleeping in the bed opposite him, heard the noise and asked in a half-asleep state. Something happened. I need to go out for a while. Xiao Fei answered perfunctorily. Oh. Wu Zitao turned over and fell asleep again. The three of them played games until the early hours of the morning last night and are now so sleepy that they can't even open their eyes. Xiao Fei didn't pay much attention to his roommate and turned to leave the dormitory. On the way, as he walked, he opened the house rental app he had just downloaded and searched for houses near the school. It would be best if it could accommodate 2 adults and 3 children. The price is easy to negotiate. After all, the money rewarded by the system is more than enough. If you are going to live with your wife and children, you must choose a better one. If you encounter an unscrupulous landlord who rents out rooms to other people and uses decoration materials that are harmful to your health, then it will not be worth it. Xiao Fei quickly browsed the rental software and soon found a rental house he liked. He contacted the agent and went to see the property immediately. It's really good, and not much different from what is described in the software. The community is very quiet, surrounded by green trees and beautifully maintained flower beds. Although the flat community is not as luxurious and comfortable as a single-family villa, it is quiet and clean. Moreover, the layout is reasonable and the apartment type is also very good. 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, plus an entrance garden, made Xiao Fei very satisfied. So, in less than half an hour, Xiao Fei decided on this house. The monthly rent is 5,000 yuan, 2 deposits and 1 payment. In Shanghai, this rent is already very cheap. After renting a house, the time came to 12 noon. Xiao Fei took out his cell phone and called Tang Yusin directly. Not long after, the call was connected. Hey, Yusin. Where are you now? Xiao Fei asked with concern. I'm eating in the staff cafeteria. Tang Yusin's voice seemed a little flustered. I see. Xiao Fei said with some regret, I wanted to ask you to come out for dinner. No need. The food in the staff cafeteria is delicious and cheap. Tang Yusin quickly refused. All right. Xiao Fei nodded and said, I just rented a house near the school. If you don't have classes in the afternoon, let's go back and move in together. Ah? Hearing Xiao Fei's words, Tang Yusin said in surprise. Why do you rent a house? Didn't I tell you that you don't have to rent a house for me, you're wasting money? Xiao Fei said forcefully, what's the waste? You live so far away from school now. It will waste several hours every day to come to school. If you can move closer to the school, it will be convenient for me to take care of the baby. Isn't this the best of both worlds? All right. Xiao Fei's tough attitude forced Tang Yusin to compromise. Soon, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Yusin called Xiao Fei and said that she had finished her class for the day. The two agreed to meet at the snack street outside the school. Not long after, Tang Yusin appeared in Xiao Fei's sight. Xiao Fei smiled and greeted her. Looking at Tang Yusin's shy face, he asked softly, how was your first day of class? Those junior brothers and sisters shouldn't have made things difficult for you, right? Fine. Tang Yusin raised her head and lowered her eyes and asked, is the house you rented expensive? Xiao Fei shook his head and said, it's not expensive, you can live here without worry. I rented a regular apartment in a residential complex, only 2 kilometers away from the school. It's a 3-bedroom, 1 living room house, with enough rooms. Hearing that the school was so close, Tang Yusin looked a little happy. After all, it's close. After class, she will be able to see the babies earlier. She looked at Xiao Fei tenderly and whispered, thank you. Why are you being so polite to me? Come on, I'll take you to move. In order to save money, Tang Yusin originally wanted to take the subway back. But Xiao Fei didn't give her the chance to practice at all, and just reached out to stop a taxi. Half an hour later, the two returned to Tang Yusin's apartment together. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Aunt Wang in the living room, coaxing her 3 children. Miss Tang, Mr. Xiao. You guys are back. Seeing the 2 people appear, Aunt Wang came out to greet them warmly. After Xiao Fei left yesterday, she deliberately pulled Tang Yusin aside to chat for a while. Soon, she found out that Xiao Fei was the father of the child who had never appeared. Although she didn't know much. But as soon as they met Xiao Fei, he gave Tang Yusin a large sum of money. Her opinion of Xiao Fei, the irresponsible father, also changed a lot in an instant. After all, during this period of time, I have to take care of 3 babies. She knew only too well how hard Tang Yusin worked. Now that the child's father has finally appeared and is so responsible to Tang Yusin, Aunt Wang is happy for Tang Yusin from the bottom of her heart. By the way, Aunt Wang. Just as Aunt Wang was stunned, Xiao Fei suddenly said, thank you so much for taking care of our Uxin during this period. When Tang Yusin heard Xiao Fei calling her like that, her pretty face suddenly turned red. Oh, what are you thanking me for? When Aunt Wang saw Xiao Fei coming over and taking Sanbao from her arms, she smiled even more brightly. That's right, Aunt Wang. Yusin and I rented a house near Shanghai Jiaotong University. It's much bigger than this apartment, and the community environment is also very good. Look, can you go over there and help us take care of the kids? While teasing Sanbao, Xiao Fei talked to Aunt Wang. Of course. To be honest, it's closer for me to go to Shanghai Jiaotong University than to come here. Hearing Aunt Wang say this, Xiao Fei immediately made the decision. Okay, let's move there now. Aunt Wang, you can come with us. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Xin and the 3 babies in the future. To celebrate our move to a new home, Aunt Wang, I will increase your salary by 50% from the original amount. Hearing this, Aunt Wang laughed so hard that she couldn't stop smiling. Work is moving closer to home. Salaries have also increased, who would be unhappy? Tang Yusin had no objection to this. Because Aunt Wang has really taken good care of her during this period, it is only right that she gets a salary increase. Immediately, the 3 of them began to pack their luggage. Tang Yusin didn't have much stuff, so it could all fit in one suitcase. The most common things in the house are the 3 babies' things. Things like milk powder, diapers, and clothes cannot be packed into several large cardboard boxes. The strong contrast made Xiao Fei feel a little distressed. After packing up, Xiao Fei called the moving company. Then he took Tang Yusin and Aunt Wang to the Rose Garden community near the school. Entering the living room and looking at the spacious house in front of her, Tang Yusin could hardly close her eyes. She looked at the door, where Xiao Fei was busy moving luggage, and suddenly heard Aunt Wang behind her say, "Miss Tang, you have a really good eye. Mr. Xiao is a good man. Now that your family is finally reunited, your future will surely get better and better." Hearing Aunt Wang's words, Tang Yusin's pretty face turned slightly red. "Thank you, Aunt Wang," Tang Yusin said softly. At this moment, her heart was full of happiness. Chapter 6: Complete the assessment and get double rewards. 20 minutes later. Xiao Fei packed up all the things he brought. Just at this moment, Erbao, who was held in Aunt Wang's arms, suddenly burst into tears. "Ouch! My dear, did you poop?" As she said this, Aunt Wang prepared to pick up the second baby and go find a replacement diaper. Seeing this scene, Xiao Fei suddenly remembered the task released by the system yesterday. So he hurriedly stopped Aunt Wang and said, "Auntie Wang, let me do it. Teach me how to change a baby's diaper. After all, I have to learn how to take care of the baby in the future, right?" Hearing this, Aunt Wang was even happier. Because few new dads are willing to take the initiative to change their baby's diapers. "Okay. Go get the diaper and I'll teach you how to change your baby's diaper." As soon as Aunt Wang finished speaking, Xiao Fei took out a large bag of diapers from the cabinet. With Aunt Wang's patient teaching, Xiao Fei quickly learned how to change diapers for his baby. In just a few minutes, he changed the diaper for the second baby. Just then, the system's voice sounded. "Drop. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the Novice Dad 2 mission and will be rewarded with 1 million cash. Since the host has successfully completed all the assessments for a novice nanny and has become a qualified novice nanny, special rewards, advanced cooking skills and a marrow cleansing pill. Advanced cooking skills: as an all-around nanny, you must have excellent cooking skills. With this skill, the host will gain skills that are no less than those of a state banquet chef. Marrow cleansing pill: raising 3 babies requires tremendous energy. After taking this pill, the host will undergo a baptism from the inside out, gaining powerful physical strength, and also greatly improving the host's appearance." The system has just finished speaking. Xiao Fei felt a bottle-shaped object in his pocket. At the same time, a lot of knowledge about cooking flooded into my mind. Soon, he absorbed all this knowledge. Xiao Fei felt that even if he went to a 5-star hotel and applied for the position of head chef there would probably be no problem. Having acquired new skills, Xiao Fei naturally wanted to show them off. He put down the second baby in his arms, looked at Tang Yusin and said, "Yusin, there is a vegetable market nearby. I'm going to buy some groceries now, and I'll cook for you guys tonight." Hearing this, Tang Yusin turned her head in surprise. "You can also cook?" "Of course." Xiao Fei raised his eyebrows and said proudly, "Whatever you want to eat tonight, I can make it for you. I can do anything," Tang Yusin said with a smile. Aunt Wang also nodded, but naturally did not dare to make any requests. So, under the expectant gaze of the 2 people, Xiao Fei left home humming a little tune. After Xiao Fei left, Aunt Wang couldn't help but turn around and said to Tang Yusin, "Miss Tang, it seems that you really found a good husband." "No way." After hearing what Aunt Wang said, Tang Yusin blushed with shyness. "Miss Tang, please stop being so modest. Look at my wife, don't even think about cooking for the children. I've been married to him for so many years, and I've only seen him enter the kitchen a few times. As soon as the topic came up, Aunt Wang seemed to be able to talk. In front of Tang Yusin, she kept complaining about her husband, while at the same time not forgetting to praise Xiao Fei. Faced with Aunt Wang's flattery, Tang Yusin appeared calm on the surface, but she was already beaming with joy in her heart. After all, her man is so outstanding, how can she not be happy? Next, the two of them sat on the sofa. I started playing with the three babies, touching the eldest baby's head, scratching the second baby's nose, and pinching the third baby's ears. The three babies were so amused that they couldn't stop laughing. Soon, Xiao Fei came back after buying groceries. He was carrying large and small bags containing all kinds of food. Seeing this, Aunt Wang and Tang Yusin were both dumbfounded. You're going to cook all these dishes? Yes. Faced with Tang Yusin's nonsense question, Xiao Fei replied helplessly. Then he carried the ingredients, walked into the kitchen, and started working. Out of curiosity, Tang Yusin put on her slippers and quietly walked to the kitchen door. Want to see how good Xiao Fei's cooking skills are? Result. You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked. In the kitchen, Xiao Fei was seen holding a kitchen knife, chopping left and right with a very skillful technique. In just a few minutes, several portions of meat and vegetables were prepared. Then he picked up the radishes beside him, placed them neatly on the chopping board, and began to slice them. Da-da-day. Bang 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 bang. The sound of a kitchen knife hitting a chopping board could be heard. Xiao Fei standing in the kitchen looked like the Chinese chef boy. The kitchen knife in his hand was so fast that an afterimage was almost left. He placed all the processed ingredients neatly on the plate. Next, heat the oil in a pan. Add ingredients to pot. A crackling sound was heard in the kitchen. Seeing this scene, Tang Yusin was completely dumbfounded. She never thought that Xiao Fei was so good at cooking. On the other side, Aunt Wang, who was taking care of three babies in the living room, also smelled a strong fragrance. Gulp. She couldn't help swallowing. Then he put down the three treasures in his hand and walked towards the kitchen. Seeing Xiao Fei showing off his skills in the kitchen, Aunt Wang was stunned. This boy is amazing. She couldn't help but let out a sigh. If ordinary people cook, it is just to fill their stomachs. Xiao Fei in front of him has obviously turned cooking into an art. I saw him waving the spatula in his hand, like a conductor of an orchestra, directing the ingredients to play a beautiful piece of music in the iron pot. That's not all. Every movement of Xiao Fei was so smooth and pleasing to the eye. Watching him cook is like watching an art performance. What are you doing standing at the door? Realizing there was someone behind him, Xiao Fei looked back and asked in confusion. You. Tang Yusin opened her mouth wide and said in disbelief, how come you are so good at cooking? Look at the movements you made just now, it was like you were filming a movie. No, not even in movies is this exaggerated. Aunt Wang was standing aside and couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Regarding Xiao Fei's cooking skills, she said that she had never seen such a thing in her entire life. Nothing special, just practice makes perfect. Xiao Fei smiled and joked. Although he can cook, he received rewards from the system. His cooking skills have improved by leaps and bounds. Even better than those so-called Michelin 3-star chefs. At this time, Xiao Fei even developed a sense of confidence that no one could surpass him in the field of cooking. See the confident smile on Xiao Fei's face. Tang Yusin's heart, which had been silent for a long time, seemed to be hit by something. When she met Xiao Fei's gaze again, she felt a little confused and wanted to run away shyly. But she couldn't bear to miss such a wonderful moment. Watching Xiao Fei cook is simply a visual feast. Chapter 7 Land Rover Defender. Not long after, 8 delicious meals were freshly prepared. Tang Yusin and Aunt Wang walked into the kitchen and brought the dishes to the table one by one. Finally, Xiao Fei came out with 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Sitting at the dining table, looking at the delicious food in front of her, Tang Yusin couldn't help but whet her appetite. She couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in her mouth. It's delicious. Tang Yusin ate and nodded in praise. The ribs have a crispy skin, the sauce is sweet but not greasy, and the meat is tender and fresh, leaving you with an unforgettable aftertaste. Tang Yusin ate 3 pieces in a row before stopping, feeling unsatisfied. Seeing Tang Yusin eating with relish, Xiao Fei felt very satisfied. Don't just eat the ribs, have some fish head soup. Xiao Fei picked up the soup spoon and served Tang Yusin a large bowl of fish head and tofu soup. Seeing this scene, Aunt Wang opposite was full of envy. Miss Tang, Mr. Xiao is so kind to you. This fish head soup is best for breastfeeding women. Tang Yusin glanced at Xiao Fei beside her with tenderness. As the saying goes, if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. This sentence also applies to women. After eating the food made by Xiao Fei, Tang Yusin felt that what she had eaten before was simply pig food. At this moment, the 3 babies in the crib suddenly made babbling sounds. Does the little guy smell the fragrance too? How is that possible? Xiao Fei flicked Tang Yusin's forehead with his finger and said with a smile, the babies are only 2 months old, their eyesight is not well developed, how can they have a sense of smell? Right now, they are probably only interested in milk powder. After a pause, Xiao Fei continued, speaking of which, they should be hungry now. You guys continue eating, and I'll go feed the children. After saying that, Xiao Fei put down his chopsticks and walked towards the living room. I saw Xiao Fei standing in front of the stroller, preparing milk powder skillfully. Tang Yusin felt as if her heart was filled with something, and a happy smile appeared on her face. After dinner. Finish feeding the babies. It's about time for Aunt Wang to go home. Just as Aunt Wang was picking up her bag and preparing to leave the house, Xiao Fei suddenly called her, then took out a thick envelope and handed it to Aunt Wang. Auntie Wang, this is your salary for last month. Go slowly on your way back. Aunt Wang took the envelope, touched it casually, a happy smile appeared on her face, and she quickly thanked Xiao Fei. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Then I'll go back first. After expressing her gratitude, Aunt Wang turned and left. Xiao Fei closed the door and returned to the bedroom, just in time to see Tang Yusin changing Sanbao's diaper. You're pooping again? Tang Yusin changed the diapers for the 3 babies skillfully, and then said to Xiao Fei, I'm going to wash the babies' butts later, can you help me? Certainly. Xiao Fei walked over, got close to Tang Yusin, and said seriously, don't be so polite when talking to me in the future, understand? Okay. Tang Yusin lowered her head shyly. Xiao Fei then asked, just wash the babies' butts, don't they need to take a bath? Need not. Tang Yusin shook her head and explained, the babies are still young, so they don't need to take a bath every day. Twice a week is enough, but their buttocks need to be washed every day. Okay, you teach me how to do it. Let me help you. Soon, Xiao Fei followed Tang Yusin into the bathroom. Although the weather is still very hot, Tang Yusin still closed the windows to prevent wind from blowing in just to be on the safe side. The babies are still young. It would be troublesome if you accidentally catch a cold. Tang Yusin said as she started to fill the bathtub with water. It is best to keep the water temperature for bathing babies at around 40. Not too high, not too low. There's a thermometer here. The temperature is about right. You can bring Debeo over first. Xiao Fei stood up and ran to the living room, carrying Debeo in. With the help of Tang Yusin, Xiao Fei pulled down Debeo's pants, revealing his smooth and elastic little butt. Come, I'll teach you how to wash their butts. Hold the baby first, then take out a baby towel and wet it with warm water from the tub. And when you scrub, be sure to be gentle. Baby's skin is very delicate and can be easily scratched. While Tang Yusin was wiping Debeo's butt, she was explaining precautions to Xiao Fei, radiating the glow of motherhood. During the whole process, Debeo was very well behaved and hardly moved. Occasionally, he would wave his little hands and make cute baby sounds. See this scene. Xiao Fei felt like he was being touched by cuteness again. Okay, Debeo has finished washing. Put on his pants first, don't let him catch a cold. After receiving the instruction, Xiao Fei quickly put pants on Debeo and then brought Erbo over. As for Erbo, you should wash her. But you have to be careful, Erbo is a little afraid of water and may not cooperate. Okay, I'll give it a try. Xiao Fei rolled up his sleeves, looking eager to try. Tang Yusin picked up Erbo, gently unbuttoned her pants, and assisted Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei followed Tang Yusin's steps, first wetting the towel, then wringing out the water, and carefully wiping Erbo's butt. Really? Just as Tang Yusin said. When the towel touched Erbo's little butt, the little guy began to twist restlessly. Fortunately, Erbo was not very strong, and Tang Yusin was still able to control him. Seeing Erbo resisting, Xiao Fei immediately said softly, "Good boy, Daddy will wash your butt. After that, you can go to sleep." I don't know if Xiao Fei's words worked, but Erbo really became well behaved. Bao is really. Tang Yusin was both angry and amused. Why do I have to slap myself in the face every time? When I was washing her, she was so noisy. How come you are so well behaved now? Who makes me her father? Snort. Tang Yusin snorted softly. After washing the second baby, they brought the third baby over. According to the previous process, Tang Yusin held the baby while Xiao Fei washed it. As he was washing, Xiao Fei suddenly thought of something and turned to ask, "You were the only one there before, so it must have been troublesome to give them a bath, right?" Good. Tang Yusin smiled bitterly. Sometimes, Aunt Wang would help me. Washing the butt is fine, but giving the baby a bath is too much for me to handle by myself. Then I'll help you. Tang Yusin looked up at Xiao Fei, her eyes full of sweetness. She suddenly felt that the encounter that night might be a gift from God to her. Let her meet Xiao Fei, such a good man. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the washing the babies but for the first time mission. Reward, Land Rover Defender 130 Collector's Edition. Extra reward, a 100,000 yuan fuel card. Note, the car has been parked in the underground parking lot of the host's residential area. All relevant documents, driving license, and information have been placed in the car. Please go and check it in time. Hear the sound of the system. Xiao Fei was stunned, then became a little excited. Just by washing your babies, but you can drive such a luxury car? This is so fucking cool. This is a Land Rover Defender worth millions. Thinking of this, Xiao Fei couldn't help but kiss Sanbao on the face. Chapter 8. Does he want to sleep here tonight? After washing the babies' butts, Xiao Fei couldn't help it and wanted to go and check his car. He carried the 3 babies back to the crib, then said to Tang Yusin, who was cleaning the bathroom, "I have something arriving, let's go downstairs." Good. Although Tang Yusin was a little confused about what Xiao Fei had delivered. But she thought about it and thought it was probably a courier or something, so she didn't ask any more questions. Is there anything you want me to buy? Before leaving, Xiao Fei asked again. No, go ahead. Tang Yusin shook her head and said. So Xiao Fei put on his shoes and left home. Just closed the door. He pulled a medicine bottle and a car key from his pocket. What was in the medicine bottle was the marrow cleansing pill that the system had rewarded him with before. Not knowing what would happen after eating it, Xiao Fei decided to wait until night before eating it. With a happy mood, Xiao Fei took the elevator to the underground parking lot of the community, and soon found the Land Rover Defender worth 1 million yuan rewarded by the system. The black body and tough outline make it look very domineering. Under the light, it reflects a dazzling light. Xiao Fei was a little stunned by what he saw. Open the car door, and you will see that the interior decoration is very luxurious and the interior space is very large. This Land Rover Defender 130 is a 2+2+3 7-seater layout. Compared with the 8-seater layout, the second row passengers can have a better riding experience, and the third row passengers can also get in and out more conveniently. After all, now I am a father of 3 children. Add in my future wife Tang Yusin, and my parents, a car is just right for 7 people. Xiao Fei sat in the driving seat and stepped on the accelerator. The engine suddenly roared. Very pleasant to the ear. On the co-pilot seat, there was a file bag containing various documents. Among them, there is one most important thing. That SA gas card worth 100,000 yuan. With this card, you won't have to worry about gas money in the next few years. The system is really considerate. Keep the documents. Xiao Fei took the car keys and returned home. At this time in the house, Tang Yusin was sitting on the sofa, taking care of 3 babies. When Tang Yusin saw Xiao Fei coming back, she smiled at first. But soon, she discovered the car keys in Xiao Fei's hand. This is? The car I bought has arrived. Xiao Fei walked over to Tang Yusin, put the car keys on the table, and explained, I made some money from stock trading before, so I ordered a car from the 4S store. They delivered the car today. Ah? Tang Yusin looked at Xiao Fei in shock. You bought a car while you were still in college? What kind of car is this? Tang Yusin picked up the car keys and took a look at them. She didn't recognize the Land Rover logo. In fact, for girls, apart from BBA, they basically don't know much about other cars. This is the 7-seater version of the Land Rover Defender. About 1 million. Hearing this, Tang Yusin was even more shocked. 1 million? How much money did you make from stock trading? Tang Yusin widened her eyes, a look of disbelief on her face. Xiao Fei really enjoyed Tang Yusin's expression. He reached out and pinched Tang Yusin's face and said with a smile, "Not much, but as your man, it's not a problem to support you and the child." Tang Yusin's pretty face turned red. She slapped Xiao Fei's hand away and said unhappily, What nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense. We already have a child. Am I not still your man?" Xiao Fei looked at Tang Yusin and said jokingly, "Forehead." Although what Xiao Fei said was true, Tang Yusin still felt a little embarrassed and lowered her head shyly. Seeing her charming appearance, Xiao Fei's heart was moved. But he also knew that some things could not be rushed. Tang Yusin has not truly accepted herself yet. So he changed the subject and said, "Wife, do you think this house is quite big?" What do you want to do?" Tang Yusin suddenly took a step back and got goosebumps all over her body. She stared at Xiao Fei with some fear and shyness. "Look." Xiao Fei pointed to the 3 bedrooms in the house and said, "I specially rented a larger house with 3 bedrooms, so." "So what? Could it be that he wants to sleep here tonight?" I don't know what Tang Yusin was thinking about, but she suddenly became confused. She is not ready to live with Xiao Fei now. "No, I can't." Tang Yusin subconsciously wanted to refuse. But before she could finish her words, she paused again. Although the two had only known each other for less than 2 days, Xiao Fei's performance had completely exceeded Tang Yusin's expectations and could almost be said to be perfect. Tang Yusin could also see it. Xiao Fei is sincere to himself and his baby. So now, she was a little hesitant. Seeing Tang Yusin hesitate to speak, Xiao Fei walked over and said softly, "Don't think too much. I stayed here to help you take care of the baby. The babies are still young, you have to take care of the 3 of them by yourself. I have to go to class during the day and feed them at night. It's impossible for me to get a good rest. So I want to stay and help you take care of them at night so that you can get a good night's sleep." Having said that, Xiao Fei moved closer to Tang Yusin and gently stroked her eye bags with his hand. Tang Yusin's breathing suddenly became rapid. "Look at you. You have dark circles under your eyes from staying up late. How can you take good care of the baby without a good rest?" I learned that Xiao Fei wanted to stay to help me take care of the baby. Tang Yusin felt a sweet feeling in her heart. But soon, she felt something was wrong and waved her hand. "No, you're still a student, and you have classes in your 3rd year tomorrow." Speaking of this, Tang Yusin frowned as if she had thought of something. "I say, you didn't make a little money from stock trading and you don't even want your diploma anymore, right? I'm warning you, I'm a teacher and I will never allow you to skip class." Seeing Tang Yusin's serious expression, Xiao Fei smiled and joked. "Why, now you remember that you are a teacher? You." Tang Yusin was extremely embarrassed and angry. She glared at Xiao Fei fiercely and scolded him, "I'm not kidding you." Okay. Seeing this, Xiao Fei immediately surrendered and said, "I promise you, I will never fall behind in my studies. If I score less than 60 points in one subject in the final exam, I will go back to school immediately and study hard." After hearing this, Tang Yusin nodded with satisfaction. "That's what you said. If you fall behind in your studies because of taking care of the baby, then you should move back to school immediately, study hard, and get your diploma no matter what." From Tang Yusin's words, Xiao Fei could tell that she still cared about him very much. "No problem, wife. I will definitely not let you worry," Xiao Fei replied with a grin. "Who is your wife? Don't talk nonsense." Tang Yusin's pretty face turned red and she turned away in panic. "Soon." Xiao Fei muttered something under his breath, then said, "No more talking, I'm going back to the dormitory to move my luggage." Then he picked up his car keys and left the house. Chapter 9: Hidden Rich Second Generation. After leaving home, Xiao Fei went directly to the underground garage, drove the Land Rover Defender rewarded by the system, and returned to school. Although the community is very close to the school, but in order to transport things more conveniently, Xiao Fei still chose to drive. However, just as he was about to enter the school, he was stopped by the security guard at the gate. Xiao Fei rolled down the window, took out his student ID and showed it to the security guard. The security guard then let him go, feeling resentful in his heart. I wonder which rich second generation actually drives such a luxury car to come to school for classes. Fuck. Isn't this brother Xiao? Just as Xiao Feixing rolled up the car window and prepared to drive in, suddenly, a cry of surprise was heard not far away. Xiao Fei turned around and found that they were his 3 roommates. Hey, good boy. Are you surprised to see your dad? Zhang Bo, who was a bit fat, almost dropped his jaw when he saw Xiao Fei sitting in the Land Rover Defender. Brother Xiao, is this your car? Wu Zitao walked up directly, stroked the tough body of the Land Rover Defender, and said excitedly, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a Land Rover Defender, right? Oh my god, this is a luxury car worth millions." Wu Zitao is the most knowledgeable about cars in the dormitory, and he can handle all kinds of car models with ease. But he just understood it and couldn't afford it at all. The last roommate from Northeast China, Lu Chao, had just walked around the car and was about to say something. The security guard came over and shouted, "Drive the car away quickly, don't block the door." Okay. Hurry up and get in the car. I'll take you back to the dormitory. Xiao Fei first said something to the security guard, and then waved to the other three good guys. The three of them jumped into the car without saying a word. As soon as they got into the car, the three guys were like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, looking left and right, touching things, and drooling. Xiao Fei drove the car steadily towards the dormitory. "Taozi, you just said that Brother Zhao's car costs 1 million? I never thought that our brother Xiao is actually a hidden rich second generation." On the way, Zhang Bo, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but tease. Wu Zitao and Lu Chao also looked over. Fuck rich second generation. Xiao Fei rolled his eyes at the three guys and said speechlessly, "If I were a rich second generation, I would have come here in a luxury car when I first entered university. Why would I have to wait until now?" "So you bought this car yourself?" Zhang Bo couldn't help swallowing. "Oh shit. I never thought writing online articles could make so much money." Faced with Zhang Bo's doubts, Xiao Fei was too lazy to explain and changed the subject. "What were you three doing just now?" "Playing games in the internet cafe. The atmosphere in the dormitory is not fun enough." At this point, Wu Zitao suddenly sighed and continued, "We three losers can only play on the computer. Unlike you, Brother Xiao, you earn money to buy a luxury car. This is my dream car." Looking at this Land Rover Defender, Wu Zitao was full of envy. "By the way, let me tell you something." Xiao Fei suddenly said, "I rented a house outside the school and I will move out today." "You want to move out?" Zhang Bo was stunned, then nodded. After all, Xiao Fei is making money now, and it is only natural for him to want to move out and improve his environment. "The three of them can't stop us, right?" "Okay. Then when we get back to the dormitory, we'll help you pack your luggage." Zhang Bo looked a little disappointed, and then asked, "Where is your house?" "It's not far from the school. After all, I still have to go to school, right? If you are free some other day, I will invite you to come over to my place and play. As for now, that is definitely not possible." Xiao Fei planned to wait until Tang Yusin completely accepted him before announcing this matter to the public. Otherwise, it is likely to cause trouble to Tang Yusin. After all, their identities are clear, one is a student and the other is a teacher. Not long after, the Land Rover Defender arrived downstairs of the dormitory. After parking the car, the four of them quickly ran back to the dormitory and started packing. Xiao Fei didn't have much stuff, so he could put everything in one suitcase. He could then put the laptop into the bag and he was done. Xiao Fei dragged his suitcase and left the dormitory. Looking at Xiao Fei's departing back, Zhang Bo couldn't help but sigh, "Suddenly I feel that the game is not so interesting anymore." Yes, we are all juniors, and it's time to think about what will happen after graduation. Actually, I'm preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. Lao Lu, are you going to take the postgraduate entrance examination? That's right. The least valuable thing now is college. Even though they are students of Shanghai Jiaotong University. But in this era when academic qualifications are devalued, it is not easy to find a decent job. Now Xiao Fei suddenly stood up and even bought a Land Rover Defender. Inspired by him, the three of them also thought about what they would do after graduation and decided to work hard to get out of poverty and become rich as soon as possible. The other side. After putting the luggage in the car, Xiao Fei was not in a hurry to go home. Instead, they went to a maternity and baby supply store and prepared to buy a few strollers and 3 child safety seats for the children. The Land Rover Defender is large and spacious. But considering the safety of babies, it is still necessary to install a safety seat. After parking the car on the side of the road, Xiao Fei walked straight into the store. "Hello, sir. How can I help you?" As soon as I entered the store, a sweet-looking saleswoman came to greet me. When she saw Xiao Fei, her eyes suddenly lit up. Although Xiao Fei's clothes were a bit ordinary, he was handsome and exuded an elegant air. He is simply a Prince Charming. He is even more handsome than the male stars on TV. The salesperson has already started to fantasize in his heart, thinking how wonderful it would be if he could be with him. Do you have baby strollers for sale? Xiao Fei said bluntly. Have. Sir, are you buying this for your child? Xiao Fei nodded. Seeing this, the girl was immediately disappointed. Why do all the high-quality handsome guys want to get married early, and even have kids? Although I feel a little lost. But the girl still enthusiastically took Xiao Fei to the area where the baby strollers were placed. Sir, these are the latest models in our store, you can choose any of them. Looking at the baby carriage in front of him, Xiao Fei frowned. There are 3 babies in the family. If I buy 3 strollers, it will be very inconvenient to travel. It's like this, my kids are triplets. So, do you have those multi-seat strollers here? Triplets? The salesgirl looked at Xiao Fei in surprise. Unexpectedly, this young man is not only handsome. Her ability in that area was so strong that she even gave birth to triplets in her lifetime. It's amazing. Soon, she regained her composure and said, I'm sorry, sir. The most we have in our store are double seats. After all, there are very few twins. We don't have triple seats in stock. Then let's get a 2-seater and then a single-seater. After a pause, Xiao Fei continued, by the way, give me 3 more child safety seats that can be placed in the car. The salesgirl nodded and smiled sweetly. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I'll get the goods for you right away. The salesgirl quickly packed up everything Xiao Fei wanted. After paying the bill, Xiao Fei carried several large boxes and left the maternity and baby store. Put the stroller in the trunk and install the safety seat directly on it. Then, Xiao Fei drove back to the Rose Garden community. Chapter 10 Effects of the Marrow Cleansing Pill. Inside the house, I saw Xiao Fei carrying a lot of bags back home. Tang Yusin hurried forward and took the thing from Xiao Fei's hand. Hey, you bought a stroller? Xiao Fei nodded. The babies are already 2 months old, so it's time to take them out. Get some sun and get close to nature. Tang Yusin smiled and nodded. I know, but the sunshade and seat cushion of the stroller need to be cleaned with water. I'll take them in and wash them now. As she spoke, Tang Yusin removed the sunshades and seat cushions of the 2 strollers and took them to the bathroom to wash. Xiao Fei carried the suitcase and computer and put them in his bedroom. Then he went back to the living room and started to entertain the 3 little angels. Dabeo, I'm your dad, come on and call me dad. Erbao, you little cutie, come and give me a kiss. Sanbao, little lazy pig, is still sleeping in. Just when Xiao Fei was teasing the 3 babies, Tang Yusin had already cleaned the sunshade and seat cushions and put them on the balcony to dry. When she returned to the living room, she saw Xiao Fei playing with the children, and she felt warm in her heart. I really hope that days like this can continue forever. She hadn't experienced this kind of long-lost warmth for a long time. Let the baby sleep in my room at night. At this moment, Xiao Fei suddenly raised his head, looked at Tang Yusin and said, from now on, I will take care of the baby at night. You should have a good rest and stay alert so that you won't feel sleepy during class. You're alone, okay? Tang Yusin was still a little worried. After all, Xiao Fei had just started dealing with babies and had no experience. No problem, don't worry. Xiao Fei said confidently. Thanks. Seeing Xiao Fei's firm attitude, Tang Yusin had no choice but to follow his wishes. Hearing this, Xiao Fei frowned, stood up, walked to Tang Yusin, and hugged her in his arms. Tang Yusin tensed up instantly, and her soft body suddenly became stiff. What are you going to do? Xiao Fei lowered his head, looked at Tang Yusin and said, didn't I tell you that there's no need to say thank you between you and me? These are what I should do. Since I said I would give you and the baby a happy life, I can definitely do it. As he spoke, Xiao Fei kissed Tang Yusin's red lips. Tang Yusin shuddered all over. An unprecedented throbbing suddenly spread throughout my body. Tang Yusin couldn't help but moan and tried to push him away. But he was firmly imprisoned by Xiao Fei and could not move. Finally, Xiao Fei kissed her hard several times before slowly letting her go. Tang Yusin's pretty face flushed red and she glared at Xiao Fei fiercely. Seeing Tang Yusin's shy look, Xiao Fei felt extremely proud. He didn't expect that his sudden attack would actually be successful. You are so bad. From now on, you are not allowed to kiss me without my consent. Tang Yusin blushed and said in a low voice. Yes, wife. Xiao Fei agreed with pretended respect. Who is your wife? Tang Yusin blushed slightly when she heard this. Although Xiao Fei had called her that more than once. But every time she heard it, she felt an indescribable joy in her heart. Xiao Fei chuckled and continued to joke, whoever spoke just now is my wife. Tang Yusin glared at Xiao Fei angrily, wishing she could bite him. But seeing Xiao Fei looked harmless. Tang Yusin couldn't bring herself to do it, so she could only pinch him, then said, Xiao Fei, can you please not do this at school, because... Of course Xiao Fei knew what Tang Yusin wanted to say. Before she could finish her words, he said, don't worry, in school you are the teacher and I am the student, that's all. Xiao Fei, thank you. Tang Yusin was deeply moved when she heard this. But at home, you are my wife. Tang Yusin spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Then she turned around shyly and ran into the bedroom. Xiao Fei never expected that this time, Tang Yusin would actually agree. It seems that it is time to advance the relationship between them. Night. Tang Yusin was a little worried. But they still put the 3 babies on Xiao Fei's bed. Then he explained some precautions to him, looked at the baby reluctantly, and returned to his bedroom. Lying in bed, Tang Yusin tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Can Xiao Fei take good care of the baby? They have trouble sleeping without their mother's company? How about going in and taking a look? But in this way, will Xiao Fei think that I don't trust him? Tang Yusin widened her eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling, all kinds of thoughts flashing through her mind. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and fell into a deep sleep. The other side. Xiao Fei covered the babies with blankets. Then he put the diapers and bottles next to the bed. After all preparations were ready, Xiao Fei took out a medicine bottle from his pocket, which contained the marrow cleansing pill. He glanced at the baby, then took out the pill and swallowed it directly. Take the marrow cleansing pill into the stomach. Suddenly, a warm current flowed into every part of my body. This feeling is simply amazing. Xiao Fei closed his eyes and concentrated, feeling the effects of the marrow cleansing pill. As time went by, a layer of black impurities slowly emerged from Xiao Fei's body. Xiao Fei knew that the marrow cleansing pill was starting to take effect. About 5 minutes later, Xiao Fei seemed to be wrapped in mud. He quickly ran to the bathroom and took a quick shower to wash off the dirt on his body. Standing in front of the mirror, Xiao Fei looked at his body. Height increased by 2 centimeters. His figure became taller and more muscular, and his muscles became much stronger. Moreover, the skin becomes whiter, and even the facial features become more three-dimensional, and the overall appearance of the person has reached a higher level. He clenched his fists and felt endless power in his body. He picked up a mouthwash cup and, with a little force, crushed the cup. It seems that this marrow cleansing pill is effective. It's much stronger than I thought. Xiao Fei nodded with satisfaction, then put on his pants and walked out of the bathroom with his upper body naked. Yes. He admitted that he was a bit conceited. With such a perfect figure, even if no one appreciates it, it is still extremely pleasing to the eye. Chapter 11. If you want to touch it, you can do it openly. One night, Xiao Fei spends all his time taking care of 3 babies. The next day, around 6 in the morning, Xiao Fei fed the baby for the last time and changed the diaper before leaning against the bed and taking a nap. When he woke up again, it was already past 8 in the morning. The 3 babies are still sleeping soundly. Xiao Fei's energy was also fully restored, and he didn't feel tired at all. Good. It seems that the effect of this marrow cleansing pill is really powerful. Even if you have stayed up all night, you can instantly restore your energy by taking a 2-hour nap. Just as Xiao Fei was sighing inwardly, the voice of the system suddenly came from his mind. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the guarding the baby at night mission. Reward, high-quality sleep. High-quality sleep, taking care of a baby is an extremely laborious task. With high-quality sleep, the host's sleep quality will be greatly improved. Just half an hour of sleep can achieve the same sleep effect as a normal person's 8 hours. Hearing the voice of the system, Xiao Fei couldn't help but be shocked. High-quality sleep? This reward is very useful to me now. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, Xiao Fei's physical functions were greatly improved. Just 2 hours of sleep can restore your physical strength. However, staying up late continuously is probably too much for most people. But now, with this skill, I only need to sleep for half an hour to achieve the same sleep effect as a normal person's 8 hours. Now, I don't have to worry about feeling sleepy when taking care of the baby at night. It feels so good. Just then, Xiao Fei's ears moved. He heard a faint rustling sound coming from the next room. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, Xiao Fei not only became stronger, but his vision and hearing also improved significantly. Even though the room was well soundproofed, he could still detect movement in the next room. Obviously, Tang Yusin had woken up at this time. Really? Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Fei said it subconsciously. Come in. The door opened and Tang Yusin walked in from outside in her pajamas. Her face still looked a little sleepy, obviously she had just woken up. Xiao Fei's eyes swept over and fell on Tang Yusin's exquisite and delicate body, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Today, Tang Yusin was wearing a white suspender pajamas. Her two long, white legs were exposed to the air without reservation, making her look extremely sexy and seductive. Even wearing loose pajamas, it couldn't hide the magnificence of her chest. Xiao Fei, you. Seeing Xiao Fei, Tang Yusin was also stunned. Because last night, after taking a shower, Xiao Fei came out of the bathroom naked. At this time, he was only wearing a pair of shorts, revealing the strong muscles of his upper body. Perfect body, full of male hormones. How's it going? Is it okay? Xiao Fei grinned. Tang Yusin looked a little dazed and nodded subconsciously. But soon, she felt that her words seemed a little too ambiguous. She hurriedly shook her head, and her pretty face suddenly flushed with a charming blush, making her look particularly attractive. Seeing Tang Yusin like this, Xiao Fei rushed forward, grabbed her waist, laid her on the bed, and said in a low voice, "What do you think? It's still early, should we?" You, a hooligan. Feel the changes in Xiao Fei's body. Tang Yusin was filled with shame and anger. She pushed Xiao Fei away and fled back to her room. After closing the door, Tang Yusin touched her cheek. So hot. My heart was beating wildly. This guy Xiao Fei is so shameless. We've only known each other for 2 days, but you already want to do that kind of thing. But I haven't seen Xiao Fei for one night, how come he suddenly becomes so handsome? So handsome that it's stunning. Even those popular young actors pale in comparison to him. And his figure, is that something a college student can have? It's so astringent. Oh. No, I must be reserved. But I can't let him think that I'm a casual woman. Tang Yusin patted her face, trying to wake herself up. But all that filled his mind was the image of Xiao Fei with his upper body naked. And just now, he pressed me on the bed, that thick feeling. Wow. Just then, crying sounds came from the room, bringing Tang Yusin back to reality. She quickly opened the door and ran to Xiao Fei's bedroom. At this time, Xiao Fei had already gone to wash up. Only 3 babies were left, lying in the cribs. 2 of the little ones were still sleeping soundly, only Sanbao had his mouth open and was crying loudly. Seeing this, Tang Yusin hurriedly picked up Sanbao. I checked the diaper first. He didn't poop, so it seems he's hungry. At this time, Xiao Fei, who had just finished washing and putting on his clothes, also returned to the bedroom. Seeing Sanbao crying, he did not continue teasing Tang Yusin, but picked up the bottle and started making milk powder for the baby. Tang Yusin held Sanbao in her arms and couldn't help but glance at Xiao Fei. What kind of magic does this man have? Why did I fall so quickly? Tang Yusin felt that her girlish heart was gradually being captured by the man in front of her. Soon, Xiao Fei prepared the milk powder. He handed the bottle to Tang Yusin and said with a smile, "Feed the baby first, I'll make breakfast for you." Tang Yusin blushed and nodded. Looking at Xiao Fei's departing back, Tang Yusin's heart beat even faster and she almost dropped the bottle in her hand. Forehead. I am so embarrassed. In the kitchen. Xiao Fei is working hard to make breakfast for Tang Yusin. Not long after, a rich fragrance wafted out from the kitchen. Tang Yusin smelled the fragrance and walked to the kitchen door curiously, and saw Xiao Fei busy inside. She said softly, "Breakfast doesn't have to be so sumptuous." Not just breakfast. Xiao Fei turned around and smiled warmly, "You eat in the cafeteria every day, so the nutrition is not enough. This is the lunch I prepared for you." After hearing this, Tang Yusin suddenly realized. It turned out that Xiao Fei not only cooked breakfast for himself, but also prepared lunch. Tang Yusin was extremely moved, and a strange feeling surged in her heart. She gritted her teeth, walked forward for the first time, and hugged Xiao Fei tightly from behind. Thanks. Are you still so polite to me? Xiao Fei smiled and scratched the tip of her nose. Gradually, Xiao Fei sensed something strange. Tang Yusin held her hands and seemed to be touching her abdomen. Wife, if you want to touch it, you can do it openly. Well. Tang Yusin's pretty face turned red immediately when Xiao Fei saw through her thoughts. She hastily pulled her hand away and fled the kitchen in panic. Xiao Fei smiled helplessly and moved his hands faster. After breakfast, Aunt Wang just arrived at work. Auntie Wang, thank you for your hard work today. You are so polite, Mr. Xiao. This is what I should do. Xiao Fei nodded. Before going out, he handed the lunchbox to Tang Yusin and saw that Tang Yusin didn't seem to be wearing any makeup. Xiao Fei felt a little guilty. How can my woman live such a simple life? It seems that I should not only buy things for the baby, but also buy some daily necessities for the mother. Chapter 12 Love Bento. After Tang Yusin left, Xiao Fei also came to the school. There is an international finance class this morning. He promised Tang Yusin that she would not fall behind in her studies, so he would not skip class without reason. Walking in the school, Xiao Fei thought about his future plans. In total, the system rewarded him 1.5 million. He took out 200,000 yuan and gave it to Tang Yusin as living expenses, and now he has less than 1.3 million yuan in savings left. This money seems like a lot. But it is definitely not enough to raise 3 children. Not to mention, Xiao Fei is now in the Magic City and will have to buy a house in the future. So, he must find a way to make more money. The children are growing up day by day, and we definitely want to be able to move at will. He remembered a parenting expert saying that frequent moves might have an adverse effect on the baby's growth and development. Babies are very sensitive to their surroundings and they need time to adjust to new environments. A sudden change in environment will not only make your baby feel uneasy, but it may also affect their physical and mental health. The quality of a baby's sleep is closely related to their sense of security. In a familiar environment, your baby will feel safer and sleep better. However, after moving, babies may need time to adapt to the new environment, which may cause their sleep quality to decline and affect their growth. Considering the above points, Xiao Fei must make money as soon as possible and buy a house in Shanghai. The money he has now is definitely not enough. But fortunately, Xiao Fei has a stock market trend chart as a system reward. Using this 1.3 million as capital and taking advantage of the stock market trend chart, it should be very easy to make tens of millions in his shares. I believe it won't be long before he can earn enough money to buy a house. In addition, the babies were born not long ago. You also need to get a birth certificate and register your household registration. It is best to get a birth certificate within 3 months of the child's birth, otherwise it will be a bit troublesome. And the most important thing is to take them for vaccination. Xiao Fei remembered that Tang Yusin told him that the babies had already received hepatitis B vaccine and BCG vaccine. Next, you need to get the first and second doses of the polio vaccine, as well as the first and second doses of the diphtheria, pertussis, and tetanus vaccine. While walking towards the classroom, Xiao Fei was looking up relevant information on his mobile phone. You won't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. There are so many kinds of vaccines that babies need to receive. A total of 18 vaccinations are required. Raising a baby is not easy. Xiao Fei couldn't help but sigh. I'll go. That little brother is so handsome. When did such a handsome boy appear in our school? Isn't he a freshman? He's so handsome, even more handsome than our Gigi. Just as Xiao Fei was walking in the school, he suddenly heard a lot of girls talking around him. He looked up and found that many female classmates around him were secretly glancing at him. Looking at the gazes from the girls around him, Xiao Fei felt a little uncomfortable. He coughed lightly and quickened his pace towards the classroom. But at this moment, a bold girl ran up and blocked his way. Handsome guy. Can I add you on WeChat? The girl was wearing a tube-top miniskirt and had a very hot body. She lifted the hair beside her ear and spoke to Xiao Fei with an extremely confident expression. In her opinion, with her looks, as long as she took the initiative, she would basically not fail. Unless, the other person is not straight. I'm sorry. I'm married and I even have a baby. Xiao Fei shook his head and spoke calmly. Hearing this, the girl collapsed instantly. Even have a baby? Are you kidding me? Looking at Xiao Fei's departing back, the girl clenched her fists and stomped her feet hard. 10 minutes later, Xiao Fei walked into the classroom. Because several classes are mixed together for class. So at the beginning, no one noticed Xiao Fei and thought he was a student from another class. But soon, Zhang Bo discovered something strange. Fuck! Brother Xiao, did you go for plastic surgery? Zhang Bo, who was sitting in the back row of the classroom, looked at Xiao Fei at the door and shouted. The classmates who had not noticed Xiao Fei at first were also attracted by his voice. Is this Xiao Fei? How did you become so handsome? I heard from people in the group yesterday that he seemed to have earned his own money and bought a Land Rover Defender. I'm so envious. The classmates were talking about it, and Xiao Fei frowned when he heard it. He could only pretend nothing happened and walked towards where the 3 dormitory members were. Just at this moment, Professor Mediterranean walked in. The originally noisy classroom suddenly became silent. However, during class, female classmates would occasionally turn their heads and secretly look at Xiao Fei. Brother Xiao. What's going on with you? Wu Zitao looked at Xiao Fei curiously and asked. I guess it's because I wasn't woken up by your snoring last night. So you are in extra high spirits today. Xiao Fei spread his hands and made up an excuse. Grass. Is it possible? Wu Zitao complained, then looked envious. TSK. Brother Xiao, you are already so handsome. And you're still angry about your appearance. How can we play with you in the future? That's right. If I walk with you from now on, we will look like supporting characters in a novel. No lady will even look at us straight in the eye. The remaining 2 roommates also started complaining. Xiao Fei could only smile bitterly. Without the system, you are just supporting roles. The other side. Near noon, in the teacher's office. The female teacher Jiang Yu, who was sitting opposite Tang Yusen, stood up suddenly and shouted, Get off work, Teacher Tang, let's go out together to improve our meals at noon today? Tang Yusen, who was correcting homework, smiled bitterly when she heard this. No, I brought some food today. Did you bring food? The female teacher Jiang Yu looked surprised. During the school term, Tang Yusen went to the staff cafeteria to eat every day. Why do you suddenly bring your own lunch today? Did you do this yourself? No. Tang Yusen smiled sweetly, it was the child's father who did it. Your husband? Jiang Yu suddenly opened his mouth wide. Wow. Teacher Tang, does your husband still make love bento for you? I really admire you. My damned bastard, he's still sleeping in bed while I'm at work. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. As soon as these words were spoken, all the teachers in the office looked over. They all knew that Tang Yusen had a child, but they had never seen the child, nor had they heard her mention her husband. So everyone thought that she was divorced and had a child. But now, she actually brought a love bento to work? This is really killing the dog. Facing everyone's envious gazes, Tang Yusen silently took out the lunchbox and opened the lid. The aroma of food instantly filled the entire office. Jiang Yu, who had the best relationship with Tang Yusen, suddenly jumped over from his chair and looked at the lunchbox in Tang Yusen's hand eagerly. This smells so good. There's braised chicken, my favorite. Teacher Tang, can I have a taste? Like Tang Yusen, Jiang Yu was a female teacher who has just joined Jiaotong University. In addition, the 2 were of similar age, so they quickly became good friends who could talk about anything. Tang Yusen knew that Jiang Yu was a foodie. So he picked up the spoon, scooped a piece of chicken and handed it to Jiang Yu. Teacher Jiang. Come, have a taste. Jiang Yu didn't hesitate and put the chicken directly into his mouth. The sauce is rich and the chicken is tender. Add the vegetable aroma of green peppers and potatoes and it's absolutely delicious. Jiang Yu's eyes widened immediately, and he praised hurriedly, the taste is first rate, 10,000 times better than those made in other shops. She is starting to feel jealous now. Teacher Tang was able to find such a loving husband. Think about myself, I am still a single dog now. Damn it. At this time, Jiang Yu looked at another insulated box and couldn't help asking, Teacher Tang, what's in your box? Tang Yusen smiled and opened another box. The fragrance spread instantly. Inside is a big bowl of my mother's pig trotter soup, which is rich in collagen. Gulp. Tang Yusen seemed to be able to hear the sound of Jiang Yu secretly swallowing his saliva. Otherwise, you'd better not go out to eat. Shall we eat together? Tang Yusin suggested. The lunchbox Xiao Fei prepared for her was very filling. There is no problem eating for two people. Is it really possible? Although Jiang Yu said this, he had already sat down. And so, the two began to eat. There is no harm without comparison. Compared with the usual takeout, the meal Xiao Fei cooks are simply delicacies. As Jiang Yu ate, he was about to reach orgasm. The sound of praise kept coming out of my mouth. Chapter 13: Entering the Stock Market. At the same time, after finishing the morning classes, Xiao Fei did not rush home, but found a cool place to sit down and opened the stock trading app on his mobile phone. He looked at the time. There was still more than half an hour before the lunch break. He wants to take advantage of this time to study the stock market carefully. I want to earn enough money to buy a house in a short period of time. He must make use of the stock market trend chart to make a fortune in the stock market. Xiao Fei opened the stock trading software, filled in the basic information, and then communicated with the account manager via video. Soon, he successfully opened an account with a brokerage firm. We can finally begin. Xiao Fei took a deep breath and quickly opened the main interface. The stock market trend chart is equivalent to a passive skill, as long as you have this function. The profit curves of all the stocks that Xiao Fei sees in the next 7 days will be presented in front of him. When various stocks pop up on the mobile phone screen, Xiao Fei discovered that next to these stocks, there was a line of small words that only he could see. Taihao Technology 600590, earnings in the next 7 days. iFlyTech 002230, earnings in the next 7 days. Lion Biotech 002166, earnings in the next 7 days. See these small print. Xiao Fei could hardly suppress the smile on his face. This is so awesome. With these hints, isn't it equivalent to an open book exam? If you still lose money by investing in stocks like this, you can only say that you are blind. Xiao Fei clicked on one of the stocks. Soon, the line of small words next to it disappeared. What follows is the trend chart of this stock in the next week. This trend chart is even very considerate, marking for Xiao Fei which point is best for buying at the bottom and which point is best for selling out with the highest profit in the next 7 days. With a plugin like this, it's hard not to make money. But I'm in urgent need of money now. With the 1 million yuan I have, after paying the down payment on a house, there is basically not much left. In addition, there is a series of issues such as registering the child, obtaining a birth certificate, and daily expenses. So Xiao Fei now has to make quick money. In a short time. The more money you make, the better. Xiao Fei began to scan the stock market, looking for the stock with the most turbulent curve in the next few days. Soon, he found the target stock and bought all 1 million. Buy this stock now. In 2 days, it will reach its peak, but soon, it will fall to the bottom again. What Xiao Fei needs to do is to short this stock before it plummets. Buy 1 million now. By then, you can earn at least several million. Buy the stocks. Xiao Fei put his cell phone in his pocket and walked towards the school gate whistling. When he returned home, he heard a baby crying in the house. He quickly changed into slippers and walked into the bedroom. I saw Aunt Wang holding one of the babies and coaxing her. Who's crying? Xiao Fei came over. Aunt Wang was surprised when she saw Xiao Fei coming back. Mr. Xiao, you got off work so early? Xiao Fei nodded. He didn't explain that he was still a student. Instead, he reached out his hand and took the child from Aunt Wang's arms. I was thinking about the child, so I came back early to see him. Mr. Xiao, you are such a good father. Aunt Wang praised generously. Xiao Fei smiled, said nothing, and looked down at the child. I found out that the one crying was indeed my second baby. Among the 3 babies, the second one cries the most. Compared to her, Debao and Sanbao are stronger. Especially Debao, maybe it's because he is a boy, but in all the days they have been together, Xiao Fei has never seen him cry. As for the second baby, he cries almost every day. I just finished feeding the baby. I checked the diaper, and it's not pooped. I just don't know why Erbo is crying. Aunt Wang explained in a low voice. Xiao Fei nodded and gently coaxed the second baby in his arms. When Erbao saw his father coming, he stopped crying immediately, then stared at Xiao Fei with big eyes, looking aggrieved. It seemed like she was complaining to him. Why did you come back just now? Be good, don't cry. Xiao Fei touched Erbao's chubby little face. At this time, Debao and Sanbao saw Xiao Fei coming back. and they stretched out their chubby little hands and waved at him. Xiao Fei put her bao back on the bed, and then hugged Dabao and Erbao. After leaving a kiss on their faces, Xiao Fei walked into the kitchen and started preparing lunch. Soon, a fragrance came from the kitchen. Aunt Wang, who was looking after the child, couldn't help swallowing. "Auntie Wang, come and eat together." "Mr. Xiao, this is so embarrassing." Aunt Wang said this, but her body walked over honestly. Originally, she was planning to just make some noodles to get by, but unfortunately, Xiao Fei's cooking skills were just too amazing. Anyone who has tasted his cooking will be unable to resist the temptation. Finish lunch. Xiao Fei played with the 3 babies for a while. Then he went back to his room, took out his computer, and began to study the stock market situation. An afternoon passed quickly. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Tang Yusin returned home on time. "Babies. Mom is back." As soon as she entered the door, Tang Yusin shouted into the house. I didn't notice at all that Xiao Fei was sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding the baby and smiling at me. On the side, Aunt Wang was holding another baby. On the sofa in the middle, the strong Dabao was playing alone. Seeing this heartwarming scene, a long-lost smile appeared on Tang Yusin's face. "Yusin, you're back." When she saw Xiao Fei, Tang Yusin's pretty face turned a little hot. She quickly changed into slippers, walked into the house, and picked up Dabao, the only one who was not held by anyone. Dabao is so pitiful. Everyone is being hugged except Dabao. "Come and let mommy hug you." Dabao, who was held in Tang Yusin's arms, clutched the clothes on her chest tightly with his little hands and made babbling sounds. I don't know if it was because it was hungry, but its round head was rubbing against Tang Yusin's chest desperately. This action made Tang Yusin blush. After all, Xiao Fei is still here. "You kid. Are you hungry?" Having said that, Tang Yusin put Dabao down and went to prepare milk powder for him. Xiao Fei looked at the time and it was almost time for dinner, so he got up and went into the kitchen. Soon, the sound of ping-pong was heard in the kitchen. Tang Yusin, who was feeding her baby, saw Xiao Fei busy in the kitchen. Subconsciously thinking of what happened this afternoon, the corners of my mouth couldn't help but rise, revealing a sweet smile. "Miss Tang, what happy things do you think of?" "Ah, just for lunch." Tang Yusin briefly told Aunt Wang what happened at noon. He imitated Jiang Yu's exaggerated expression when eating so vividly that Aunt Wang burst into laughter. "Mr. Zhao's craftsmanship is indeed good." At noon today, I couldn't help myself and ate a few more bowls of rice. "Ms. Tang, your husband is so outstanding." "Husband? I guess so." Tang Yusin glanced at Xiao Fei in the kitchen, wondering what he was thinking. Chapter 14 Reward, a large flat. After dinner, Aunt Wang greeted the two of them and then left. Inside the house, Tang Yusin was washing dishes in the kitchen. Xiao Fei took the opportunity to come in and said to her, "Wife, why don't you let me wash it?" When Tang Yusin heard the word wife, her body froze and the dishes and chopsticks in her hands almost fell to the ground. No need." Tang Yusin replied in a panic. "Yeah, very good." He actually didn't reject the title of wife. It seems that we can go a step further. Xiao Fei came closer and gently hugged Tang Yusin's waist from behind. "Wife." Xiao Fei's low voice sounded in Tang Yusin's ears. Tang Yusin's body trembled, and she felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. "What does this guy want to do?" Xiao Fei whispered, "When we are free some other day, let's go get the baby's birth certificate together, okay?" Tang Yusin nodded obediently. I didn't expect that he hugged me just to talk about this. However, we really need to hurry up and get the baby's birth certificate. Now the baby only has a temporary medical certificate and has not yet applied for a formal birth certificate. Originally, Tang Yusin was still worried about this matter. Even if you are alone, you can still apply for a birth certificate. But Tang Yusin doesn't want the father's column on the child's birth certificate to be empty. Originally, she had given up hope and was prepared to raise her 3 babies by herself. Result: Xiao Fei's appearance gave her a glimmer of hope. Seeing that Tang Yusin agreed, Xiao Fei continued, "In addition to the birth certificate, there is also the matter of the baby's household registration." When Tang Yusin heard Xiao Fei talking about registering the household registration, her brows immediately frowned. "I plan to tell my parents about our situation in 2 days. What about you?" Tang Yusin looked a little worried. The relationship between her and Xiao Fei is really bizarre. Can Xiao Fei's parents accept him? Moreover, Tang Yusin had already had a falling out with her parents. Don't worry, my parents are easy to talk to. They have long wanted me to get married and give birth to grandchildren for them to take care of. But, are your father-in-law and mother-in-law easy to talk to? Upon hearing this, Tang Yusin lowered her head. She didn't know how to tell Xiao Fei. Seeing this, Xiao Fei could guess something. Tang Yusin must have had a falling out with her parents because of something. Otherwise, how could she rent a house and live alone after just giving birth to a child? A year ago, my parents had a falling out with me when they found out I was unexpectedly pregnant. I ran away from home and gave birth to 3 babies. As Tang Yusin spoke, tears began to flow down her cheeks. Xiao Fei felt very distressed when he saw this. He opened his arms, hugged Tang Yusin tightly from behind, and then wiped Tang Yusin's tears with his hands. I'm sorry I made you suffer. But don't worry, I'm here. No matter how unhappy my parents-in-law are with me, I will solve it. Tang Yusin shook her head and said, No, it's not your fault. You didn't know about it at the time. Speaking of this, Xiao Fei felt a little strange. Normally speaking, if a woman has sex with a strange man and becomes pregnant unexpectedly, shouldn't she abort the child immediately? Why did Tang Yusin give birth to the child? Perhaps sensing Xiao Fei's doubts, Tang Yusin slowly spoke. When I found out I was pregnant, I went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor told me that my cervix is relatively small and it is not easy to get pregnant. If I abort the baby, I may never get pregnant again. That's why I. After listening to Tang Yusin's explanation, Xiao Fei suddenly realized. He turned his head, gently kissed Tang Yusin's red lips, and said softly, Wife, thank you for your hard work. After saying this, Xiao Fei became a little proud again. But speaking of which, I am pretty awesome too. Honey, it's not easy for you to get pregnant, but I can help you have 3 babies at once. You bastard. Tang Yusin was both embarrassed and annoyed, and pinched Xiao Fei hard. I'm feeling sad. After being interrupted by Xiao Fei, Tang Yusin could no longer feel sad. They both quickly washed the dishes. Then they returned to the living room and gathered around the 3 babies. Honey, it's still early, why don't we drive the baby to a nearby park? Let them get in touch with nature and bask in the sun. Xiao Fei glanced out the window. The sun had not yet completely set. The afterglow of the setting sun shines over the city, emitting colorful light. It looks magnificent, like a paradise on earth. In response to Xiao Fei's proposal, Tang Yusin nodded in agreement. The babies are already 2 months old, so it's totally okay to take them out and get some fresh air. So the 2 of them packed up and pushed the stroller downstairs. This is that new car you bought? When she came downstairs and saw the brand new Land Rover Defender in front of her, Tang Yusin was surprised. Although she knew that Xiao Fei bought a luxury car worth 1 million. But seeing it with my own eyes, I still felt a little shocked. Xiao Fei put the 3 babies in safety seats, then folded the stroller and put it in the trunk. Then he turned around, hugged Tang Yusin, and said with a smile, This car is not only mine, it's yours too. Tang Yusin blushed slightly when she heard this. Looking at the gentle look in Xiao Fei's eyes, Tang Yusin felt so happy. Just then, someone walked over from a distance. Tang Yusin subconsciously pushed Xiao Fei away and said hurriedly, Let's get in the car quickly. Xiao Fei smiled and didn't say much. After the 2 got in the car, Xiao Fei started the car and slowly stepped on the accelerator. Because there were 3 babies in the car, Xiao Fei drove very carefully. When he drove the car onto the street, he unlocked the safety lock and turned on the car stereo, playing soothing classical music. The babies sat in the back row, looking around curiously. Everything outside is so new to them. Tang Yusin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned around to look at the baby and found that there was nothing unusual about them. He seems to like riding in the car very much. Then he turned around and looked at Xiao Fei, who was concentrating on driving. This man. You are getting more and more handsome. After spending these few days together, Tang Yusin has completely let go of the grudge in her heart. Now she really likes Xiao Fei. If he hadn't appeared. I have to take the subway 3 times a day to go to work. Living alone with 3 children in a dirty and messy rental house. Because of Xiao Fei's arrival, the living environment of herself and her baby has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Tang Yusin felt very lucky. I am so lucky to have such an outstanding man. Thanks. What? Xiao Fei turned his head and asked puzzledly. No, nothing. Tang Yusin waved her hands hurriedly. Xiao Fei drove seriously and didn't think too much about what Tang Yusin wanted to say just now. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the first outing with wife and children mission. Reward, a 280 large flat in Jinyu Huafu. All relevant documents and keys have been placed in the vehicle storage box. The house is fully furnished and the environment is good. You can move in at any time. Extra bonus, 2 parking spaces, plus 5 years of property fees. Chapter 15. How are you going to thank me tonight? Golden Domain, Washington. A 280 large flat? 2 parking spaces are also provided, plus 5 years of property management fees? Oh my god. System, aren't you too generous? You know, Jinyu Huafu is a famous real estate project in Shanghai, with a price of 80,000 yuan per square meter. This large flat, converted into cash, would be worth more than 20 million. System. I love you so much. Xiao Fei. What are you grinning about? Seeing Xiao Fei holding the steering wheel and grinning foolishly, Tang Yusin couldn't help but ask curiously. No, nothing. Just at this moment, the red light at the intersection turned green. Xiao Fei turned the car around and drove directly towards another road. Oh, we went the wrong way. Shouldn't we go straight through the park? Tang Yusin reminded hurriedly. Yes, this is the road. Xiao Fei smiled and said mysteriously, I bought you a gift, now I will take you to see it. Gift? What gift? Tang Yusin asked curiously. Xiao Fei didn't say anything, just smiled mysteriously at her. Judging from the look on his face, he obviously wanted to give himself a surprise. What on earth is that? Why are you being so secretive? Tang Yusin muttered something quietly and didn't ask any further questions. You'll know when you get there. Xiao Fei smiled and continued driving forward. Golden Domain is located on the bank of the Huangpu River, a place where every inch of land is valuable. It is one of the most upscale residential areas in Shanghai. The distance between Shanghai Jiaotong University and the Huangpu River is about 10 kilometers. It takes more than 20 minutes by subway. It's rush hour now. The road is very congested. Xiao Fei drove for about half an hour before he and his family arrived at the gate of Jinyu Huafu. Since the vehicle was not registered, the security guard naturally would not let Xiao Fei in. Wife, there's a document bag in your storage box over there. Give it to me. Oh. Tang Yusin opened the storage box and saw a cowhide bag inside. She took out the cowhide bag and handed it to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei took the bag, tore it open and took a look. It contains the property certificate, purchase contract, keys, access cards, etc., everything is in there. Xiao Fei took out the door card and handed it to the security guard to look at. When the security guard saw the door card, he immediately saluted Xiao Fei respectfully. Welcome home, sir. Immediately afterwards, the community railings slowly rose. Xiao Fei drove a Land Rover Defender, carrying Tang Yusin and 3 others, into the residential area. Xiao Fei. Hearing what the security guard just said, Tang Yusin was stunned. She looked at Xiao Fei beside her in disbelief, and asked with trembling lips, just now, the security guard said, welcome home, what does that mean? That's what you mean. Xiao Fei handed over the cowhide bag in his hand. Tang Yusin took the bag and saw a property certificate inside. When she opened it, she found the word Xiao Fei written on the property certificate. Moreover, the floor area of this house is more than 280 square meters. Seeing this, she was so shocked that she was speechless. You know, this is a community on the bank of the Huangpu River. The minimum price per square meter is 80,000. Xiao Fei. How much did you spend on this house? Tang Yusin swallowed, her eyes wide open, and looked at Xiao Fei. This house. Xiao Fei smiled. He really wanted to say that he didn't spend a penny. But Tang Yusin would definitely not believe it. So he smiled and said, not much, just over 20 million. More than 20 million, is that not a lot? Even in my heart, I had already guessed that this house was worth a lot of money. But when Tang Yusin heard Xiao Fei say this number with her own ears, she was still shocked. After all, this is more than 20 million. As a university teacher, I am considered to be in the upper middle class in society. But even so, her monthly salary is less than 20,000 yuan. Calculated based on more than 200,000 yuan a year. Even if she didn't eat or drink, it would take her 100 years to buy this house. Thinking of this, Tang Yusin looked at Xiao Fei with eyes filled with curiosity. Xiao Fei, tell me honestly, what does your family do? Hearing this question, Xiao Fei was stunned for a moment. He thought about it and felt that there was no need to hide anything. After all, she is about to meet her parents, so it would be good for Tang Yusin to know about her family situation in advance. My family is pretty ordinary. My father is an employee of a state-owned enterprise, and my mother is a housewife. I bought this house with my own efforts. It has nothing to do with my parents. Did you buy it through your own efforts? Tang Yusin looked at Xiao Fei with eyes full of admiration. But soon, she thought of something and frowned. A house worth more than 20 million. How much is the mortgage? Xiao Fei must be under a lot of pressure all alone, right? Xiao Fei, why don't we return the house? The mortgage payments for a place like this must be scary, and we have 3 babies to raise. Seeing Tang Yusin's worried look, Xiao Fei smiled helplessly and said, I bought this house in full, without a mortgage. What? A house worth more than 20 million. You bought it in full? Tang Yusin looked at Xiao Fei as if she was looking at a god. However, the property certificate was right in front of her, and Xiao Fei's name was written on it, so she had no choice but to believe it. Xiao Fei, please don't do anything stupid. It's okay for me and the baby to have a hard time, but... After the car arrived at the underground garage, Tang Yusin was still a little nervous. She didn't want Xiao Fei to take out a huge loan for her. Xiao Fei parked the car, turned around, and held Tang Yusin's hand tightly. Honey, don't worry, I didn't do anything stupid. At first, I made hundreds of thousands of dollars by writing novels. Then I took the money and invested it in the stock market, slowly accumulating a sum of initial capital. At this point, Xiao Fei paused, then said jokingly, I saved 20 million with great difficulty, but after buying this house, my pocket is completely empty. So, wife, you have to support me from now on. Seeing Xiao Fei's funny look, Tang Yusin couldn't help but sneer. Okay, just stay here and feel at ease. I'll add your name in after we meet the parents. Hearing this, Tang Yusin was deeply moved. She doesn't care whether her name is on the property certificate. But Xiao Fei took the initiative to bring it up, which meant that he had himself in mind. Thank you, Xiao Fei. Thank you for being so nice to me. Xiao Fei smirked, then leaned close to Tang Yusin's ear and whispered, Wife, how are you going to thank me tonight? Hearing Xiao Fei's words, Tang Yusin's face suddenly turned red. Hateful, so frivolous. Tang Yusin gave Xiao Fei a coquettish look. Then she opened the car door and walked out first with her long beautiful legs. Seeing Tang Yusin's graceful back, Xiao Fei showed a sly smile on his face. I thought to myself, tonight, I must find a way to take her down. Chapter 16 My mom called. Soon. 2 people were pushing a baby stroller. Arrived at the door of room 808 of Jingyue Huafu. Normally, there are 2 households per elevator on each floor. The large flat is quite special in that there is 1 household per elevator. Very quiet. No need to worry about being disturbed by neighbors next door. Standing at the door, Xiao Fei stretched out his thumb and pressed the fingerprint unlock button. The next second, the door opened. Xiao Fei didn't rush in, but walked up to Tang Yusin and took her hand. Come. I'll help you record your fingerprints. The system has already recorded Xiao Fei's fingerprint. But Tang Yusin didn't. Tang Yusin smiled and let Xiao Fei hold her hand and enter her fingerprint into the access control system. After recording fingerprints, Xiao Fei turned sideways, made way, and then made a gesture of invitation to Tang Yusin. Wife, please come in. Look at our cozy little home in the future. Tang Yusin pursed her lips, with a smile on her face, and said sweetly, Okay, hubby. Tang Yusin's call-up husband made Xiao Fei very happy. With excitement, Tang Yusin pushed the stroller and walked in first. Wow. As soon as she entered the door, Tang Yusin exclaimed. This house is decorated extremely luxuriously. It's comparable to a 5-star hotel. The whole house is in beige tones, with beige and yellow walls, the furniture is European style, and the walls are covered with various paintings. There are many masterpieces by famous artists among them. The huge living room is equipped with a curved screen TV that is over 100 inches in size. Thick carpet, spotless. Through the balcony, you can also see the night view of the Huangpu River, which is beautiful and spectacular. It's really beautiful. Tang Yusin felt like she was in a dream and couldn't believe that all this was real. Xiao Fei smiled and said, "How is it, do you like it?" Like. Tang Yusin nodded repeatedly. This was a scene she had never dared to imagine before. I never thought that it would come true now. The system was also very considerate. Knowing that Xiao Fei had 3 babies, it directly gave him a 4-bedroom house. With curiosity, Tang Yusin walked into the master bedroom. Wow! There's even a bathtub? Tang Yusin couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw that there was a huge round bathtub in the master bedroom bathroom. Xiao Fei, this is too amazing. What did you say? Hearing this, Xiao Fei's face immediately frowned. Well. Tang Yusin blinked, looking a little embarrassed. You just called me husband. Xiao Fei moved forward and pressed Tang Yusin directly onto the bathtub. Now, you're calling me by my name again? Feel Xiao Fei's hot breath. Tang Yusin's pretty face flushed and her delicate body began to tremble. This man is so bad. He always finds the opportunity to bully me. Old husband. Tang Yusin said shyly. Good. Xiao Fei raised the corners of his mouth and leaned down to kiss Tang Yusin's lips. Tang Yusin let out a moan. At first, she wanted to resist. But slowly, she climbed onto Xiao Fei's shoulders with her hands and began to respond to him. After a passionate love affair, Tang Yusin's clothes became a little messy. Xiao Fei leaned his arms on the edge of the bathtub, wanting to have a deeper communication with Tang Yusin. But, at this moment, the baby in the living room suddenly cried out. Tang Yusin regained consciousness instantly, pushed away Xiao Fei who was pressing on her, and ran out. What's the matter, little darling? Are you hungry? In the living room, Debeo was lying in the stroller, twisting his body constantly. Maybe it's pulled. Xiao Fei followed him into the living room and spoke softly. Then he squatted down, picked up Debeo and examined him carefully. Sure enough, it was poop. After changing Debeo's diaper, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the sunset over the Magic City. How beautiful! Looking at the lights on the Huangpu River. Like stars, shining brightly. Tang Yusin subconsciously took Xiao Fei's arm and slowly leaned towards him. Although Tang Yusin and Xiao Fei had already had a relationship and even had a child. But between them, it was like first love. There is an indescribable throbbing feeling. Wife. Let's move in tomorrow. From now on, I'll drive you to school in the morning. I also have classes. Good. Tang Yusin nodded sweetly. Soon, she thought of something else and suddenly said, what about the children? We're moving tomorrow, and Aunt Wang is moving to a new place again. This place is quite far from Aunt Wang's house. Tang Yusin frowned, a little worried. She didn't mind moving here with Xiao Fei. But, Aunt Wang can't come all the way here every day just to take care of the baby, right? Fine. Xiao Fei touched Tang Yusin's hair and said with a smile, the babies are still young now, and there are so many rooms at home, so it's completely possible for Aunt Wang to move in, right? In the future, I can let my baby sleep with Aunt Wang at night. We won't be bothered. Hearing this, Tang Yusin didn't know what she was thinking about and her pretty face turned slightly red. Oh well. Tang Yusin responded. Just then, her cell phone suddenly rang. She took it out and looked at it, and her face changed immediately. Xiao Fei glanced curiously and found that the caller ID was Mom. Xiao, husband, what should I do? My mom called. Tang Yusin said in a panic. She may not realize that now that she has encountered problems, she has become accustomed to relying on Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei held her trembling hand and said with a firm look, it's okay, take it, I'll take care of everything. Tang Yusin nodded. Then she turned on the speakerphone and pressed the answer button. Chapter 17, How old is the child's father? Hey, Mom. After the call was connected, Tang Yusin said a little nervously. Yusin, where are you now? On the other end of the line came Tang's mother's anxious voice. I'm in the Magic City. I know. I'm asking where you live now. I've already arrived at the Magic City airport. Hearing this, Tang Yusin's eyes widened suddenly. Mom is coming to the Magic City? Xiao Fei was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that his mother-in-law would come to the Demon City without making any noise. Tang Yusin began to panic. Seeing this, Xiao Fei took her hand and mouthed to her, "Tell my mother-in-law to come over here." Tang Yusin hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and said to the other end of the phone, "Mom, I'm in the HP area, Golden Domain Mansion." "Okay, I'll call a car right away. It takes about an hour to get from the airport to the Huangpu River. If you encounter a traffic jam, it will take even longer." Therefore, Xiao Fei gave up the plan of taking Tang Yusin with him to pick up his mother-in-law. After all, there are 3 babies to take care of. "How have you been lately?" At this moment, Tang's mother on the other end of the phone asked again. "I'm doing fine." Upon hearing this, Tang Yusin replied without thinking. "Well." Mother Tang paused, then asked, "What about the child? How is the child?" "The kids are good too. They are 2 months old. They are triplets." Tang Yusin replied. 3 triplets? When Tang's mother heard this, she was completely stunned. "You kid, why didn't you say so earlier? Your dad was angry at the time and scolded you a few times, but why didn't you tell mom about such a big thing as giving birth to triplets?" There was a strong sense of self-blame in Tang's mother's tone. Tang Yusin wanted to explain, but suddenly choked up. She wiped the tears from her face and tried to force a smile, saying, "Mom, don't worry, I'm doing well now. The child's father is very good to us, and we are very happy now." Having said that, Tang Yusin looked at Xiao Fei shyly. "Did you find the child's father? Didn't you say you didn't know who the child's father was?" Tang's mother said with some surprise. "Mom, this matter cannot be explained in a short time. Wait until you come over, I'll tell you, the child's father is here too." Tang Yusin said to the person on the other end of the phone. "Good. I'll be right there." After saying that, Tang's mother hung up the phone. An hour later. 2 people are in the living room, watching TV and playing with their baby. Suddenly, Tang Yusin's phone rang again on the table. "UXIN. I've already arrived at this golden domain. Do you really live here? This place doesn't look cheap." On the other end of the phone, Tang's mother's tone was obviously a little surprised. "Yes, it is here. I'll go down and pick you up now." After hanging up the phone, Tang Yusin quickly kissed Xiao Fei, then put on her shoes and ran downstairs. Along the way, we got closer and closer to the entrance of the community. Tang Yusin's mood became more and more nervous and anxious. She recalled that a year ago, her parents found out that she was pregnant unexpectedly and forced her to have an abortion, and even slapped her. She still can't forget what happened that night. Finally, I hurried. Tang Yusin came to the gate of the community and saw the familiar figure. "Mom!" Tang Yusin shouted. Not far away, a dignified woman turned around and saw Tang Yusin. UXIN. Because of Tang Yusin's appearance. Tang Yusin's mother was also let in by the security guards. She walked quickly to Tang Yusin and looked at her carefully. She had a rosy complexion and looked energetic, and didn't look like she had been abused at all. A relieved smile finally appeared on Tang's mother's face. "Mom!" Looking at Tang's mother in front of him, Tang Yusin couldn't help but pounce on him. He hugged his mother tightly and burst into tears in her arms. "Be good, don't cry." Tang's mother gently patted her daughter's shoulder and comforted her, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have said such harsh words to you, and I shouldn't have ignored you after you ran away from home. Mom is sorry for you." Hearing this, Tang Yusin cried even harder. "Mom, you are right. It's me, I'm wrong, woo-woo," Tang Yusin said while sobbing. It took her a long time to calm down. Then, shyly, she took Tang's mother's hand and walked towards home. On the way back, Mother Tang couldn't help but ask, "Yusin, what is going on with you guys now? What's going on between you and the kid's father?" Tang Yusin hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "Didn't I tell you before that I jumped off the building to commit suicide because of Lulu, and then ran to the bar to get drunk? Then, I accidentally had sex with a man." Tang Yusin paused, then explained, "You and Dad both know about this matter. Then, I had a falling out with you guys. I went to the Magic City by myself and gave birth to 3 babies. In order to support my baby, I found a teaching assistant job at Shanghai Jiaotong University. As a result, I unexpectedly met Xiao Fei, the child's father." Having said this, Tang Yusin even glanced at Tang's mother. When he found that she didn't seem to reject him, he continued, "Mom, I know you are all angry with Xiao Fei. But Xiao Fei didn't leave me on purpose. He didn't know that after that night, I got unexpectedly pregnant. And that day, he was as drunk as I was. Since I got together with him, he has taken good care of me and my baby. For me and my child, he even took out all his savings and bought a house here for more than 20 million. Along the way, Tang Yusin told her mother a lot about Xiao Fei. When Tang's mother heard that Xiao Fei actually took out 20 million to buy a house here, the shock in her eyes became even greater. She began to become hesitant. Uxin. How old is the child's father? To be able to come up with so much money to buy a house here, you must be old, right? She doesn't want her daughter to marry an old man. Xiao Fei. Very young, a few years younger than me. Speaking of this, Tang Yusin felt a little embarrassed. It's more than just a few years younger. He is still my student. Hearing Tang Yusin's words, Tang's mother frowned even more tightly. Younger than you? Where did he get so much money? What does his family do? Tang's mother continued to ask. After all, Tang's mother had heard too many bad things about rich families. My daughter won't suffer any harm if she follows him, right? Tang Yusin did not notice her mother's abnormality and introduced happily, Xiao Fei's family is quite ordinary. Like us, they are from Sichuan and Chongqing. His father is an employee of a state-owned enterprise, and his mother is a housewife. He earned all the money to buy the house himself. He spent all his savings to buy this house. At the end of the conversation, Tang Yusin felt a little guilty. If it weren't for myself, Xiao Fei would not spend so much money to buy a house here. But then I thought, now that I have my own house, I don't have to move all the time. This is also a good thing for the growth of babies. Thinking of this, Tang Yusin's frown began to relax. After listening to her daughter's introduction, Tang's mother finally felt relieved. This Xiao Fei. It looks pretty good. Be responsible. I also have the ability. However, Tang's mother planned to investigate the details after they met. If you find something wrong, Tang's mother would never agree to her daughter being with him. Chapter 18 Teachers and Students. Not long after, Tang Yusin took her mother back home. Xiao Fei. We're back. In front of her mother, Tang Yusin was embarrassed to call him husband. In the living room, Xiao Fei, who was playing with 3 babies, heard Tang Yusin's voice. He immediately stood up, straightened his clothes, then walked to the door and opened it. Yusin, you're back. At the door, Tang Yusin was holding the hand of a middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was about 50 years old and was wearing a loose sweater and casual trousers. With fair skin and dignified features, she looks like a noble lady. This should be your aunt, right? Hello, auntie. My name is Xiao Fei. I'm Uxan's boyfriend, and also, the father of the children. Xiao Fei walked up to him with a confident smile on his face and greeted him politely. Looking at Xiao Fei in front of her, a hint of surprise flashed in Tang's mother's eyes. What a handsome guy! And, she looks so young. Before meeting Xiao Fei, Tang's mother had wondered what kind of person he would be. But I never expected that Xiao Fei would be so handsome. Even compared with those male stars, she is not much inferior. But it's useless for a man to be good-looking. Mother Tang raised her head and looked at Xiao Fei with a scrutinizing gaze. I found that he was strong, masculine, and very organized in his dealings with others. Perfect first impression. Mother Tang nodded slowly and said, Hello Xiao Fei, I am Uxan's mother, my name is Chen Yui. Hello, auntie, let's go in and talk. No need to change shoes. Uxin and I just came to see this house today. I plan to move here tomorrow. I haven't had time to clean yet. Just bought a house? Hearing this, Tang's mother became even more curious. She followed Tang Yusin and Xiao Fei into the house. Looking at the bright living room, luxurious decoration, and the gorgeous river view outside, Mother Tang felt that her eyes were about to be dazzled. But soon, she then turned her attention to the 3 dolls not far away. I saw 3 little kids sitting on the sofa, having a lot of fun. Ah. Ma. Ba. Looking at Tang's mother approaching, the 3 babies seemed a little scared. Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin hurried over. Seeing their dad and mom, the 3 kids waved their hands hurriedly. Are these 3 my grandchildren? So cute. Seeing these 3 babies, Tang's mother's heart was almost melted. Yeah, Mom. Tang Yusin sat on the sofa and began to introduce them one by one. The oldest one is Dabeo, a boy. The one in the middle is the second child, and the one next to it is the third child. They are both girls. Tang Yusin picked up Dabeo, and seeing that he showed no resistance, she gently placed him in her mother's arms. Mother Tang carefully took Dabeo and a kind smile appeared on her face. Dabeo. I'm your grandma, call me grandma. Dabeo opened his black eyes and looked at Tang's mother curiously. Then he opened his mouth slightly and started to chuckle. Hey! Dabeo smiled, so good. Hearing Dabeo's laughter, the smile on Tang's mother's face became even more intense. After playing with the first child for a while, Tang's mother tried to hold the second and third children. Neither of them is as close to me as Dabeo. Before I even picked him up, he started crying loudly. Tang's mother had no choice but to give up and asked, "What are the children's names?" "It hasn't been named yet." Xiaofei stood up and said, "Auntie, do you have any good ideas?" Tang's mother thought for a few seconds, then shook her head and said, "You can decide what to name the child." "By the way, Xiaofei, where do you work?" Hear this question. Tang Yusin suddenly became nervous. Xiaofei held her hand and gave her a comforting look. "What's wrong?" Seeing the two people's strange behavior, Tang's mother had a bad feeling. Xiaofei wouldn't. "Are you doing some shady job?" "That's true if you think about it carefully. No family to rely on, just yourself." At such a young age, he was able to save 20 million yuan, and he took out all the money to buy a large flat in HP district. If it doesn't have something to do with criminal law, it would probably be difficult to achieve. Seeing the expression on Tang's mother's face, Xiaofei hurriedly explained, "Auntie, I don't have a job yet. I'm a student at Shanghai Jiaotong University." Tang's mother opened her eyes wide, her face full of disbelief. "Are you still a student?" "Yes, I'm a junior at Shanghai Jiaotong University. Uxin is a teacher in our school. That's why we met at the school gate." "Teachers and students?" Hearing this, Tang's mother was extremely shocked. But she soon regained her composure. Now it's different from the past, everyone is an adult and has reached the legal age for marriage. Even if it is between teachers and students, it is not something immoral. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, Tang's mother reluctantly accepted the fact that Xiaofei was still a student. Soon, a question arose in her heart. "Xiaofei, since you are still a student, how do you make money?" Xiaofei had expected that Tang's mother would ask this question, and he did what he had said to Tang Yusin before, saying, "When I was in college, I started writing novels online and made hundreds of thousands of dollars. Then I took the money and invested it in the stock market, slowly accumulating a sum of initial capital. Then it snowballed, and I made more money from money. Before long, I had earned more than 20 million yuan. After I met Uxin and learned that we had a child, I used the money to buy a car and a house. Now I don't have much money left." Xiaofei spread his hands and continued. "But don't worry, Auntie. Since I can make 20 million, I can definitely make more money. I will never treat Yusin and the three babies badly in terms of quality of life in the future." After hearing this, Tang's mother was stunned. She knew that it seemed easy to make money in the stock market during this period. But a young man in his early 20s who was still in college actually made more than 20 million yuan in just a few years with a capital of only tens of thousands of yuan. Isn't this a bit too horrifying? Xiaofei, you are amazing. Although Tang's mother was somewhat skeptical of what Xiaofei said. But with such a big house in front of her, she couldn't help but believe it. "But Xiaofei, stock trading is risky. After you graduate, it's better for you to find a stable job, like taking the civil service exam or something." Before she knew it, Tang's mother had already taken on the attitude of a mother-in-law and started educating Xiaofei. Hearing this, Xiaofei nodded repeatedly, indicating that he would not do anything rash. As for the civil service exam, Xiaofei had never thought about it at all. Now that he has the system and the stock market trend chart to help him, wouldn't he be betraying the system's trust if he doesn't enter the stock market and make a fortune? "Oh, by the way, Auntie. Yusin and I rented a house near the school before, and we were planning to move here tomorrow. But today, since you are here, why don't we move in tonight? There is no spare room over there for you to rest, Auntie," Xiaofei suddenly suggested. "Okay." Mother Tang nodded without objection. Chapter 19. He is a responsible man. Immediately, Xiao Fei drove and took Tang Yusin back to the Rose Garden community. Tang's mother stayed in Jinhua Huafu to take care of the 3 babies. Without having to take care of the children, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin moved very quickly. Since I just moved yesterday, I haven't had time to take out a lot of luggage, so it's very convenient to pack up. It took less than half an hour to pack all the luggage. When the two returned home, Tang Yusin couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that in just 2 days. I moved twice. Moved twice? Tang's mother, who came out to help carry the luggage, asked curiously. Xiao Fei hurriedly explained, Auntie, it's like this. Before I met Yusin, she rented a small house of 30 square meters in the suburbs. After I knew about this, I immediately rented a 3-bedroom apartment near the school for her. Later, I felt that renting an apartment was not convenient enough, so I bought one. Upon hearing this, Tang's mother showed a relieved smile on her face. Well, you're thoughtful. Xiao Fei said with a smile, it's nothing, this is what I should do. By the way, Auntie, you haven't had dinner yet, right? I'll go cook for you. When he came to see the house just now, Xiao Fei opened the refrigerator at home and took a look. I found that it was filled with all kinds of fresh ingredients. It seems that the system is still very considerate. Xiao Fei, can you cook? Tang's mother asked in surprise. Before Xiao Fei could speak, Tang Yusin said, Mom, you don't know, Xiao Fei's cooking is delicious. It tastes better than what the hotel chefs outside make. When Tang Yusin heard that Xiao Fei was going to cook, her eyes lit up. Tang's mother also showed an expectant expression. Then, Xiao Fei went into the kitchen and started to get busy. Tang Yusin and her mother sat in the living room, looking towards the kitchen from time to time. With 2 audiences, Xiao Fei's cooking skills became more fancy. The hand holding the kitchen knife seemed to be dancing, spinning and jumping on the chopping board. The movements were graceful and flexible, which was pleasing to the eye. The two were dazzled and exclaimed in amazement. In less than half an hour, 5 delicious meals were served on the table. In order to please Tang's mother, Xiao Fei used all his life's knowledge to prepare these 4 dishes in one soup. The rich fragrance instantly filled the whole house, arousing all the gluttony in Tang's mother's stomach. After Tang's mother tasted these dishes, Xiao Fei, your craftsmanship is amazing. If you open a restaurant after graduation, you will definitely become rich. Tang's mother couldn't help but praise. Thank you for the compliment, Auntie. Xiao Fei said with a smile, compared with those real chefs, I'm still a little bit behind. Old. Xiao Fei, you are too modest. Just then, Tang Yusin interrupted while stuffing food into her mouth. His cheeks are puffy from eating so much, and he looks so cute. Xiao Fei didn't expect that his wife had such a cute side. After dinner, Tang's mother took Tang Yusin into the bedroom. She left the door ajar, then held Tang Yusin's hand and said distressfully, Yusin, thank you for your hard work during this period. Mom, it's okay. Tang Yusin held her mother's hand and comforted her, I have finally come to the end of all the hardships. I am very happy and blessed to be with Xiao Fei. Well, as long as you are happy. Tang's mother took out a bank card from her pocket and put it into Tang Yusin's hand. Here is 200,000 yuan. Your father gave it to me before he left. The password is your birthday. Don't blame your dad. He just cares about his reputation. In fact, he has already forgiven you a long time ago, and he misses you very much. He regrets slapping you in the face. Tang Yusin took the bank card and her eyes suddenly turned red. Doesn't she miss her father too? Yusin, don't worry. When I get back, I'll do some ideological work on this old guy. Wait until he puts aside his pride, then you can go back. By the way, do you really think that Xiao Fei is trustworthy? Tang Yusin nodded and said firmly, well, Xiao Fei is very good to me. He is a responsible man. Upon hearing this, Tang's mother didn't know what to say. I could only nod and say, okay, then you should pay more attention next time. Although judging from his performance just now, Xiao Fei is a very good person. But men tend to get bored with the old and love the new. After being together for a long time, their true nature will be exposed. If you encounter anything unpleasant in the future, remember to tell me. I'll be there to support you. Tang Yusin curled her lips and said, I know Mom, I believe Xiao Fei. Mother Tang sighed. These few days, Mom will stay to take care of the baby for you, and also observe Xiao Fei. I'll go back when Mom is relieved. Tang Yusin nodded vigorously. After all, they hadn't seen each other for so long, and she was reluctant to let her mother go back so soon. At the same time, she also believed that Xiao Fei would definitely be able to pass her mother's test. In the living room, while Tang Yusin and Tang Yusin were having a heart-to-heart talk in the bedroom, Xiao Fei took out his cell phone and called Aunt Wang. "Tell her about your move. I learned that Xiao Fei bought a house in Jinuehuafu and wanted me to move there to take care of the baby." Aunt Wang hesitated at first, but soon agreed. After all, being a confinement nanny was her job, and the salary Xiao Fei offered was much higher than the market price. Even taking care of the baby at home is a very normal thing. After talking to Aunt Wang on the phone, Xiao Fei returned to the sofa and played with the 3 babies for a while. Then take out your laptop, open the QQ Reading official website, and log into your writer background. He serialized a novel on it, which was about the love affair between a university tutor and his student. This novel is nearing its end and will be finished soon. Xiao Fei plans to stop writing after finishing this novel. After all, now that he has the system, he no longer has to rely on writing online articles to support his wife and children. It only took less than half an hour. Xiao Fei wrote 2 chapters and posted them. Then I opened Bilibili and prepared to see if there were any new episodes recently. What are you looking at? Just at this moment, Tang Yusin and Tang's mother came out of the bedroom. Seeing Xiao Fei watching anime, Tang Yusin came over curiously and joked. "Eh? You're already an adult, and you still watch anime?" Xiao Fei shrugged and said helplessly. "Who says anime is only for kids? There are many anime for adults." Tang Yusin smiled and said nothing more. Although she doesn't like watching anime, but she is extremely passionate about Korean dramas. Seeing Xiao Fei following the anime, Tang Yusin also felt a little itchy. Ever since she had 3 money-eating beasts, she hasn't watched any TV series seriously for a long time. There happened to be a 100-inch curved screen TV in the living room. Tang Yusin simply picked up the remote control, pulled her mother to sit on the sofa, and started watching the latest Korean drama. Xiao Fei was watching the show on the side and teasing the 3 children from time to time. A big family, happy and harmonious. Chapter 20. Brother Xiao is in love? The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning, Aunt Wang takes the subway to work. Xiao Fei took her on a thorough tour of the house. Looking at the nearly 300 square meter house in front of her, Aunt Wang's eyes were full of envy. "Mr. Xiao, you are so amazing. At such a young age, he can actually buy such a big house in the HP area." Hearing the praise, Xiao Fei smiled and said, "Auntie Wang, you are too kind. I did this all for you Xin and the baby. By the way, if it's inconvenient for you to go back in the future, you can stay in this room." "Okay." Aunt Wang nodded. At this time, the door of the next bedroom opened and Tang's mother walked out. Xiao Fei quickly introduced the 2 to each other and then went to cook. After quickly preparing breakfast, Xiao Fei made lunch for Tang Yusin and thoughtfully put it in a lunchbox. At this time, Tang Yusin also walked out of her bedroom in her pajamas. She stretched herself, obviously having slept well last night. After 2 days of rest, Xiao Fei found different ways to make delicious food for her. Tang Yusin's complexion is getting better and better, her face is rosy and her appearance is even better. Finish breakfast. Xiao Fei helped Tang Yusin pack her things and said goodbye to Tang's mother. "Auntie Wang, Auntie. I'll leave the baby in your hands. I'll go take Yusin to work." After saying goodbye to the 2, Xiao Fei took Tang Yusin to the underground parking lot. On the way, Tang Yusin kept holding Xiao Fei's arm. The fullness of her breasts rubbed against Xiao Fei's arm from time to time, which made him think of some impure things. "Why, are you in a good mood today?" He. "Of course." Tang Yusin smiled playfully. Tang Yusin's mood has never been worse since she learned that her father has forgiven her. Looking at the pretty lady in front of him, Xiao Fei suddenly remembered something and said, "I only have 1 class this Friday, and I have no classes in the afternoon. What about you?" "I happen to have no classes that day, what's wrong?" Tang Yusin looked up at Xiao Fei and asked with some confusion. "In that case, then let's go get the baby's birth certificate." "Okay." Tang Yusin nodded. At this moment, Xiao Fei stopped, lowered his head and looked at Tang Yusin affectionately and said, "After we get the baby's birth certificate, we'll find a time to visit my parents. How about taking the household registration booklet and getting a marriage certificate?" Hearing this, Tang Yusin's body suddenly stiffened. She widened her eyes, looked at Xiao Fei with surprise and said, are you serious? Certainly. Xiao Fei smiled and nodded. If it wasn't for registering the baby, I would have thought about getting the marriage certificate with you after the wedding. But now, for the sake of the baby, we can only get the marriage certificate first and then get married. After all, it is more important to register the baby. Although Tang Yusin was very happy in her heart. But she said, who said she wanted to marry you? There wasn't even a proposal ceremony. Xiao Fei smiled and said nothing. Proposal ceremony? How could such an important thing not exist? Seeing that Xiao Fei didn't continue talking, Tang Yusin felt a little disappointed. But she soon calmed down. It's just a ceremony. Xiao Fei has already given enough for this family and can't ask for anything else. Seeing the lunchbox in Xiao Fei's hand, Tang Yusin laughed again. I am very happy now. There is no need to force it. Before they knew it, they arrived at the gate of Shanghai Jiaotong University. Seeing that the car was about to drive into the school, Tang Yusin said hesitantly. Husband. Can you put me down here? Why? Xiao Fei asked in confusion. I was worried about being seen. After saying that, as if she was afraid that Xiao Fei would misunderstand her, Tang Yusin added, you are still a student. If people knew that you were with me, it might have a bad influence on you. I don't care. But Tang Yusin wanted to say something else. Xiao Fei took the lead and said, you are the wife I will marry and the mother of my child. What do I have to be afraid of? Let others say whatever they want. I don't care anyway. After a pause, Xiao Fei continued, on the contrary, you are a school teacher. If others knew that we were together, it would have a greater impact on you. So, I agree with you. Having said that, Xiao Fei stepped on the brakes and stopped the car on the side of the road. However, Tang Yusin did not get off the car. She hesitated for a moment, then looked at Xiao Fei and said seriously, husband, since you are not afraid, then what should I be afraid of? Just drive in. If you get caught, just admit it. Anyway, this is not the old society anymore. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei laughed and said, okay, I'll listen to you. Then he stepped on the accelerator and drove directly into the school parking lot. Although Tang Yusin said so. But before getting off the bus, she still looked around. After making sure that there was no one in the parking lot, she pushed open the car door and quickly slipped out. Soon. Friday arrived. Xiao Fei only has one class in the morning. After class, Xiao Fei was the first one to rush out of the classroom as soon as the teacher left. Looking at Xiao Fei, who was in a hurry, Zhang Bo frowned. Brother Xiao has been acting a little weird lately. Although he has rented a house outside, there is no need for him to run away at a certain time every day, right? Wu Zitao touched his chin and spoke with a detective look. I think Brother Xiao is in love. Are you in love? Hearing this, Lu Chao immediately became interested and interrupted. Now that you mention it, it's really possible. Otherwise, why would he be so anxious to finish class every day? You can't just go home and play games, right? Playing games alone is not as fun as playing with a group of us. Just at this moment, squad leader Liu passed by. Hearing the three people's discussion, she immediately came over and asked out of curiosity. What did you say? Xiao Fei has a girlfriend? Xiao Fei was originally very handsome, and he also took the marrow cleansing pill. He now, be it figure or appearance, they have reached the pinnacle level. Many girls are coveting his body. These days, his reputation has spread to the neighboring colleges. During the open class, many girls who were not from the school came to attend the class just to catch a glimpse of Xiao Fei's brilliance. Some were even bold enough to confess their love to him in public. However, he was ruthlessly rejected by Xiao Fei. Yes. Hearing Lu Yu's words, Zhang Bo hurriedly said, Brother Xiao has moved out to live alone now. I guess he probably has a girlfriend. You said he was living with someone else? Lu Yu said in disbelief. Although it is not uncommon for college students to live together. But Xiao Fei is the dream lover of all the girls in the school. Not to mention their finance department. Following the principle of keeping the wealth within the family, there are countless girls eyeing this handsome guy Xiao Fei. Class monitor Lu Yu is one of them. Unfortunately, Lu Yu knew her own strength. Although she has a good figure, she is not very good looking. However, she is a warm-hearted person and often helps her classmates solve their problems. Especially the male classmates, They like to look for her as the class monitor whenever they have something to do. Many people secretly have a crush on her. However, what they don't know is that the person they have a crush on has already been secretly in love with someone else. This guy. It was taken down so quickly? Hearing Zhang Bo's words, Liu curled her lips in dissatisfaction. I feel sad. Chapter 21 Xiao Xinghe, Xiao Tianxue, Xiao Qingming. Just as the roommates were discussing, Xiao Fei had left the classroom and came to the school parking lot. After getting into the car, Xiao Fei did not rush to start the car, but opened the stock trading app on his mobile phone. Follow the prompts of the stock market trend chart. The stock he bought will reach its highest point at noon today. Xiao Fei calculated the time precisely and threw them all out. Bought for 1 million and sold for 6.2 million at the highest point. In just 2 days, the net profit was more than 5 million. This feeling is so cool. Of course, this little money is nothing. Xiao Fei has too little capital now. If he had enough funds, making tens of millions would be easy. After selling the stocks, Xiao Fei heard the system's voice in his mind. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of earning money for milk powder for the baby. Reward, 5 million in cash. Host, please make good use of this money to earn more money for milk powder for your baby, so that your wife and children can live a better life. Ha! Hearing the system's voice, Xiao Fei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just made 5 million. Now the system rewards me another 5 million? Tonzi, you are so awesome. Looking at the string of numbers in his bank card, Xiao Fei felt extremely relieved. In just a few days, he went from a poor student. He suddenly became a multi-millionaire. He lives in a big house, drives a luxury car, and has tens of millions of dollars in the bank. Even in the Magic City, where rich people are everywhere, Xiao Fei can be considered to have some assets. Looking at the screen of his mobile phone, Xiao Fei counted carefully. He now has a total of more than 10.5 million yuan in his bank card. Xiao Fei thought about it and decided to take out 10 million and invest it in the stock market, leaving 500,000 for reserve. I made so much money. It's time to buy something for my wife. Xiao Fei always remembered how Tang Yusin went out with a bare face. And in the closet in her room, there are always the same few pieces of clothes hanging, which she wears over and over again. Although Tang Yusin is naturally beautiful, even without much dressing up, it is difficult to conceal her noble and cold temperament. But as his wife, how could he live in such poverty? Xiao Fei must let her wear the most beautiful clothes, put on the most beautiful makeup, and be the most dazzling woman. While driving home, Xiao Fei was thinking about what to buy for Tang Yusin. However, the most urgent thing is to get a birth certificate for the baby. Not long after, Xiao Fei returned home. Tang Yusin had no classes today, so she didn't go to school. When he opened the door, Xiao Fei saw Tang Yusin sitting on the sofa, watching TV with Tang's mother. Yusin, let's go. Let's go get a birth certificate for the baby before they get off work. Xiao Fei said to Tang Yusin. Upon hearing this, Tang Yusin immediately stood up from the sofa. Seeing this, Tang's mother put down the remote control and followed Tang Yusin out of the house. Come to the underground parking lot. Xiao Fei sat in the driver's seat, Tang Yusin sat in the passenger seat, and in the middle sat Tang's mother and Aunt Wang, who followed them. In the last row of safety seats are 3 little kids. Just like that, the whole family drove towards the suburbs of the Magic City in a mighty procession. At the beginning, Tang Yusin gave birth to her 3 babies in the maternal and child healthcare hospital there. Xiao Fei looked at the map navigation and drove carefully. Xiao Fei. Your car is not cheap, how much does it cost? On the way, Tang's mother couldn't help but ask. It's okay, less than 1 million. Xiao Fei drove the car seriously and said without turning his head. Hearing this, Tang's mother showed a look of surprise. For an average family, it is already very good to have a car worth around 200,000 yuan. But Xiao Fei is still young, and not only has he bought a big house in Shanghai, but he also drives a million-class car. Tang's mother is becoming more and more satisfied with this future son-in-law. By the way, UXIN. While waiting for the traffic light, Xiao Fei suddenly said, my junior year courses are basically coming to an end. It doesn't matter whether I go to class or not. Look, how about I just take a leave of absence and stay at home to take care of the baby full-time? No. Tang Yusin refused without even thinking about it. Tang's mother also objected, Xiao Fei, you are still studying, so your studies are more important. We will take care of the child, you don't have to worry. Hear the conversation between the three people. Only then did Aunt Wang realize that Xiaofei was still a student. She looked up in surprise, wanted to say something, but finally shut up. After all, this is someone else's business. As an outsider, she couldn't say much. All right. I'll think about it. Faced with the opposition from Tang Yusin and the others, Xiaofei did not insist. This kind of thing cannot be convinced by just a few words. 20 minutes later. The car arrived at the maternal and child health hospital. After parking the car, Xiaofei got out first and took out the baby stroller from the trunk. Then he took the three babies in one by one. Xiaofei was pushing a two-seat stroller with his second and third babies in it. Tang Yusin pushed Debao, and the whole family walked neatly towards the maternal and child health hospital. Soon, everyone arrived at the hospital front desk. Hello. We are here to get a birth certificate, Xiaofei said with a smile. The hospital staff couldn't help but take a few more glances at the whole family when they saw how good-looking they were. I thought they were celebrities in the entertainment industry. Okay. Excuse me, do you have your ID with you? Xiaofei nodded, took out his and Tang Yusin's ID cards and handed them to the hospital staff. After checking and confirming their identities, the staff member came out from the front desk and looked at the baby in the stroller. Wow. Your baby is so cute. Seeing the three babies in the stroller, the nurse at the front desk felt her heart melt. Wait, these are triplets? I remember 2 months ago, a pair of triplets were born in our hospital. They were in our hospital at the time and caused quite a stir. That couple, could they be you? Faced with the nurse's question, Tang Yusin smiled bitterly and nodded. Her words reminded Tang Yusin of the difficult days when she gave birth alone in the hospital. Feel the change in Tang Yusin's mood. Xiaofei came over and put his arm around her shoulders. In the stroller, three babies pursed their lips. He looked around vigilantly, seeming a little scared. After all, there are too many people here. After confirming the baby's identity, the front desk nurse immediately returned to work. Start operating the computer to apply for a formal birth certificate for the baby. By the way, what are their names? The eldest treasure is Xiao Xinghe, the second treasure is Xiao Tianshui, and the third treasure is Xiao Qingmeng. Xiaofei and Tang Yusin looked at each other and spoke slowly. What's the meaning? These three names are taken from a 7-character quatrain by Tang Gong, a poet in the late Yuan dynasty. After getting drunk, I don't know, the sky is in the water, and the boat is full of clear dreams that press down the stars. This was the name he and Tang Yusin had discussed together at home before. After hearing this, the nurse at the front desk couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaimed, I didn't expect that parents are cultured people. Here, she has processed birth certificates for many newborns and has seen all kinds of names. For someone with the surname Wu, it doesn't matter if he calls his own child that. A man named Zhou named his child Happy Weekend. There is even more bizarre, that is, a man with the surname Du named his child Durex. However, it is still very rare for someone like Xiaofei to name his three babies after a line of poetry. Chapter 22 Complete Life Achievements. With the seal stamped, the birth certificates for the three babies were finally processed. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing life's achievements, applying for a birth certificate for the baby, and registering the name. Get a critical hit reward, 1% of JP Morgan Chase shares, worth $6.3 billion. The relevant equity certificates have been placed in the vehicle storage box. See this reward. Xiaofei was stunned for a moment, then became a little unbelievable. 1% of JP Morgan Chase? You know, JP Morgan Chase is one of the most influential financial groups in the United States. Founded by JP Morgan, it has gradually expanded into various economic fields through banking businesses such as investment and credit. Along with the Rothschild family and the Rockefeller Group, it is known as one of the three major financial groups in the United States. System. The last second, I was still thinking about how to support my family. And the next second, you gave me such a big gift package. Are the rewards for accomplishing something in life so amazing? If I could register my babies, send them to school, and raise them to adulthood. System, don't you have to send all the world's industries here? But the babies are still small now. Some life achievements can only be completed when they grow up. Xiaofei also didn't want to make the babies too tired. As long as they could grow up healthy and happy, that was enough. Xiaofei, what's wrong with you? Seeing Xiao Fei standing there in a daze, Tang Yusin couldn't help but ask. No. I'm fine, Xiao Fei said with a smile. Then, he took 3 birth certificates from the nurse and led everyone back to the car. The car quickly left the hospital and headed towards Jinyue Huafu. On the way, Xiao Fei glanced at the storage box on the co-pilot side. The share certificate was obtained. But the dividends have not been paid yet, and Xiao Fei still doesn't have much money. Unless this 1% stake is sold. Then Xiao Fei would immediately be financially free and live the life of a wealthy man. But he is not a fool. These are shares of J.P. Morgan Chase. Given his Chinese identity, it is easy to imagine how difficult it would be for him to obtain 1% of the shares of the top American consortium. What's more, J.P. Morgan Chase has penetrated almost every industry in the world. As long as you can see the industry, you can basically see its presence. In other words, Xiao Fei owned 1% of J.P. Morgan Chase. That would be equivalent to indirectly controlling many industries around the world. These 3 little guys. It really is my lucky star. Xiao Fei looked back at the 3 babies and couldn't help but say. 20 minutes later, Xiao Fei drove back to Jinyue Huafu. After lunch, Xiao Fei suddenly said to Tang Yusin, "Yusin, let's take the baby and go shopping in the mall." Going to the mall? Tang Yusin was a little surprised. What are you going there for? Xiao Fei came over and put his arms around Tang Yusin's waist. What else can I do? Look at you, you always wear these clothes. You don't have many cosmetics. Let's go to the mall later and I'll buy you some daily necessities. Tang Yusin felt a little shy when she heard that and started to move awkwardly. No, it's too expensive. Let me go first, Mom and Aunt Wang are still here. Aunt Wang, who was cleaning up the dishes in the dining room, said she saw nothing, while Tang's mother sat on the sofa, pretending to watch TV seriously. Don't be afraid of wasting money. Your husband still has money to buy clothes now. My wife is so pretty and has such a great figure. It would be a shame if I didn't dress her up. Upon hearing this, Tang's mother also echoed. Yusin, it's rare that Xiao Fei is so kind, so go out with him. Auntie Wang and I can take care of the child. But Xiao Fei, don't spend too much money. You will have to spend a lot of money when you raise children in the future. Yes, Auntie. Xiao Fei nodded and agreed, but we can also take the baby out for a walk. They are now over 2 months old. It will be good for their growth if they are exposed to the outside world more. Auntie, why don't you come out with us? I won't go. Mother Tang shook her head. She doesn't want to go out and be a light bulb. After hearing what her mother said, Tang Yusin didn't know what to say. So the 2 of them took their children, drove out of the community, and came to the largest shopping mall in Shanghai. After parking the car, Xiao Fei took out the stroller and put the 3 babies in it. After the previous experiences of going out, the babies are not as scared as they were at the beginning. Along the way, the combination of handsome men and beautiful women quickly became the focus of everyone. Passers-by all paid attention to it. Tang Yusin is already stunningly beautiful, and she also has a hot body. Even without makeup, it is difficult to conceal her amazing charm. As for Xiao Fei, there is no need to say more. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, he can be said to be a walking hormone. No matter whether they are old or young, as long as they are women, they can't help but secretly glance at him. If you don't know him, you might think he is some male celebrity. Facing the people's hot gazes, Xiao Fei was no longer surprised. He pushed the cart carefully and took Tang Yusin into a Chanel store. As soon as I entered, then a beautiful woman in a silk stocking uniform came up to us. Good afternoon, distinguished guest. Wow, these 3 babies are so cute, are they triplets? Tang Yusin smiled and nodded. When the beautiful saleswoman saw the baby in the stroller, her heart melted instantly because of how cute it was. When she looked up and saw Xiao Fei's handsome face, a hint of surprise flashed in the beautiful saleswoman's eyes. My husband is so handsome. The 3 babies are so cute. How much virtue did this young lady accumulate in her previous life? Help her pick out some suitable clothes, Xiao Fei said to the female salesperson. Yes, sir. Hearing this, the smile on the saleswoman's face became even more obvious. Tang Yusin was still a little hesitant. She knew that Chanel was a luxury brand and buying a few pieces of clothing would cost tens of thousands of dollars. Xiao Fei just bought a house, where does he get so much money? However, Xiao Fei waved his hand, indicating that she shouldn't worry about it. Seeing this, Tang Yusin had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow the female shopping guide to start choosing. While they are choosing, Xiao Fei found a place to sit down and take care of the 3 babies. The babies lay in the strollers, looking around with their eyes rolling. He didn't cry or make a fuss and was very well behaved. Even the second child, who loved to cry the most, was just rubbing his fingers and babbling something to Xiao Fei. At this time, a passerby saw this scene. I couldn't help but come closer. Are these triplets? How cute! All 3 babies are so cute. Hello, can I hug them? They are so cute. When Erbao saw a stranger approaching, he pouted his mouth and looked like he was about to cry. Xiao Fei hurriedly picked up Erbao and coaxed her, be good, baby, these aunties are all good people, don't be afraid. Wow, Erbao buried his head in Xiao Fei's arms. Xiao Fei raised his head, looked at the beautiful women in front of him and said, I'm sorry, I'm a little timid. It's okay, it's us who were abrupt. But these 3 babies are so cute. It makes me want to have a second child. As several beautiful women spoke, they immediately glanced at their husbands. The men shrank their necks. Tonight, it is bound to be another tough battle. Chapter 23. Bye. Not long after, Tang Yusin changed her clothes. She returned to Xiao Fei somewhat shyly. Honey, does it look good? Xiao Fei raised his head and his eyes suddenly lit up. At this time, Tang Yusin changed her usual simple clothes and put on this beige suspender dress. Although there is no high-waist design, but it still brings out her exquisite figure to the fullest. Especially that pair of long and white beautiful legs, which makes people want to reach out and touch them. Xiao Fei couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and praised generously, beautiful, my wife, no matter what you wear, you are so charming. As he spoke, Xiao Fei stood up, walked to Tang Yusin, and gently stroked her cheek with his hand. Seeing this scene, the women around them suddenly felt jealous. Do you want to show your love in public like this? Tang Yusin's face suddenly turned red. Because I'm too shy. Tang Yusin could no longer organize her words. Xiao Fei smiled, pulled his hand back, and then said to the salesperson beside him, I want this skirt. Please pick a few more for my wife. Yes, sir. Miss, your husband is so good to you. After receiving praise from the salesperson, Tang Yusin felt a little dizzy and was dragged to try on clothes again. That's all. On the recommendation of sales. In less than half an hour, Tang Yusin changed more than a dozen sets of clothes. Without exception. As long as the clothes are worn by Tang Yusin, Xiao Fei will say something directly. This is a nice one, wrap it up. Go choose again. Continue. The other customers in the store looked on in astonishment. You know, this is a Chanel store. A piece of clothing would cost at least several thousand or even tens of thousands of yuan. How did it get to you? It's like buying vegetables in the market. That's too rich. By the end of the try, the beautiful saleswoman's legs felt a little numb. When she carried various clothes, shoes, and bags of different sizes to the checkout counter, Xiao Fei directly took out his bank card and handed it over. Swipe the card. Also, can you send someone to deliver these things to my house? The beautiful saleswoman smiled and nodded. No problem, sir. Don't even mention sending these things to your home. Even if you pack yourself up and send yourself over, that's no problem. As long as she can complete today's order, she can get tens of thousands of dollars in commission alone. Sir, your total spending today is 238,000 yuan. I'll give you 230,000 after rounding off the decimal point. The beautiful saleswoman picked up the bank card and swiped it on the POS machine. Hearing this number, Tang Yusin found it a little unbelievable and was about to reach out to stop it. But, the next second, the POS machine then spits out a white invoice. It shows that the payment was successful. The beautiful saleswoman picked up the bank card and invoice and handed them to Xiao Fei respectfully. Xiao Fei put the bank card and invoice into his pocket without even looking at them, then left the Chanel store with Tang Yusin. Husband. After leaving the store, Tang Yusin suddenly spoke. How do you still have so much money? She remembered that Xiao Fei had told her this before. After buying the house, he had little money left. Now, why are you spending so much money to buy things for yourself? Xiao Fei put his arm around her waist, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, when I said I didn't have much money left, it was compared to the 20 million in savings. but it's no problem to take out hundreds of thousands to buy you clothes. Besides, I won't live off my savings. You have to believe in your husband's ability to make money. Tang Yusin nodded, and then said with some concern. Hubby, you are so outstanding. I suddenly feel that I am not worthy of you. Xiao Fei had this feeling after he bought the house. Tang Yusin began to feel something. My husband has to make money and take care of the baby at the same time, which is really too hard. Who said you don't deserve it? Xiao Fei frowned, tapped Tang Yusin's forehead, and said jokingly, You are so beautiful, of course you deserve it, and you are a good match for me. If you don't believe it, you can ask the baby. Hearing what Xiao Fei said, the three babies cooperated and started babbling. Look, the babies all said they deserve it. Puff. Seeing the three babies and Xiao Fei singing the same tune, Tang Yusin couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Her smile made Xiao Fei stunned. His gaze moved all the way down along Tang Yusin's charming face. Finally it fell on her plump breasts. Husband. What are you doing? You're still outside. Tang Yusin patted Xiao Fei shyly. Wife, don't let your mind wander. Xiao Fei raised the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, I looked at you and wondered if you were still short of some jewelry. Come on, let's continue shopping. Before Tang Yu could react, Xiao Fei took her and walked into a jewelry store. Half an hour later, Xiao Fei walked out of various stores carrying large and small bags. This time, he spent nearly $500,000 to prepare everything for Tang Yusin. Various jewelry, cosmetics, and bags. He bought everything you could think of. While Tang Yusin was trying on jewelry, Xiao Fei secretly bought an engagement ring at the counter next to him. Of course, he couldn't let Tang Yusin know about this. When Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin came out of the mall, it was already evening. Wife. Shall we eat out tonight? I looked at the time and went back to cook, but it was too late. So, Xiao Fei said to Tang Yusin. Eating outside? Yeah, come to think of it, we haven't had a date outside yet. Hearing what Xiao Fei said, Tang Yusin burst out laughing again. Then he pointed at the three babies in the stroller and said, How could anyone go on a date with babies? Aren't we? Looking at Xiao Fei's face approaching, Tang Yusin's heart began to beat wildly again. Faced with Xiao Fei's gentle attack, Tang Yusin felt that she was about to fall. Honey, do you want anything to eat? She shook her head to regain consciousness and asked Xiao Fei. Look at you. Xiao Fei said softly. Tang Yusin thought for a moment, then blinked playfully. Then, how about we go eat Japanese food? Xiao Fei nodded and said with a smile, Okay, I remember there is a very famous Japanese restaurant in Modu, it seems to be called Karaoke Cuisine, let's go there to eat. Karaoke Cuisine is the most expensive Japanese restaurant in Shanghai and is known as the pinnacle of kaiseki cuisine. The average per capita consumption is as high as 3,000 yuan. Having stayed in Shanghai for so long, Tang Yusin had of course heard of this store. She had wanted to try it for a long time. But unfortunately, I was short of money and I had 3 babies to raise, so I never had the chance to eat it. Now hearing Xiao Fei talk about it, she immediately became interested. Immediately, Xiao Fei drove the car, carrying Tang Yusin and the 3 babies, towards the location of Karaoke Cuisine. Chapter 24 Store Exploration Anchor. 10 minutes later, Xiao Fei drove his wife and children to the restaurant entrance. As soon as they entered the door, 2 waiters in kimonos came over and bowed to Xiao Fei and the others. Welcome. Excuse me, would you two like to have dinner? Xiao Fei nodded and said, Well, I have already booked a seat online in advance. Yes sir, please follow me. The waiter made a gesture of invitation to Xiao Fei with a smile on his face. Then he took small steps and brought Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin to a tatami-like room. This room is decorated very elegantly. There are also several paintings from the Warring States period hanging on the wall. The curtains were drawn tightly, and as long as the door was closed, you could basically not see what the people inside were doing. On the dining table, there were several plates of exquisite fruit snacks and a pot of tea. Xiao Fei took Tang Yusin and sat down. The 3 babies were placed on the tatami and allowed to move freely. At this moment, outside the room, a beautiful girl in a JK uniform suddenly passed by holding a selfie stick. Good evening, everyone. Today I came to Karaoke Cuisine and I am going to take you to taste it. Is this Japanese restaurant, which claims to be the best in Shanghai, really that delicious? The beautiful girl spoke to the camera while looking around. Judging from her appearance, she should be a store visitor. Just at this moment, she saw 3 babies in the tatami room. Seeing these 3 little angels, the beautiful girl couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! What a cute baby!" Tang Yusin was in a good mood when she saw someone praising her child. Originally, she was planning to close the door to prevent anyone passing by from disturbing the baby. But looking at the beautiful girl holding the selfie stick in front of them, the babies seemed very curious and kept blinking their eyes. So she gave up the idea of closing the door. "Thank you, you're cute too." Tang Yusin politely replied to the beautiful girl. "We." Hearing the compliment, the beautiful girl seemed a little embarrassed. After all, the woman in front of him had been carefully dressed up by Xiao Fei. Her whole body exudes an aura like a flower from a high mountain, which makes people dare not look directly at her. "Sister, you are so beautiful." The beautiful girl said this subconsciously. Then, she looked at Xiao Fei opposite her, and hearts began to form in her eyes. "This little brother, are you a star?" "No." Xiao Fei raised his head and said to the beautiful girl. The next second, his extremely handsome face appeared in the live broadcast room. Suddenly, all the netizens in the live broadcast room were shocked. "Oh my god, who is this? He's so damn handsome, isn't he? He is even more handsome than myself, Daniel Wu. Such a handsome boy, I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I really want to give birth to a baby for him." "Girls, stop talking, I'm fine now." "Ha? That's it? That big guy upstairs who picks his feet, stop pretending to be a cute girl. Wow, I think I saw a baby just now. Could it be that the little brother is already married and has a baby? I don't want to live anymore." Dense barrage of comments instantly filled the entire live broadcast room. Seeing this scene, the beautiful girl hurriedly moved her phone away and stopped taking pictures of Xiao Fei's family. This behavior made Xiao Fei nod secretly, thinking that she was sensible. "I'm sorry. I accidentally took your picture just now, I'm so sorry." Seeing the beautiful girl's guilty look, Tang Yusin waved her hand and said, "It's okay, you didn't mean it." "Thank you, little sister." The beautiful girl nodded gratefully, then left with her phone. This little episode did not disturb Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin, and soon the Japanese food they ordered was served. After a few bites, Tang Yusin suddenly frowned. "What's wrong? Is it not tasty?" Tang Yusin shook her head. "It's okay, but after eating the food you cooked, these things seem a bit too ordinary. If you like, I can cook it for you at home." Xiao Fei pointed at the food on the table and said with a smile, "Can you cook Japanese food?" Tang Yusin looked a little surprised. "Look at what you said." Xiao Fei curled his lips and said confidently, "I can cook the 8 major cuisines in China, as well as various foreign cuisines, including Japanese, French, and Vietnamese." "Is this true or false?" Tang Yusin looked at him in disbelief. "If you don't believe me, I'll make it for you some other day." "Okay." Tang Yusin nodded expectantly. Night. After returning home, "The clothes I bought in the mall today have also been delivered." Xiao Fei accompanied Tang Yusin back to her bedroom. I watched her put the clothes she bought today into the closet one by one. The wardrobe in the bedroom is custom made and is very large. Even if I put all the clothes I bought today in there, it wouldn't take up much space. "Thank you, husband." After tidying up her clothes, Tang Yusin turned around. She looked at him tenderly, her eyes filled with deep love. Seeing this, Xiao Fei naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. He walked forward, put his arms around Tang Yusin's waist, and lowered his head to kiss her cherry lips. This kiss was very intense. Tang Yusin was kissed so hard that she could hardly bear it. She felt as if her body was struck by an electric current. It felt numb and limp. Just when she felt she was about to fall, only then did Xiao Fei let her go. Looking at Tang Yusin, whose pretty face was flushed by his kiss, Xiao Fei said with a smile, "Wife, you can go to work without makeup tomorrow." He pointed to the various cosmetics on the dressing table next to him. This is the cosmetics that Xiao Fei asked the store clerk to select for breastfeeding women when they were shopping in the mall today. Of course, the price is definitely much higher than usual. Thank you, husband." Tang Yusin snuggled in Xiao Fei's arms and spoke like a little wife. Not knowing what she was thinking of, Tang Yusin suddenly said, "By the way, husband, do you still remember the female anchor today?" "What's wrong?" Xiao Fei asked curiously. "I was just thinking about her. and it occurred to me, why don't we take some videos of the baby as well? I don't seek to make money, I just want to record my baby's daily life. The babies are so cute, they will definitely be very popular. Okay. Xiao Fei nodded. The urge to show off your child is a desire that every new parent has. Seeing that Xiao Fei agreed, Tang Yusin kissed him again. Then she sat down in front of the dressing table and started to put on her makeup. Xiao Fei couldn't help but feel a little excited. It's easy to get into trouble if you put on makeup late at night. Tang Yusin has great makeup skills and she finished her makeup in less than 10 minutes. She even ran to the bathroom, changed into a short skirt that she had just bought today, and walked out. When Xiao Fei saw Tang Yusin with full makeup on, he was completely stunned. Tang Yusin had long legs, smooth skin, and exquisite facial features. Especially the two plump breasts in front of her, standing proudly and seeming to burst out. It's so tempting. Husband. Let's start shooting the video. Tang Yusin walked over and smiled sweetly at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei was stunned for a moment. Then take out your phone and turn on the front camera. Tang Yusin cleared her throat, looked at the camera, and began to introduce the three babies. She looked very sweet. Soon, the video was shot. But Tang Yusin was in a dilemma. Honey, where do you think we should post the video? Xiao Fei hesitated for a moment, then said, how about posting it on Bilibili? I happen to have an account there. Immediately, Xiao Fei opened Bilibili. He changed his account name to 3 Treasures at Home and posted his first video. The video has just been released. The voice of the system came into Xiao Fei's mind. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of publishing a baby's life video for the first time. Reward, mastery of folk music. Note, parents are the best teachers for their children. Please work hard to unlock tasks, get more rewards, and strive to become an all-around dad who is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Chapter 25. Which department is your girlfriend from? The system just finished speaking. A large amount of knowledge about folk music flooded into Xiao Fei's mind. Like the common guzheng, dongxiao, flute, arrow, pipa, etc. There are also some ethnic minority musical instruments. Xiao Fei mastered all the knowledge about these musical instruments. It can be said that he is comparable to a master of folk music. Xiao Fei has now mastered the knowledge of the 4 arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. According to the system's notes, if I continue to unlock tasks, won't I be able to get the next 3 items as well? It seems that it won't take long. You can become a master of national art. After acquiring the new skill, Xiao Fei felt itchy and wanted to find a guitar to try it out. Unfortunately, there are no musical instruments in the house. It seems that I have to buy some musical instruments to practice tomorrow. The next day. Even though it's the weekend. But Tang Yusin still had to go back to school for a meeting. Xiao Fei left the baby to the care of Tang's mother and Aunt Wang, and drove Tang Yusin to school himself. Taking advantage of her break in the meeting, Xiao Fei drove to a musical instrument store. With his proficiency in folk music, Xiao Fei's ability to appreciate musical instruments has also been greatly improved. He strolled around the store and selected the best guqin, guzheng, and various other traditional musical instruments. Then he drove back to the school parking lot and waited for Tang Yusin to finish the meeting. With nothing to do, Xiao Fei took out his mobile phone and started playing Genshin Impact. Just started playing for a short while. Someone knocked on the car window. Xiao Fei looked up and found that it was Wu Zitao and Lu Chao. Rolling down the car window, Xiao Fei asked with a smile, "Why are you two here? Where's Bozi?" "Don't mention it." Lu Chao curled his lips and said, "Zhang Bo is hooked up with a schoolgirl these days. We had agreed to go to the internet cafe to play games together today, but now I don't know where he is with that schoolgirl." "Ah. Bozi is no longer single, that's a good thing," Xiao Fei said with some surprise. "I didn't expect that Zhang Bo found a girlfriend just a few days after I moved out. Let's find some time to get together and see what his girlfriend looks like." "Hey, sure." Wu Zitao took out a pack of Furongwang cigarettes and lit one for himself, while handing one to Lu Chao and Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei simply waved his hand. For the sake of the baby, he can't smoke anymore. "I quit." So sudden?" Wu Zitao was a little surprised, but quickly turned the topic to Xiao Fei. "Speaking of which, Brother Xiao, do you have a girlfriend too?" Xiao Fei nodded. "Really? Wu Zitao and Lu Chao looked at each other and asked gossipingly, "You moved out just to live with your girlfriend, right?" "I guess so." Xiao Fei did not hide it. "Okay, let's have a dorm party some other day, and you can bring your girlfriend along. Let's get together." "Oh, by the way, which department is your girlfriend from?" Hearing this question, Xiao Fei was stunned for a moment. He thought for a moment and said, "I think he can be considered as one of our finance department." "What do you mean by should? Could it be that she is also a junior who just entered college?" Lu Chao and Wu Zitao were confused when they heard this, but they didn't pay too much attention to it. Anyway, by then, they will be able to meet Xiao Fei's girlfriend. "Brother Xiao, you parked the car here, are you waiting for your girlfriend?" Hey, then. Wu Zitao and Lu Chao immediately laughed wickedly. Having been in the same dormitory for 3 years, Xiao Fei certainly knew what they were laughing at. It seems that they will not leave until they see with their own eyes what their girlfriends look like today. The other side. Inside the school meeting room. "Let's end today's meeting here." The meeting is adjourned. Following the principal's order, the teachers present began to clean up the things on their desks. Jiang Yu, who was sitting next to Tang Yusen, nudged her with his elbow. "Teacher Tang. Why are you dressed so beautifully today?" Looking at Tang Yusen beside him, Jiang Yu's face was full of envy. "Because she is so beautiful." On ordinary days, even without makeup, Tang Yusen is already the most beautiful among all the girls. Today, she not only put on light makeup, but also changed into a Chanel suspender skirt. She looked so seductive. No way. Not much like usual. Hearing this, Jiang Yu showed a sly smile on his face. She pointed at the necklace on Tang Yusen's neck and the pendant on her ear and said with a smile, "That's different. Is this a gift from your husband?" Seeing that she was exposed, Tang Yusen had no choice but to nod. "Your husband is so good to you. These shouldn't be cheap, right?" Tang Yusen smiled and didn't respond. "All right. I have to go back first." She packed her things, stood up and prepared to leave the meeting room. "Hey, Mr. Tang, wait a minute. Today is a rare day off, shall we have dinner together tonight?" Jiang Yu held Tang Yusen's hand, and several female teachers around her nodded. Obviously, they had colluded long ago. But Tang Yusen shook her head. Xiao Fei was still waiting for her in the parking lot. She couldn't let her husband wait so long in vain. When I think of Xiao Fei, the corners of Tang Yusen's mouth rose unconsciously. She showed a sweet and happy smile, which made Jiang Yu feel a little jealous. "You smile so sweetly, you must want to go back to your husband as soon as possible, right?" "Yes," Tang Yusen said frankly. Teacher Yuan Tong, who was sitting opposite Jiang Yu, interrupted. "Teacher Tang, you are too blatant in spreading dog food. I, a married man, can't bear to see this. What are you going to do with those single teachers?" "That's right, you caused 1 billion critical hits to a single guy like me. I want compensation." Jiang Yu pretended to be dying and supported teacher Yuan. "Okay. How do you want me to compensate you?" Tang Yusen asked with a smile. When Jiang Yu heard this, a sly smile appeared on his face and he said, "I want to go to your house for dinner. Your husband's cooking skills are really great, just let me have a taste." Tang Yusen was stunned when she heard this. "Go to my house for a free meal? Wouldn't this expose him?" Etc. Jiang Yu, like himself, only teaches freshmen. She doesn't seem to know Xiao Fei. In this way, even if I go to her house for a meal, she shouldn't notice anything, right? Hearing Jiang Yu say this, Yuan Shan, who also has a good relationship with Tang Yusen, also became interested. These 2 days, she watched Tang Yusen eat lunch in the office and was already very greedy. "Yes, Mr. Tang. Just let us go to your house for a meal. These past 2 days, you brought your lunchbox to school, but it made us really hungry. It's over." If I remember correctly, Yuan Shan seemed to be the one teaching the third-year students. And he happens to be Xiao Fei's teacher, so there is a high possibility that he will recognize Xiao Fei. Although she teaches a public course with several classes gathered together, she may not be able to recognize all the students. But what if she remembers Xiao Fei? Tang Yusen was very nervous. But on the surface, he still pretended to be calm. "It may not be possible today, my husband." Before Tang Yusen could finish her words, her cell phone suddenly rang. When I took it out, I found that it was Xiao Fei calling. In desperation, Tang Yusin had to walk out of the office and answer the phone. Jiang Yu poked his head out, looking curious. Hello, husband? I think it's almost time. Haven't you finished the meeting yet? Well, it's over. Okay then. I'll wait for you in the parking lot. One more thing, that is, my 2 roommates are here too. Tang Yusin, ah? Although Tang Yusin had said before that it didn't matter even if their relationship was discovered. But at the critical moment, Tang Yusin became worried again. If you still don't want to be exposed, I can let them go first. Hearing Xiao Fei say this, Tang Yusin took a deep breath and seemed to have made up her mind. No, husband. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yusin turned around and waved to Jiang Yu and Yuan Shan. Okay, let's go. But let me make it clear in advance. My husband works very hard at cooking, so you all have to control yourself. TSK, I haven't even had the meal yet and I'm already feeling sorry for my husband. Jiang Yu couldn't help but complain. Then he walked up to her with a smile, took her arm, and left the meeting room together. On the way to the parking lot, Tang Yusin prayed silently in her heart. I hope my husband won't be scared. Chapter 26 Relationship Exposed. School parking lot. Xiao Fei just hung up the phone. Wu Zitao and Lu Chao couldn't help but roll their eyes at Xiao Fei. Sure, brother Xiao. What else? If you don't want to be exposed, let's go first. You are forgetting your friendship for the sake of beauty. You forget your brothers because you have a woman, right? What are you talking about? Xiao Fei sat in the car and shrugged helplessly, saying, I say this because her identity is quite special. Never mind, you will know what's going on when you see it later. But I warn you in advance, don't spread it around. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Chao and Wu Zitao were a little confused. You will find out soon. Xiao Fei kept the question in suspense. Soon. Not far away, 3 women with graceful figures walked towards this side. The sharp-eyed Wu Zitao recognized Tang Yusin at once. Fuck. Look, isn't that goddess Tang? At the entrance of the parking lot, Tang Yusin and Jiang Yu were seen walking hand in hand, with Yuan Shan following behind them. The 3 of them walked towards Xiao Fei together. Teacher Tang is dressed so beautifully today. You are worthy of being my goddess. Wu Zitao was drooling at the sight. Xiao Fei glared at him with disdain, thinking he was truly worldly wise. At this moment, Tang Yusin and the other 2 were getting closer and closer to where Xiao Fei parked his car. Wu Zitao and Lu Chao began to get a little nervous. Tang Yusin is so beautiful today. Not only did she put on full makeup, she also wore an extremely sexy suspender skirt, and her 2 slender, white legs were exposed to the air without reservation. Her curvy figure becomes even more attractive with the short skirt. A head of long wavy hair casually draped over her shoulders. The whole person looks extremely sexy and charming. Tang, Teacher Tang. Teacher Yuan. When Tang Yusin came up to her, Wu Zitao immediately greeted her. Hello, classmate. Although she didn't know Wu Zitao and Lu Chao, Tang Yusin still greeted them politely. Yuan Shan also nodded. Then, everyone saw Tang Yusin waved at Xiao Fei in the car and said sweetly, Honey, I'm coming. Seeing this scene, everyone was collectively stunned. This Nima. What is going on? When Wu Zitao and Lu Chao saw Tang Yusin calling Xiao Fei husband, their brains suddenly shut down. Did I hear it right? Could it be that the girlfriend Xiao Fei was talking about was Teacher Tang? At this time, Xiao Fei walked out of the car. He looked at Jiang Yu and Yuan Shan beside Tang Yusin and greeted them politely. Teacher Jiang, Teacher Yuan, hello. Hello. Jiang Yu obviously didn't know Xiao Fei, but he greeted him foolishly. But Yuan Shan on the side narrowed her eyes. She has a deep impression of Xiao Fei. After all, Xiao Fei is so handsome, even if there are hundreds of people taking the open class. As a woman, our memories of handsome men are often more profound. But after taking the marrow cleansing pill, Xiao Fei's overall appearance has reached a new level. She was also a little unsure whether the boy in front of her was the student in her memory. Are you also a student of the Department of Finance? Didn't I teach you before? Teacher Yuan, the previous open class on the situation and policy was made possible thanks to your guidance. Xiao Fei admitted it very frankly. His words were like a bolt from the blue, hitting everyone hard on the head. Teacher Tang, he is your husband? At this time, Jiang Yu seemed to realize that something was wrong and turned to ask Tang Yusin. Tang Yusin nodded. Then he walked up to Xiao Fei, took his arm, and said slowly, "Let me introduce you to them. This is my husband and the father of my child, Xiao Fei." The father of the child? Teacher Tang, you have a child? Jiang Yu looked at Tang Yusin in disbelief and asked. She never expected that she had a better figure and a better appearance than herself. As soon as she entered the school, Tang Yusin was respected as the goddess teacher by all the teachers and students. They even have a baby? Let's get in the car. Hubby, Teacher Jiang and Teacher Yuan said they want to come to our house for dinner. Yes, welcome. Xiao Fei smiled and nodded. Wu Zitao and Lu Chao on the side heard this and hurriedly said, Brother Xiao, we want to go too. Xiao Fei looked at them with disdain and warned them, you can go, but you are not allowed to smoke in my house, understand? Okay, everything is for the children. The two of them said with a grin. Then he opened the car door and sat in the back seat first. Fortunately, Xiao Fei's car is a 7-seater SUV, so there is no problem in seating 6 people. But I saw 3 safety seats in the car. Jiang Yu couldn't sit still anymore and asked curiously, Teacher Tang, you have 3 children? Yes, they are triplets. They are all very cute. When you see them later, you will definitely be fascinated by them. I heard they were triplets. Lu Chao and Wu Zitao looked at Xiao Fei as if they were looking at a god. Not only did he win the goddess teacher and let her give birth to 3 babies in one go? Brother Xiao, when did you meet Teacher Tang? We don't know. Xiao Fei, who was driving, said without turning his head, I met Yuxian a year ago when I went back to my hometown to attend a friend's birthday party. Xiao Fei said evasively. Everyone just assumed that they met each other through friends. After some conversation, the surprise on everyone's faces gradually faded. After all, we are all adults, and we often hear news about teachers and students having romances in schools. What's more, Tang Yusin and Xiao Fei are less than 5 years apart in age. Even getting married and having children is not a strange thing. Soon, the car drove into Jingyue Huafu. Wow, Teacher Tang. You actually live in this neighborhood? Jiang Yu said in surprise, the housing prices here shouldn't be cheap, right? Well, it's quite expensive. Tang Yusin nodded and explained, this house was bought by Xiao Fei. I didn't know it before. If I knew, I would definitely not buy it. Is the mortgage very stressful? How much do I have to pay back every month? Yuan Shan cares more about this issue than others. Tang Yusin smiled and said, there is no mortgage. Xiao Fei paid for it in full. Everyone opened their mouths and gasped. No. Brother Xiao, are you so rich? Wu Zitao and Lu Chao couldn't help but complain. Not long ago, I just bought a Land Rover Defender. Now, I have bought another house in Shanghai, and it is a Riverview house. Writing online articles is really profitable. If I had known this would happen, why would I have gone to college? Chapter 27 I'm full just by eating dog food. After parking the car, Xiao Fei returned home with a large group of people. As soon as I entered the door, I heard Erbao crying. Xiao Fei quickly changed his shoes, put down the guzheng he had just bought and some other musical instruments, and walked towards the living room. At this time, Tang's mother was holding her second baby and coaxing him. Auntie, let me do it. Xiao Fei walked over and took Erbao. Then he reached out and gently scratched Erbao's nose. Erbao, who was originally crying with tears in his eyes, stopped crying immediately when he saw his father appear. The little hands tightly grasped Xiao Fei's clothes and looked at Xiao Fei eagerly. It seems like he is complaining, why did his father come back only now? Good boy. Don't cry, Dad is back. Xiao Fei said softly while comforting Erbao. Auntie, what happened to Erbao? Why are you crying so hard? Tang's mother waved her hands and said helplessly, I don't know either. After you left, she refused to drink milk or sleep, and kept squirming in bed. But she stopped crying when you came back. It seems like she missed her daddy? I see. Xiao Fei lowered his head and looked at his second baby who fell asleep in his arms in an instant. He made a secret decision in his mind. After a while, when Tang's mother returns, he will definitely take leave to stay at home and take care of the baby full time. At this time, Tang Yusin, Jiang Yu and others also walked in from outside. Seeing so many people gathered, Tang's mother asked in surprise. Who are these people? Tang Yusin introduced casually, Mom, these two are my colleagues, Zhang Yu and Yuan Shan, and the other two are Xiaofei's college roommates, they are. Hello, Auntie. My name is Wu Zitao. Hello, Auntie. My name is Lu Chao. Before Tang Yusin could speak, the two roommates introduced themselves politely. But at this time, they were obviously shocked by Xiaofei's luxurious house. How big is this house? Looking at the huge living room in front of him, Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask. Tang Yusin smiled and said, about 280 square meters, nearly 300 square meters. How much will this cost? After hearing this, Yuan Shan asked in surprise. A community like Jinyue Huafu, located on the bank of the Huangpu River, is extremely expensive and land is very valuable. Moreover, from the balcony of this house, you can directly see the entire Huangpu River and overlook the most prosperous night view of the entire Magic City. It is one of the best apartments in the community. At least tens of millions, right? On the way here just now, Tang Yusin said that this was bought in full by Xiaofei. This is too tycoon. You guys chat. I'll go cook first. Yusin, what do you want to eat tonight? I can do anything. Tang Yusin said with a smile. Hey! Brother Xiao, why don't you ask me? When Wu Zitao saw that Xiaofei didn't even ask him a question, he immediately got angry. It's good enough for you to eat. Still whining. Xiaofei glanced at him unhappily and walked into the kitchen. Not long after, there was a series of ping-pong sounds coming from the kitchen. Tang Yusin took Zhang Yu and 3 others to tour the house. The more they looked, the more surprised the expressions on their faces became. Brother Zhao's house is really big. Wu Zitao sighed and looked around the room. His eyes were full of envy. Yes, the key location is still so good. I'm so envious. Yuan Shan said with some emotion. After visiting the house, led by Tang Yusin, the 4 of them played with the 3 babies for a while. Seeing these 3 cute little angels, Zhang Yu and Yuan Shan were instantly fascinated by them. I wanted to take a sack and steal the 3 cute kids back. Even Wu Zitao and Lu Chao, 2 straight men, showed a fatherly smile on their faces. Is this Brother Zhao's cub? She's so cute, even more handsome than Brother Xiao. Yes, look at this Dabeo, when he grows up, he will charm thousands of girls, right? Alas! After seeing Brother Zhao's cub, I dare not have children anymore, for fear that they will continue the life of an old father like me. That's right, let's just stay single. The 4 of them were teasing Sanbao while chatting. Soon, Xiaofei prepared dinner. Looking at the table full of sumptuous dishes, Zhang Yu and his friends' jaws dropped and their stomachs began to growl. However, Tang's mother and the other 2, who had long been accustomed to Xiaofei's cooking, seemed very calm. Honestly, Mr. Tang, I really envy you. Not only is your husband handsome, but he's also such a great cook. How do you want me to live? Tang Yusin felt very proud when she heard others praising her husband. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and sit down and eat. Tang Yusin greeted everyone and sat down at the dining table. The 4 of them couldn't wait any longer and wanted to feast on the food. Seeing Tang Yusin take the lead in picking up her chopsticks, she picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in Xiaofei's bowl. Everyone started to taste the food. He kept praising the food while eating it. It smells so good. This boiled fish is even more delicious than Tyer's. It's amazing. I've never eaten such delicious food in my life. I want another bowl. Let me die of fullness tonight. Brother Xiao, it would be a waste if you don't open a shop with your skills. Faced with everyone's praise, Xiaofei smiled and shook his head. He was no longer surprised. While everyone was wolfing down the food, Tang Yusin's hands were not idle either, and she kept picking up food for Xiaofei. You've worked so hard cooking so many dishes. Eat quickly. Xiaofei looked at the mountain of food in his bowl and smiled bitterly. However, my wife's love is heavy. Of course he had to accept it all. So he picked up his chopsticks and started working hard. During this process, Tang Yusin seemed to be afraid that others would finish the food and leave her husband hungry. He kept picking up dishes from under other people's chopsticks and putting them into Xiaofei's bowl. During this time, he was also poured a full bowl of chicken soup. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Teacher Tang, do you want to do this? We're still eating. If you keep doing this, I'll be full just from eating dog food. Facing Jiang Yu's complaints, Tang Yusin smiled and said, "That's perfect. Xiao Fei can eat more." How vicious. Jiang Yu covered his chest and began to act wildly. I feel bad for my husband, what's wrong?" Tang Yusin said with a slightly blushing face. This was the first time that she formally called Xiao Fei husband in front of so many people. Hearing this, Xiao Fei's hand holding the chopsticks paused and he couldn't help but smile on his face. Seeing the two of them sitting together, constantly showing their love and exuding the sour smell of love, Tang's mother's face was full of relief. Others, on the other hand, were extremely envious and jealous. I had no choice but to turn my grief and anger into strength and stuff the food into my mouth as hard as I could. They have to fill their stomachs before the dog food is thrown to them. Chapter 28. How about we go together? After dinner, Jiang Yu and the other three stayed in the living room, playing with the three babies for a while before getting ready to leave. Before leaving, Jiang Yu bravely said to Tang Yusin, "Teacher Tang, can you ask your husband to make a lunchbox for me in the future? I can pay for it. What do you think?" Tang Yusin gave her a look. "Okay, but after eating the food your husband cooked, I can't eat anything else. What should I do? I'll be hungry later." Jiang Yu pouted her lips, looking aggrieved, trying to win Tang Yusin's sympathy. "That's perfect. Don't you say you want to lose weight all day long?" Tang Yusin replied jokingly. Facing Tang Yusin's teasing, Jiang Yu hurriedly waved his hands and admitted defeat. Forget it. I don't have the good fortune to do so. Teacher Tang, and classmate Xiao, thank you for your hospitality today. We'll be leaving first. Walk slowly." After sending all the people away, Tang Yusin closed the door, turned around, hugged Xiao Fei, and gave him a kiss. "Honey, are you tired from cooking so many dishes today?" "Not tired." In the living room, I saw two people standing at the door, looking at each other affectionately. Tang's mother's desire to go home became stronger. Night. The family sat on the sofa and watched TV happily. Tang's mother suddenly spoke. "Yusin, Xiaofei. Seeing you guys living such a happy life, I feel relieved." Hearing this, Tang Yusin and Xiaofei turned around, looking a little confused. Tang's mother continued, "I came here specially because I was worried about you Xin. But now, I feel relieved to have you taking care of Yusin. So I want to go back first. After all, Yusin's father is still home alone. I heard my mother say she wanted to go back." Although Tang Yusin was a little reluctant, she also understood. But the next second, Tang's mother suddenly said, "Xiaofei, Xin, when are you going to go home together?" Tang Yusin subconsciously glanced at Xiaofei. Xiaofei thought for a while, then said, "Auntie, the children are still young, it is not appropriate for them to take a plane or a high-speed train. So I plan to buy an RV after a while. Then we'll take Xin back together." Finally, Xiaofei added another sentence. "Go back and propose marriage." Hear these 4 words. Tang Yusin covered her mouth with her hand, her face full of emotion. When Tang's mother heard Xiaofei's words, the heavy stone in her heart was finally put down. She nodded and said, "Okay, Xiaofei, since you said so, I feel relieved. I will buy a plane ticket and go back tomorrow to do some ideological work on Xin's father." "Don't worry, Auntie." Xiaofei smiled and said, "As for my uncle, no matter how much he dislikes me, I will just bear with it. I won't fight back when he hits me, and I won't say anything back when he scolds me. It's not that serious." Mother Tang's eyes almost narrowed from laughing. That old guy has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. In fact, he has already forgiven Xin a long time ago. You don't know, this time when I came here, he secretly slipped me a bank card and asked me to give the money to Xin, and he didn't let me tell Xin that the money was from him." Hearing this, Tang Yusin and Xiaofei both smiled helplessly. Before going to bed, Xiaofei quietly slipped into Tang's mother's room. "Xiaofei, what can I do for you?" Seeing Xiaofei coming to see her alone, Tang's mother asked in confusion. "Auntie, it's like this." Xiaofei looked outside the door and whispered, "When is Xin's birthday?" "Oh, this one." Hearing this, Tang's mother immediately understood. "If I remember correctly, in 3 days, it will be Yusin's birthday." When Xiaofei found out Tang Yusin's birthday, he was delighted. "That's perfect. I plan to propose to Xin in the next 2 days. Since her birthday is in 3 days, I will propose to her on her birthday." hearing that Xiao Fei was going to propose to his daughter. Tang's mother became more and more satisfied. Leave Tang's mother's room. Xiao Fei returned to his bedroom. I just happened to see 3 little babies entertaining themselves on the bed. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Fei opened the door and saw that it was Tang Yusen. At this time, she was wearing a silk pajamas, and it seemed that there was still nothing inside. She stood outside the door, looking at Xiao Fei shyly. Honey, are you tired today? It's fine, what's wrong? Xiao Fei hugged Tang Yusen and kissed her on the face. The more Tang Yusen spoke, the redder her face became. At the end, she said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, do you want to take a shower first? The bathtub in my bedroom is very comfortable for taking a bath. You don't seem to have used any. Hearing this, Xiao Fei showed a meaningful smile on his face. He put his arm around Tang Yusen's waist, pressed her against the wall, and said in an extremely ambiguous tone. Sure, but it's so boring to take a bath alone. How about, we go together? Well. Tang Yusen lowered her head shyly, not knowing what she was thinking. After a long time, she finally hummed softly. Seeing this, Xiao Fei was overjoyed. He quickly picked her up and walked towards the master bedroom bathroom. The two of them took a bath in the bathroom for a full 2 hours. In the end, Tang Yusen's face was red from washing and she felt a little overwhelmed, so she walked out holding onto the wall. She climbed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Xiao Fei put on his clothes and moved the crib from his bedroom to Tang Yusen's room. Then he put the 3 babies in and fell asleep in Tang Yusen's arms. Of course, I slept for half an hour. Xiao Fei regained his energy. He also has to keep watch over the babies. Like before, Xiao Fei stayed by the beds of the 3 babies, playing King of Glory while looking after them. From time to time, he glanced at Tang Yusen who was sleeping soundly on the bed. As the sky gradually brightened, Xiao Fei suddenly heard the voice of the system in his ears. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the spend a week with the baby mission. Reward, Martial Arts Master. With this skill, the host will gain superb martial arts, be able to better protect his wife and baby, and stand up in times of crisis. The system just finished speaking. Xiao Fei's muscles tensed up instantly. A powerful aura surged out from him. Xiao Fei suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of light burst out, like 2 sharp swords. He felt that even if he met boxing champion Tyson or Wodong master Zhang Sanfeng, he would be able to knock them down. After all, in addition to being a martial arts master, he also took the marrow cleansing pill. On physical fitness. I guess there is no one in the entire Blue Star who can compare to him. With this skill, Xiao Fei will be able to protect his baby and wife when they are in danger in the future. Chapter 29 The Shaking RV. The next day. Finish breakfast. Xiao Fei drove Tang Yusen and Tang's mother away from home. He first sent Tang Yusen to school, and then turned around and took Tang's mother to the Magic City airport. Tang's mother had already bought the plane ticket last night. Arrived at the ticket gate. Xiao Fei looked at Tang's mother and said with a smile, Auntie, be careful on the road. Remember to let us know you are safe when you land. Okay Xiao Fei, go back quickly. I'm going in. After watching Tang's mother walk into the ticket gate, Xiao Fei turned around and left the airport. Today is Monday. Although he had classes in the morning, Xiao Fei did not plan to go. He planned to only attend the key professional courses in the future and skip all the others. He spent the extra time at home taking care of the baby. He had discussed this decision with Tang Yusen last night. Although Tang Yusen was still worried that this would affect Xiao Fei's studies. But under Xiao Fei's repeated insistence, and because he was exhausted last night, she agreed. Xiao Fei felt very relaxed as he didn't have to go to class. Drive directly back to Golden Mile, Washington. After parking the car, he did not rush back, but took out his mobile phone and looked at the stocks he held. Last week the system rewarded him 5 million, plus the money he earned from stock trading. Xiao Fei directly invested all of his 10 million yuan in the stock market. If nothing unexpected happens, in a few days, the 10 million will increase in value to 18 million. Net profit of 8 million. Thinking of this, Xiao Fei couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, with sufficient funds, making money became easier. This is also the reason why the assets of rich people will continue to increase even if they do nothing. As for JP Morgan Chase's shares, there are still several months before this year's dividends are distributed. Xiao Fei had long forgotten about this matter and pretended that he didn't have this thing. Back home, Xiao Fei saw Aunt Wang feeding Sanbao. Auntie Wang, thank you for your hard work. Mr. Xiao? Seeing Xiao Fei suddenly coming back, Aunt Wang asked with some surprise. Don't you have class today? Yes. Xiao Fei nodded and said with a smile, but I want to go home and take care of the baby. I won't go to those unimportant classes. I see. Aunt Wang looked thoughtful. Xiao Fei walked up, hugged the three little babies, and kissed them on the face in turn. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of making the baby a little famous and having over 1,000 fans. Reward, a Concorde RV worth 5 million. Note, the RV has been parked in the community parking space, all relevant procedures are complete, the driving license is placed in the storage box, the vehicle has been fully insured, and the fuel tank is full. Hear the sound of the system. Xiao Fei was stunned for a moment. Then a smug smile appeared on his face. I was thinking about whether I should buy an RV so that I can take my baby to meet my parents-in-law. As a result, the system now directly rewards one car. This is really a timely help. Out of curiosity, Xiao Fei returned to his room, turned on his laptop, and logged into the back end of Bilibili. I found that the number of followers of my account had indeed increased to more than 1,500. The number of video comments and comments gradually increased. Most of them are talking about babies. Of course, many people are also very interested in Tang Yusen, praising her for being the most beautiful mother on Bilibili and saying things like she maintains a great figure. Looking at the backstage, Xiao Fei became a little confused. More than 1,500 fans. However, the system said that the baby's number of fans had just exceeded 1,000. Doesn't that mean that the extra 500 fans are not following the baby, but his wife? Interesting. Xiao Fei had been wondering before, if he posted a video of his baby and got attention, would he get a reward? I didn't expect it to be true. Turn off the computer. Xiao Fei came to the living room and told Aunt Wang that he was going downstairs. Then I changed my shoes and went to the parking lot. Sure enough, in another parking space, I saw an RV as big as a container. Take out the key. Xiao Fei walked straight in. Seeing the interior decoration of the RV, Xiao Fei couldn't help but exclaimed. Isn't this too luxurious? Spacious interior space with no partitions in the middle. The space behind the cab is fully utilized to facilitate the activities of passengers in the car, and two spacious sofas provide a comfortable resting space. The kitchen is small but fully functional. Stoves and sterilizing cabinets are fully equipped to meet simple cooking needs. In the bedroom, the double bed has a unique design with a canopy design. At night, lying in the RV and looking up at the stars must be a different experience. It's worthy of being a motorhome worth 5 million. System, give you a thumbs up. Xiao Fei couldn't help but say something in his heart. After visiting the RV, Xiao Fei returned home and looked at the three babies on the sofa. He couldn't help but pick them up again and kiss them one by one. Mr. Xiao, you really love children. Aunt Wang stood aside and said enviously. My babies are my lucky stars. How could I not love them? Xiao Fei replied with a smile. Evening. Xiao Fei went to the school to pick up Tang Yusen on time. On the way back, Xiao Fei said mysteriously. Wife, I'll give you a surprise later. What's the surprise? Tang Yusen asked curiously. She was originally thinking that she would be able to go home and see her baby soon. As a result, when she heard Xiao Fei's words, her attention was immediately drawn to him. You'll find out soon. Xiao Fei kept the question in suspense. Oh. Seeing that Xiao Fei didn't say anything, Tang Yusen didn't ask any more questions. Wait until you get home. I saw the RV parked in my parking space. Tang Yusen was completely stunned, and subconsciously covered her mouth and said. Is this our RV? It's so huge. Tang Yusen was so excited that she almost screamed. She ran over impatiently, walked around the entire RV, and then said, Honey, open the door quickly and let me go in and take a look. Okay. Xiao Fei treated him like a child. He led Tang Yusen into the car and let her take a look around. Tang Yusen was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Everything she saw was new to her. She looked left and right, touched things, ran into the bedroom, and then slipped into the bathroom. Finally, she hugged Xiao Fei's neck excitedly. Husband. When did you buy it? Xiao Fei touched her face and said with a smile, I just bought it today. I made some money from stock trading a few days ago, and I used it to buy an RV. With this car, I can drive it. Take him to meet my parents, and your parents, and then go get our marriage certificate. From now on, our family can go out to travel anytime and anywhere whenever we want. It's a real trip that we can take whenever we want. After listening to what Xiao Fei said, the expected expression on Tang Yusin's face became more and more intense. She couldn't help but stand on tiptoe and give Xiao Fei a gentle kiss on the face. Hubby, you're awesome. There are many more great things about me. Looking at the pretty lady in front of him, Xiao Fei was somewhat moved. After saying that, he picked her up by the waist and walked into the bedroom of the RV. Then, closed the door tightly. Honey, we're still in the car. What are you afraid of? There's a bed anyway. Soon, this RV weighing several tons began to shake in place. It shook for more than half an hour. Only then did Xiao Fei help Tang Yusin, whose legs were weak, back home. Entering the living room, seeing Tang Yusin walking in a strange posture, Aunt Wang asked with concern. Miss Tang, are you okay? No, it's okay. Tang Yusin glared at Xiao Fei unhappily. It's all your fault. Like a bull, he just charges forward. Chapter 30 Will you marry me? The next few days. Xiao Fei prepares lunch for Tang Yusin every day as usual. Then I pick her up and drop her off at work, and when I am free, I stay at home to take care of the children. If I have professional courses to take, I will go to school to attend the classes. Finally, it's Tang Yusin's birthday. That night, Xiao Fei prepared a dinner at home that was even better than a state banquet. Honey, how did you make such a rich feast today? Made this especially for you. For me? Tang Yusin pointed at herself, looking a little confused. She even forgot that it was her birthday today. However, she was still very touched. Thank you, husband. Tang Yusin said sweetly. After dinner, Xiao Fei took Tang Yusin's hand, led her to the living room, and asked her to sit on the sofa. Then, he took out the Sony camera he had bought specially for the occasion. Mount the camera on a stand and point it at the sofa in the living room. Press the record button to start recording. Husband, what are you doing? Tang Yusin was a little confused. I've got a surprise for you. Another surprise? Tang Yusin blinked and looked at Aunt Wang not far away. I noticed that she looked equally confused. Wait a moment. After saying that, Xiao Fei ran into the bedroom. When he came out, Tang Yusin and Aunt Wang were stunned. Just see. He changed into a white hanfu. The whole person looks energetic and exudes a charming glow. In his arms, he was holding a guqin. Looking at Xiao Fei dressed like this, Tang Yusin's eyes were filled with pink hearts. The three babies nearby, seeing how handsome their father was, also started babbling. Seeing this, Xiao Fei took out the guqin. Then he sat in front of Tang Yusin and started playing. Zheng. 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 The sound of the piano is melodious and graceful. Xiao Fei is proficient in folk music, and his performance level is completely comparable to that of professional masters. Tang Yusin was attracted by the beautiful music and stared at him intently. I saw his slender fingers gently stroking the guqin. The fingertips plucked the strings. The sound of the piano is like the gurgling flow of a mountain spring. It seems to be transmitted from all directions, making people feel extremely comfortable. Even though they didn't understand music, Tang Yusin and Aunt Wang could tell that the song Xiao Fei played was full of love. Tang Yusin covered her mouth and tears flowed down unconsciously. The song is over. Xiao Fei gently pressed his hands on the strings. Then he stood up, walked to Tang Yusin, and knelt on one knee in front of her. Happy birthday, wife. Woo. Tang Yusin was so moved that she choked up. With tears in her eyes, she couldn't help but hug Xiao Fei. Thank you, husband. If it weren't for you, I would have forgotten that it's my birthday today. Xiao Fei gently stroked Tang Yusin's back and said softly, Don't worry, I still have a gift for you. And any gifts? Certainly. After saying that, Xiao Fei took out an exquisite little box from behind him. Looking at the box in front of her, Tang Yusin seemed to realize something and her lips began to tremble. Xiao Fei gently opened the box. A dazzling diamond ring appeared in front of Tang Yusin. Xiao Fei stood there, looking at her affectionately. Yusin, will you marry me? His words made Tang Yusin's heart beat faster. Next second, Tang Yusin said loudly without any hesitation. I do. At this moment, Tang Yusin's eyes were already red from being moved, and her tears could not stop flowing out. She nodded and said with a sob, Hubby, I'm so happy. Being able to marry you is the luckiest thing in my life. Wow, wow. By the end, Tang Yusin couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Aunt Wang, who was standing by, had a huge smile on her face. She couldn't help but wipe her eyes. At the beginning, Tang Yusin invited her to her home to be a confinement nanny. She still lives in a small house of less than 30 square meters and raises 3 children with great difficulty. Now, seeing that she has finally gotten the happiness she deserves after all the hard work, Aunt Wang was also very touched. She stood up silently and left the house, leaving the space to the young couple. In the living room, Tang Yusin gradually stopped crying, wiped the tears from her face, stretched out her left hand and said, Honey, can you help me put it on? Certainly. Xiao Fei held Tang Yusin's little hand. Then he took out the ring and slowly put it on Tang Yusin's ring finger. Looking at this dazzling diamond ring, Tang Yusin couldn't help crying again. Oh, husband. How did you know that today is my birthday? Xiao Fei wiped the tears from Tang Yusin's face and said with a smile, I heard it from my aunt. No, I heard it from my mother. Wu, husband, I love you so much. Faced with this affectionate confession, Xiao Fei didn't say anything and hugged Tang Yusin tightly. By the way, honey, what song did you just play? The phoenix seeks the phoenix. Phoenix, beg. Phoenix. Hearing these 3 words, Tang Yusin smiled foolishly, not knowing what she was thinking. Night. Before going to bed, Xiao Fei simply edited the video. Then this video was posted on the account of 3 treasures in the family. After posting the video, Xiao Fei went back to feeding his 3 babies, occasionally looking up at Tang Yusin. He discovered that this girl was lying on the bed with a tablet, playing the video he had just posted. There was a silly smile on his face from time to time. Wife, shall we take a day off tomorrow? Why do you want to take leave? Tang Yusin looked at the video and asked without raising her head. Please ask for leave and go home. It just so happens that we now have an RV, so we can drive the baby back. Meet both sets of parents, and then get the marriage certificate. Hearing this, Tang Yusin nodded sweetly. Since she has accepted Xiao Fei's proposal, it is time to put meeting his parents on the agenda. Well, then we will go to school and ask for leave tomorrow. The baby is almost 3 months old, so we need to hurry up and register him, and get him vaccinated. So, the wedding may have to be put off for a while, but don't worry, I will definitely give you a wedding you will never forget. Thank you, husband. Tang Yusin put down her phone and looked at Xiao Fei intently. Thank me for what? Thank you for making me no longer lonely. Thank you for giving me and my baby a warm home. Xiao Fei returned to the bed, hugged Tang Yusin, and said with a smile, Isn't this what I should do? Do I need to say thank you? Tang Yusin burst out laughing. She nestled into Xiao Fei's arms, looked up at his face, her eyes gradually becoming blurred. Honey, you are really handsome. He's not only handsome, but he's also very good at making money, he cooks delicious food, and he can play the piano. Hubby, you're so outstanding, I'm really under a lot of pressure. Xiao Fei held Tang Yusin's hand and said softly, Wife, you should also work hard to become better. Together we can become better people, so that we can set a good example for our baby. Aha! Tang Yusin nodded obediently. Then, the two hugged each other tightly and kissed passionately. They lingered for quite a while. Tang Yusin couldn't bear it anymore, so she lay in Xiao Fei's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 31 The Young Are to be Feared. The next day, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin went to school together to ask for leave. It's about the 2 of them. Now in the entire school, only Jiang Yu, Yuan Shan, and Xiao Fei's 3 roommates know about it. They were not big mouths and did not expose the matter. However, Zhang Bo, who went out for a tryst with his girlfriend that day, learned that Xiao Fei actually had a child with his goddess teacher Tang Yusin. I called him that evening. On the phone, Zhang Bo was heartbroken. At the same time, we strongly condemn Xiao Fei's behavior of concealment. Xiao Fei smiled and said nothing. After asking for leave, the 2 returned home and temporarily said goodbye to Aunt Wang, allowing her to go back and rest for a few days. After all, they want to take their children back to their hometown to meet their parents. It's not appropriate for Aunt Wang to live here alone. Before leaving, Aunt Wang looked at the three babies reluctantly, with tears in her eyes. Spending so much time with the kids. She had already treated the three babies as her own grandchildren. After Aunt Wang left, Xiaofei and Tang Yusin packed their luggage and brought their three babies to the RV. The evil map is continuing to guide you. From Shanghai Jinyu Huafu to Chuanyu Yaiyuan Community, the total distance is 2,186 kilometers, and the estimated driving time is 20 hours and 38 minutes. When driving long distances, please take a rest and avoid driving while tired. I heard the navigation voice coming from the car computer. Tang Yusin, who had just settled her three babies, came over and asked with concern, "Husband, are you tired after driving for so long?" "Fine." Xiaofei waved his hand and jokingly said, "Don't you know my physical fitness?" Tang Yusin's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she walked to the back of the RV somewhat embarrassedly. Xiaofei smiled, stepped on the accelerator, and drove the RV out of the basement. Tang Yusin sat in the lounge, caressing the three babies, muttering, "Babies, you must grow up quickly and healthily, so that when you go back home in the future, you won't have to rely on your dad to drive you out." Dad must have worked hard driving for so long. The three babies stared at Tang Yusin with curiosity. Although I couldn't understand what she was saying, I danced happily. Seeing this, Tang Yusin suddenly thought of something, took out her mobile phone, turned on the camera, and started recording. "Hello everyone, I am Sanbao's mother. Today my husband drove me and my baby back to our hometown. Let me show you three cute babies." As she spoke, Tang Yusin pointed the camera at the three cute kids. Ah. Woo woo. Puff. The babies seemed to know that they were being filmed. They waved their hands wildly and mumbled something, but no one knew what they were saying. After taking pictures of the baby, Tang Yusin turned the camera to Xiaofei, who was driving. "Honey, don't drive while tired. If you are tired of driving, go to the service area and take a rest." "Okay, honey, here's a refill for you." Seeing Tang Yusin filming a video, Xiaofei cooperated very well and made a heart shape to the camera. Finished the video. Tang Yusin opened the editing software, made some minor modifications on her phone, added subtitles, and then uploaded it to Bilibili. After 2 days of accumulation, the account Jiayu Sanbao doesn't have many followers. Probably less than 2,000. Therefore, after the video was uploaded, the number of views was only less than a few hundred. Tang Yusin didn't care and left the backstage directly. At the same time, in a courtyard in the capital, Yu Peipei was in the yard, basking in the sun and browsing Bilibili. Sudden. A video titled "Traveling 2,000 kilometers to bring three kids back home" caught her attention. She clicked on the video and was instantly attracted. "Hello everyone, I am Sanbao's mother." At the beginning of the video, Tang Yusin's noble and cool face appeared. Seeing Tang Yusin, Yu Peipei's face was full of envy. Even after giving birth to three babies, she is still able to maintain such a good figure, and her 2 pairs of slender legs are simply stunning. As for the RV, Yu Peipei was not too surprised. Because her family is also very wealthy, this courtyard house alone is worth hundreds of millions. So when she saw this RV, she was just slightly amazed. When Xiaofei appeared on the screen, Yu Peipei's eyes widened immediately. Wow wow wow. What a handsome little brother. That's right. Yu Peipei is a face control freak. She likes any handsome guy. When Yu Peipei saw Xiaofei appear, she almost screamed. The video finished playing quickly. Out of curiosity about Xiaofei, Yu Peipei clicked on the homepage and found that Up had released a video yesterday. She quickly clicked it and started reading. When she saw the video, Xiaofei appeared in front of her in a white robe, like a banished immortal from heaven. Yu Peipei's eyes began to show hearts again. However, when Xiaofei started playing the zither, Yu Peipei was stunned. The more she looked, the more surprised her face became. Watch the entire video. She jumped off the chair as if she had gone crazy, and ran towards the central hall of the courtyard. "Grandfather! Come and look at this!" In the central hall, an old man with a gaunt face was talking to the old man in front of him. Hearing his granddaughter's voice, he turned his head curiously. "Papa, what are you rushing for?" "Grandpa, look at this little brother, he plays the song Phoenix Seeking the Phoenix so well." Old man Yu laughed in silence and took the phone reluctantly. This old man is a well-known folk music performer in Yanxia, a master known as a national treasure, and also the president of the Yanxia Folk Music Art Association. Yu Gaoshan, Mr. Yu, is known as the one who seeks a soulmate in the mountains and flowing water. Previously, he had appeared on Bilibili's New Year's Festival, major satellite TV stations' galas, and even on the Spring Festival Gala. Has millions of fans on Bilibili. When Yu Gaoshan took the phone from his granddaughter, he didn't take her words seriously at first. I think she just doesn't have much experience. But when he saw Xiao Fei on the screen, Yu Gaoshan couldn't help but exclaimed, "What a handsome young man." Hearing Yu Gaoshan's praise, the white-haired old man opposite couldn't help but ask, "Old Yu, what a handsome young man, he can make you so amazed." "Old Zhang, take a look for yourself." Yu Gaoshan placed the phone between the two of them. Not long after, Xiao Fei in the video began to play Feng Qiu Huang, accompanied by the prelude. Yu Gaoshan and Lao Zhang, who had originally not taken it seriously, immediately closed their eyes. At the same time, the withered old hand, still on the table, tapped gently. See this scene. Yu Pei knew that her grandfather must have been attracted by this song. Wait until the song ends. Yu Gaoshan opened his eyes reluctantly. His eyes, which had been somewhat cloudy, suddenly became clear, as if filled with passion. He stood up suddenly, clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Good! Good! Good! You are indeed the one who is to be feared for what you have." He suddenly shouted, which scared Yu Pei. "Grandfather! You scared me!" Yu Gaoshan smiled heartily, patted Yu Pei on the shoulder and said, "PPI, Grandpa is so happy. I didn't expect that there is such a young man in our Yanxia country. It seems that I have someone to take over my throne." As he spoke, Yu Gaoshan picked up his phone again and watched the second half of the video. After watching the entire video, Yu Gaoshan sighed again. Using a phoenix to propose marriage, this young man is really interesting. Ha ha ha. Seeing Yu Gaoshan in high spirits, Mr. Zhang on the opposite side also became interested and asked, "Old Yu, do you want to meet this child?" "I must meet this young man." Yu Gaoshan put down his phone, stroked his beard, and said, "Pepe, I remember I also had a Bilibili account. Please use that account to send a message to this young man, saying, Grandpa wants to meet him." "Okay, Grandpa." Yu Pei nodded. Then he picked up his mobile phone, logged into his grandfather's account, and quickly edited the content. "Grandpa, do you think this is okay?" Yu Gaoshan looked down and nodded with satisfaction. After getting her grandfather's approval, Yu Pei sent the message directly. After sending the private message, Yu Gaoshan still felt unsatisfied. So he used his own account to repost the marriage proposal video of and attached a sentence. "The young are formidable. My granddaughter showed me a video that allowed me to discover an excellent folk music performer. It seems that I, Old Yu, can slowly step back." Chapter 32 Fan Surge, 3 Consecutive Rewards. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the Baby's Fans Exceed 5,000 mission. Reward, Go Mastery. With this skill, even a professional 8th Dan chess player is no match for you, and you can evenly compete with AlphaGo. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the Baby's Fans Exceed 10,000 mission. Reward, Mastery of Painting. With this skill, you will acquire perfect painting skills, and you can make paintings come alive on paper with just a few strokes. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the Baby's Fans Exceed 20,000 mission. Reward, Mastery of Calligraphy. With this skill, you will acquire calligraphy skills that are no less than that of the calligrapher Wang Shiji. You are good at Li, Xiao, Xing, Kai, and various fonts. Whatever you write, it will be at the top level. Xiao Fei is driving. I heard the system's voice coming from my mind. He was completely confused and had no idea what was going on with the system. He was given 3 rewards at once. I looked at the time and realized we had been driving for almost 5 hours and would soon reach the next service area. Xiao Fei turned on the right turn signal and drove into the service area. After parking the car, Xiao Fei unbuckled his seatbelt and went to the lounge behind the car. At a glance, I saw Tang Yusin, who was watching a TV series, and 3 babies who were sleeping soundly. "Honey, are you tired? Lie down for a while." See Xiao Fei coming over. Tang Yusin thought he was tired from driving. He patted the bed, indicating that he wanted to lie down and rest for a while. Xiao Fei sat next to Tang Yusin, hugged her slender waist, and asked, "Wife, did you send a video just now?" "Yes." Tang Yusin nodded. "Oh, let me take a look then." Xiao Fei took out his mobile phone, opened his watch list, found the video that Tang Yusin had just shot and started watching it. However, as soon as I opened the video, Xiao Fei was shocked by the dense barrage of comments in front of him. What a handsome little brother. The babies are so cute. The three look alike. Oh my god, are they triplets? Mother Bao is so beautiful, she is so pretty. What kind of fairy family is this? All the members are so good looking. Do they want us to live? This RV doesn't look cheap. It must be worth several million, right? He's so young, but he drives a RV like this, and he married such a beautiful wife. He's really a whore. Various comments almost occupied the entire screen. Seeing this, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusen looked at each other, both confused. Husband. What's going on? We seem to be famous. I saw that the number of followers of the account soared from 2,000 to more than 50,000. Tang Yusen was a little confused. I thought I was dreaming and couldn't believe this was real. Well, it seems like the traffic was brought by the previous video. Let me take another look. Xiao Fei saw the proposal video he uploaded. The number of views reached an astonishing 2 million. When I clicked on the video, I saw that the comments were several times more than the previous video, and the number of people watching in the upper left corner actually showed tens of thousands. The overwhelming barrage of comments almost drowned out the screen. The collection came from Mr. Yu. Young man, your Guqing playing is so good, comparable to boy is breaking string. The guy above, stop showing off your intelligence. Yes, is that how you use the idiom? Ha ha ha, no matter what, this little brother plays the Guqing really well. This song should be Phoenix seeking the Phoenix, right? I never thought that proposing could be done this way. It turns out that city people really know how to have fun. Am I the only one whose focus is on those three cute babies? It's so cute, it's killing me. You're trying to trick me into having a baby again. After looking for a long time, Xiao Fei finally discovered the truth of the matter through various barrages and comments. It seems the account became extremely popular, probably because of this old man Yu. So he immediately found Yu Gaoshan's Bilibili account and clicked on the homepage to take a look. Found this a few hours ago. Yu Gaoshan reposted his proposal video and highly praised his piano skills. Who is this Yu Gaoshan? Looking at the dynamic interface on Xiao Fei's mobile phone, Tang Yusen asked curiously. This Yu Gaoshan is a famous folk music performer in Yanxia, known as a national treasure level master, and is also the president of the Yanxia Folk Music Art Association. Xiao Fei briefly explained to Tang Yusen the identity of Mr. Yu. All in all, he's awesome. Xiao Fei pointed at the number of Mr. Yu's fans and continued, look, he has more than 2 million fans on Bilibili alone, which is more than many popular up hosts. Now, the number of followers of the account Jiayu Sanbo has exceeded 50,000. However, the reward the system gave to Xiao Fei only reached 20,000. That means, out of these more than 50,000 fans, nearly 30,000 are fans of me. In other words, I am a fan of him and Tang Yusen. According to the push mechanism of the small broken station, the number of views is expected to increase slowly in the next period of time. The number of fans will definitely increase. At that time, I don't know whether the system will still give him rewards. After all, Xiao Fei now has all the skills related to music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Husband. There is a private message from Mr. Yu in the background. At this moment, Tang Yusen opened her mobile phone and saw a message from Yu Lao in the background of her account. Xiao Fei took the phone. When I clicked on it, I found that it was indeed a private message from Yu Gaoshan himself. Officially certified accounts are generally not fake. My dear friend, your piano skills really impress me. As an old man, I have finally seen what it means that there are always people better than you and there are always better things beyond you. I wonder when you are free, can you meet with me? After reading this private message, Tang Yusen said in surprise. Husband. This Mr. Yu seems to want to see you? Tang Yusen looked at Xiao Fei with admiration. Through Xiao Fei's popular science just now, Tang Yusen already knew how awesome Grandpa Yu was. But now, such big shots not only actively forward their husband's videos. Still want to see him? What kind of godly husband did I find? Faced with Tang Yusen's admiration, Xiao Fei just smiled faintly. He doesn't really care about this matter. However, I was able to receive 3 consecutive rewards from the system at once, thanks to Yu Gaoshan's forwarding. It is only right and reasonable that we should thank him. So, Xiao Fei took the phone and edited a message to thank him for helping to forward the video, but he was too busy and had to go back to his hometown. When I have free time, I will definitely contact the other party. Then, I quit Billy. Hubby, don't you want to add his contact information? No hurry. Xiaofei hugged Tang Yusin and bent down to kiss her. For me, you and the baby are the most important. Everything else can be put on hold. It's amazing to see that even when facing a national treasure level artist, Xiaofei always puts himself and his baby first. Tang Yusin was extremely moved and snuggled into Xiaofei's arms. Honey, you've been driving for so long, do you want to take a break? Okay. Xiaofei nodded, hugged Tang Yusin's delicate body, and lay down on the bed to rest. Chapter 33 Bringing My Wife Home. Next. Xiaofei did not stop. After driving for more than 10 hours, we finally arrived in the Sichuan and Chongqing area. Looking at the endless mountains and familiar scenery in front of him, Xiaofei felt inexplicably excited. I remember a year ago, I went home for vacation and attended a friend's birthday party. Therefore, I unexpectedly met Tang Yusin. And a year later, when he set foot on this land again, Xiaofei had undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only does he own luxury cars and mansions, he also has a beautiful wife and 3 adorable babies. He is truly a winner in life. Honey, are we in Sichuan and Chongqing? At this time, Tang Yusin poked her head out from behind and asked excitedly. Well, we'll probably be home before 6 in the evening. Xiaofei nodded, and then said to the phone mounted on the car, Xiao AI, please help me call my dad. Xiao AI's voice was immediately heard on the Mi phone. Okay, calling dad. Hearing this, Tang Yusin, who was sitting in the lounge, suddenly tensed up. After a while, the call was connected. Hey, brat. What's the matter? Why are you calling me suddenly? From the other end of the line came Zhao's father's deep voice. Nothing, what are you doing, Dad? At work. Oh, I just wanted to tell you that I should be home around 6 in the evening. You're back? Upon hearing this, Father Xiao was obviously delighted. But soon, he asked again in confusion, aren't you in school? It's not a holiday yet, why are you back? Well. Xiaofei hesitated for a moment, then said, you'll know when we get home. I've brought my wife and children back with me. Ask Mom to cook more. You little brat, you're teasing your dad again, aren't you? Obviously, Mr. Xiao on the other end of the phone did not take this matter seriously. Xiaofei didn't care. He would know when he saw the 3 babies. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yusin asked worriedly, husband, will your parents accept me? Why don't you accept it? Xiaofei smiled and comforted her, I wonder how many people would want to find a daughter-in-law as good as you. Don't worry, my parents get along well with us. Especially my mom. When I first went to college, she wanted me to bring a girlfriend back home. Now I am not only taking care of my wife, but also 3 children. She will definitely be very happy. After Xiaofei's comfort, Tang Yusin finally let go of her worries. 6 o'clock in the evening. When the sun is about to set, Xiaofei drove the RV off the highway and arrived in the urban areas of Sichuan and Chongqing. Not long after, he arrived at the gate of an ordinary residential area in the old city. Rolling down the car window, Xiaofei waved to the security guard, Uncle Wang, please open the door. Hey, isn't this Xiaofei? Why are you back? And your car is so big. When the security guard saw that it was Xiaofei, he immediately opened the door for him with a smile. Thank you, sir. Xiaofei said something to the security guard. Then he drove to the parking space downstairs of his house. When the car stopped, Tang Yusin, who had already prepared herself mentally, started to get nervous again. Husband. I'm afraid. Seeing Xiaofei park the car, Tang Yusin grabbed his arm tightly and said in a trembling voice. Don't be afraid, I'm here, and my parents don't eat people. Tang Yusin responded in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Then, Xiaofei opened the car door, took out the stroller, and put the 3 babies in. Tang Yusin hesitated for a moment, but still followed him out. Yayuan community is the housing allocated by Xiao's father's unit. It is a bit old, so there is no elevator. Xiaofei's home is on the 3rd floor. The 2 of them carried the stroller and climbed up the stairs until they finally arrived at the door of their home. Bang, bang, bang. Xiaofei knocked on the door. Here it comes. The door opened, and a kind and gentle face with a smile appeared in their sight. Xiaofei, you're back, eh? Halfway through her words, Mother Wang Fong was stunned. She widened her eyes and looked curiously at Tang Yusin, who was standing at the door pushing a stroller. At the same time, he lowered his head and looked at the 3 babies in the stroller. This. She opened her mouth, speechless with surprise. Mom, I'm back. Xiao Fei walked in and introduced her. This is Tang Yusin, these are my and Yusin's children. Hello, Auntie. I am Xiao Fei's girlfriend. Tang Yusin followed her in and greeted Wang Feng. Seeing this scene, Wang Feng covered her mouth, looking somewhat unbelievable. After a while, he put on slippers and ran to the kitchen. Old man, this is bad. Our son. What happened to our son? Our son brought back many sons. Hearing this, Xiao Jun, who was cooking in the kitchen, was stunned. He hurriedly followed Wang Feng and walked out of the kitchen. At a glance, I saw Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin putting their 3 children on the sofa one by one in the living room. This is. Xiao Jun's eyes almost popped out when he saw the 3 cute babies. He slapped his forehead and asked loudly, Stinky boy, what the hell is going on? Dad, Mom. Xiao Fei held Tang Yusin's hand, walked to Xiao Jun and Wang Feng, and introduced them. This is my girlfriend, and my fiancé Tang Yusin, and these are my children, and your grandchildren. Xiao Jun. Wang Feng. The 2 of them stood there, staring blankly at the 3 babies, with extremely complicated expressions on their faces. Sudden. Xiao Jun suddenly grabbed Xiao Fei. He took him aside and asked quietly, Are you taking over? My own child. So, these 3 are all my good grandchildren? Yes. The smile on Xiao Jun's face could no longer be hidden. His eyes sparkled as he stared at the 3 babies on the sofa. When did you get together? Ahem, let me tell you slowly about this. Xiao Fei walked back with his father, then took Tang Yusin to sit down opposite them and spoke slowly. Here's what happened, Uxin and I met unexpectedly last year. And then, we had a child. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, I've been keeping this a secret from you. Seeing that Xiao Fei did not tell his parents the whole truth, Tang Yusin knew that he was protecting herself. However, she still chose to stand up and said, Uncle and Aunt, actually the thing is, Xiao Fei and I. Tang Yusin told the whole story of how they met. After hearing this, Zhao's father and mother were also filled with emotion. Wang Feng's eyes were red. She stood up, walked to Tang Yusin and hugged her. Girl, you've worked so hard. It's really heartbreaking for a person to be pregnant for 10 months and take care of 3 babies. You went out to work again not long after giving birth? You didn't even have confinement, so you didn't have any underlying health problems, did you? Was that brat good to you? Tang Yusin felt warm in her heart when she saw Wang Feng hugging her tightly and asking about her well-being. Originally, she thought that she had told the truth. Will be criticized by Zhao's father and mother. But now, not only did they not blame me, they were also so nice to me. The pressure in Tang Yusin's heart disappeared in an instant. She hugged Wang Feng tightly, joking a little as she said, No. Xiao Fei is very good to me. If this brat dares to bully you, just tell Mom, and I promise to teach him a lesson for you. As Wang Feng spoke, she glared at Xiao Fei fiercely. Then he sent Xiao Fei away, sat next to Tang Yusin, took her hand, and started chatting with her. Before leaving, Xiao Fei winked at Tang Yusin. It seems to be saying, well, I told you my mom is easy to get along with, right? Tang Yusin returned a look, smiled and nodded. Chapter 34, Brat, where did you get so much money? My dear grandson. I'm Grandma, call me Grandma. Hey, Debeo is laughing. Boys who love to laugh are always lucky. In the living room, Wang Feng looked at the 3 babies, pinching the eldest baby's face, touching the second baby's nose, and playing with the third baby's ears, with an expression of doting on her face. Seeing the mother's childish behavior, Xiao Fei couldn't help but complain, Mom, why do I feel like you're treating the baby as a toy? Ah. Wang Feng was stunned for a moment, then said seriously, if you don't give birth to children for fun, then why give birth to them? Hearing these tough words, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin were speechless on the spot. When you were a kid, your mom played with you a lot. Xiao Fei? I saw Wang Feng holding Tang Yusin's hand and muttering something. What are she talking about? Embarrassing incidents like Xiao Fei was a little crybaby when he was a child, all his relatives have played the guitar for him, he was even made to wear women's clothes kept coming out of her mouth. In desperation, Xiao Fei had to flee the living room and hide in the kitchen. Usually, it is Wang Feng who cooks at home, but if there are important guests or Xiao Fei goes home for vacation, his father Xiao Jun will cook. From this we can see that Xiao Jun's cooking skills are still better than Wang Feng's. This situation seems to be very common in the Sichuan and Chongqing areas, and it is also the case in many of Xiao Fei's classmates' homes. Dad, let me help you. Then you cut the carrots. Seeing that Xiao Fei wanted to help, Xiao Jun did not refuse. However, when Xiao Fei picked up the kitchen knife and displayed his knife skills, Xiao Jun was obviously frightened. Stinky boy, that's fine. Are you secretly learning how to cook? No, I learned it all by myself. So, you can be alone? Hearing this, Xiao Fei suddenly had a bad feeling. Okay. Then I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to go play with my grandson. After saying that, Xiao Jun didn't give Xiao Fei any time to react and just slipped out. Xiao Fei smiled helplessly. My old father, who is over 50 years old, is still like a child. Wait for Xiao Fei to finish cooking. Serve the dishes on the table and invite everyone to eat. Only then did Zhao's father and mother reluctantly put the baby down and sat at the dining table to eat. You want a couple of drinks, little brat? Okay. Xiao Fei didn't refuse either. It's a rare opportunity to go home, so it's okay to have a couple of drinks with Dad. The father and son were toasting each other. Wang Feng kept picking up food for Tang Yusen. Dad, Mom. After 3 rounds of wine, the meal has 5 flavors. Xiao Fei suddenly said, the main reason we came back this time is to get the household registration booklet and go to register for marriage. Okay. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng nodded quickly. However, my in-laws. Xiao Fei and I plan to go back tomorrow. Tang Yusen put down her chopsticks and interrupted. Okay, after you meet your in-laws, our 2 families can find a time to have dinner together. Can. Come on, stop talking about this and eat. At this moment, Xiao Jun said shamelessly, Xiao Fei, this kid, has improved his cooking skills a lot, and the food he cooks is really delicious. If you keep going like this, you'll soon catch up with my craft. Wang Feng couldn't help but roll her eyes. As for your craftsmanship, it's only slightly better than mine, and it's still far from what our son can do. Faced with Wang Feng's ruthless exposure, Xiao Jun could only lower his head and work hard to eat. Seeing this, Xiao Fei smiled helplessly. After dinner, Wang Feng and Tang Yusen are feeding their baby in the living room. Xiao Jun pulled Xiao Fei to the balcony. He took out a pack of soft Yushi cigarettes and lit one for himself. Then he was about to hand one to Xiao Fei, but suddenly stopped halfway. You're not smoking now, are you? No, I quit. That's good. You can't smoke when you're with children. As he spoke, Xiao Jun took a deep breath, put out his cigarette, and then said in a deep voice, you were such a kid, this thing happened to you, alas, you are still studying now. I just asked Uxin, she is your university teacher. You said you don't have a job right now, and you have to raise 3 kids. Dad will transfer 100,000 yuan to you later, you go first. Dad, no need. Before Xiao Jun could finish his words, Xiao Fei waved his hand and said, why not? Don't you want to be a gigolo? Xiao Jun blared at Xiao Fei fiercely, expressing his disdain for his behavior. I have money. You have no money. Xiao Fei was too lazy to explain. He took out his cell phone, opened his online banking account, and handed it to Xiao Jun to see. See for yourself. When Xiao Jun took the phone and looked at it, his eyes almost popped out. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Millions of dollars in savings. Smelly boy, where did you get so much money? Xiao Fei took back his phone and said with a smile, I have been writing novels since I finished the college entrance examination. You also know this. I have made a lot of money over the years. Your novel writing is useless. Xiao Fei smiled and explained, although it's not much, I used this money to make more than 10 million in the stock market. More than 10 million? Xiao Jun widened his eyes and said in disbelief, you are kidding me, right? No kidding. Let me show you something. Xiao Fei opened Bilibili and called up the 3 videos under his account. You can see for yourself, the house in the video was bought by me. I also bought that RV, and it's parked downstairs in the community now. I bought a house and a car. Now I still have several million left. It's no problem to support my family. After hearing what his son said, Xiao Jun stood on the balcony and looked down. I found a huge RV parked downstairs. Did you really buy this? Xiao Fei nodded. If you don't believe me, you and Mom can come to the Magic City some other day to have a look. After a long time, Xiao Jun reluctantly accepted this fact. He patted Xiao Fei on the shoulder and said with satisfaction, "Well, you are worthy of being my son, Xiao Jun. But the stock market is risky. You are still studying, so you should focus on your studies and try to find a good job after graduation. This way, even if the stock market is not doing well, you can still have a stable income to support the family." Facing his father's instructions, Xiao Fei didn't say much, just nodded heavily. After saying that, Xiao Jun seemed to have thought of something and changed the subject. "Wait a minute, you said you drove back from the Magic City?" "Yes." Xiao Fei shrugged and said, "The babies are still young, and it's not convenient for them to take a plane or a high-speed train. I can only buy an RV and bring them back." "Look at what you did." Xiao Jun didn't know what to say. But soon, he turned his attention to the RV. Go, go, go. Show me your RV. I've never seen such a big thing before," Xiao Jun said excitedly. Then he pulled Xiao Fei back to the living room and prepared to change shoes and go out. Seeing that they were about to leave, Wang Feng immediately asked, "Where are you going?" "Let's go. Let's go down together to digest the food and take a look at the RV my son bought." "Ah, Xiao Fei bought a car?" Wang Feng didn't react for a moment. Chapter 35, Not even Dad can do that. It's time to go downstairs. Xiao Jun told Wang Feng about Xiao Fei's purchase of a house. "I heard that my son had bought a house in Shanghai and had several million in savings." Wang Feng staggered and almost fell down the stairs. The housing prices in Shanghai are not cheap. A house costs at least several hundred or even tens of millions. Not only did my son buy a house, he also had several million in savings. He is so capable. Soon, Xiao Fei and his whole family came downstairs to the community. At this time, the RV was surrounded by neighbors, pointing and talking at it. "Hey! Director Xiao, you're here to see this RV too? Hey, isn't this Xiao Fei? When did you come back?" Most of the people in this community are former employees of state-owned enterprises, and everyone knows each other. When they saw Xiao Fei, everyone greeted him enthusiastically. "Hey, I just got back today." Xiao Fei looked at these familiar faces and replied with a smile. "Who is this?" Everyone then turned their attention to Tang Yusen. "This is my daughter-in-law." Without waiting for Xiao Fei to speak, Wang Feng introduced them proudly. "And these three are my good grandchildren." Hearing this, the neighbors immediately gathered around. "Hey, Xiao Fei got married? Why didn't he tell us? What a beautiful wife here. Yeah, she looks like a big star. These are triplets? Old Xiao, you are so lucky. Unlike the boy in our family, he can't give birth no matter how hard he tries." Everyone was praising her so much that Tang Yusen felt a little embarrassed. Facing the flattery of the crowd, Xiao Jun smiled complacently and said, "We just found out about this today. When they hold a banquet next time, they will definitely invite you." At this time, Xiao Fei took out the car keys and opened the door of the RV. "Dad, Mom. Let's go in and take a look." Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. "This car? My son bought this car," Wang Feng said with pride. Everyone has lived in the same community for so many years and has long been accustomed to Wang Feng's personality. Faced with her showing off, everyone just smiled, with envy on their faces. Then, they all followed Xiao Jun and Wang Feng into the car to take a look. After they finished the tour, their faces were full of unsatisfied looks. "This car must cost a lot of money, right? The space inside is really big. It's just like my home." "Yes, it has a living room, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, and everything. It's also very well decorated. No wonder it's called an RV. With this car, can't we go wherever we want? That feeling is really TSK. Hearing the neighbors' praise, Xiao Jun and Wang Feng's faces lit up. After all, we are neighbors who have lived together for decades, and everyone would show off some good things. Before, these neighbors often showed off in front of Xiao Jun and Wang Feng. Now the tide has turned, and it's their turn to show off. This feeling is really great. Everyone sat in the pavilion downstairs and started chatting. Until 10 o'clock at night. Everyone went back to their homes and looked for their mothers. At night, lying in Xiao Fei's original bedroom, looking at Tang Yusen who always had a smile on her lips. Xiao Fei smiled and asked, "How is it? Are you relieved now? Tang Yusin turned around and hugged Xiao Fei tightly. The uncles and aunts are all very nice. Before coming here, I was worried that they would have prejudices against me because of my pregnancy before marriage. I didn't expect that they would care about me so much and treat me so well. Tang Yusin felt like she was dreaming. That's good. Hearing this, Xiao Fei stroked Tang Yusin's hair and said, "Have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow, we will go visit my parents-in-law." At the same time, in a residential area in the Sichuan Chongqing urban area, Tang Yusin's father Tang Dingyuan. At this time, he was sitting on the sofa, frowning and smoking. Tang's mother sat next to him and sighed helplessly. "Old man, please don't be angry. Didn't I tell you that these two children are living happily in the Magic City? I have also investigated Xiao Fei. He is a very responsible man. He is also very capable. He bought a house and a car in Shanghai. Uxin will definitely not suffer if she follows him, so don't worry." Relieved? Hearing what Tang's mother said, Tang Dingyuan slammed the table heavily and said, "How can I be at ease? Who knows if that boy is with Uxin for other purposes? Besides, Uxin has been pregnant for such a long time, why hasn't that boy come out?" Hearing this, Tang's mother suddenly became anxious. "Didn't I tell you? Xiao Fei didn't even know Uxin was pregnant at the beginning. Later, he found out about this and has been taking good care of Yusin and the 3 babies. He also bought a house and a car. What could be his purpose? Are you the richest man or the director? What purpose could he have for our family?" After being scolded by Tang's mother, Tang Dingyuan suddenly fell silent. He took a few puffs of his cigarette and said, "No, Uxin really makes me angry. She had sex with a man she didn't know before she got married and gave birth to a child. She has completely disgraced me." Hearing this, Tang's mother punched him angrily and asked, "Is your face more important, or your daughter's happiness? Besides, I've met Xiao Fei. He's a very good man. There will be no problem if our daughter marries him. I'm warning you, Xiao Fei and Yusin will be bringing the child back tomorrow, you must not give them a cold shoulder. If you dare to lose your temper, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." After being scolded by his wife, Tang Dingyuan immediately lost his temper. After a while, he asked quietly, "Is Yusin that girl healthy? Look at you, you still say you don't care about her." Tang's mother smiled and said, "Don't worry. Although my daughter hasn't had confinement, her work is relatively easy and she is in good health. Plus, Xiao Fei has been taking good care of me these days, so what can go wrong?" Tang Dingyuan nodded, put out his cigarette, got up and went back to the bedroom. Sleep. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. After breakfast, Xiao Fei said goodbye to his parents. Taking his wife and children, he drove towards Tang Yusin's home. On the way, Tang Yusin fed her 3 babies, then came to the driver's seat and sat next to Xiao Fei, looking uneasy. "Husband. Wait, my dad's attitude might not be very good." "Don't worry." Xiao Fei drove with one hand and held Tang Yusin's hand with the other, comforting her, "I will bear whatever my father-in-law says. As long as he agrees that we can be together, I will accept it even if he beats me or scolds me." "No. I won't let him do that." Tang Yusin hurriedly shook her head and said seriously. She loves her precious husband so much that she can't express enough. How could he allow others to beat or scold him? Not even Dad. Chapter 36, Meeting the Father-in-Law and Mother-in-Law. Not long after, Xiao Fei drove to the community where Tang Yusin lived. This community is newer than the one Xiao Fei lives in, and has more complete supporting facilities. Park your RV in a public parking spot. Xiao Fei got out of the car, took out 2 strollers, and put the 3 babies in them. Then, Xiao Fei brought with him the various expensive gifts he had bought from the mall, as well as 4 bottles of mutai. Then he smiled at Tang Yusin and pushed the stroller downstairs. Tang Yusin's home is on the 8th floor. The entire community is divided into 12 buildings, each with 2 elevators and 8 households. Take the elevator to the 8th floor. Tang Yusin looked at the familiar door of her home and began to hesitate. It was not until the baby in the stroller began to babble that Tang Yusin took a deep breath and knocked on the door. At this time, in the living room, Tang Dingyuan looked extremely anxious and kept pacing back and forth. Tang's mother sat on the sofa, watching TV calmly, and couldn't help but complain. "Look at you, you were still angry yesterday. Today, when I knew my daughter was coming back, I was as nervous as a monkey." "I'm not. Bang bang bang. Tang Dingyuan was about to refute. Then I heard a knock on the door. He immediately sat back on the sofa, putting on a serious look. Tang's mother quickly got up, walked to the door and opened it. When Tang Yusin saw her mother, her eyes turned red. Mom, I'm back. UXIN. Seeing her daughter, Tang's mother couldn't control herself. After a year, the daughter who had been away from home for so long finally returned home. This is undoubtedly a great happiness for parents. Seeing this, Tang Dingyuan coughed lightly. Come into the house. Tang's mother also reacted and quickly extended her hand to let her daughter and son-in-law in. Tang Yusin and Xiao Fei pushed the stroller into the house and put it away. Looking at this extremely familiar home, Tang Yusin felt very complicated. Especially after seeing him sitting on the sofa and staring at his father, Tang Yusin's heart began to tremble inexplicably. Dad, I'm back. Tang Yusin said with a sob. You still remember to come back. As soon as Tang Dingyuan finished speaking, his mother glared at him fiercely. I don't know if it was because Tang Dingyuan's voice was too loud, but the baby in the stroller was scared. After he yelled at them, the three babies started crying. Look at you, you scared the kids. Tang's mother complained. Seeing this, Tang Yusin hurriedly comforted the baby. Tang Dingyuan became a little anxious and stood up to come over, but was pushed away by Tang's mother. Go! 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 The child was scared to tears by you. Why are you here now? Tang Dingyuan wanted to say something, but finally shut up. Xiao Fei stepped forward, smiled and stretched out his right hand to Tang Dingyuan, breaking the awkwardness and said. Hello uncle, my name is Xiao Fei, and I'm Yuxian's boyfriend. Tang Dingyuan shook hands with Xiao Fei perfunctorily, keeping his eyes on the three babies. With the comfort of Tang's mother and Tang Yusin, the babies finally stopped crying. Even the most timid Erbo was lying in Tang's mother's arms, staring with his dark eyes, looking at his grandmother curiously. Look, the child is smiling. So cute, let grandma kiss you. Tang's mother's heart melted when she saw this. Seeing this scene, Tang Dingyuan also wanted to hug the child, but due to his face, he could only sit on the sofa. It was difficult to divert my gaze away from the three babies. He cleared his throat and looked at Tang Yusin and Xiao Fei who were sitting side by side in front of him. I'll call you Xiao Fei, is that okay? Sure. Tang Dingyuan was silent for a moment, then continued, I know everything about you and my daughter. I heard from Yuxian's mother that you bought a house in Shanghai? Yes. Xiao Fei nodded and said, I made some money from stock trading before, and I wanted to use it to continue investing. But after I met Yusin and the kids, I used the money to buy a house. After all, money can be earned at any time, but the babies must have a home as soon as possible. Tang Dingyuan was very satisfied to hear Xiao Fei's reply. He nodded and tried to take out a cigarette. But when he saw the baby, he put the cigarette box back. I heard that you are still a student? Tang Dingyuan continued to ask. Yes, uncle. Xiao Fei did not hide it, and said with a firm look in his eyes, I am already a junior, and I don't have to go to many classes. I have plenty of time to take care of Yuxian and the baby, so you don't have to worry about this, uncle. Good. At this point, Tang Dingyuan no longer had any opinion about Xiao Fei. He then turned his gaze to Tang Yusin and asked. Do these three babies have names? Yes, Dad. Seeing that her father took the initiative to talk to her, Tang Yusin said happily. These three babies, from left to right, are Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao. The first child is a boy named Xiao Xingha, and the second and third children are girls named Xiao Tianshui and Xiao Qingmeng. Xiao Fei found these three names from a 7-character quatrain by Tanggong, a poet from the late Yuan dynasty. After getting drunk, I didn't know the sky was in the water, and the boat was full of sweet dreams that pressed down the stars. Tang Dingyuan is a Chinese teacher and is well versed in poetry and songs. Hearing the names of the three children, he nodded in praise. Good. That's a good name. Then he looked at the three babies. Ah. Puff bababa. Seeing them babbling in their chubby faces, Tang Dingyuan felt itchy again. He really wants to hug his grandchildren. But for the sake of face, he could only sit there. Seeing him like this, Tang Yusin and Xiao Fei couldn't help but smile. At this time, Xiao Fei picked up Dabao and sat next to him. Come, uncle. Look, this is Dabao. He's the bravest one. Debeo stared at Tang Dingyuan with watery eyes, curiously, and kept blowing bubbles from his mouth. Seeing his naive look, Tang Dingyuan's heart melted. "Uncle, do you want a hug?" "Can I?" Tang Dingyuan said this. But his hands had already stretched out and took Debeo from Xiaofei's arms. When Debeo left his father's arms, he was a little scared at first. But slowly, perhaps she felt Tang Dingyuan's love for her. Debeo gradually calmed down and even stretched out his chubby little hands to grab Tang Dingyuan's beard. "Oh, dear grandson, don't pull grandpa's beard." "Ah, puff." Debeo was grabbing, but suddenly stopped moving. He sat there with his eyes wide open, looking a little embarrassed. Tang Dingyuan didn't know what had happened yet. He thought that his words had scared his grandson. At this time, Xiaofei hurriedly brought Debeo over. "This kid. It must be pooping again." Immediately, Xiaofei sat on the sofa and started to take off Debeo's pants. Tang Yusin went to the stroller and took out the diaper. The two of them cooperated very well and changed Debeo's diaper in no time. Seeing Xiaofei's skillful movements, Tang Dingyuan and Tang's mother nodded secretly. "My daughter has chosen the right person." Chapter 37, Certification Required. Night. Just like how he conquered Tang's mother, Xiaofei walked into the kitchen, showed off his cooking skills, and cooked a large table of food. Tang Dingyuan ate it and almost swallowed his tongue. He is not an unreasonable person. It's just that because she felt sorry for her daughter's experience in the past year, and because she didn't know Xiaofei well, she was hostile towards him. Now, looking at the dinner table, the two of them looked very affectionate, picking up food for each other from time to time. The knot in Tang Dingyuan's heart was gradually untied. "Uncle, aunt. We came back this time mainly because we have something to discuss with you." Halfway through the meal, Xiaofei suddenly spoke. "You say?" Tang Dingyuan put down his chopsticks and looked up at Xiaofei. "It's like this. Yusin and I plan to get our marriage certificate tomorrow so that we can register our 3 children. As for the wedding, I plan to hold it after I graduate from college. What do you think?" Tang Dingyuan and his mother looked at each other and nodded. "Okay. For the sake of the child, I really have to get the certificate." Tang Dingyuan pondered for a moment, then said, "Then let's meet your parents in a couple of days so we can get to know each other. Both children are about to get married, but the in-laws haven't even met each other yet." "What nonsense is this?" Seeing that her father agreed, Tang Yusin happily held Xiaofei's hand, her face full of joy. "Okay, uncle and aunt. My parents also said that they want to meet you." Tang's mother looked at Xiaofei with a smile and joked, "You're getting ready to get married, but you're still calling me uncle and aunt?" Xiaofei was stunned for a moment, then immediately changed his tone and said, "Mom and Dad, eat the food quickly before it gets cold." "Hey!" Tang Dingyuan and his wife responded happily. The next day, Xiaofei and Tang Yusin got up early. They didn't sleep in the same room last night. There is a custom in Sichuan and Chongqing. Or in other words, many places have such customs. That is, when a couple returns to the wife's parents' home, they cannot sleep in the same bed. Xiaofei didn't quite understand the meaning of this custom, but he didn't care too much about it. However, Tang Yusin couldn't sleep last night when she thought about getting the marriage certificate today. Seeing her come out with a pair of panda eyes, Xiaofei asked curiously, "Did you not sleep well last night?" "Well." Tang Yusin blushed, her eyes flickered, and she was too embarrassed to answer. After a long while, she said, "Maybe I'm used to sleeping in my bed at home, so I'm not used to the sudden change of place." "Then do you want to sleep a little longer?" "Fine." Tang Yusin waved her hand and said, "I'll just put on some makeup later." After a while, Tang Yusin finished her makeup and walked out of her bedroom. When she appeared in front of Xiaofei again, even Xiaofei, who saw her every day, had a flash of surprise in his eyes at this moment. Her facial features are naturally delicate, especially her high nose and small lips, which become even more charming and attractive after being modified with makeup. Tang Yusin even specially changed into the clothes that Xiaofei had bought for her before. With a necklace and earrings, she is breathtakingly beautiful. Like a bright star, shining brightly. She looked at Xiaofei shyly and suddenly raised her eyebrows. "Really? I wanted to dress you up, too. But now I see that there is no need for this at all." At this time, Xiaofei was wearing a white shirt with his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his strong arms. A black tie hung around his neck, accentuating his elegant figure. Coupled with his handsome appearance and elegant temperament, he is simply stunningly handsome. Tang Yusin was stunned by what she saw. Before meeting Xiao Fei, Tang Yusin was very confident about her appearance. But now, compared with Xiao Fei's face with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, she found herself so weak. Xiao Fei looks so good no matter how he dresses up. Finish breakfast. The three babies were left to be taken care of by Mr. and Mrs. Tang. Xiao Fei and his friend took their household registration books and left home. Because the Civil Affairs Bureau is relatively close. Plus it's still early. Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin did not drive but chose to walk there. On the way, Tang Yusin hugged Xiao Fei's arm affectionately with a happy smile on her face. Two people were walking on the street, attracting the attention of passers-by. After all, the combination of handsome men and beautiful women is always an eye-catching presence no matter where they go. Not long after, the two arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. There are generally only two types of people who come to the Civil Affairs Bureau. One is to register for marriage and the other is to register for divorce. Although they are all male and female groups, the married and divorced ones can be distinguished at a glance. Those who came to get married were all holding hands, with happy smiles on their faces. People who come for divorce are all different. Some have sad faces, some have no expression, and some are even secretly happy. Standing at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin smiled at each other, then walked in arm in arm. Today is a weekday and not many people come to get their certificates. Soon, it was their turn. Hello, we are here to get a marriage certificate. Xiao Fei looked at the staff at the window and said lightly. The staff member looked up and saw the newlyweds in front of them with a somewhat surprised expression. She had never seen such a good-looking newlywed couple. Okay, do you have all your ID with you? Yes. Xiao Fei handed over their ID cards. The staff member took the certificate and took out a form. Come on, fill in the information. Then take a photo of you two together. According to the staff, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin first filled in the information and then took photos. The photo shoot went smoothly. The photographer who was in charge of taking pictures of the two people looked at the finished film and kept exclaiming, "I've been working here for so many years, and I've never taken such a good-looking ID photo. You two are really a match made in heaven. Congratulations, your baby will definitely be very good-looking in the future." Thank you, we already have a child. The staff was stunned for a moment, then laughed, "Congratulations, you are so lucky." After submitting various information and photos, not long after, the two red books were handed to Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin. Looking at the marriage certificate in her hand, Tang Yusin suddenly felt unreal. Honey, am I dreaming? No. Xiao Fei put his arms around Tang Yusin's waist and kissed her right on the street. Tang Yusin's pretty face turned red, but she did not refuse. Because now, they are already a legal couple. Then, she took out her cell phone, turned on the camera function, took a picture of the marriage certificate in their hands, and then said to the camera, "Today is a day worth remembering. From today on, my husband and I are officially a legal couple. Please give me your guidance for the rest of my life." The two hugged each other tightly and made a heart shape to the camera. A sweet scene. The passers-by around were envious. After Tang Yusin finished filming the video, she directly uploaded the original film to the account. Chapter 38, Meeting an Old Classmate. Husband. Where are we going now? After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Tang Yusin took Xiao Fei's arm and asked sweetly. Xiao Fei pointed to a Tiffany store in front. Walk. Let's go buy wedding rings. Originally Xiao Fei wanted to buy a DR diamond ring, but there seemed to be no store nearby. Therefore, he could only choose this nearby Tiffany store. Hubby, let's just forget it. It's such a waste of money. Besides, didn't you already buy me an engagement ring? Tang Yusin seemed a little hesitant. How can this be the same? Xiao Fei patted her hands and said, "An engagement ring is an engagement ring. What we are going to buy now is a wedding diamond ring. Don't be afraid of wasting money. Your husband and I have plenty of money." After saying that, Xiao Fei took Tang Yusin and walked into the Tiffany store. Seeing the two people come in, the clerk immediately greeted them warmly. Welcome. Excuse me, what would you two like to buy? After entering the store, Xiao Fei discovered that Tang Yusin had been attracted by the various diamond rings in the store. He couldn't help but smile. Then he looked at the clerk and smiled, "We want to buy a pair of wedding rings." "Okay, please follow me. The clerk eagerly took Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin to the counter. Just now, she had seen the red books in the hands of the two people. Generally speaking, newlyweds have the greatest desire to buy diamond rings and the highest success rate. Looking at those sparkling diamond rings in the counter, Tang Yusin feels that she likes every one of them. But when she saw the price, she couldn't help but frown. Xiao Fei had been observing Tang Yusin's reaction. Soon, he discovered that Tang Yusin's eyes were attracted by a pair of diamond rings. He took a look at the pair of diamond rings, which cost 388,000 yuan. You like this? Seeing Xiao Fei pointing at the pair of diamond rings she liked, Tang Yusin nodded. Hello. Can you give us a try on this one? Hearing what Xiao Fei said, the clerk immediately took out the pair of diamond rings and handed the women's ring to Xiao Fei with a smile. Xiao Fei took off the engagement ring on Tang Yusin's hand, and then slowly put the wedding ring on her. Just the right size. Xiao Fei stretched out his hand again. Wife. Can you help me put it on too? Tang Yusin blushed and gently put the ring on Xiao Fei's finger under the envious gaze of the shop assistant. You two are so loving. The clerk couldn't help but praise it. Thanks. Xiao Fei smiled and said, please help me pack up this pair of rings. Seeing that Xiao Fei wanted to buy the pair of diamond rings without blinking, the clerk was so scared that his mouth opened wide. You know, the consumption level in Sichuan and Chongqing is not high. A diamond ring like this one is worth hundreds of thousands. If we can sell one pair a year, that's already very good. But I didn't expect that I would meet such a big client today. The clerk immediately smiled and took Xiao Fei to check out. After paying the bill, the two held hands and left the store. Tang Yusin looked at the diamond ring on her hand with a happy smile on her face. Tang Yusin? Just then, a surprised voice came from not far away. Tang Yusin, who was originally immersed in happiness and unable to extricate herself, saw the man in front of her and the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. Her brows furrowed, and she instantly turned into an icy and cold goddess. Sun Liang? Why are you here? The man called Sun Liang looked about the same age as Tang Yusin. He stared with round eyes, looked at Tang Yusin, and then looked at Xiao Fei beside her. I was just passing by. I didn't expect to run into you. Why, this is your boyfriend. Sun Liang looked at Xiao Fei with hostility in his eyes. Not a boyfriend. It's my husband. We have already obtained the marriage certificate. Tang Yusin stretched out her delicate and graceful hand and showed off the diamond ring on her hand. You got the certificate? Sun Liang looked at Tang Yusin in disbelief and asked with trembling lips. He never expected it. My former school beauty goddess is actually married? Wife, who is this? At this time, Xiao Fei asked with some curiosity. It's my high school classmate, Sun Liang. Tang Yusin replied nonchalantly. Hello, Mr. Sun. Xiao Fei politely extended his right hand to Sun Liang. My name is Xiao Fei. Although Sun Liang was somewhat reluctant. But in front of the goddess, he still forced a smile and shook hands with Xiao Fei. Hello Mr. Xiao, my name is Sun Liang, congratulations. Thanks. Xiao Fei said lightly. Princess Tang, you are really too mean. You got married, but you didn't even tell us old classmates? After exchanging pleasantries with Xiao Fei, Sun Liang turned his attention back to Tang Yusin and teased her with a smile. Tang Yusin tidied her hair at the temples. This unintentional action made her exude a unique charm. Although it's no longer as youthful as it was before. But now, the mature temperament she exudes makes her even more charming and attractive. Sun Liang subconsciously clenched his fists after seeing this. I'm sorry. Although we have obtained the marriage certificate, we have not yet held the wedding. So I didn't inform you old classmates. Tang Yusin hugged Xiao Fei's arm tightly and said without raising her head. I see. Then I hope to drink your wedding wine soon. Sun Liang said this lightly, then left with a wry smile. After he goes away, Xiao Fei asked, does he seem to be interested in you? I have no interest in him at all. Tang Yusin seemed to be afraid that Xiao Fei would misunderstand her, so she quickly explained. When I was in high school, he pursued me, but I didn't agree, so he... Okay, you don't have to explain. Do you think I'm that kind of stingy person? Seeing that Tang Yusin was a little anxious, Xiao Fei scratched her nose and said lovingly. Besides, we're married. It's not that easy to snatch you from me. Hey. Hearing what Xiao Fei said, Tang Yusin smiled foolishly again. The next day, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin brought their children to the door of Sheraton Hotel early. Although, the two have not held a wedding yet. But since the marriage certificate has been obtained, it is reasonable for the parents of both sides to meet and have a meal together. As for inviting guests, that is a matter for the future. Today, the first people to arrive at the hotel were Xiao Fei's parents. Just as Xiao Jun and Wang Fang arrived at the hotel, Tang Yusin's parents also arrived. Among them, there was an old man with gray hair. Grandmother. Seeing the old man, Tang Yusin immediately went to greet him. When she was a child, Tang Yusin was raised by her grandparents. Her grandfather died of illness a few years ago, leaving her grandmother alone. Tang Dingyuan is the only son, so there are only 3 people in the Tang family. My great-grandchildren. Grandma Tang Yusin was not in good health. With the support of Tang Dingyuan and Tang's mother, she walked forward tremblingly, looking at the 3 chubby little cuties in the stroller. The old man's already wrinkled face became even more wrinkled because of his smile. She raised her head, looked at her granddaughter, then looked at Xiao Fei, and her originally cloudy eyes gradually brightened up. She held Xiao Fei's hand tightly and praised him repeatedly. What a handsome child! Being praised by grandma like this. Xiao Fei felt a little embarrassed. He also held grandma's hands and greeted her. Hello, grandma. My name is Xiao Fei. What's your name? Xiao Fei. Seeing that the old man was a little hard of hearing, Xiao Fei repeated it in a louder voice. Oh, I want to fly. What a nice name. What a nice name. Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Chapter 39, Sister-in-law is a university teacher? At the hotel entrance, Tang Dingyuan and Xiao Jun also started chatting. Xiao Jun handed Tang Dingyuan a cigarette and lit it for him. Oh, my relatives. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Ha ha ha. Me too. Tonight, we're not going home until we're drunk. Tang Dingyuan said with a laugh. There was no sign that he was still angry about this incident yesterday. After asking around, I found out that there were actually 2 of them. One is the director of a local state-owned enterprise, and the other is a Chinese teacher at a key high school in the city. Obviously, both Tang Dingyuan and Xiao Jun were very satisfied with each other. The other side. Wang Fang was also greeting Tang's mother warmly. The 2 were of similar age and had similar interests and hobbies, so they had a lot of fun chatting. Before long, they began to call each other sisters. The 2 families, along with their 3 babies, entered the hotel room that had been booked in advance. Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin stayed at the door and continued to entertain the guests. A while later, an Ideal L6 and a Volkswagen SUV were parked in front of the hotel entrance. Those who came out of the car were Xiao Fei's aunt and uncle, Xiao Fei's grandparents, his aunt's 2 daughters, and his uncle's son. Grandpa, Grandma, Aunt, Uncle, you are here. Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin went up to greet the group of people. Then, he introduced Tang Yusin to each of his relatives one by one. Looking at Tang Yusin in front of them, Xiao family's relatives all showed astonished looks. What a beautiful girl. The younger sister-in-law came up and couldn't help but praise. The uncle-in-law stretched out his short, fat little hand, patted Xiao Fei's shoulder fiercely, and said cheerfully, You can do it, kid. I went to Shanghai to attend university, and before I even graduated, I got married. She even gave birth to 3 chubby boys. She's really promising. My brother-in-law is in the medicinal materials business and often has to attend various drinking parties, so his voice is particularly loud when he speaks. At this time, Xiao Fei's uncle came over and asked politely, Xiao Fei, where are your parents? Inside. Okay, let's go in too. Just like that, a large group of people walked into the box in a mighty procession. Enter the box. My aunt's eldest daughter, Wu Tongtong, was attracted by the 3 babies in the stroller at first sight. Several juniors immediately surrounded him. Is this brother Xiao Fei's child? So cute. I don't know if so many people appeared suddenly. The baby, who was originally very well behaved, suddenly started to twist his body, and the second baby even pouted his mouth. It seemed as if I would burst into tears in the next second. Seeing this, Xiao Fei hurried forward and held Erbao in his arms. Erbao, be good. Don't cry, Daddy is here. Hearing his father's voice, Erbao gradually calmed down, but his big dark eyes were still staring at the younger ones. Wu Tongtong and others had no choice but to leave in embarrassment. Then they turned their attention to Tang Yusin. "Sister-in-law, how did you and my brother know each other? Are you also from Magic City Jiaotong University?" Just then, Uncle Xiaofei's son Xiaojun asked curiously. Hearing this, Tang Yusin smiled helplessly. "I'm from Shanghai Jiaotong University, but I'm a teacher there." "Teacher?" The expression on Xiaojun's face suddenly froze. Also stunned at the scene were my aunt's two daughters, Wu Tongtong and Wu Manman. They are all still in school, and they naturally have a sense of awe towards the word teacher. Moreover, Tang Yusin is a university teacher. At this time, Xiaojun couldn't help but give Xiaofei a thumbs up. "Brother, you are still awesome." They are all students. We are still worried about what to do if the teacher finds out that we haven't done our homework. And you took the teacher down directly. You can't refuse to accept it. Okay, stop standing there. Hurry up and sit down, don't scare the child again. My brother-in-law asked everyone to sit down, and soon the waiter started serving the food. A table full of delicious food was soon served. Both the host and the guests enjoyed the meal very much. No matter whether it was Tang Dingyuan, Xiaojun, Xiaofei's uncle, or his uncle-in-law, they all drank until their faces were red and their necks were thick. They started talking loudly and playing fist-guessing. Tang Yusin took a few bites and then stopped eating. Her stomach had become picky due to Xiaofei's preference for food. Even if it is cooked by a chef from a 5-star hotel, it tastes a bit bland. Xiaofei was even more so the two of them just stood by and started taking care of the baby. Finished the meal to the end. The two families were obviously not very happy. So I suggested that we go out and have some fun. As a result, when everyone talked about it, they all said in unison that they wanted to play mahjong. The place of Sichuan and Chongqing. When they reach the age of my aunt. Without exception, the entertainment activities after dinner are drinking tea and playing mahjong. Before leaving, the aunt also took the task of taking care of the baby on herself and winked at Xiaofei and Tang Yusin. "Go and have fun, and enjoy your time alone together. We'll take care of the children. Wait until everyone leaves." Xiaofei looked at the beautiful lady beside him and asked with a smile, "Wife, where do you want to go?" Tang Yusin tilted her head and began to think. After a while, she suddenly said, "Honey, why don't we go to the movies?" After knowing each other for so long, she has never watched a movie with Xiaofei. Okay. Xiaofei immediately took out his cell phone. I opened Tao Pia Piao and looked at the movies that were currently being released. Finally, I chose a science fiction romance film. After all, when you're in love, how can you not watch romance movies? Immediately, the two took a taxi and came to Wanda Cinema. Because it is not a holiday, there are not many people in the cinema. The movie the two chose was not a premiere, but a remake imported from abroad. It tells the story of a newlywed couple who meet and fall in love, have children, and struggle to survive against the backdrop of the end of the world. The plot of this movie is very tortuous and bizarre. The experiences of the hero and heroine are also heartbreaking. Tang Yusin was about to cry as she watched. She leaned close to Xiaofei's ear and whispered, "Hubby, if the world is coming to an end, what should we do?" Xiaofei held her hand tightly and said seriously, "Then I will try my best to keep you and the baby alive." Tang Yusin nodded, feeling deeply moved. Halfway through the movie, Tang Yusin had to go to the bathroom because she drank too much milk tea. There were only her and Xiaofei in the screening room. So don't worry about disturbing others by leaving in the middle of the trip. When she finished using the restroom and was standing at the sink fixing her makeup, she suddenly heard a scream behind her. "Uxin?" Hearing the voice, Tang Yusin turned around to look. I saw a tall and beautiful woman wearing a black t-shirt and denim shorts standing at the door. The other person's eyes were filled with joy and surprise. After seeing the other person's appearance clearly, Tang Yusin was also slightly stunned. "Shuriao? Why are you here?" Chapter 40 Class Reunion. The girl in front of me. She looks about the same age as Tang Yusin. Her name is Chen Shuriao, and she is Tang Yusin's high school classmate. They had a very good relationship when they were in school. But later, Tang Yusin went abroad to study. The feelings between the two gradually faded. At this time, after confirming the other party's identity, Chen Shuriao walked up to her and asked with a smile, "When did you return to China?" "It's been a while since I came back." After graduating from high school, Tang Yusin went abroad to study for a few years. Later, I was admitted to Peking University as a graduate student, so I graduated early and returned to China to study for 2 years at Peking University. Oh, are you here to watch a movie? With your boyfriend? You too? Tang Yusin asked back with a smile. Chen Shiryao nodded immediately. Seeing this, Tang Yusin showed a somewhat smug smile and explained, "But you guessed wrong, I didn't come with my boyfriend, but my husband." "You're married? Why didn't you tell me?" Chen Shiryao looked a little surprised. "Yes." Tang Yusin smiled and said sweetly, "We got the marriage certificate, but we haven't held the wedding yet, so I didn't tell you." Upon hearing this, Chen Shiryao subconsciously looked at Tang Yusin's hand. Sure enough, on her ring finger, I saw a dazzling diamond ring. TSK TSK. Chen Shiryao shook her head and sighed, "I never thought you'd get married. By the way, after the movie, my boyfriend and I are going to sing karaoke. Do you want to join us? A few high school classmates will also be here." "I'm very interested in your boyfriend." "Oh no, your husband." Faced with Chen Shiryao's invitation, Tang Yusin did not agree immediately. Instead, she thought about it for a while and said, "Well, I have to ask my husband if he is willing to go." "Oh, you're already under your husband's control so soon?" Chen Shiryao couldn't help but make a joke. Tang Yusin's pretty face turned red after hearing what Chen Shiryao said. She glared at Chen Shiryao in a reproachful manner, then picked up her bag and said, "What do you know? I have to go back. My husband will be worried later." That's so corny." Chen Shiryao made an expression of being unable to bear it. After Tang Yusin returned to Xiaofei, she immediately told him about this. Xiaofei didn't even think about it, and said, "If you want to go, I can go with you." Tang Yusin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Having been away from Sichuan and Chongqing for so long, she hasn't met with her high school classmates for a long time. What else more, Chen Shiryao has warmly invited us today. It wouldn't seem good if she didn't go. So she took Xiaofei's arm and gave him a kiss. Not long after, the movie was over. When we left the cinema and arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall, Tang Yusin then saw Chen Shiryao, who had been waiting there for a long time. At this moment, next to Chen Shiryao, there was a man in a shirt, who was scrolling through TikTok out of boredom. "Shiryao!" Tang Yusin shouted at Chen Shiryao. Chen Shiryao turned around and saw that it was Tang Yusin, and immediately came up with her boyfriend. When she walked closer and saw Xiaofei's appearance clearly, there was a flash of surprise in Chen Shiryao's eyes. "This is your husband? So handsome." "But, ahem, my boyfriend is handsome too." Chen Shiryao's boyfriend smiled awkwardly. He was very aware of his own appearance. Compared with Xiaofei in front of him, there was a world of difference. He is thin and wears a pair of rimless glasses. His facial features are pretty regular. If he exercises well, he could gain some muscles. He will definitely be a very charming man. The two shook hands politely. "Hello, my name is Xiaofei." "Hello, my name is Fang Wenxiang." I took a look at Xiaofei's attire. Fang Wenxiang knew that the man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. So he immediately took out his business card and handed it over respectfully with both hands. "This is my business card." Xiaofei took it and looked at it, and found that the other party was actually a lawyer. "I'm sorry. I don't have a business card to reply to you." Fang Wenxiang waved his hand to indicate that it didn't matter. He knew that those bigwigs with prominent status would not carry business cards with them when they go out. After all, I'm not like these working people. At all times, you should care about whether your performance is up to standard. Just when Chen Shiryao was pulling Tang Yusin aside and chatting about something, Fang Wenxiang took out a cigarette and handed it over. "Excuse me. I quit. I have kids at home." Fang Wenxiang was surprised when he heard this and asked, "You all have children? How enviable." He didn't expect that Xiaofei, who looked so young, actually had a child with Tang Yusin. "Little brother, I wonder where you are doing. Make some small investments and live a simple life." "I'm afraid it's not just as simple as just living a muddled life." Seeing that Xiaofei was wearing all luxury brands, Fang Wenxiang couldn't help but say secretly in his heart, "The other side." Upon learning that Tang Yusin had given birth to 3 children, Chen Shiryao's eyes widened as big as cowbells. "What? You already have children, triplets at that?" Chen Shiryao looked at Tang Yusin in disbelief, as if she were looking at a deity. You've given birth to 3 children and you've still maintained such a good figure. You're amazing. I'm afraid of losing my figure, so even if I get married, I don't plan to have children. Besides, taking care of children is so troublesome, it must be very hard on weekdays. Hearing Chen Shuryao's words, Tang Yusin smiled. It's actually not that bad. Usually Xiao Fei and the confinement nanny take care of the baby, and I still have to go to work. I'm so envious. Chen Shuryao couldn't help but sigh. Then, she glanced at her phone and said to Tang Yusin, "Okay, it's almost time, everyone else is here, let's go sing." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Shuryao suddenly thought of something and said with a strange expression, Uxin, I suddenly remembered that Sun Liang is here too, do you mind? Why should I mind? Tang Yusin looked back at Xiao Fei who was chatting with Fong Wenxiang, and then said, "Besides, my husband and I ran into Sun Liang yesterday, and he knows that I'm married." Oh, I see. Chen Shuryao breathed a sigh of relief, and then shouted to Fong Wenxiang, "Hey, dry old man, let's go." She's always like this. Fong Wenxiang shrugged helplessly and said to Xiao Fei, "Outside, he was rude to me." "Ha, it means you have a good relationship. She is very cunning. She is so gentle to me in front of my mother, but outside, she treats me like a eunuch." What did you say? Chen Shuryao walked up to Fong Wenxiang and stared at him angrily. Without. I didn't say anything. Fong Wenxiang immediately admitted his mistake and looked fawning. Seeing this, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin couldn't help laughing. Chapter 41. Drinking is like drinking water. At this time, inside the KTV box, there were 6 pairs of young men and women playing around. Some were playing dice and drinking, while others were holding hands, singing and dancing. While they were singing, a girl's cell phone suddenly rang. She picked up her phone and saw that it was a WeChat message from Chen Shuryao. After reading the WeChat message, the girl immediately raised the microphone and said loudly, "Shuryao and her boyfriend are coming soon. And Tang Yusin will be here too." Because he was holding a microphone, everyone heard the news even though the box was extremely noisy. In an instant, the originally noisy box became quiet. Tang Yusin? Isn't she the most beautiful girl in our class? I remember that she went to study abroad after graduating from high school. I didn't expect that she would come today. At the beginning, 8 out of 10 boys in our class had a crush on her. Hee, it seems like we are really lucky today. The male compatriots present began to discuss it. At this moment, upon hearing Tang Yusin's name, Sun Liang, who was originally cheerful, suddenly became silent. The boy sitting next to him nudged his shoulder with his elbow and teased. "Liangzi, I remember that you pursued Tang Yusin hard back then. Now that you hear she's coming, are you happy? Maybe there's still hope for you too?" Hearing this, Sun Liang became even more depressed. He raised his glass, took a sip, then shook his head and said, "There is no hope. She's already married." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned and looked over. Sun Liang poured himself another glass of wine and said slowly, "Yesterday I ran into Tang Yusin and her husband on the street by chance and found out that she had already obtained a marriage certificate." After hearing the news, the boys present felt more or less disappointed. Although so many years have passed. But hearing that the goddess whom I had dreamed about day and night in high school has become a married woman, I feel a little uncomfortable. Among them, Sun Liang felt particularly uncomfortable. What does her husband do? Just then, someone suddenly asked. Sun Liang shook his head and said absent-mindedly, "I don't know. When Tang Yusin comes, you can ask her yourself." "That's fine." The boy sitting next to Sun Liang said indignantly, "I want to see who on earth is able to marry the goddess of our class." Sun Liang didn't say anything else, just held the wine glass and took 2 gulps of wine. The box was bustling again. Not long after, the door of the box room was pushed open from the outside. The first to come in were Chen Shuryao and Fong Wenxiang. Everyone knew both of them, even Fong Wenxiang, everyone had met him before. "Hello, all the handsome men and beautiful women. Here we come." As soon as she entered the door, Chen Shuryao greeted everyone. "Are we not late?" No. It's just in time." Everyone echoed, but their eyes were fixed on the door. Seeing this, Chen Shuryao rolled her eyes, stood at the door and said, "I knew that you guys only have goddess Tang from our class in your minds, right? Come on, now I'll let you see what our class goddess Tang looks like." Thump, thump, thump. As soon as Chen Shuryao finished speaking, the door of the box was opened again. I saw a woman in a white suspender skirt walking in from outside. A head of smooth black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her face was so exquisite that it seemed as if it had been carved by nature. Fair and delicate skin, so smooth and tender that it seems breakable. Those red lips are delicate and tempting like a cherry. Her figure is extremely hot, especially her pair of long and white legs, which are simply perfect. When they saw her for the first time, the men present had their eyes as big as bells and shocked expressions on their faces. Tang Yusin's appearance has brought great shock to everyone. However, she was followed by an extremely handsome man. Seeing this 1.8-meter tall, handsome man, all the girls present were charmed by him. Everyone's eyes revealed emotions such as admiration, envy, and jealousy. Hello everyone, long time no see. Tang Yusin took Xiao Fei's arm, walked in front of the crowd and greeted everyone. This is my husband, Xiao Fei. Hello everyone, I hope I didn't disturb you by visiting you suddenly. Xiao Fei had a smile in the corner of his eyes, and all the boys who were swept by his gaze felt a little scared. Even Fong Wenxiang, who came with him, didn't dare to look him in the eye. After all, after taking the marrow cleansing pill, plus the bonus from being a martial arts master, Xiao Fei already had an aura of dominance that made him intimidating without even getting angry. The boys who originally wanted to suppress Xiao Fei were now stunned and speechless. See this scene. Sun Liang felt even worse. Compared to Xiao Fei, he is just like a clown. He clenched his fists tightly, silently poured himself a glass of wine, and drank it down fiercely. Brother, you are awesome. I can actually seduce the goddess in our class. Just then, a fat man who looked like a businessman walked up to Xiao Fei with a frivolous step and happily poured him a glass of wine. Since we are here, we are all friends. I'll have a drink with you. The fat man took the lead in breaking the awkward situation. Everyone present poured themselves a glass of wine, even the girls were no exception. Of course, Sun Liang hid in the corner, drinking silently. Come. Let me raise a toast with you. Welcome Tang Yusin and her husband, cheers. Chen Shiryao, who was the best at livening up the atmosphere, led everyone in raising their glasses and cheering. Bang! Everyone raised their heads and drank the wine. The atmosphere in the box became lively again. Xiao Fei put down his wineglass and observed Tang Yusin's high school classmates. Most of them looked pretty good, even the boys, who knew that he was married to Tang Yusin. He kept toasting with his wine glasses, but it was all with good intentions. Only Sun Liang was drinking alone from beginning to end. Xiao Fei ignored him and started chatting with other people present. Come. Everyone, have another drink. At this time, someone raised his glass again. Just as Tang Yusin was about to raise her glass, Xiao Fei held it down. You just came out of confinement, drink less. Tang Yusin obediently replaced the wineglass in her hand with juice. On the other hand, seeing Tang Yusin listen to Xiao Fei so much, he thought of the distant and cold attitude she had when facing him. Sun Liang felt very unhappy. Under the influence of alcohol, he stood up and said to Xiao Fei, Come on, brother. I'll have a drink with you. Good. Xiao Fei politely picked up the wineglass, clinked it with Sun Liang, and then drank it all in one gulp. After finishing one glass, Sun Liang poured himself another. Come again. Now, everyone felt something was wrong. The man sitting next to Sun Liang wanted to step forward to smooth things over. He raised his glass and said, Liangzi, come on, let me drink with you. This is none of your business. Sun Liang didn't even look at him, his eyes were always on Xiao Fei. Come on, let's continue. Xiao Fei smiled without showing any stage fright. Joke. With his current physical condition, drinking alcohol is like drinking water. If you want to get him drunk, 10 more 1 tea be enough. He raised his glass and clinked it with Sun Liang again. Bang! Sun Liang drank it all again. Xiao Fei didn't hesitate and drank the remaining beer in the glass. After several rounds of drinking, more than a dozen bottles of craft beer were emptied by the two of them in an instant. When I drank the 18th bottle, Sun Liang fell to the ground with a thud, making a fool of himself. As for Xiao Fei, not to mention being drunk, his face didn't even turn red and his eyes remained clear the whole time. After knocking down Sun Liang, Xiao Fei started chatting with other people present and soon made the atmosphere lively. Seeing this scene, everyone present admired Xiao Fei even more. It's one thing to be able to drink well. When faced with provocation from others, he was able to consider the overall situation and just knock the other person down without taking the opportunity to humiliate him. Xiao Fei's behavior won unanimous praise from the audience. A while later, Tang Yusin was afraid that Xiao Fei had drunk too much, so she took him away early. After leaving the KTV, Tang Yusin said distressfully, "Husband, why did you drink with that guy? This little bit of wine is nothing to me." Xiao Fei waved his hand and said with a smile, "That guy provoked me in front of so many people. That means he didn't give you face. I'm doing this to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, I can't beat him up in front of your classmates, right?" Hearing this, Tang Yusin was deeply moved. "But, husband, you drank so much, are you really okay?" "It's okay. With your husband's alcohol tolerance, he hasn't even reached 1/10 of it yet." Hearing this, Tang Yusin looked a little confused. She stared at Xiao Fei for a long time and found that he really didn't look drunk at all. She said in disbelief, "I didn't expect you to be able to drink so much. Then, how much did you drink at your friend's birthday party to get so drunk?" Xiao Fei was stunned when he heard this. "I actually forgot about this." At that time, he had not yet taken the marrow cleansing pill, so naturally he lost consciousness after drinking a few cups. Did I pretend to be drunk?" Xiao Fei said with a wicked smile. "Hurrah! So you were playing tricks on me." Tang Yusin blinked and her pretty face turned red. Of course she knew that Xiao Fei was joking with her. But that didn't stop her from feeling shy. "Okay. Let's go home." Tang Yusin snorted twice, then put her arm around Xiao Fei's arm and walked towards home. A perfect match. We walked hand in hand on the way home. The dim street lights cast a shadow on the two of them, making them look particularly beautiful. Chapter 42: Buying a Vehicle. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin took their baby to register their household registration. After completing the household registration, they said goodbye to their parents and set out on the journey back to Shanghai. Xiao Fei was still driving. Tang Yusin was taking care of the 3 babies in the back. By noon the next day, the two finally returned to the urban area of Magic City. Call. I'm finally home. Are the babies happy? As soon as she walked into the house, Tang Yusin started jumping around in the living room like a young girl. She picked up the 3 babies and put them on the sofa. He was also infected by her emotions, waving his little hands and making babbling sounds. Xiao Fei slumped on the sofa. Looking at the 3 lovely babies, he didn't want to do anything now. "Baby. Call daddy, daddy." With nothing to do, Xiao Fei began to teach the child to speak. Seeing this scene, Tang Yusin couldn't help but laugh and said, "The babies are only 2 months old now, they can't even roll over, how can they call daddy? Now, they can only make random noises. Yeah. Puff. Goo." As soon as Tang Yusin finished speaking, the babies started crying in cooperation. Xiao Fei sighed and looked at the baby in front of him with an expectant look on his face. "I really hope that I can hear them call me daddy sooner." "Then wait." Tang Yusin smiled and said, "By the way, husband, should we call Aunt Wan?" Xiao Fei hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Wife, I want to take a leave directly and stay at home to take care of the baby full time instead of going to school." Hearing this, Tang Yusin frowned. She raised her head, looked at Xiao Fei and said, "Hubby, let Aunt Wang take care of the child. We can't fall behind in our studies." "It's okay. I can handle it. I have no problem studying the remaining courses at home." Xiao Fei patted his chest and said confidently, "You think you're in high school? Still self-taught?" Tang Yusin is a university teacher after all. Of course she knew how difficult it was to learn these college courses by self-study. "It's okay, honey." Xiao Fei gave her a reassuring look. "All right." Tang Yusin sighed and said, "Husband, if you insist on staying at home to take care of the baby, I have no objection. But if you have problems with your studies, you must ask Aunt Wang to come back and then you can go back to school." Xiao Fei immediately made an okay gesture. Then he said, "Wife, since I'm not going to school anymore, I have to buy you a car. Otherwise, I'll have to drive you to school every day. This way there will be no one to look after the baby at home." Hearing this, Tang Yusin shook her head subconsciously. "No, I can take the subway to school. Let us buy a car." Xiao Fei doesn't want his wife to have to squeeze into the subway to go to work every day. Seeing Xiaofei was so persistent, Tang Yusin had no choice but to give up. That afternoon, Xiaofei drove a Land Rover Defender and brought his wife and children to a BMW 4S store. When the two of them pushed the stroller and walked into the 4S store, soon, a beautiful saleswoman wearing a tight miniskirt came over. "Hello, sir and madam. Welcome to the BMW 4S store. How can I help you?" Looking at the two people with children in front of him, a hint of envy flashed in the salesperson's eyes. This big family. The appearance is really amazing. Especially the child's father, he is so handsome, as if he came out of a CG animation. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a good figure. The temperament exuded by the whole person is also extremely elegant and calm. "Hello, I want to buy a car for my wife." Looking at the salesperson in front of him, Xiaofei said lightly. "Yes, sir. May I ask what your budget is?" Xiaofei thought for a moment, then said, "Price is not a problem. Which is your best car?" Hearing Xiaofei say this, the beautiful saleswoman looked at Tang Yusin with more and more envy. Why can't I meet a man like this who is handsome, rich, and loves his wife? Although I feel a little sad. But the female salesperson still appeared very enthusiastic and led the two men to a car. "Sir, this BMW 760li X-Drive luxury version is the best car we have in our store right now. The selling price is 2.428 million yuan. If you think the price is a bit beyond your budget, you can still." Before the salesperson could finish his words, Xiaofei turned to look at Tang Yusin and said, "What do you think of this car?" Tang Yusin hesitated for a moment, then said, "Of course, but..." "That's fine, that's it." Xiaofei waved his hand and directly ordered the car. Hearing this, the salesperson was stunned. A car worth more than 2 million. You decided to buy it without even taking a seat or test driving it? This is too tycoon. You know, this is more than 2 million, not more than 200 yuan. After a moment's pause, the beautiful saleswoman said with trembling lips, Okay, sir, I'll prepare the contract for you right away." Not long after, the salesperson then drafted the contract and gave it to Xiaofei for review. Xiaofei took a quick look, signed his name on the contract, and then paid the deposit. After completing the remaining formalities, Xiaofei bought this BMW worth more than 2 million yuan with full payment. All the staff of the 4S store gave them a warm farewell. Xiaofei drove the BMW 760li out of the 4S store showroom and came to the parking space where the Land Rover was parked. "Wife." Xiaofei left the driving seat, looked at Tang Yusin and said, "You can drive a car back by yourself, is that okay? Dare you look down on me?" Tang Yusin snorted coldly and said proudly, "When I got my driver's license, you were not yet an adult." "Ha, I don't underestimate you." Xiaofei smiled and said, "In that case, you drive this BMW and follow me, and baby sits in my car." After saying that, Xiaofei put the three babies into the Land Rover. Then start the engine and drive ahead. Along the way, he was silently observing Tang Yusin behind him through the rearview mirror. After confirming that there was really no problem with her driving, only then did I feel relieved. Chapter 43 The Whole School Knows. The next day, Xiaofei prepared breakfast for Tang Yusin as usual, and also packed lunch and put it into a lunchbox. Finish breakfast. Tang Yusin returned to the bedroom and put on beautiful makeup. Although she was wearing light makeup, Tang Yusin's foundation made her so beautiful that people couldn't look directly at her even without makeup. After getting dressed, Tang Yusin walked out of the room. Before leaving, she looked at the three babies, somewhat reluctant to leave. The babies are so cute. Looking at them, I don't even want to go to work. Xiaofei, who was feeding the babies, smiled and said after hearing this, "If you miss the babies, you can call me via video anytime." "Okay, husband," Tang Yusin said sweetly. Then she walked up to Xiaofei, gave him a passionate kiss, and then left home. Come to the underground parking lot. Sitting in the BMW that Xiaofei bought for her, Tang Yusin gently stroked the steering wheel with her hand. There's a feeling in my heart that it's not real. After all, this is a top-of-the-line luxury car worth more than 2 million. Before, she would never have dared to imagine that she would be able to drive a car like this one day. Tang Yusin suddenly felt fortunate that she had met Xiaofei. Not long after, Tang Yusin drove to the school parking lot. After parking the car, Tang Yusin changed her driving flat shoes into high heels before leaving the car. "Teacher Tang?" As soon as I got off the car, I heard a surprised voice behind me. Tang Yusin looked back and found that it was Zhang Yugang who had parked his electric bike and was walking towards her from not far away. "Morning, Teacher Jiang." Tang Yusin smiled and waved at her. Zhang Yu walked over and looked at the car next to Tang Yusin. "Is this your new car?" Tang Yusin nodded and said happily, "Xiao Fei decided to stay at home to take care of the baby full time. He couldn't send me to class, so he bought me a car. This is also called a mobility scooter?" Today, Zhang Yu witnessed what human diversity is. "Your husband is so good to you. I also want to find a husband who will buy me a luxury car if we have a disagreement. By the way, Teacher Tang, your husband doesn't have any brothers or sisters, can you introduce them to me?" Tang Yusin thought for a moment, nodded and said, "Indeed, there is a cousin." Zhang Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. "But he's still in high school." Hearing this, Zhang Yu instantly became depressed again. "He's in high school, so I have to wait until the year of the monkey and the horse before I can get the marriage certificate with him." Seeing Zhang Yu's disappointed look, Tang Yusin comforted her, "Aren't there many excellent teachers in our school? Would you like to consider it?" Zhang Yu heard this and shook his head. "Forget it. Whenever I see a man now, I subconsciously compare him to your husband. After the competition, I felt bored instantly. Teacher Tang, it's all your fault for raising my standards for choosing a partner so high. You have to be responsible for me." When Tang Yusin heard what Zhang Yu said, she burst out laughing. "Responsible? How? Like, let me be the little one? Get lost." Tang Yusin rolled her eyes at Zhang Yu in annoyance. "I can share other things, but I will never share my husband and children with anyone else." "Hee, I'm just kidding you. You took it seriously." Zhang Yu interrupted with a smile. Then, she suddenly thought of something, looked at Tang Yusin and said, "By the way, Teacher Tang, there is something I need to tell you." "What is it?" Seeing Zhang Yu suddenly become serious, Tang Yusin asked curiously. "It's about you and your husband. Now the whole school, many people know about it. But please make it clear in advance that it was not me who told Teacher Yuan." Zhang Yu raised his right hand and swore an oath. Tang Yusin frowned when she heard this. Although she knew that this matter might not be kept secret for long, she did not expect that it would be known so soon. Could it be my husband's roommates? However, Xiao Fei told Tang Yusin that his 3 roommates had already agreed to keep the secret for him. In this case, there is only one possibility. Is it because of the video on Station B? Tang Yusin suddenly had an idea and asked Zhang Yu. "You know everything?" Zhang Yu nodded and continued, "I don't know who first discovered the video you and your husband uploaded to Bilibili, and then he reposted the video on the school forum, and soon the whole school knew about it." Zhang Yu said this, looking at Tang Yusin with some concern. After all, she is a teacher at Shanghai Jiaotong University, and Xiao Fei is a student at Shanghai Jiaotong University. The identities of the two are there. If the relationship between the two were known to the outside world, it would definitely affect Tang Yusin's reputation in school. Well. After hearing what Zhang Yu said, Tang Yusin sighed heavily and said calmly, "Just know it if you know it. Anyway, my husband and I have reached the age where men should get married and women should get married. Although we too have somewhat special identities. But we have already obtained a marriage certificate and are a legal couple. The law is protecting us. Let others say whatever they want." Looking at Tang Yusin, who was full of fighting spirit and ready to face those rumors, Zhang Yu was full of admiration. "Teacher Tang. Sometimes, I really envy you." Zhang Yu looked at Tang Yusin and muttered softly. After arriving at the office, Tang Yusin discovered that things were exactly as Zhang Yu said. As soon as she stepped into the office, the teachers began to look at her strangely. It seems that apart from Zhang Yu and Yuan Shan, the 2 teachers who already knew about it, the other teachers also knew about it. At this moment, a female teacher came up and asked in a low voice, "Teacher Tang, are you really, married to a student from our school?" Looking at the female teacher, she seemed to want to say something but hesitated. Tang Yusin nodded and said frankly, "Yes, what's wrong?" Her tone was so cold that the teacher shrank his neck in fear. Nothing. I'm just curious, so I came over to ask." At this time, Yuan Shan stood up and spoke for Tang Yusin. "Don't look at the fact that Teacher Tang's husband is still a student, but he is more capable than most people. He earned his own money and bought a 300 square meter house by the Huangpu River. TSK, that location must cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. Zhang Yu also chimed in, that's right, teacher Tang's husband even bought her a car. It's not expensive, just a BMW worth more than 2 million. After all, those who have money drive new energy vehicles, while those who don't have money drive BBAs. Hearing this, the teachers present all gasped. I can't believe that teacher Tang's husband is so rich. Originally, those single male teachers wanted to come over and gossip about what kind of student could get their goddess teacher. But now, they all backed off. What's wrong with her husband being a student? Few of the teachers present here can compare to him. Chapter 44 Visit to the Mountains. Hey, did you hear that? Teacher Tang is already married, and her husband is a senior from our finance department. Is this true or false? This news is too explosive. Pearl is not that real. Not only are they married, they even have a baby. It's triplets. Wow, my goddess, why aren't you marrying me? Inside the classroom, students waiting for class to start were whispering to each other. When the class bell rings, Tang Yusin walked in from outside holding the lesson plan, wearing 8 centimeters high heels and with her long, white legs. The students who were originally chattering suddenly became as quiet as chickens. Tang Yusin walked to the podium, put down the lesson plan in her hand, and scanned the audience. Seeing Tang Yusin with a strong aura, boys and girls alike held their breath. In an instant, the entire classroom was so quiet that only the sound of everyone's heartbeats could be heard. Let the class begin. Please turn to the third section in your textbooks. Tang Yusin stood up straight and spoke in a loud voice. This class went on as usual, and nothing unexpected happened. However, when the bell rang, several class leaders who had good academic performance and were familiar with Tang Yusin came up to her. Teacher Tang, are you really married? I saw 3 babies on the B Station homepage recommendation, they are so cute. Yes, I even hit 3 buttons in a row. Teacher Tang, I am your fan. When can I let you play the piano again? You're so cool when you play the piano. The students stared at Tang Yusin with their clear big eyes, curiously, and talked at once. Tang Yusin was originally a little wary. Seeing that they were simply curious and wanted to wish him the best, he gradually let down his guard. A smile also appeared on the cold face. This smile, like the warm sunshine in winter, instantly melted everyone's heart. Thank you. We shoot videos just to record our lives. We don't shoot anything to cater to the audience. Hearing this, a girl asked curiously, Teacher Tang, isn't the senior also from our finance department? His Guqin skills are so amazing that even Mr. Yu Gaoshan was full of praise for him and helped to forward the video. Obviously, this girl is a folk music lover. This. Tang Yusin hesitated for a moment, then said, actually, I'm not too sure. When I first saw him playing the piano, I was also shocked. Thinking of the scene when Xiao Fei proposed to her, a hint of sweetness flashed in Tang Yusin's eyes. The students present were stunned. They had never seen this side of Teacher Tang before. After saying goodbye to these students, Tang Yusin returned to the office and prepared to pack up and go home. She was almost missing Xiao Fei and the babies to death. However, just as she packed up her things and was about to leave the office, someone suddenly called her. Teacher Tang, wait a moment. Today is Teacher Yang's birthday. He's treating us to dinner tonight. Let's go together. The person who said this was Yuan Shan. The teacher Yang she mentioned is named Yang Dahong, and he is in his 50s. During the time when Tang Yusin just joined the company, Yang Dahong and his wife taught Tang Yusin a lot, and they can be said to be Tang Yusin's mentors. So, for this invitation, Tang Yusin really had no way to refuse. It was reasonable for her to attend. Although she really wants to go home to be with her husband and children. Teacher Tang, you can bring your husband and children to participate. Seeing the hesitant expression on Tang Yusin's face, Yuan Shan of course knew what she was thinking, so she added a sentence. Hearing this, Tang Yusin's eyes suddenly lit up. She nodded, took out her cell phone and called Xiao Fei. Hey, husband. What's the matter, honey? Are you off work? Xiao Fei's magnetic voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Hubby, it's like this. A senior professor of mine is having a birthday party, and all the teachers in our office are going to attend. Do you want to come? Xiao Fei hesitated for a moment, then said, this is really unfortunate. Just now, Mr. Yu Gaoshan called me. He said he has already arrived at the Magic City Airport and will be home soon. So, I may not be able to go with you. Hearing this, Tang Yusin did not force it. After all, it's not easy for Mr. Yu to come all the way here, and it would be very rude to stand him up. So Tang Yusin said, okay, then I'll go alone, and I'll go home after dinner. Then you must not drink. If you drink, call me and I'll bring the baby to pick you up. Xiao Fei gave some instructions on the phone. Then, the two of them stayed together for a while before hanging up the phone. At the same time, in room 808 of Golden Domain Mansion. Not long after Xiao Fei hung up the phone, Yu Gaoshan came to his house with another white-haired old man. Xiao Fei put the 3 babies in the cribs in the bedroom and let them play alone. He returned to the living room and entertained the 2 old men. Hello, Mr. Xiao. I hope my sudden visit does not disturb you? In the living room, Yu Gaoshan sat on the sofa and looked at Xiao Fei with a smile on his face. No, Senior Yu, you are too polite. Who is this? My name is Zhang Henshui. Another white-haired old man said in a humble tone. Hearing this name, Xiao Fei was stunned for a moment. This Zhang Henshui. Isn't he one of the 4 kings of summer folk music? Different from Yu Gaoshan. Yu Gaoshan is proficient in pipa and most folk music instruments. Zhang Henshui, on the other hand, studied the guqin and guzheng to a superb level. It is quite famous throughout the hot summer. Hello, Senior Zhang. Xiao Fei and Zhang Henshui shook hands, then smiled and said, would you two like something to drink? Just tea. Okay. Xiao Fei immediately made a pot of tea and poured a cup for each of the 2 seniors. I'm sorry, 2 seniors. Because I have 3 children to take care of, I can't get away, otherwise I would definitely visit in person. It's okay, the child is important. It just so happens that Lao Zhang and I haven't been out for a walk for a while, so we might as well go out and relax. Yu Gaoshan waved his hand, looking indifferent. He looked around and soon noticed the guqin placed in the living room. Mr. Xiao. I heard you play Feng Qiu Huang in the video before. It's true that listening to your song is something I will never forget for 3 nights. If you hadn't gone back to your hometown that day, Lao Zhang and I would have flown over that day to meet you, my dear. Hearing this, Xiao Fei smiled and said, Mr. Yu, you are too kind. I was just fiddling around with it. You're not fiddling around. Zhang Henshui interrupted and said, even I can't play at this level. I wonder who your teacher is. In the view of Zhang Henshui and Yu Gaoshan, Xiao Fei's piano skills have reached a superb level. This is obviously not something that can be learned by attending a training class or attending an interest group. He must have received some guidance from a master. However, Xiao Fei shook his head and said, to be honest with you 2 seniors, I have never received any guidance from anyone in my piano skills. I learned them all by myself. Hearing this, Yu Gaoshan and Zhang Henshui looked at each other. Obviously, they did not believe that Xiao Fei could reach such a level just by self-study. But looking at Xiao Fei's sincere expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Besides, there is no need to lie about this kind of thing. My friend. Your piano skills, are you really self-taught? Yu Gaoshan asked again. Xiao Fei nodded and said confidently. Yes, Mr. Yu. Yu Gaoshan frowned, feeling that at his age, he was living a dog's life. Both he and Zhang Henshui studied under famous masters since childhood and devoted themselves to research for decades before achieving their current success. Results now. A young man in his early 20s. Relying solely on self-study, he surpassed all their decades of hard work. How can they accept this? My dear friend, could you play one more song for us? Sure. Xiao Fei agreed immediately. Then, he stood up and walked to the table where the guqin was placed, looked at the 2 elders and asked, I wonder what you 2 seniors would like to hear. Zhang Henshui thought for a moment, then said, Guanling-san, can you sing it? Certainly. Upon hearing this, Yu Gaoshan wanted to say something, but in the end he held back. Guanling-san, also known as Guanling Jishi. It is the most difficult piece of music among the 10 famous guqin pieces in ancient Yanxia. Ji Kong of the Wei and Jin dynasties was famous for his skill in playing this piece of music. This piece of music was originally folk music from the end of the Eastern Han dynasty and is believed to be an instrumental narrative piece based on the story of Nie Zheng assassinating the king of Han during the Warring States period. Its melody is passionate and generous, with majestic momentum and unique style, expressing heroic spirit. At the same time, it is also the only extant ancient Chinese guqin music with a fighting atmosphere. It directly expresses the spirit of revenge for one's father and has a high level of ideological and artistic quality. If one wanted to present the Guangling San perfectly, the only person in the entire Yanxia country who could do it was probably Zhang Henshui. Even in the mountains, it cannot be done. However, when Xiao Fei began to pluck the strings, the two old men's eyes widened immediately. Both of them were shocked by Xiao Fei's piano skills. They never expected it. A young man in his early 20s could play Guangling San so perfectly. You know, to play Guangling San perfectly is not as simple as having a nice tone. The techniques, emotions, artistic conception, and even the soul-touching aspects of it all require extremely high talent and the accumulation of time. The song is over. Xiao Fei gently pressed the strings with his hands. Yu Gaoshan and Zhang Henshui had not yet recovered from the sound of the piano. The two old people were suddenly awakened only when they heard a baby crying in the bedroom. And Xiao Fei also rushed into the bedroom. Watching Xiao Fei leaving, Yu Gaoshan subconsciously glanced at Zhang Henshui and asked, "Lao Zhang, how do I compare with you? This kind of piano skills, I'm far from reaching it." Zhang Henshui sighed, his eyes full of envy and surprise. The young are really to be feared. Yu Gaoshan looked towards the direction of the bedroom, and the admiration in his eyes became even stronger. "I would like to recommend this young friend to join the Chinese Folk Music Association. If possible, I would also like him to participate in this year's performance with me." "Show? Is this your B Station's New Year's festival?" Yu Gaoshan shook his head and said mysteriously, "It's not just that." Chapter 45, Ensemble. In the bedroom, Xiao Fei finished changing the baby's diapers. Seeing that the time was almost up, he took out the three babies one by one. At this time, Yu Gaoshan, who was discussing something with Zhang Henshui in the living room, saw these three angelic babies and a look of love immediately appeared on his face. The older people get, the more they like children. Yu Gaoshan, who is now in his 70s, has no resistance to children at all. "Are these your three babies?" "Sure enough, she's just as cute as in the video. No wonder so many people like her." Yu Gaoshan looked at these three cute little kids and couldn't help asking. Xiao Fei nodded. "Put the three babies on the sofa one by one." Yu Gaoshan and Zhang Henshui immediately came over and wanted to touch the three cute babies, but were avoided by the three little guys. They are all quite shy. Especially Erbo, who saw two strangers approaching him. He immediately pursed his lips and looked like he was about to burst into tears. Seeing this scene, Yu Gaoshan and his friend, who originally wanted to hug the child, had to give up. Xiao Fei smiled and replied while feeding the baby, "The babies are indeed very cute, otherwise I wouldn't have asked for leave to go home and take care of them full time." "You quit?" I'm not resigning. I'm still a college student." Upon hearing this, Yu Gaoshan and Zhang Henshui suddenly felt their heads buzzing. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "You're still a college student? Won't this affect your studies?" Looking at Xiao Fei feeding the baby skillfully, Zhang Henshui asked curiously. "Won't." Xiao Fei shook his head and said, "I have a strong ability to learn on my own. Even if I don't go to class, I can still complete my studies." Thinking of how Xiao Fei was able to acquire such superb piano skills simply by self-study, the two old men didn't say anything more. Besides, it would just be a bore. "Ahem, that's true." Yu Gaoshan coughed twice, then said, "Xiao Fei, can I call you that?" "Certainly." "Okay, Xiao Fei, actually the main reason we came here this time is to recommend you to join the Folk Music Association." "What do you think?" Xiao Fei asked without hesitation, "Will joining the association affect my ability to take care of the baby?" "Won't." Yu Gaoshan shook his head and said, "Although the Chinese Folk Music Association has an official background, its management is quite loose. They don't hold meetings for no reason, or go out for research and field research." Hearing this, Xiao Fei hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, I can join in then." Seeing Xiao Fei agreed, Yu Gaoshan struck while the iron was hot and continued, "Xiao Fei, there is actually one more thing I want to ask of you." "But it's okay." Xiao Fei waved his hand. "Well, I wonder if you would like to come with me to attend this year's New Year's festival?" "Billy's New Year's festival?" "Right." Yu Gaoshan looked at Xiao Fei expectantly. Young people nowadays all like to play on Billy. That's why I chose to open an account there, with the goal of interacting with more young people and spreading folk music culture. Unfortunately, I am an old man after all and cannot keep up with the trends of young people. If you're willing, Xiaofei, come with me to attend the New Year's festival. I think there will be more young people who are willing to learn about folk music, and even like it, and contribute their own efforts to the inheritance of folk music art. Having said that, Yu Gaoshan grabbed Xiaofei's arms, looking a little excited. But the New Year's Day celebration will be live broadcast, right? Xiaofei smiled and shook his head, refusing. I'm sorry, Mr. Yu. For the Chinese New Year, I still hope to be with my family and children, and don't want to participate in any programs. It's not a live broadcast. Yu Gaoshan's words made Xiaofei stunned. Although it looks like a live broadcast. But in reality, the show is recorded in advance. So when the Chinese New Year comes, you can sit in front of the TV with your family and children and watch the New Year's Day celebrations. Yu Gaoshan continued to persuade. If that's the case, then I have no problem with that. Xiaofei said this and looked down at the 3 babies on the sofa. Later, when the baby grows up and plays on Bilibili. Seeing that your father once attended the New Year's festival, you must have felt extremely proud, right? Seeing Xiaofei agreed, Yu Gaoshan was overjoyed. He couldn't help but feel a little itchy. Xiaofei, I'm here this time. You even brought a pipa with you. How about we play a song together? Xiaofei smiled and nodded, no problem, but since it's an ensemble, why not let Senior Zhang join in as well? Of course I want to participate. But do you have any other musical instruments here? Xiaofei smiled mysteriously and brought Yu Gaoshan and Zhang Henshui to his study. I saw that the study was filled with various kinds of national musical instruments. The 2 old men were stunned. Are these all yours? Well, I can play all these instruments, but there is only one of each. If Senior Zhang wants to choose the guqin, I can only choose something else. Hearing what Xiaofei said, Yu Gaoshan and Zhang Henshui were even more shocked. Even Yu Gaoshan couldn't say that he could play all the traditional musical instruments, he could only say most of them. And Xiaofei, at such a young age, was able to master all these musical instruments. It's so terrifying. Final. Yu Gaoshan chose his own pipa, and Zhang Henshui chose Xiaofei's guqin. Xiaofei chose a flute. Before the performance, Yu Gaoshan took out his mobile phone, placed it in front of the TV cabinet, and pointed the camera at the 3 people. He couldn't miss such a good opportunity and had to record it. Then, the 3 of them sat in the living room and started playing. The sound of the pipa in the mountains is full of ancient and vicissitudes of life. The sound of Zhang Henshui's guqin is very spiritual and has a bit of immortal charm. The sound of the flute played by Xiaofei was graceful and melodious, containing a sense of elegance and freedom, which made people feel relaxed and happy when listening to it. The song is over. Yu Gaoshan sent this video to his granddaughter Yu Peipei. Let her edit the video. Then post it to Bilibili to promote folk music. My friend, wait until the video is edited. I will release it with you as a co-production, is that okay? Yu Gaoshan asked with a smile. No problem. However, compared to myself, I actually hope that my baby can have more fans. After all, the growth in the number of baby fans will trigger system rewards. After playing the song, Yu Gaoshan and Zhang Henshui both left. Xiaofei stayed at home, taking care of the baby while waiting for Tang Yusin's return. Chapter 46 Baby's First Rollover. The Other Side. Inside a high-end restaurant. Tang Yusin is attending Professor Yang Dahong's birthday party. Xiao Tang, do you want to drink something? No, Mr. Yang, I have to drive later, so I can't drink. It's okay, then use tea instead of wine. Yang Dahong replied with a smile. In fact, what Tang Yusin was thinking was that she didn't want to drink with anyone other than her husband. Certainly. My husband's relatives are an exception. Mr. and Mrs. Yang Dahong did not invite many guests this time, most of them were teachers from the school, so a large round table could accommodate them all. Not long after, all the dishes were served. After taking a few bites, Tang Yusin silently put down her chopsticks and started drinking the juice. Her appetite had long been spoiled by Xiaofei. The food outside was simply hard for her to swallow. Zhang Yu, who was sitting next to her, saw this scene and couldn't help asking, Teacher Tang, why don't you eat? Tang Yusin pondered for a moment and did not answer. But even so, Zhang Yu quickly understood the reason. Are you dissatisfied that it's not as delicious as your husband's? No. I was just thinking, I wonder if my husband will miss me when I'm not at home. Zhang Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard that. In my opinion, your mind is full of your husband now. You are hopeless. Married women are terrible. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth in anger when he thought about being alone and still single. Seeing this, Tang Yusin covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She picked up the chopsticks and took a few bites with difficulty, but still found it hard to swallow. She misses her husband even more now. I'm used to eating it at home, so I didn't think there was anything wrong. But after coming out, I realized that my husband's cooking skills are already the best in the world. Soon, the boring dinner ended. Tang Yusin picked up her bag and followed everyone out of the hotel and came to the parking lot. At the thought of it, I will be able to see my husband soon. She couldn't help but hum a song like a little girl. Jiang Yu, who was walking beside her, shook his head helplessly and complained, "Women are so terrible." You're not saying the same thing, Tang Yusin retorted and returned to her car. Not far away, seeing Tang Yusin walk into a BMW 7 Series, the other teachers showed envious expressions. Seeing that Xiao Tang is doing so well, I feel relieved. Yang Dehong held his wife's hand and sighed to himself. Yes. I remember when this child first came, life was very difficult and he had to squeeze into the subway to go to work every day. Now things are better. The wife also said something. The next few days, the day passed peacefully, nothing special happened. Soon, the babies are 3 months old. The baby at this time has changed a lot compared to before. Not only has he grown taller, but he also has more hair, and his little face is chubby and looks very healthy. Moreover, Xiaofei also discovered that he put the toy in the baby's hands. They will hold it gently with their hands and are able to apply a little force on their own. Babies grow so fast. It feels like there are different changes every day. In the kitchen, Xiaofei, who was cooking, sighed with a smile. Tang Yusin stood at the door, nodded when she heard it, and agreed, yes, it feels like the children have grown up a lot in the blink of an eye. I don't know when the babies will call me mom and dad. I can't even imagine how happy I will be then. As Xiaofei spoke, he did not stop practicing. In just a few seconds, the ingredients were prepared. If outsiders saw this scene, they would definitely be amazed, but Tang Yusin had already gotten used to it. But even so, she never gets tired of watching it. Now, in addition to taking care of the baby, she has a new hobby, which is watching Xiaofei cook at home. Whoa 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 whoa. Just then, a baby's cry suddenly came from the living room. I'll go and take a look. After Tang Yusin finished speaking, she turned and ran to the living room. After a while, she shouted to the kitchen again, "Husband, come here quickly." Xiaofei quickly put down the kitchen knife and ran over. What's wrong? Tang Yusin pulled Xiaofei to sit down, then pointed at Debeo and said, "Look, Debeo seems to be about to turn over." Xiaofei took a closer look and found that it was true. As the saying goes, 3 turns over, 6 sits, 7 rolls, and 8 crawls. Now the babies are 3 months old, and it seems that it is time for them to roll over. Xiaofei hurriedly took out his mobile phone and prepared to record this scene. Only seen in the lens. Debeo kept squirming his body, and Xiaojiojio was also trying hard, but he didn't have much strength now, and even though his little face turned red, he couldn't turn over. I can only stand there, babbling. Xiaofei felt distressed and wanted to reach out to help him, but was pulled back by Tang Yusin. Husband, don't. The first time the baby rolls over, let him do it on his own. But, seeing him like this, I feel so sad. It's not okay to feel bad for them. If the babies want to grow up, they have to rely on themselves. You can't protect them forever, right? I can protect them forever. Hearing this, Tang Yusin was both angry and amused, but she refused to let Xiaofei help no matter what. In desperation, Xiaofei could only cheer Debeo on from the side. Debeo, come on. Dad supports you, work harder and harder. Wow. Accompanied by Debeo's sudden effort. Finally, he turned over successfully. The little guy successfully turned over, from upside down to lying on the ground with all fours, and could only lift his head slightly. But even so, Debeo still looks very happy. Wow. Debeo danced excitedly, as if he was showing off to Xiaofei and Tang Yusin. Seeing this, Xiaofei's heart was instantly melted by cuteness. Debeo is awesome. You are truly a man, you can turn things around on your own, so awesome, Moa. Xiaofei picked up Debeo. She gave him a big kiss on the face. Debeo thought his father was playing games with him. The little hand tried hard to touch Xiaofei's face, covering Xiaofei's face with saliva. Ha ha ha. Seeing the scene, Tang Yusin laughed so hard that she shook with laughter. Xiao Fei didn't mind, he scratched Bao's face with his nose, making him giggle. This looks so happy. Night. Xiao Fei made some simple edits to the video he shot. Then add subtitles and upload them directly to the account. Now this account has been accumulated over a period of time. The number of fans has reached more than 100,000. However, what made Xiao Fei feel regretful was that most of these fans were his own. Bao Bao's fans still haven't exceeded 50,000. I don't know when I can get the next stage of rewards. Chapter 47. Let Bao go first. The next day. Tang Yusin has no classes in the afternoon. So the two of them decided to take the baby to get vaccinated this afternoon. The babies are already 3 months old and are following the vaccination schedule. It is also time for the second dose of the polio vaccine and the first dose of the DTP vaccine. Tang Yusin put the 3 babies in safety seats. Xiao Fei drove the car with Tang Yusin in the passenger seat to the same maternal and child healthcare hospital. It wasn't long before the family arrived at their destination. Places like hospitals, even maternal and child health hospitals. It is crowded almost every day, 7 days a week, especially during the day. After parking the car in the parking lot, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin pushed the stroller together and brought the baby into the lobby of the maternal and child health hospital. Hello. We are here to vaccinate the children. Arriving at the front desk, Xiao Fei said to the nurse in front of him with a smile. The nurse was so tired after being busy for most of the day because there were too many people and she couldn't even raise her head. Seeing this big family in front of me, I immediately perked up. What a beautiful family. Especially the dad, he is so handsome. Seeing the handsome guy, the young nurse felt better. Under the psychological effect, the originally tired body suddenly became full of strength, and even the face became rosy. She smiled and nodded and said, "Okay, did you get the vaccine here before?" "Yes." The one who answered was Tang Yusin. As she spoke, she also handed over the certificate issued when her baby had been vaccinated here before. The nurse took the certificate and took a look at it, then returned it to Tang Yusin and said, "No problem. Just go and register for the infant vaccination appointment. When your name is called, just go in. I'll go, you find a place to sit down and rest." Xiao Fei turned his head to look at Tang Yusin and spoke in a gentle tone. Tang Yusin nodded with a smile. The little love between the couple made the nurse opposite feel warm inside. She also wants to find a husband who is handsome and gentle like this. Soon, Tang Yusin found an empty seat and sat down. After parking the 2 baby carriages in front of him, Xiao Fei turned and went to the registration office. Most of the people queuing here are women, and some of them come alone with their children, so they need to hold their children when registering. Xiao Fei, a grown man, stood out a little bit standing in line among the crowd of women. People around would cast their eyes over here from time to time. Although there's nothing I can do, it's nice to just look at this handsome guy with such a transcendent temperament and handsome face. Soon, Xiao Fei successfully registered and turned to Tang Yusin. Tang Yusin was chatting with another mother next to her. "You triplets are so pretty." "Thank you, your baby is cute too." "Is it hard to take care of 3 kids?" "No, my husband is the one taking care of the kids. He's the one who has the hardest time." "Your husband takes care of the children? That's so enviable." "My husband has no time to take care of the children because of work. My mother-in-law and I take care of them together. One baby makes both of us dizzy." "You have 3 children. Can your husband handle it? He really worked hard." Thinking of Xiao Fei, Tang Yusin's face was filled with happiness. At this time, Xiao Fei just came over. "What are you talking about?" Looking up at Xiao Fei, Tang Yusin gave him a big smile. "We're talking about babies. Is this your husband?" The mother sitting next to Tang Yusin exclaimed, "So handsome." "Thanks." Xiao Fei smiled and nodded to the mother. "It seems that it is almost our turn, let's get ready." Soon, it was the 3 babies' turn. When Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin pushed the stroller in, the doctor in a white coat looked at the 3 babies and smiled. "Are these triplets? It's rare. You are very lucky." The doctor is a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Judging from the clothes that Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin were wearing, it could be determined that their families were definitely not poor. If it were an ordinary family, 3 children would definitely be a huge burden. But for families who can afford it, 3 children are undoubtedly a great blessing. After taking the previous vaccination certificate and the baby's birth certificate from Tang Yusen, the doctor turned around and began to prepare the vaccine. At this time, the baby lying in the stroller seemed to realize something. The eldest baby began to twist his body restlessly, the second baby just started to cry, and the third baby's eyes immediately turned red as the second baby started to cry. Xiao Fei immediately squatted down and began to comfort the 3 children. He was squatting beside the third baby, holding the second baby, while Tang Yusen was holding the eldest baby. The couple were busy together. Don't cry, Daddy is with you, the vaccination won't hurt. Wow wow wow. Erbo was completely unaware and kept howling at the top of his lungs. Xiao Fei looked at the baby with golden pimples on his face and felt heartbroken. In desperation, he could only keep kissing Erbo on the face to kiss away all of Erbo's tears. Finally, Erbo's crying gradually subsided. Okay, which baby comes first? Xiao Fei thought about it and realized that the second baby was the one who cried the most, so if he let her get vaccinated after the other babies. If the eldest or third baby starts crying, wouldn't he, the second baby, who was already a crybaby, be in a big fuss? So he gritted his teeth and said, "Let Erbo go first." Chapter 48, Can all requests really be met? After saying, Xiao Fei held Erbo in his arms and came to the doctor. Seeing the doctor in front of him, Erbo felt more and more uneasy. The little guy kept waving his hands and babbling, and the expression on his face seemed to be somewhat resistant. Following the doctor's instructions, Xiao Fei undressed Erbo, revealing her white and tender arms. Then, Erbo is crying again. Xiao Fei was so heartbroken that he really wanted to take the baby home. But he knows that the vaccine must be taken. So, Xiao Fei made up his mind and forced himself to sit on the stool. Holding the second baby, I controlled her little hands to prevent them from moving around, and at the same time I kept coaxing her. The doctor has obviously seen too many scenes like this. She didn't care and quickly completed the preliminary preparations. Then the area where the baby was going to be injected was disinfected. The cotton swab soaked in iodine was wiped on the arm, and the cool touch made Erbo stunned and stopped crying. She looked at her father with her big eyes curiously. But the next moment, the needle pierced the skin. Xiao Fei's heart instantly rose to his throat and his whole body tensed up. The doctor moved quickly, completing the injection in almost the blink of an eye. It was only when the needle was pulled out that Erbo realized what had happened. Wow 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 wow. Xiao Fei. The heart-wrenching cry instantly infected Dabeo and Sanbao, who were standing nearby. Dabeo also started crying. But unlike the second baby, although the first baby was crying, his crying was not loud. Although Sanbao's voice is louder, it is not as loud as Erbo's. Don't cry, Erbo. Erbo is the best, Daddy is here with you. Xiao Fei was totally confused and had no idea how to coax this little angel. Erbo stared at her father with sad and aggrieved eyes, making Xiao Fei feel as if he was being accused of something by the little girl. The doctor smiled and said, "This child cries louder than most babies. It seems that he is in good health." Xiao Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But soon the heartache completely took over his mind. At this time, the second dose of vaccine should also be started. The second baby was still crying, and even cried so much that his little face turned red, and in the end he just started coughing. After waiting for a long time for the vaccination to be completed, Xiao Fei quickly dressed Erbo and held him aside, comforting him continuously. At this time, Tang Yusen went there holding Dabeo. The eldest baby, who had just been infected by the second baby and started crying, has now calmed down. What is even more amazing is that Dabeo was quiet throughout the entire vaccination process. This made Tang Yusen feel relieved. The last 3 treasures didn't perform as well as the second one. But after crying for a while, she was fine after being coaxed into crying. Only Erbo was still crying even when Xiao Fei and Tang Yusen took the child away from the maternal and child health hospital and returned to the car. Baby, don't cry. Daddy will feel bad, baby. Sitting in the car, Xiao Fei, holding his second baby, looked at the angel in his arms and finally couldn't help crying too. He is so distressed. Erbo. Erbo. It's Daddy's fault. Daddy is sorry for you. Daddy has caused you pain. Erbo? Seeing that Xiao Fei was actually crying, Erbo stopped crying instead. Tang Yusen, who was sitting in the passenger seat, bent over with laughter and kept patting the car window beside her with her hands. Oh, husband, you're making me laugh to death. Why are you crying? Ha 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 ha. I feel sad. Xiao Fei also felt that he had lost face, so he quickly stopped crying and glared at Tang Yusin. After wiping away her tears and seeing that Erbao finally stopped crying, Xiao Fei breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his head to kiss the little girl's face. Erbao, you make daddy so sad, do you know that? A. Erbao actually laughed again at this time. Looking at his father's still red eyes, Erbao stretched out his little hands and patted his face. After placing Erbao in the safety seat at the back, Xiao Fei returned to the driver's seat. Honey, how about I drive? I can sense your mood right now, huh? Sorry I didn't laugh. I really didn't laugh, husband. You have to believe me. I have received professional training. No matter how funny something is, I will not laugh unless I can't help it, haha. You were laughing all the time and you never stopped. Poochie. Sorry, husband. It's just too funny. Tang Yusin laughed and suddenly raised the phone in her hand. Xiao Fei's expression froze. Honey, I recorded what just happened. What do you want to do? Nothing, I just want to keep it. When the babies grow up, I want them to see how much daddy loves them, ha ha ha. Xiao Fei took a deep breath and suddenly smiled a smile that made Tang Yusin blush and was so handsome that it made her look stunning. He lowered his voice and his eyes became seductive. Wife, do you have any wishes? Or what do you want? Tell me, and your husband will definitely satisfy you. Tang Yusin's face quickly turned red. Are you trying to bribe me? No, I love you. Tang Yusin. Does her husband have to be so seductive? Tang Yusin, whose eyes were being stared at by Xiao Fei, felt her whole body beginning to go weak. Well, husband. Can you really satisfy any request? You can ask for anything, as long as it's something I can do, just tell me. Tang Yusin rolled her eyes, and suddenly stretched out a pair of arms as white as snow to hug Xiao Fei's neck, and said in a tender voice. Well, I want you, my husband, to be safe, happy, and with me all your life. Is this wish okay? Xiao Fei didn't expect Tang Yusin to actually express such a wish. He kissed Tang Yusin and said, this can't be considered a wish, because this is what I should do. Please change another one. Then, I want to send this video out. This is my wish. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Xiao Fei's suddenly frozen expression, Tang Yusin couldn't help it anymore. She loosened her hands that were wrapped around Xiao Fei's neck and laughed shamelessly. Seeing his wife so happy, Xiao Fei shook his head helplessly. Forget it, if she likes to do it, let her do it. No matter what happens, as long as my dear wife is happy. Xiao Fei started the car and slowly drove out of the underground parking lot of the Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Let's go to the park and take the baby out for a walk. Okay. Tang Yusin nodded happily. The warm afternoon sun shone through the windshield and onto the couple, making Tang Yusin feel warm all over. Just like Xiao Fei's embrace. Chapter 49 The Monitor's Phone Call. A week passes in a flash. One morning, Tang Yusin went out to go to class. When Xiao Fei stayed at home analyzing stocks, the cell phone on the table suddenly rang. He picked it up and found that it was a call from squad leader Lu Yu. Although the gender ratio in Shanghai Jiaotong University is very balanced, there are more females than males in a class like the finance department. The proportion of girls is still relatively high. There are more than 50 students in the whole class, and nearly 30 of them are girls. Among these 30 girls, Lu Yu is the most cheerful one and also has the best figure. Although she is not very good looking, she helps any student no matter what difficulties they encounter. As long as she knows, she will help very enthusiastically. Therefore, all the students in the class like this female bodhisattva very much, and she is very popular in the class. When he was a freshman and sophomore, Xiao Fei received a lot of help from this class monitor. Naturally, I have a good impression of Lu Yu. Xiao Fei picked up the phone with a smile and answered, Hello, squad leader, what's going on? Ouch. Our winner in life, will you still answer my call? Lu Yu's teasing voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. By now, almost all the teachers and students in the school know about Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin. What kind of winner in life? I'm at home taking care of my kids every day. Ha ha ha, I already have a wife and kids, so what else can I be but a winner in life? Okay, squad leader, stop joking with me. Tell me what's going on. Okay, I'll make it short. Lu Yu stopped chatting. Xiao Fei, I heard that you bought a house and a car in Jinyu Huafu? Yes, that's right. I see, so your financial situation is good. I feel relieved. I was worried that your expenses would be high after you got married and had children, so I didn't intend to tell you about this. Xiao Fei frowned. What's wrong, squad leader? Are you having financial difficulties? No, it's not me. Lu Yu said quickly. It's Zhang Xiaolei, you know it, right? Zhang Xiaolei? Xiao Fei thought about it. He quickly remembered that this was a girl in his class. He is a typical representative of someone who changed his destiny through the college entrance examination and escaped from his poor hometown. Xiao Fei had also heard about Zhang Xiaolei's family situation. Although the specific situation is unclear, we can get a glimpse of it from Zhang Xiaolei's extremely difficult daily living conditions. What happened to Zhang Xiaolei? His father was the only able-bodied laborer in the family, and he was injured while working on a construction site. The contractor didn't have any money to pay, saying that the developers still owed him money. But now Zhang Xiaolei's father is in the hospital for surgery and needs money urgently. I was thinking that if we are all relatively well off, we can all give some support. So that's what it is. Xiao Fei immediately understood. He thought of Zhang Xiaolei, and after recalling it, he found that this girl always seemed to eat the cheapest meals in the cafeteria, and even often lived on pickled vegetables and steamed buns. He looked thin and small, and seemed to be malnourished. That's fine. Donation, right? I'll transfer the money directly to you? Xiao Fei had great trust in Lu Yu's character, and was not worried that anything might go wrong if he gave the money directly to Lu Yu. You trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that I'll pocket the money? Are you that kind of person? Just because of what you said, I will do this for you. Okay, just transfer my WeChat. WeChat? What use is that little amount of money? No, squad leader, just send me your bank card number. Can't you just use WeChat? The quota is not enough. Lu Yu on the opposite side also sensed something. How much do you plan to donate? Just donate according to your ability. Don't worry, I'm not short of money now. Lu Yu thought about it and nodded. Okay, I will give you a donation form after I hand over the money to Zhang Xiaolei. That's not necessary. Xiao Fei smiled and chatted with Lu Yu for a few more words. Just as she was about to hang up the phone, Lu Yu remembered something. By the way, Xiao Fei, there is one more thing. The school anniversary is coming up soon, and there will be a cultural performance. Aren't you going to sign up or something? Sister, I'm taking care of the kids. Where do I have the time to participate in theatrical performances? Besides, what can I do? Don't pretend with me. I've seen your videos too. You play the piano so well. Can't you play the flute too? TSK, they actually played together with you, Gaoshan. This is not a level that ordinary people can achieve. Xiao Fei didn't expect that Lu Yu would bring up this matter. TSK. Okay, then I'll sign up for a show. Guqin? That's it. Finally, Xiao Fei ended the call with Lu Yu. After a while, Lu Yu sent her bank card number and related information, along with a statistical table of the students who had already donated, showing how much each had donated. Xiao Fei took a rough look and found that most of the donations were from a few hundred to a few thousand, with a few people from well-off families occasionally donating tens of thousands. Xiao Fei directly opened his mobile phone, logged into the online banking, and transferred some money to Lu Yu's bank card. At the same time, inside the girls' dormitory at Shanghai Jiaotong University, Lu Yu, who was holding the phone, suddenly heard a ding, text message alert sound. She opened it and immediately covered her mouth and screamed. Oh my god! What are you making so much noise for? Another girl in the same dormitory turned around and asked. 500,000. What 500,000? Xiao Fei. Lu Yu, holding the phone, was very excited. Xiao Fei donated 500,000 yuan to Zhang Xiaolei. 500,000. For these students who are still in college and come from ordinary families, this is definitely a huge sum of money. Hearing Lu Yu say this, the three remaining girls in the dormitory were all stunned. The next moment, they rushed over and stared at the text messages notifying them of changes in account funds in Lu Yu's mobile phone. Really? Xiao Fei is so rich. No wonder you can buy a house in the Magic City. Why didn't I realize before that there is such a rich second generation in our class? What rich second generation? I heard that Xiao Fei earned all this money by himself. I envy teacher Tang so much. The girls sighed one by one. If they had known that Xiao Fei was so outstanding, they would have pursued him when they first entered freshman year, even if it meant being shameless. Lu Yu didn't care about these. At this moment, she was completely happy for Zhang Xiaolei. That's great. With this money, Zhang Xiaolei's father's surgery fee will be fully covered. There will even be a lot left to help them improve their future lives. Xiao Fei is such a nice guy. At that moment, Lu Yu immediately updated the donation statistics table. After confirming that there were no problems, the form was sent to the class WeChat group. Chapter 50. Thank you, classmate Xiao. Lu Yu sent the list of donors to the class group. I also edited a paragraph and sent it out. Classmates, thank you for your help to Zhang Xiaolei. The donations have been collected. This is the latest donation statistics. I will transfer the raised funds to Zhang Xiaolei later. Please supervise, at all classmates. In an instant, a bunch of people appeared in the class group. Fuck, it came in just in a snap. We are all classmates, we will definitely help if we can. Zhang Xiaolei also needs to be strong. If you have anything to say, please tell us. We are all classmates. What the hell? What did I see? Xiao Fei donated 500,000 yuan by himself? This. I was careless and didn't dodge. Young people have no moral principles. Less memes, more action, no talking, kiss me. All of you who are making jokes, please stop. It's good now, your father's surgery fee is not a problem. As expected of someone who married teacher Tang and gave birth to 3 children, she is truly amazing. Everyone was eagerly discussing Xiao Fei's affairs. In the next bedroom, a thin girl in plain clothes and glasses was holding a worn-out mobile phone that she had used for several years. She looked at the messages flashing on the screen and her face was already in tears. Xiaolei. Great, your father is saved. The classmates in the same dormitory obviously also saw the news and gathered around. Zhang Xiaolei has a low presence on weekdays, but she is very friendly and extremely hardworking. Since entering university, she has received annual scholarships and other subsidies. She also works part-time in her free time, and yet she can still maintain top grades. The classmates in the class were very caring towards this girl who came from a poor background but was full of tenacity. Looking at the 3 classmates around her who were sincerely happy for her, Zhang Xiaolei took off her glasses and wiped away her tears. Thank you. Thank you everyone. Woo. A girl quickly pulled out a piece of toilet paper from her desk and handed it to her. Wipe your tears and stop crying. This should be a happy thing. And we have nothing for you to thank us for. The one you should really thank is Xiao Fei. TSK, that guy, he made another big move without making any noise. When it comes to Xiao Fei, the 3 girls have different thoughts. Zhang Xiaolei also nodded repeatedly. Xiao Fei, yes, Xiao Fei. I have to thank him very much. However, as soon as the words came out of her mouth, Zhang Xiaolei was stunned. She had no idea where Xiao Fei was and didn't have her phone number. In desperation, Zhang Xiaolei could only find Xiao Fei through the class WeChat group and sent him a friend request. Then the girl waited anxiously. The other side. Xiao Fei, who was at home, saw the message sent by Zhang Xiaolei and immediately guessed what she wanted to say. Sure enough, after Xiao Fei accepted the friend request, the chat window immediately displayed the other parties, typing. But soon, it seemed that typing did not show one's sincerity. Zhang Xiaolei made another voice call to Xiao Fei. Hello? Xiao classmate, it's me, Zhang Xiaolei. Xiaolei, what's the matter? That's it, thank you for your help, I will definitely return the money to you. Xiao Fei curled the corners of his mouth and looked at the 3 babies beside him. Zhang Xiaolei is a girl with great tenacity. She would never accept favors from others for no reason. Xiao Fei didn't say anything like you don't have to pay it back. He laughed. Okay, but there's no rush to pay the money back. Perform the surgery on your father first. If there's any money left, use it to improve his life. If it's not enough, tell me. I'm not short of money. Also, as for the repayment, you can pay it back little by little after you graduate and have a job and a stable income. Don't worry, I won't rush you. There was a tone of tears in Zhang Xiaolei's voice. Thank you. Mr. Xiao. Thank you so much. Do you have time? I would like to treat you to a meal. No. Xiao Fei answered while reaching out to tease De Bao. Debeo babbled and stretched out his little hands, holding Xiaofei's fingers, revealing a sweet smile that made people sick. I know you're financially strapped. I'll accept your thanks, but you don't have to treat me to a meal. Just take the money and go get your dad's surgery done. Okay. In the dormitory, Zhang Xiaolei hung up the phone and sat in the chair in a daze. Afterwards, she downloaded the donation form from the WeChat group, saved it carefully, and began to contact each person one by one, asking for the phone numbers of classmates whose phone numbers she had not saved. While saving the phone call, Zhang Xiaolei swore in her heart. After her family gets through this difficult time, she will return every penny of every donated money to her classmate, no matter how much they donated. Seeing Zhang Xiaolei saving the phone there, the three girls in the dormitory looked at each other and walked to the corridor silently. To be honest, I can't do something like Xiaolei. Looking at her expression, I'm afraid she will force herself to save money to pay us back for her pickled vegetables and steamed buns every day. How about this, let's take Xiaolei with us when we eat from now on. If she doesn't want to, we can buy her food in the cafeteria and send it to her. She's such a thrifty person, she won't just watch the food she bought being thrown away and wasted, right? As they were talking, several girls secretly looked at Zhang Xiaolei's back in the dormitory. Although the girl is pale and thin, and not particularly good-looking, she has a heart of gold. Xiaofei at home only regarded this incident as an episode. It was soon evening, and when Tang Yusin returned home, Xiaofei told her what had happened. Well, my husband is really loving. Tang Yusin sat on the sofa, took off her high heels and stockings, and leaned her bare feet on the sofa. Suddenly, she lay on her back on Xiaofei's thighs with a smile. I've also heard about the child's situation. Someone in the student union was planning to raise funds for her, but it seems that it's not necessary now. Xiaofei looked at his lovely wife, pinched her nose, and then leaned over to kiss her. I was drafted into the cultural evening in a few days. Really? Tang Yusin's eyes lit up, and she suddenly stood up, resulting in her forehead bumping against Xiaofei's. Bang! Ugh! Tang Yusin, with tears in her eyes, covered her forehead and looked at Xiaofei aggrievedly. Hubby, it hurts. I'm still in pain. Come, let me rub it for you. After half closed her eyes and enjoyed Xiaofei rubbing her forehead for a while, Tang Yusin said expectantly, Husband, what are you going to perform? Phoenix seeking Phoenix? Tang Yusin's face turned red instantly. No, don't want that anymore? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 51 School Anniversary Party. Soon. Time came to the day of the cultural evening. The evening party was held because it was the anniversary of Shanghai Jiaotong University. It's just that because it wasn't a particularly important day like the centenary celebration, but just an ordinary annual school celebration, it was not held overly grandly. The venue of the party is located in the auditorium of Shanghai Jiaotong University. Although the auditorium has a limited capacity, not all students are interested in the party, so there is no need to worry that too many people will come and prevent them from watching the party properly. What's more, the school also specially invited a professional photography team to live broadcast the entire evening party. The only difference is that the live broadcast platform is Shanghai Jiaotong University's own official website and school forum. Students who are unable to come to the auditorium can also watch the live broadcast online if they want to. Before the party started, students and teachers came in one after another. Meanwhile, in the parking lot, Tang Yusin, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked a little uneasy. Hubby, I'm nervous. Why are you so nervous? Xiaofei was a little speechless and said with a smile, I am the one who is going to perform, not you. I'm just nervous. Tang Yusin grabbed Xiaofei's arm. In fact, Xiaofei really knew what Tang Yusin was nervous about. Because this time, it was the first time that the two of them appeared in school together after returning to Shanghai from Sichuan and Chongqing. There is no doubt that it will attract attention. Although many teachers and students knew about their affairs. But when she was really prepared to appear in front of students and colleagues with Xiaofei as a couple, Tang Yusin was like a candidate about to take the college entrance examination. Don't be nervous. No matter what happens, the baby and I will be with you. Xiaofei looked back at the baby in the safety seat. A 3-month-old baby can be taken out frequently. However, considering that the party might be noisy, Xiaofei plans to put a soundproofing cap on the baby later. What's more, Tang Yusin had already agreed with Zhang Yu and Yuan Tong in advance that if Xiaofei went to perform at the party, she would ask them to help take care of the child. Okay. Let's go, husband. Tang Yusin took a deep breath, set her face and frowned, as if she was going to a battle, then she resolutely opened the car door and got out. At this time, Jiang Yu and Yuan Tong, who had just received a call and came to the parking lot, also appeared. Teacher Tang. Student Xiao. Seeing Tang Yusin and Xiao Fei, they hurried over. Teacher Jiang, Teacher Yuan, I'm sorry to bother you to look after the children tonight. It's okay, it's okay. I love these 3 babies very much. Jiang Yu waved his hands repeatedly, then took Debeo from Tang Yusin's arms with a smile on his face and hugged him. Tang Yusin held the second baby, Xiao Fei held the third baby, and Yuan Tong followed beside them. 4 people, along with 3 children, walked towards the auditorium. Along the way, students saw Tang Yusin and Xiao Fei and stopped to look at them. Some of Tang Yusin's students even came forward. Wow! Teacher Tang. Is this your baby? So cute. You must be Senior Xiao. I have heard of your name for a long time. Senior, so handsome. Tang Yusin was a little shy at first, but then she gradually realized something was wrong. What is going on with these little girls? Weren't you still looking after the baby at the beginning? Why are they all staring at their husbands now? After discovering that those girls looked at their beloved husbands too eagerly, Tang Yusin raised her brows and her 2.80-meter aura instantly exploded. What are you all doing here? Aren't you going to watch the show? The students who were originally moving forward suddenly became silent and slipped away. Jiang Yu held Debeo in his arms, teased the baby, and then made a teasing expression at Tang Yusin. Teacher Tang, do you know what you were doing just now? Like what? Tang Yusin's eyebrows jumped. She always felt that Jiang Yu would not say good things. Really? Like an old hen guarding her food. Tang Yusin gritted her teeth and looked at Jiang Yu. If they were not both holding children, Tang Yusin would have greeted her by now. Soon, several people arrived at the auditorium. Because they are teachers, Tang Yusin and the other 2 have special seats. As a result, Xiao Fei was also able to get a seat on the teaching staff. Xiao Fei, who was sitting directly next to Tang Yusin, unsurprisingly attracted the attention of almost all the faculty and staff around him. He was contented and didn't care at all, but Tang Yusin kept blushing. Xiao Fei lowered his head and carefully adjusted the soundproofing cap for Sanbao in his arms to prevent the child from being frightened by the noise at the scene. He looked at the 2 babies in Tang Yusin and Jiang Yu's arms again and found that they were all well taken care of. Of the 3 little ones, except for the second baby who was a little scared and went straight into Tang Yusin's arms, the first and third babies kept looking around. Looking at the gorgeous lights on the stage, Sanbao even waved his hands happily. Hey, does our Sanbao also like the stage? Do you want to be a big star in the future? Xiao Fei pinched Sanbao's chubby face. As a result, the little guy tilted his head, looked at his father's finger, and suddenly opened his mouth and tried to hold it. At this time, a pair of handsome men and beautiful women hosts came on stage. The party has begun. Xiao Fei was not very interested in such parties. He was paying attention to the 3 children and Tang Yusin from beginning to end. Not long after, Xiao Fei realized that it was almost his turn, so he handed the child to Yuan Tong, then stood up and walked towards the backstage. Seeing this, Tang Yusin also followed with her child. Jiang Yu and Yuan Tong looked at each other and stood up. When we arrived at the backstage, we saw many students who were about to perform and were busy preparing. A person in charge was holding a program and shouting, Department of Finance, Xiao Fei from Finance Class 2. Is Xiao Fei here? I'm here. Xiao Fei walked up to the girl. The girl holding the program smiled brightly when she saw Xiao Fei. Are you the famous classmate Xiao? It's your turn soon, how are you preparing? As she said this, she turned her head to look at Tang Yusin and the other 2 behind Xiao Fei. I'm ready. Where's my stuff? They are all there. The girl pointed to the corner, and Xiao Fei found that his guqin was already prepared there. There is also a set of hanfu. Wait me a moment. Xiao Fei turned around and said something to Tang Yusin, then walked over, picked up his clothes and went into the locker room. When he came out again, the people backstage who noticed Xiao Fei were all stunned. So handsome. A girl held her burning cheeks in her hands. The man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and the young master is unparalleled in the world. Forgive me for only being able to think of this sentence. Xiao Fei, dressed in hanfu and wearing a wig, looked like a peerless handsome man who had walked out of a painting, with no trace of worldly air in his glance. His eyebrows are like swords and his nose is high. A pair of eyes that seemed to contain starlight swept across the people around him, and finally fell on Tang Yusin, bringing a slight smile. Tang Yusin almost fell to the ground with her legs going weak because of Xiao Fei's smile. Tang Yusin blushed and couldn't help swallowing. My husband. Do you have to be so seductive? If you do this, will my competitors know more and more? Chapter 52 Guqin Solo, shocking the audience. Tang Yusin. Suddenly, Jiang Yu shouted to Tang Yusin. The sudden sound startled Tang Yusin. What are you doing? What do I do? Jiang Yu's eyes were red, and he said with great envy. I'm jealous of you. I'm madly jealous of you. With your husband like this, how can I find a boyfriend or a husband in the future? Uxin, how about we discuss this? You want me to be your mistress? I will never compete with you for your favor. I promise to be a good boy. Screw you. Tang Yusin immediately became alert. She looked at Jiang Yu, and then at the group of girls in the backstage who were looking at her husband as if they wanted to eat him whole, skin and bones. Tang Yusin gritted her teeth. No, my husband is too attractive. He is too good. From now on, I'd better hide my husband. Don't give those messy women out there any chance. Xiao Fei ignored everyone, his eyes only on Tang Yusin and the three babies from beginning to end. He walked up to Tang Yusin with his long legs and fluttering clothes, and lowered his head. How is it? Do you like me like this? I like it, and I hate it. Tang Yusin's expression was complicated. Xiao Fei? Hubby, if you're like this, women out there will go crazy trying to snatch you from me. It doesn't matter. Xiao Fei smiled and shook his head. You are the only one in my eyes and heart, oh, and the baby. Gua. Puff. The three little angels echoed Xiao Fei. The second baby in Tang Yusin's arms was even curious and wanted to reach out to grab his father's long hair that fell on his chest. Seeing Xiao Fei always flirting with Tang Yusin, the girls in the backstage felt very jealous. The boys also kept shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. It's over. Now, the difficulty of finding a girlfriend and being single at Shanghai Jiaotong University will skyrocket. These girls, whose tastes have been spoiled by Xiao Fei, will definitely look down on them. Soon, the female host came over with the program list. Xiao, Senior Xiao. Seeing the girl's peach blossom eyes, Tang Yusin took a step forward and stood directly next to Xiao Fei. The girl who was shocked by Tang Yusin's aura quickly said, well, then, that. I'm here to inform you, Senior, that it's time to go on stage. Thanks. Xiao Fei nodded expressionlessly at the girl, turned around and looked at Tang Yusin. A smile immediately appeared on his face. The huge contrast between before and after broke the hearts of those who saw this scene. I'm going to the front desk. You and Teacher Jiang should go back first. Well, come on, husband. After Tang Yusin finished speaking, she mustered up her courage and gently kissed Xiao Fei on the lips in front of everyone. Finally, she glanced at those bitches. If you want to compete with me, no way. Next. Let us invite Xiao Fei, a junior student from the finance department, finance class 2, to perform a Guqin solo. Ink-stained cherry blossoms. As the host announced the name of the program and left the stage, there was an immediate commotion in the venue. During this period, Xiao Fei's name has been mentioned by too many people on the campus forum. Even those who don't pay attention to campus forums at all know more or less about this junior student who won the heart of the school goddess teacher Tang Yusin. Xiao Fei? Is he Mr. Tang's husband? Senior Xiao is so handsome. Ah, it's Senior Xiao. Am I the only one paying attention to the show? Sumizome no Sakura? Jensokyo. The Viet Cong poked their heads out. I won't watch it anymore. My DNA has moved. I'm a Viet Cong. Yu Yuzi, my wife. Amid the noise, two staff members quickly carried out Xiao Fei's Guqin and placed it in place. As the staff left, the stage lights began to dim. Xiao Fei walked to the front stage from behind the scenes, came to the Guqin, waved his robe and sat down. As all the lights elsewhere went out, a spotlight fell on Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei raised his head, and a handsome face appeared in front of everyone. Many girls covered their chests and screamed at the scene. Xiao Fei placed his hands on the strings and plucked them lightly with his fingertips. The sound of a piano began. At the beginning, many people were paying attention to Xiao Fei himself, but soon after the sound of the piano began, more and more people were involuntarily attracted by Xiao Fei's piano sound. Even the professors in the music department closed their eyes. Their souls seemed to have left their bodies, floating in the sky, traveling through time and space, and arriving in a world where cherry blossoms were in full bloom. It is spring all year round here, and the cherry blossoms, which usually only bloom briefly in March, are now in full bloom all year round. Everyone seemed to see a young girl dancing gracefully in the sea of cherry blossoms. Her dancing moves are unlike anything on earth, and her beauty is beyond mortal understanding. All the people present were mesmerized by the performance. As the performance continued, an old professor from the music department actually had tears in his eyes. Although he didn't know those young people's things, he could hear a deep sadness in this song. Even the old professors were like this. Those students who were already passionate about the two-dimensional world, especially those who knew something about Jinsokyo and knew Yuko's background story, were even more heartbroken on the spot. Finally, Xiaofei finished playing the song. He pressed the strings with both hands, and the sound stopped abruptly. The venue was dead silent. Be it the people in the audience, the students who were secretly watching Xiaofei's performance backstage, or even the host, they all forgot everything for a moment. By the time everyone came to their senses, Xiaofei had disappeared from the stage. After a moment of silence. Oh. This is the Yuzi in my heart. Senior Xiao, I love you. Senior, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Yuko-sama. Junior brother. The various shouts almost blew away the dome of the auditorium. Some were excited because of Xiaofei's show, while others were inexplicably excited because of Xiaofei himself. For a while, there were all kinds of shouting. In the front row, the president and leaders of Shanghai Jiaotong University were shocked on the spot. Chapter 53 Shengshi Entertainment Shares. It's so terrible. After leaving the auditorium, Tang Yusin still felt a lingering fear. After Xiaofei finished playing, he made a gesture to Tang Yusin under the stage. Then he stood up and left the venue. Seeing Xiaofei's gesture, Tang Yusin reacted immediately and woke up Jiang Yu and Yuan Tong beside her. The three of them left quietly with the baby. When everyone gathered outside, suddenly a shout was heard from the venue, scaring everyone. Tang Yusin even patted her chest in fear. If we hadn't left early, we would have been surrounded by this group of students. It wasn't your husband who did it. Yuan Tong rolled her eyes at Tang Yusin in annoyance. Honestly, Mr. Tang, I really envy you. Just now, behind the stage, when Jiang Yu was speaking to Tang Yusin almost without restraint about how much he envied and was jealous of her, Yuan Tong had the same thought in her mind. It's just that Yuan Tong is almost 40 years old, and her mentality is much more mature than that of young people. That's why she didn't reveal all her inner thoughts. With the baby, everyone returned to the parking lot. Xiaofei put the three children in the back safety seats. Teacher Jiang, Teacher Yuan. Yusin and I will go back first. What about you guys? Jiang Yu and Yuan Tong looked at each other and nodded. Let's go back too. It looks like there won't be much to watch in the following performances. Jiang Yu said this and walked towards his electric car. Yuan Tong also walked aside and opened his car door. After saying goodbye to the two teachers, Xiaofei drove away from Shanghai Jiaotong University. Only then did he have the mind to check the reward he had just received. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the first time taking the baby to see a show mission. Award, 63% equity of Shengshi Entertainment. Note, as a perfect dad, you have to do your best to meet all the needs of your baby, even those in the future. What if your baby wants to see a certain celebrity's performance in the future? As a perfect dad, how can you not just call that celebrity to your home for a private performance with just one order? Xiaofei almost stepped on the brakes. Even though he didn't pay any attention to the entertainment industry, he knew that Shengshi Entertainment was the largest entertainment group in Yanxia. It has countless studios and contracted artists. The popular TV series and movies that are broadcast on major satellite TV stations all year round, as well as many big-budget films in the country, all have the shadow of Shengshi Entertainment as their investor behind them. Xiaofei. Honey, what's wrong? Are you scared by what happened just now? No. Nothing. Xiaofei turned the steering wheel calmly and turned the corner ahead. He felt like he was becoming somewhat numb. At the same time, in a private room of a hotel, Xia Chang was toasting with others at a dinner party when his cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the message and then frowned. He raised his head and apologized to the others at the table. He immediately left the box, found an empty corner, turned on his mobile phone, and carefully checked the message he had just received. After reading it, Xia Chang had a little cold sweat on his forehead. Just now, a tycoon who was known as the godfather of the domestic entertainment industry sold 63% of his shares in Shengshire Entertainment to someone else. Who on earth suddenly appeared and quietly acquired so many shares without anyone getting wind of it, becoming the biggest godfather of the entertainment industry in Yanxia? As the CEO of Shengshire Entertainment, Xia Chang felt a little dry in the mouth. Could this fierce man who descended from the sky be a giant dragon with a red background in the capital? As a professional manager who has been in the business world for many years, the first thing Xia Chang thought of was whether he would be kicked out by this big boss who suddenly appeared. After thinking it over, he carefully dialed a phone number. Soon, the call was connected. Hello? Is this Mr. Zhang? I am, you are Xia Chang? Hey! It's me. Mr. Zhang, I want to ask you about the 63% of Shengshire Entertainment shares you hold. What are you talking about? On the phone, the man called Mr. Zhang hesitated for a while, then said, the other party made me a price that I couldn't refuse. Do you understand what I mean? A price that even Mr. Zhang can't refuse? How rich is this tough guy? Xia Chang immediately understood what he should do. After Mr. Zhang hung up the phone, Xia Chang dialed Xiaofei's private number from the message he had just received with trembling fingers. This time, it took a long time for the call to be connected. Hello? Is this Xiaofei, Mr. Xiao? My husband is driving. Who are you? To Xia Chang's surprise, the voice that spoke was a very pleasant female voice. Even though the other person was not in front of him, Xia Chang quickly bent down and said, it's Madam Xiao. Hello, madam. I am Xia Chang, CEO of Shengshire Entertainment. Shengshire Entertainment? Honey, a liar called me and said he was the CEO of Shengshire Entertainment. Then, Xia Chang heard the sound of a baby babbling on the other end of the line. Xia Chang? He is not a liar. He is the genuine CEO of Shengshire Entertainment. Xia Chang felt like he was about to cry, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Fortunately, at this moment, a voice sounded faintly. Wife, please turn on the hands-free mode. Aha! After a while, probably because the other party turned on the speakerphone, Xia Chang heard a male voice. CEO of Shengshire Entertainment? It's me. Excuse me, are you Chairman Xiaofei Xiao? I am. Xia Chang was more and more shocked. Judging from the voice, this is definitely a young man. Xia Chang, whose attitude became more and more respectful, didn't care that someone might appear in the corridor at any time, and hurriedly said respectfully. It's like this, Chairman Xiao, congratulations on becoming the largest shareholder of Shengshire Entertainment. I'm sorry to bother you here because I want to ask you, do you have any instructions and arrangements for our work going forward? It's up to you. Wait. Honey, what kind of dramas do you like to watch? Me? Well, let me think about it. Well, as long as it's not some rubbish show starring some young actors with no acting skills, it'll be fine. I understand, Xia Chang? I'm here. Director Xiao, please give me your orders. Did you hear that? In the future, make more good dramas, use fewer popular young actors, and make a bunch of shoddy garbage. Yes. We will definitely follow your instructions. That's it, I'm going to hang up now. I'll go to the company when I have time. After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the phone. After wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Xia Chang realized that in just a few minutes, his heartbeat had been so fast that he was almost suffocating. Chapter 54 My Wife's Reward. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yusin turned her head and looked straight at Xiaofei. Being stared at by his wife with a pair of big watery eyes, Xiaofei pursed his lips helplessly. What's wrong? Are you mesmerized by your husband's handsomeness again? Puff. Tang Yusin, who was amused by Xiaofei, could no longer maintain her serious expression. But after laughing, she remembered the doubts in her mind just now. Honey, what's going on? Is that man really the CEO of Shengshire Entertainment? That should be it. Xiaofei thought about it and answered like this. Then why did he call you chairman? You became the chairman of Shengshire Entertainment? Didn't I say that? Xiaofei blinked. No. Tang Yusin pursed her lips. All right. Xiaofei noticed that there were electric cars running around in front of him, so he honked his horn and said, I've been playing in the stock market. Aha. Then, some stocks have very high investment value. After I bought them, I kept them in my hands and didn't sell them. I accumulated them little by little, and I became the chairman of the board. Do you believe me when I say this? Do you think I will believe it? I am a university teacher after all. Tang Yusin gave Xiao Fei a look of contempt. Okay, I'll think of another reason to lie to you. Husband. Tang Yusin suddenly became angry. If Xiao Fei wasn't driving right now, Tang Yusin would definitely pounce on him with her fangs bared. The couple had a quarrel while waiting for the traffic light. When the green light came on and the car started, Xiao Fei said seriously, "In fact, I bought the shares of Shengshi Entertainment's original largest shareholder." Gurgle. Tang Yusin swallowed. Even if you don't know how much this thing is worth, you can tell with your toes that it is definitely worth a lot of money. Tang Yusin asked cautiously, "Husband, you are not smuggling arms, are you?" "Yes, that's right. Not only do we smuggle arms, but we also undertake all kinds of business, such as orbital satellite dust removal, nuclear warhead polishing and waxing, aircraft carrier repainting, etc." Honey, do you want to place an order? Tang Yusin was both angry and amused. Seeing that he had almost finished teasing his wife, Xiao Fei shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I haven't done anything illegal, otherwise with such a large amount of funds flowing in, your husband would have been in jail by now." "Well, husband, I believe you." Tang Yusin nodded and no longer asked where Xiao Fei got such a large amount of funds. She knew Xiao Fei had a secret. It started from the next time she met Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei showed an almost omnipotent attitude in front of Tang Yusin. Whether it was making money, taking care of children, or anything else, it seemed that when Xiao Fei appeared in her life again, Tang Yusin lost all her worries. Oh no! There is one worry that has not gone away, but is growing bigger. That's because her husband's charm is so terrifying that she has to be vigilant all the time. As a woman, Tang Yusin knows how fatally attractive a man like Xiao Fei is to the women out there. But on the other hand, doesn't this further prove how excellent my husband and father of my children is? Hubby, will you ever stop wanting me and the baby? I will let you die before me. Xiao Fei glanced at Tang Yusin with his eyes slanted. Tang Yusin? This way you won't be sad because I leave this world first. Do you think I will abandon you? Tang Yusin opened her mouth. My husband is really. Do you want to hit a straight ball so suddenly? Her little heart is beating wildly, okay? Her eyes quickly turned watery, and Tang Yusin opened her red lips slightly, her voice becoming extremely sweet. Husband. I love you so much. Xiao Fei, who was driving, breathed a sigh of relief. Call. Finally got away with it. I want a kiss. Driving. The light ahead is red. Well. Mooah. With a smack, a red lip mark was left on Xiao Fei's face. In the back seat, the three little angels in the safety seats looked at their parents in the front with their big black eyes open, and then slowly smiled. Mom and Dad, shame on you. That night. The bedroom is lit with warm tones that make people feel safe and comfortable. Xiao Fei, who was wearing pajamas, carefully placed the three little angels in the crib after feeding them. He played with the babies for a while before turning around and sitting in front of the computer. He is checking his recent stock market gains. Although the system has rewarded a lot of assets before and after, such as shares of JP Morgan Chase and Shengshi Entertainment. But those are stocks and bonds, and it is impossible to cash them in a short period of time. Xiao Fei would not be stupid enough to cash in these things. Therefore, if he wants to have cash available at any time, he has to rely on himself to grab food from the capital giants in the stock market. As time goes by, Xiao Fei's liquid funds have also increased to more than 20 million. Such a small amount of money may seem huge for personal use, but it can't even make a splash in the financial market. So Xiao Fei didn't have too many concerns. He just did the same as before, selecting the stocks with the fastest growth in the future and then buying them all at once. When the amount of hot money flowing in the future reaches a certain level, he will carry out refined operations, breaking up large amounts of funds and investing them in various stocks, reaping wealth without leaving a trace. However, the market is closed now, so Xiao Fei naturally cannot carry out any buying or selling operations. He could only keep searching various stocks and keep the selected targets in mind. At this time, Tang Yusin, who had just finished taking a shower, appeared behind him with a warm and fragrant breeze, and hugged Xiao Fei directly from the back. Husband, what are you doing? To earn you some pocket money. Thank you, husband, I'll give you a kiss as a reward. After taking a sip, Tang Yusin asked with a smile, how much did you earn? 20 million, is that enough? The corners of Tang Yusin's mouth twitched slightly. All right. She felt that she should get used to the things Xiao Fei did from time to time. But soon, she gently turned Xiao Fei's body over and made him look at her. Honey, do you like it? Xiao Fei's eyes gradually became dim. At this time, Tang Yusin was actually wearing an Akaji cosplay costume. When did you buy it? He. I'll give you a surprise, do you like it? I love it. Heh, men are all like this. Xiao Fei turned off the computer and picked up Tang Yusin by the waist. Tang Yusin's strange voice could be heard from the bedroom from time to time. Speaking of which, Tang Yusin doesn't watch anime very often. But as the saying goes, husband and wife will always influence each other subtly, and the better the relationship, the more obvious the effect. Obviously, this is a month. Tang Yusin has been influenced by Xiao Fei from inside out. She still follows dramas with great interest, but occasionally she also starts watching anime. In the past, she was used to watching videos on other platforms, and would occasionally watch short videos to kill time, but now, as long as there is a video that can be watched on Bilibili, Tang Yusin will go to Bilibili unconditionally. To use Tang Yusin's words a few days ago, watching a video without barrage is meaningless. More importantly, Tang Yusin has completely lost interest in short videos that are only 1 or 2 minutes long. And today, Tang Yusin gave Xiao Fei a big surprise. She actually secretly bought a set of Akaji cosplay costume from Azalane online. With fox ears on her head, 9 furry tails tied behind her, and dressed in Akaji's iconic clothes, Xiao Fei suddenly felt that he must pamper his precious wife. The 3 babies in the crib next to them stared with their eyes wide open as they saw their mother suddenly turned into a vixen. Why did mom grow a tail? Chapter 55, Visiting the Group Building. The next day. As usual, Xiao Fei made a delicious breakfast for his wife. After she went to work, Xiao Fei, who had nothing to do, simply drove away from home with his 3 babies. Going around in circles all the way. Not long after, Xiao Fei arrived in front of a towering office building. Although this building is not a landmark building in Shanghai, it has a very famous name. Shangshi Building. This is the headquarters building of Shangshi Entertainment. As the leader in the domestic entertainment industry, Shangshi Entertainment, whose headquarters is located in Shanghai, has an office building that completely belongs to it. Xiao Fei drove here, parked the car temporarily on the side of the road, and frowned. Due to the particularity of the entertainment industry, there is absolutely no shortage of various tabloid reporters around Shangshi Building. Many paparazzi like to hang out here. In addition to those tabloid reporters, there are also many fans of celebrities who appear downstairs of Shangshi Building from time to time. So, looking at the dense crowd outside, Xiao Fei thought about it, then took out his cell phone and made a call. Not long after, the call was connected. Hello, Mr. Xiao, what can I do for you? My car is downstairs of the company. Xia Chang, who was in the office, was so scared when he heard this that he almost threw his phone away. He quickly told Xiao Fei to wait a moment, and told him that he would be down to greet him in person, then he hurriedly prepared to run out. I'm on the main road, don't be so conspicuous. Just ask someone to come down and take me to the internal parking lot. The license plate number is. Okay, Mr. Xiao. I'll give the order immediately. After Xiao Fei hung up the phone, Xia Chang immediately asked his secretary to come in and told her about this. Secretary Wang Shasha was also shocked. After receiving the instructions, she took the elevator to the first floor without looking back, walked out of the building quickly, and soon found Xiao Fei's car. Feeling uneasy, Wang Shasha walked to the side of the Land Rover Defender. She knocked on the car door gently, then took out her work badge and gestured at the car window. Xiao Fei saw the other party's work badge and directly opened the locked door. Wang Shasha opened the car door and bowed without even taking a look. Hello, Mr. Xiao, I am Wang Shasha, the secretary of Manager Xie. Get in the car. Okay, Mr. Xiao. Etc. Wang Shasha, who was about to get in the car, suddenly stopped. Xiao Fei pointed to the back and said, My wife usually sits in the passenger seat. You go to the back. Wang Shasha felt her heart broken. When Wang Shasha opened the back door and saw the 3 babies inside, she was shocked. Not only is Mr. Xiao married, he also has 3 children. Looking at the 3 little angel-like babies, Wang Shuangshuang's heart was instantly melted. But at the same time, Wang Shasha inevitably felt a little jealous towards Xiao Fei's wife, whom she had never met. Carefully entering the car, Wang Shasha immediately began to give Xiao Fei directions. At the same time, there was a collective shock within Shangshi Group. especially the lobby on the ground floor. The door suddenly closed. Then the people inside saw their general manager Xia Chang and a group of senior executives standing respectfully in front of the elevator door leading to the underground parking lot. Have you heard? The new chairman who mysteriously bought out our entire Shangshur Entertainment is here. No wonder. I was wondering who it was it the new chairman? I don't know who it is that could have taken over all of Mr. Zhang's shares in one go. Listening to the chattering of the girls around, Xia Chang frowned. The assistant next to him understood and immediately turned around to disperse those people. Everyone go back to your respective posts. The chairman is coming to inspect, so everyone, get ready. Everyone suddenly fell silent. But as everyone was working, their eyes looked towards the elevator door more and more eagerly. In the underground parking lot, Xiao Fei parked the car in the parking space originally reserved for the board members. He immediately got out of the car and took the stroller out of the trunk. Wang Shasha wanted to help, but because she had never held a child before, she was afraid of making any mistakes, so she could only stand there awkwardly. Fortunately, Xiao Fei quickly put all 3 babies in the stroller. Seeing Wang Shasha preparing to help him push the cart, Xiao Fei waved his hand. No need, I will take care of the child myself. Okay, Mr. Xiao. Wang Shasha responded with lowered eyebrows. Under her guidance, the two entered the elevator and arrived at the first floor. When the elevator door opened, Xiao Fei looked at the large crowd of people in front of him and his brows frowned instantly. Looking at Xiao Fei pushing 2 baby strollers in the elevator door, a large group of people, led by Xia Shang, were stunned at the same time. What is going on? The chairman came with his child. Xia Chang had seen Xiao Fei's photo. He recognized Xiao Fei at a glance and coughed immediately. Just as I was about to lead everyone to shout "Welcome, Chairman," I saw Xiao Fei put a finger to his mouth. Don't make noise, the baby will be scared. Xia Chang, with the words already at the tip of his throat, could only swallow back his prepared lines. He came over with a wry smile and wanted to take the stroller for Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei saw Xia Chang's actions and shook his head. No, the baby is more shy. Hearing this, Xia Chang, who was halfway through his walk, had to withdraw his steps awkwardly. Xiao Fei pushed a double-seat stroller with one hand and a single-seat stroller with the other and walked out of the elevator door. Wang Shasha followed closely behind Xiao Fei. As Xiao Fei appeared, everyone in the hall looked over. Even those who worked in entertainment companies and were used to seeing all kinds of handsome men and beautiful women couldn't help but gasp after seeing Xiao Fei. This Mr. Xiao. Too young. And so handsome. That face, that figure, that temperament, those long legs. What kind of overbearing president is this from a novel? Although from the fact that Mr. Xiao was carrying a baby stroller, it can be judged that he is married and even has children. But none of these are a problem. People who make a living in the entertainment industry don't care about these things at all. They are used to it. Those who do all kinds of things that seem to have no bottom line in the eyes of ordinary people for fame and fortune. Rather than trying to get a good role, the couple went to bed with a big shot from an investment company. Now I just make a small one for others, and it is as pure as ice and white lotus. Feeling those burning gazes that almost melted him, Xiao Fei shook his head secretly. He said, "Don't gather around here, Xia Shang, just take me around here, and the rest of you can do whatever you need to do." Okay, Mr. Xiao. Xia Chang nodded immediately, and then dismissed a large group of company executives behind him. In the end, besides Xia Chang, the only people left were his secretary Wang Shasha and a male assistant. After Xia Chang took Xiao Fei away, the girls in the lobby on the first floor began to scream one after another. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Who of you took the photo just now? Share it. Who took the picture? Who took the picture? I was totally shocked. I didn't even think of taking a picture. Is there no one? These women chattered for a long time, and finally they were all shocked to find out. The moment they saw Xiao Fei, they were all stunned by his handsomeness and no one thought of taking a photo. Chapter 56 Corporate Worms. At the same time, under the leadership of Xia Chang, Xiao Fei started strolling around the company with his baby. Because he couldn't figure out Xiao Fei's thoughts, Xia Chang carefully selected the route and tried his best to take care of every department. His assistant is also a very smart person. Before starting, I secretly sent the message. Soon, the entire group knew that their chairman had come for a checkup with his 3 angel-like babies. At the same time, everyone was sternly informed. In order not to scare the baby, you are absolutely not allowed to do anything out of the ordinary when you see the chairman and his entourage. So, along the way, Xiao Fei followed Xia Chang to visit various departments and studios. Although those people looked at Xiao Fei with curiosity and eagerness, no one had the courage to come up to him. Even those celebrity artists whom Xiao Fei had only seen on TV in the past, who were considered high and mighty by ordinary people, could only nod in greeting from afar after seeing Xiao Fei. Director Xiao, currently under the name of our group, including the various affiliated studios, there are 7 movies, 16 TV series, 23 web series, and other things such as stage plays. There are a total of 78 artists directly signed, and 267 artists under the studio's name. With Xie Chang's introduction, Xiao Fei had a general understanding of Shengshi Group. It is worthy of being a giant that occupies most of the entire Yanxia entertainment industry. In addition, we have also cooperated with Penguin Group to jointly develop their IP industry. We expect to have 6 large IPs this year. Xiao Fei listened for a long time and suddenly asked, "Are there any Chinese comics? Chinese comics?" Xia Chang was obviously stunned. "No?" Xiao Fei frowned. He himself really likes to follow anime on this small broken station. "Don't we have any anime series that are broadcast on this little broken station?" Yes. Xia Chang nodded quickly. In the animation industry, there are 7 Chinese animation TV series currently being screened, but no major movies are available yet. The following are in production. In addition, there are actually quite a few Japanese comics from the island countries that we have invested in and participated in producing, including. As he listened, Xiao Fei made a surprise discovery. It turns out that many of the Japanese comics I like actually have domestic capital involved. But if you think about it carefully, this doesn't seem to be a strange thing. After all, the entertainment industry in Yanxia is getting bigger and bigger. If the island country wants to enter this market and get a piece of the pie, it is almost an inevitable choice to cooperate with local capital. Just at this moment, the second baby in the stroller suddenly started to make a fuss. Xiao Fei stopped immediately. When he stopped, Xia Chang and others had no choice but to stop as well. Then, everyone looked on in amazement as their chairman, who looked like he had almost walked out of a painting, began to change his daughter's diaper in front of everyone. "Good boy. Come, let daddy see it." It's pooping again as expected." Several women almost lost their balance. There was no other reason, because Xiao Fei had changed from his previous cold demeanor. The scene of changing a baby's diaper with a gentle and loving face is so shocking. And looking at Xiao Fei's skillful movements, it is obvious that he does this kind of thing a lot in his daily life. The chairman of an entertainment group with a market value of billions actually takes care of his children himself. And he doesn't care about others at all. This kind of behavior is so heartwarming. Mr. Zhao's wife. I don't think you saved the world in your previous life? I feel like I saved the galaxy, and honestly, I'm going crazy with jealousy. What do you think? Who is Mr. Zhao's wife? Is she the daughter of a famous family? Well, if I could find a boyfriend like Mr. Xiao, no, 1/10% as good as Mr. Xiao, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. After changing the diaper for the second baby, Xiao Fei stood up and the smile on his face quickly disappeared. It returned to its previous state of no entry allowed state. He turned around and looked at Xie Chang. "I know almost everything. Take me to the office and show me the financial report." "Okay, Mr. Xiao." Xia Chang replied respectfully. Soon, under the leadership of Xia Chang, Xiao Fei brought the 3 babies into the chairman's office. The area is very large, almost as big as my own home in Golden Domain, Washington. In addition to the office area, this huge office also has a reception area, a lounge area, a gym, and even a bedroom with an attached bathroom. After sitting down in his office chair, Xiao Fei looked at Xie Chang and others standing opposite the huge desk. Not long after, the head of the finance department knocked on the door and walked in after getting permission. "Hello, Chairman. I am Zui Yanbin, Director of the Finance Department. Here are the company's financial reports for Q1 and Q2 of this year." Xiao Fei took the thick stack of financial reports and quickly flipped through them. Xia Chang and others immediately became nervous. They didn't know how much the sudden chairman knew about this matter. Xiao Fei looked at the financial report and then put it down. Then, he took out his mobile phone in front of everyone and opened the stock trading software. After finding the stock of Shengshi Entertainment, a line of data immediately appeared in Xiao Fei's sight. Shengshire Entertainment, the stock price will fall in the next 3 months. The person in charge of logistics procurement is corrupt. Rows of data came into Xiao Fei's eyes, then he turned off his phone and picked up the financial report again. After a moment, Xiao Fei tapped the table lightly with his fingers, raised his head and stared at Xia Chang and others. An invisible pressure suddenly descended. Xia Chang, Wang Shasha, the assistant, and Zui Yanbin from the finance department felt as if a huge mountain had been pressed down on their hearts. Who is the top person in charge of logistics? Xia Chang's heart trembled, and then he quickly said, Mr. Xiao, it's Zhang Biao. After a pause, Xia Chang gritted his teeth and said boldly, he is a relative of the former chairman. Xiao Fei narrowed his eyes. Call him over here. Yes. Xia Chang immediately gave instructions to his assistant, and the assistant quickly walked out of the office. After a while, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked in with his assistant. As soon as he stepped into the office, the middle-aged man showed a flattering smile on his face, came to the desk and nodded and said, Hello, Mr. Xiao, hello, my humble name is Zhang Biao, I have heard of your great name for a long time. Okay. Xiao Fei interrupted Zhang Biao's flattery and his eyes fell on his greasy face. The man in front of me perfectly illustrates what a greasy middle-aged uncle is. He has a big belly, a greasy face, and a severe baldness. Although he tried his best to make himself look decent through his clothes and watches, after all this, people were reminded of one word. A monkey in human clothing. Raising the financial report in his hand, Xiao Fei said, You have always been in charge of the procurement of various materials for the group, right? That's right. That's right. Well, explain to me, why are the office supplies worth 200,000 quoted at 400,000, the tables and chairs worth 170,000 finally reduced to 240,000, the bulk purchase price of the ingredients for the employees' lunch was 10% higher than the general market price, and the gifts that fans mailed to their idols were intercepted by you and resold. What's going on? Well, there are these, there are quite a few. Adding them all together, it's almost 10 million. The more Xiao Fei spoke, the fainter the smile on Zhang Biao's face became. In the end, he stood in front of Xiao Fei trembling with fear, his forehead covered with sweat. Chairman. Okay, I don't want to hear your explanation. Maybe the former chairman is related to you, so he turned a blind eye to your affairs. But now, I won't. Make up the money you lost through corruption, resign and leave in peace, or I'll send the police to find you? Zhang Biao looked ashen. After a while, he whispered, Chairman, I will make up the money. Okay, go down. Zhang Biao said nothing more, turned around and left the office. It was not until then that Xiao Fei looked at Xia Chang and others again. Being stared at by Xiao Fei, Xia Chang was almost frightened to his knees. Chairman, this matter. Fine. Xiao Fei waved his hand. You said it yourself. He is related to the former chairman. There are some things you cannot do. But you don't have to worry too much now. Xiao Fei glanced at the stock price of Shengshire Entertainment on his mobile phone again. Sure enough, the above data shows that there will be a slow but continuous increase in the future. I feel relieved to leave the group to you. You will continue to do what you did before, but, well, do you remember what my wife said before? Remember. Xia Chang nodded quickly, Madam, please stop using those popular young actors with no acting skills to shoot bad dramas, and invite more artists with real talent to shoot good dramas. I have already conveyed this directly to all departments yesterday. Chairman, please rest assured. Wang Shasha, who was standing behind Xia Chang, felt more and more sad. That's fine. However, after hesitating for a while, Xia Chang said, But, Chairman, doing so will inevitably affect the group's profits. Yes. We will definitely implement your orders, Chairman. Xiao Fei smiled nonchalantly. Affects profits? Just kidding, I have my own stock market trend chart. In the stock market trend chart, after abandoning the young and popular stars, the group's stock price is still rising and there is no downward trend. In this way, even if the income is reduced, how much less can it be? Although he does not have 100% control, he has absolute control and has the final say in this group. At this time, De Bao let out a cry. Xiao Fei immediately looked at his watch and found that it was time to feed the 3 babies. He immediately said, Go prepare warm water at about 40 degrees Celsius. I'm going to make milk powder for my baby. Xia Chang, Wang Shasha, assistant, Zui Yanbin. Wang Shasha ran out in her high heels. She grabbed an employee who was passing by and asked, "Can you make milk powder?" "Ah, Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang, I don't know how to do that." The employee who was held back looked confused. "Then who do you know who can?" The employee thought for a moment and said, "Didn't Xiao Yang from the secretary's office just finish her maternity leave? She should be able to. Go and call her over." Not long after, Wang Shasha returned to the office with the hot water that Xiao Fei needed. The news that Xiao Fei wanted to personally prepare milk powder and feed his child also spread within the group. Chapter 57: The Dean's Invitation. Just when Xiao Fei took his 3 babies to the company. At the same time, inside the school, Tang Yusin, who had just finished a class, was standing on the podium organizing her lesson plans. After leaving the classroom, she went straight to the office. Along the way, she could clearly feel that many students and teachers were looking at her. She also understood that this was all because of the school anniversary performance last night. My little man's amazing performance on the stage. Even her wife, who was with her day and night, was shocked, let alone these people in the school. Listening to the discussions of people around her, Tang Yusin felt more and more proud, but she always had a cold expression on her face. Soon, Tang Yusin came into the teacher's office wearing high heels. As soon as she walked in, Tang Yusin saw an unusual figure in the office. Professor Liu. Professor Liu? The white-haired old man saw Tang Yusin come in with a smile on his face. "Teacher Tang, you are here. Professor Liu, are you waiting for me?" Tang Yusin quickly invited Professor Liu to sit down opposite her. "I'm sorry, Professor Liu. I didn't know you were waiting for me here." "It's okay. I asked for it myself." Professor Liu sat across from Tang Yusin's desk and said, "Teacher Tang, I came to see you this time mainly because of Zhao's matter." "Well, you are a couple, right?" "Yes." Tang Yusin's face flushed a little. She probably guessed why Professor Liu came to see her. Because Professor Liu is the dean of the School of Music at Shanghai Jiaotong University. As one of the top universities in China, Shanghai Jiaotong University is world-renowned for its mathematics, journalism and communication, clinical medicine and economics. But in terms of music art, it is somewhat lackluster. After all, even the best universities cannot excel in every subject. Even so, as the dean of the Conservatory of Music, Professor Liu himself has a considerable voice in the domestic music world. He has always wanted to develop and expand the music department of Shanghai Jiaotong University. That's right. The old professor considered his words carefully and said in an orderly manner, "Last night, Zhao's performance was breathtaking. I am not talking nonsense. With his level last night, he can definitely become a leader in the folk music world. So, I want to ask Xiao, would you like to transfer to our music school? If he wants, old man, I can sponsor him to get a doctorate." There is no doubt that Professor Liu was very sincere. But Tang Yusin couldn't make decisions for Xiao Fei. "I'm sorry, Professor Liu, I can't make the decision for Xiao Fei on this matter." It's okay. You can discuss it with him when you go back today, okay?" "That's no problem, Professor Liu." After getting Tang Yusin's promise, Professor Liu left satisfied. Wait until Professor Liu leaves. The office immediately exploded. Jiang Yu floated over and said, "Teacher Tang, what kind of god is your husband? You said he was a god, how could a mere mortal like me know?" "Jiang Yu? Woman, I suspect you are showing off, and I have evidence." Being choked by Tang Yusin, Jiang Yu had no choice but to return to his office in embarrassment. Afternoon. After Tang Yusin returned home, she immediately told Xiao Fei about this. "Honey, what do you think?" "Not interested." Xiao Fei was not very interested in the old professor's invitation. "Just tell the old professor tomorrow that I'm not interested in this." "Okay." Tang Yusin nodded, then looked at Xiao Fei with admiration. "But hubby, you are so amazing. Professor Liu is a very, very good professor. He has a very high status in the music world. Even he is full of praise for you." Xiao Fei scratched Tang Yusin's nose amusingly. "No matter how great he is, he's still your husband, isn't he?" "Yeah, that's right." Tang Yusin thought about it and smiled foolishly. "No matter how powerful he is still my husband, huh?" So the girl lay back on the sofa, laughing and having fun by herself. Night. Tang Yusin sat cross-legged on the sofa, eating snacks and watching the variety show on TV. When she sees something funny, she will laugh out loud. Xiao Fei on the side paused the anime series playing on his laptop and looked back. Bao, who was next to Tang Yusin, stared at Tang Yusin, who was eating potato chips, waving his arms desperately, as if he also wanted to have a taste. I saw that my mother ignored me. Bao was immediately dissatisfied and started babbling. Bao, do you want to eat too? It's a pity you can't eat this yet. Tang Yusin pinched Bao's chubby face and said something with a smile. Afterwards, she started watching variety shows again. However, what she didn't notice was that Bao was still waving his little arms there. She started arguing over the potato chips in Tang Yusin's hands. The little guy kept twisting his little body, turning over little by little, and finally suddenly fell off the sofa. Xiao Fei was quick to catch Bao. Tang Yusin was startled. She threw away the potato chips in her hand and took the second baby from Xiao Fei's arms. Bao, I'm sorry, Bao. It was Mom who didn't notice you, I'm sorry. As she spoke, Tang Yusin was about to cry. After all, the situation just now was too dangerous. If Xiao Fei hadn't been quick-eyed and quick-handed, Bao might have met with some accident. The second baby had no idea how dangerous the situation was. Instead, he thought he was playing a game and was waving his hands happily and babbling. Xiao Fei patted Tang Yusin's back gently. Okay, you didn't mean it, don't be sad. Husband. Tang Yusin felt very sad. I found that I didn't seem to pay as much attention to the baby as I did at the beginning. Xiao Fei pinched Tang Yusin's face like she was pinching a baby's face. It's not your fault. I've been taking care of the baby all along. But, I suddenly feel like I'm such an incompetent mother. Who said that? Xiao Fei frowned and comforted her. When I was away at the beginning, you took care of 3 children by yourself, didn't you? You are a perfect mother. Woo. After being comforted by Xiao Fei for a while, Tang Yusin's mood gradually improved. She wiped the corners of her mouth that were stained with potato chip crumbs, and then kissed the second baby in her arms. Xiao Fei looked down at Bao. Although the little girl was almost in danger just now, she turned over successfully. The first and second babies have both turned over, so the third baby should be soon too, right? Xiao Fei looked at Sanbao. Although she is not as good as Dabeo, she is much quieter than Bao. Don't cry or make a fuss. She will definitely be a quiet little princess in the future. Chapter 58, Badge of Expert in Child Protection. In the blink of an eye. Half a month passed. Tang Yusin goes to work as usual every day, while Xiao Fei takes care of the children at home. During this period of time, perhaps because he discovered that he could roll over and acquired this new skill, the baby has been particularly active. If you leave them alone, the baby will turn over in a short while. Xiao Fei consulted the doctor, who explained that the baby was instinctively showing off his abilities. If you wait a little longer and let the baby develop for a while and be able to grasp things independently with his hands, the baby will often pick up small things around him and throw them away. The doctor said this is also the baby showing his new abilities. Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin were looking forward to this very much. Every evening, after dinner, Xiao Fei would always take Tang Yusin with him, pushing the baby, and stroll around the community of Jinhua Huafu with his family. Over time, many residents in the community have come to know this extremely good-looking couple and their 3 babies who are so cute that they can melt anyone's heart. That evening, as usual, Xiao Fei took Tang Yusin and the baby for a walk in the community after dinner. As a high-end residential area, the greening rate in Jinhua Huafu is very high. Mr. Xiao, Miss Tang, are you taking a walk too? You two have such a good relationship. Oh my, I see 3 babies again. Come here, Grandpa, give me a kiss. In the community, young people are fine, but some older people can't help but come up and tease the 3 babies when they see them. Old people always like children very much. Not long after, passing by a garden, Tang Yusin suddenly saw a little girl in front of her skipping and holding a cat. What a cute cat! Tang Yusin cried out softly. Honey, can we also get a cat? Xiao Fei looked at Tang Yusin with amusement. Are you sure? The baby is so young, what if he is allergic to cat hair? When Tang Yusin heard Xiao Fei say this, she suddenly became depressed. Baby comes first in everything. Thinking of this, Tang Yusin could only suppress the idea. Seeing his beloved wife's depressed expression, Xiao Fei raised his hand and waved to the little girl in front of him. Little boy, can you come over here for a moment? When the little girl heard Xiao Fei's voice, she turned around and then came over skipping with a smile on her face. A pair of braids dangle behind her head, looking very cute. Uncle, sister, what's the matter? Xiaofei, why am I the uncle and she is the sister? Tang Yusin held her stomach and bent over with laughter. The little girl stuck out her tongue and changed her words, brother, sister. This child has such a sweet mouth. Xiaofei said, it's like this, kid. I want to keep a cat, but you can see we have a baby, and some babies are allergic to cats and dogs, so I want to borrow your cat to test whether the baby is allergic. If not, we will buy a cat to keep. When Tang Yusin heard Xiaofei say this, her eyes lit up. The little girl nodded and handed the kitten in her arms over. Okay, uncle, brother. Ziadudu is very well behaved, but you still have to be careful. Thank you, little one. Xiaofei smiled and took the cat from the little girl. This is a Siamese cat with a white body and black face and limbs. He looks like a coal miner, so ugly and cute. The Siamese cat was very well behaved and lay in Xiaofei's arms without any excessive behavior. Xiaofei carefully controlled the Siamese cat's limbs, and then moved the cat slightly closer to the baby in the stroller. Seeing the small animal approaching him, Debao curiously wanted to reach out and grab it, so Xiaofei quickly moved the Siamese cat away. After experimenting for a while, I found that the baby showed no signs of sneezing. Xiaofei carefully let the 3 babies touch the Siamese cat's fur, and observed for a long time to confirm that the babies did not show any signs of redness on their skin. After returning the Siamese cat to the little girl, Xiaofei said, very good, it seems that the baby is not allergic. Thank you, little friend. You're welcome, brother and sister. When you have a cat, can you bring it out for me to see? Staring with her big watery eyes, the little girl asked expectantly. Xiaofei and Tang Yusin looked at each other, smiled and nodded. Okay. It's a deal then. The little girl squinted her eyes happily and said, my name is Sun Yudhua, and my parents call me Duo Duo. After saying goodbye to little Sun Yudhua, Tang Yusin immediately grabbed Xiaofei's arm and said, hubby, can we keep a cat now? Okay, that's enough. But it's best not to bring children to the pet store. How about this, you don't have classes tomorrow afternoon, you stay home and look after the baby while I go buy it. Aha! Tang Yusin happily stood on tiptoe and kissed Xiaofei. The next day, afternoon. After letting Tang Yusin look after the children at home, Xiaofei drove to the largest and most advanced cattery in the Magic City. As soon as he entered the cattery, Xiaofei felt like he was surrounded by cats. The cattery was filled with cats of all kinds, and Xiaofei was almost dazzled. Hello, sir. Excuse me, are you here to buy a cat? A young shop assistant in professional uniform noticed Xiaofei and immediately came forward and asked. Well, buy a cat. What kind of cat do you want? All our pedigree cats have certificates and have passed all kinds of quarantine. You can take a look first. Led by the shop assistant, Xiaofei toured the cattery. The environment in the cattery is very good, and there is no peculiar smell in the air that would be produced by a large number of small animals gathering together. The cats were all in various very exquisite cages, the interiors of which were very luxuriously decorated, and each one looked like a miniature villa model. Suddenly, Xiaofei couldn't look away. A ragdoll cat lying lazily on the shelf, shaking its tail from time to time, attracted Xiaofei's attention. At first sight, Xiaofei decided to raise it. But this is a ragdoll cat. The ragdoll cat sheds so much hair that it's all over the place. It is very easy to cause problems if you have a baby at home and keep this kind of cat. Just when Xiaofei was about to give up on buying the ragdoll cat, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Drop. It is detected that the host desires to keep a ragdoll cat. In view of the actual situation of the baby, an additional reward is issued, the Badge of Expert Baby Protector. Note, the Baby Protector badge can only be worn by pets. Pets wearing this badge will completely relieve their owners of most worries, including but not limited to pet hair loss affecting the baby's health, pet's own diseases being transmitted to the baby, etc. At the same time, pets wearing this badge can also take the initiative to look after the baby and provide assistance within their ability in critical moments. After listening to the systematic explanation, Xiaofei's eyes lit up. Although I have already thanked you. But Xiaofei still wanted to say in his heart, System, I really love you. Chapter 59, Tournament Cat. Hello. How much is this ragdoll cat? I saw Xiaofei pointing at a fat ragdoll cat. The smile on the shopgirl's face became even brighter. Sir, you have a very good eye. This is the cat with the best pedigree and appearance in our store. It's a show-level ragdoll cat, seal-colored, 3 years old, a little girl, already neutered, participated in 2 competitions, and won 4 certificates of honor. The little girl introduced Xiao Fei sweetly. But Xiao Fei didn't seem to be listening to her. He was just staring at the ragdoll cat in front of him. That look is so gentle. Even the shopgirl couldn't stand it and couldn't help but have hearts in her eyes. "Oh, and how much does it cost?" Xiao Fei then asked. Hearing this, the shopgirl glanced at Xiao Fei. Seems a little hesitant. But in the end, she still said, "Its price is 150,000. 150,000? Such an expensive price to buy a pet. For ordinary people, it is simply impossible." Just when the little girl thought that Xiao Fei would shake his head and refuse the price, Xiao Fei said, "That's it." "Ah? What?" "I said I bought it." The little girl stared at Xiao Fei with wide eyes, and after a while she quickly nodded. Okay, sir. I'll prepare the relevant documents and certificates for you right away." Looking at the little girl running towards the backstage, Xiao Fei smiled and turned his attention to the ragdoll cat in front of him. Lying on the round platform, the little guy looked lazy. Its eyes are as blue and clear as the sky. The fur on the body is very lush, and there is no flaw in its appearance and color. Noticing Xiao Fei looking at him, the little guy meowed softly, as if to say hello. Then, it shifted its gaze away, enjoying the sunlight coming in from the window, as noble as a lady enjoying afternoon tea. This word was originally supposed to be used for humans. When it is placed on this ragdoll cat, it doesn't feel out of place at all. "Sir, the documents are ready, please come over and sign." "Formalities?" Xiao Fei frowned as he watched the little girl running towards him with a bunch of things in her arms. "That's right, sir." The little girl said, "After all, this ragdoll cat is of competition grade, so all information needs to be registered, so we need to record your name and contact information. Also, please notify us after you officially name the child. You won't let me take it to participate in any competitions in the future, will you?" No, please rest assured." Also, here are its various vaccination certificates, medical quarantine certificate, pedigree certificate, and disease-free history certificate. The little girl showed Xiao Fei various documents one by one. In the end, Xiao Fei spent 150,000 yuan to buy the little guy. The cattery also comes with a lot of free gifts. Includes cat litter and litter boxes, as well as a whole host of top-quality cat food and canned food, and more. There is even a cat grooming card, which allows the holder to bathe and trim the cat's fur at this cattery for free forever. Driving on the way home, Xiao Fei glanced at the small cage on the co-pilot's seat from time to time. The ragdoll cat in the cage was lying lazily, showing no fear at all. Xiao Fei directly put the medal of the best child protector on the ragdoll cat. The little guy blinked, raised his head and meowed at Xiao Fei. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of raising the baby's first pet. Get reward, animal tamer. Note, animal tamers, all animals, whether birds or beasts, even fish swimming in the sea, can understand the host's commands and execute them to a certain extent. The higher the animal's intelligence, the higher the degree of perfection in its execution. Xiao Fei whistled. Kitten, turn over and show your belly. The ragdoll cat in the cage meowed again, and actually turned over to expose its belly. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Fei was in a good mood seeing this. When he came home with lots of things. When Tang Yusin saw the ragdoll cat, she was instantly captivated by the little guy's noble and elegant appearance. Husband. This cat is so beautiful. Tang Yusin took the cage with surprise, put it on the ground, and squatted down to tease the ragdoll cat. But, honey, this is a ragdoll cat, right? It sheds a lot, can we keep it? It's okay. I've consulted with a doctor and he said that as long as I pay attention and take care of it regularly, there will be nothing wrong. Oh. Tang Yusin doesn't know much about this. In addition, he believed in Xiao Fei wholeheartedly, so he stopped asking questions after hearing what he said. Xiao Fei first prepared a fully enclosed cat toilet, a fully automatic cat food feeder, etc. in the corner of the living room, and then took the ragdoll cat out of the cage. Carefully bringing the dolls to the 3 babies on the sofa, Xiao Fei said, "Little guy, these 3 are your little masters, and the one next to you is your mistress. You must take good care of the 3 babies and absolutely not allow them to be harmed, understand?" Meow. The ragdoll cat meowed, licked Xiao Fei's fingers with its tongue, then sniffed the milk scent on the 3 babies in turn, and then moved closer to Tang Yusin's legs and sniffed. Finally, it meowed at Xiao Fei again. Tang Yusin covered her mouth in disbelief. Hubby, did it understand? Of course I understand. It's so smart. Tang Yusin became playful. Cat, eh? What's its name, husband? Xiao Fei spread his hands. Not yet, you can give it a name. Tang Yusin put her finger on her lips, thought for a moment, and said, I can't think of it. Xiao Fei said seriously, let's call her Rem. Are you serious, Disdain? Or, Letitia? Black Rabbit? Asuna? Violet? Xiao Siming? Can't you think of a better name? Tang Yusin patted Xiao Fei unhappily. Okay, I'll give the cat a nice name. Xiao Fei lowered his head, looked at the ragdoll cat, thought for a moment, and then snapped his fingers. Chocolate. Or vanilla. You choose one. I have been poisoned by Xiao Fei. No, it should be said that I have been influenced by him. Tang Yusin also knows a lot about various types of ACG. Although she had never heard of chocolate and vanilla, nor did she know about the famous Catgirl game, her instincts still made her feel that something was wrong. However, she also thought these two names were good. Then call her Vanilla. Vanilla. Looking at the vanilla on the ground, Xiao Fei raised his eyebrows. How about buying another chocolate another day? Chapter 60 Tang Yusin's college roommate. Hear Tang Yusin's voice. Vanilla seemed to realize something as well. Just as Tang Yusin made the decision and chose one of the two names given by Xiao Fei. Vanilla squatted on the ground, raised her head and meowed softly at Tang Yusin. The next moment, it jumped directly onto the sofa. Tang Yusin was startled and subconsciously wanted to pick up Vanilla. Because 3 babies are lying on the sofa. Don't worry. Xiao Fei gently pulled Tang Yusin. Take a good look at it. On the sofa. Vanilla walked gracefully to Debeo. It lowered its head and looked at Debeo, and Debeo also turned his head to look at Vanilla. The man and the cat just stared at each other. Xiao Fei had already taken out his cell phone and was ready to start recording. This is the baby's first encounter with Vanilla. It must be recorded. After watching for a while, Debeo waved his little hands and tried hard to turn over. But he was lying right next to the sofa, and if he turned over he would easily fall off the sofa. Next, Xiang Xilan did something that surprised Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin. I saw it actually gently raised one of its front legs and placed its paw on Debeo's body to prevent him from turning over. Debeo thought Vanilla was playing with him, and happily tried to catch Vanilla, but Vanilla dodged him cleverly. Husband. Tang Yusin grabbed Xiao Fei's hand in disbelief. Was Xiang Xilan trying to stop Debeo from turning over just now? That should be it, right? Let me ask. Ask? Tang Yusin was full of question marks. Vanilla, were you protecting Debeo just now? Meow. Vanilla flicked its tail and meowed. Xiao Fei spread his hands, looked at Tang Yusin and smiled. Look, it said yes. Tang Yusin was stunned for a moment, then she covered her mouth and laughed out loud. Hubby, you are so funny, how could a cat really answer you? Obviously, Tang Yusin regarded everything that happened just now as a coincidence. But even so, it couldn't stop Tang Yusin's love for Vanilla. She reached out to pick up Vanilla, and the little guy did not resist and let Tang Yusin hold him in her arms. After a while, Tang Yusin let go of Vanilla, and it ran away again, jumped onto the armrest of the sofa, lay down with its 2 little hands folded in its arms, turned its head to look at the 3 babies, and yawned. It's so beautiful. It's like being a princess among cats. Tang Yusin was mesmerized by Vanilla's pair of blue eyes. At this time, Xiao Fei had also edited the video he had just shot and uploaded it. Hearing this, he turned his head to look at Vanilla, then smiled. From today on, there will be a new member in our family. Oh, by the way, I also need to finish Vanilla's nest. Xiao Fei walked to the side, took out various parts, and then began to assemble them according to the instructions. In a short while, a gorgeous cat villa was ready. In addition to the cat villa, there is also a cat stand next to it for Vanilla to play. Seeing the cat house and cat rack, Vanilla jumped off the sofa again and started jumping back and forth on her own nest and cat rack. Night. Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin were lying side by side on the bed. 3 babies were already asleep in the cribs placed beside the bed. When the couple was talking about something. Meow. A cat's meow sounded softly. Tang Yusin looked under the bed and found Vanilla looking up at her. Vanilla, do you want to come up too? No. Tang Yusin shook her head. Forget about letting your pets onto your bed. Xiao Fei also agreed with Tang Yusin's decision. He pointed outside and said, Vanilla, you should go back to your own nest to sleep at night. Meow. Vanilla called out softly again, then took small steps out of the bedroom. Tang Yusin looked at him with a strange expression. She quietly got out of bed and walked into the living room. Seeing that Vanilla actually returned to the cat house and lay down obediently, she walked back with relief. Honey, I feel more and more that Vanilla seems to understand what we are saying. Isn't this great? The smarter it is, the less trouble we have to worry about it. That's right. Tang Yusin thought about it, nodded, and then got into bed. Honey, do you think Vanilla will one day suddenly turn into that cat girl you often see? Don't you men all like it? Maybe when I come back one day, I'll see you pointing at Vanilla and yelling change now. Okay. How dare you make fun of me? Xiao Fei immediately launched a tickling attack on Tang Yusin. Tang Yusin giggled because of being tickled. Don't, husband, I was wrong. Stop making noise, you're going to wake the baby. Soon. Another half-month passed. In the blink of an eye, it is the end of December. Ho-hoo, it's holiday. It's holiday. Today, Tang Yusin just returned to the office after class and saw Jiangyu cheering with his arms raised high. So happy? It's New Year's Day holiday. I've been preparing to go out and have fun. I've even booked my flight ticket. Today is the last day of December and tomorrow is New Year's Day. The school will be closed for 3 days. Hearing Jiangyu say this, Tang Yusin's heart also moved. During the 3-day holiday, do you want to go out and play with your husband and baby? The baby is almost 4 months old. However, the 4-month-old baby still cannot take a plane, so Xiao Fei can only drive the RV when traveling. Therefore, long-distance travel is naturally out of consideration, otherwise the time spent on the round trip will consume all of the vacation. Return home in the evening. Going out to play? When Xiao Fei heard Tang Yusin's proposal, he immediately became interested. Not bad, where do you want to go? I think it's enough to just visit some places nearby. If you go too far, it will waste time on the road. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Yusin's phone suddenly rang. She took out her cell phone and looked at it, then a look of joy appeared on her face. Hello? Yan. What, you're back home? Aren't you planning to develop abroad? Come to see me during the New Year's Day holiday? Tang Yusin looked at Xiao Fei hesitantly, and Xiao Fei gave her an indifferent look. Tang Yusin then said to the phone, I'm in Shanghai, will you be there tomorrow? Okay, I'll pick you up at the airport tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yusin came up to Xiao Fei with a smile. Hubby, when I was studying abroad, my good sister who was also an international student in the same dormitory as me wanted to come and hang out with me. All right then. Xiao Fei spread his hands indifferently. Just entertain your friends this New Year's Day. I'm sorry, husband. I wanted to go on a trip with you. You were the one who first suggested going out, right? It seems like that? He. Chapter 61 Su Qingyan. The next day. 10 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Fei drove Tang Yusin and the 3 babies to the airport. On the way, Tang Yusin looked at Xiao Fei and chatted with him. Husband, do you know Yan? Oh, by the way, her full name is Su Qingyan. When I was studying abroad at the University of Munich, it was Yan who took care of me at the beginning. Oh. She's amazing. She's 2 years older than me and went abroad to study before me. When I first arrived in Munich, I was unfamiliar with the place and didn't know anything. Thanks to her senior in the apartment, I was able to get through the first few days. Tang Yusin slowly recounted her time studying abroad in Munich. Later, Yan graduated and went to New York to develop her career. She said she wanted to work hard there. But I didn't expect that she would come back now. It's good to come back. After all, our Yanxia is now the engine of global economic development. If we really talk about development prospects and employment opportunities, our country is much better than foreign countries. Besides, regardless of other things, the living environment and security conditions are just as good as those over there, don't you think? Yeah. As someone who had spent some time abroad, Tang Yusin fully agreed with what Xiao Fei said. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at Hangzhou Airport with the baby. After finding a parking space in the square outside the airport and parking the car, Tang Yusin took out her cell phone, but the call was not connected. It seems the plane hasn't arrived yet. Tang Yusin didn't care and turned around to look at the three little angels in the back row. As luck would have it, at this moment Tang Yusin's cell phone suddenly rang. Hello? Yen Yen, where are you? I got off the plane and will leave the station immediately. Okay. I'll wait for you in the square outside the airport. The two hung up the phone and waited for about 10 minutes before Tang Yusin's phone rang again. Hello, I'm out of the station, where are you, Yusin? I'm in the parking lot on this side of the square. You can see me when you come over. Okay, I'll be right there. There are so many cars here, did you drive here? Eh. I see you. Suddenly, Tang Yusin hung up the phone, opened the car window, leaned out, and waved her arms. Yen Yen. I'm here. Xiao Fei also raised his head and looked forward. Not far away, there was a woman wearing a white beret and dressed very fashionably, dragging a suitcase. She was wearing a light white knitted jacket with a pinkish tint, a pair of blue jeans, and a pair of black boots over the tight jeans. The black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her pretty face is lightly made up with foundation, which makes her look sexy yet beautiful, dignified yet natural. As expected, he is my wife's college roommate, his appearance is really good. After seeing Tang Yusin waving her arms, Su Qingyan's eyes lit up and she quickened her pace. After arriving in front of the car, Su Qingyan immediately noticed Xiao Fei in the driver's seat. Okay, Yusin. You actually have a boyfriend? Su Qingyan looked Xiao Fei up and down and admitted that she was amazed. This man made even she, who was well informed, marvel at him. You actually found such a handsome boyfriend? It's my husband. I'm married. Tang Yusin answered with a smile. This time, Su Qingyan was even more shocked. You're getting married. You're so good, Uxin, you didn't even tell me you were getting married. Even if I can't come back, I'll definitely send gifts. Tell me. Do you no longer recognize me as your sister? No way. Tang Yusin shook her head. Get in the car. Su Qingyan then opened the back door of the car and saw three babies in the safety seats at a glance. Ah! She covered her mouth and exclaimed, Child? You have a child? Yeah, triplets. Tang Yusin said proudly. Humph, she can't compare to Sister Yen Yen in other aspects, so it's okay that she is taken care of by her, but at least when it comes to getting married and having children, she is much better than Sister Yen Yen. At least, in Tang Yusin's opinion, there is no better husband in the world than Xiao Fei. Because of the children, Su Qingyan got into the car carefully and looked at the three little kids in surprise. She actually didn't like children, but when she saw Tang Yusin's three babies, Su Qingyan felt that the softest part of her heart was touched. At this time, Xiao Fei took the initiative to greet Su Qingyan. Hello, my name is Xiao Fei, Uxin's husband. Hello, handsome guy. Su Qingyan looked at Xiao Fei with a smile and introduced herself. My name is Su Qingyan. When your wife was in Munich, I was her big sister. Then do I have to call you big sister? What big sister? Big sister leader. This surprised Xiao Fei a little. Generally, young girls don't like being called big sister because it makes them look old. Unexpectedly, Su Qingyan is such a straightforward person. Okay, big sister, tell me, who are we going to kill today? Go and kill those unscrupulous capitalists. Su Qingyan said something that left both Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin puzzled. On the way home. Yen Yen, what did you mean by that just now? Don't mention it. Su Qingyan pursed her lips and complained, didn't I go to New York a few years ago? Later, I joined a bank on Wall Street. Although the income was good, but... TSK. Yusin, luckily when I invited you to come with me, you chose to go back to China for graduate studies. The situation over there is really terrible. What's wrong? All kinds of discrimination. A hint of anger appeared on Su Qingyan's face. Because I'm from Yanxia, they are racist. And because I'm a woman, they are sexist too. You have no idea how difficult it is to work under the double discrimination, not to mention the group of foreigners among my colleagues. You stinky ass bastards, how dare you discriminate against me? And you harass me at every turn? I can't stand it anymore, so I'm back. Which investment bank do you work for? Xiao Fei asked casually. JP Morgan Chase. As soon as Su Qingyan finished speaking, Xiao Fei slammed on the brakes. Husband, what are you doing? That's right, I'm quite surprised. The corners of Xiao Fei's mouth twitched slightly. Okay. After all this time, it turns out that Su Qingyan is working for me? Xiao Fei glanced at Su Qingyan behind him through the rearview mirror with a strange look. At this time, Su Qingyan turned her attention to Xiao Fei again. Handsome guy, what do you do? You actually managed to take down my UXIN. Come on, tell me about it and let big sister learn something new. Me? Xiao Fei's lips curled up slightly. I am what you call an unscrupulous capitalist. Su Qingyan, huh? Regarding Xiao Fei's answer, Su Qingyan was stunned at first, then smiled indifferently. Obviously, she thought Xiao Fei was the boss of his own company and didn't think much about it. Chapter 62, Spreading Dog Food. Half an hour later, Xiao Fei drove back to Jingyue Huafu. As soon as she entered the house, Su Qingyan was shocked by the scene before her. Oh my god. Yusin, your house is too luxurious. This living room alone is bigger than my entire house in New York. Wow, this floor-to-ceiling window overlooks the entire Bund. And this cat. What a cute stuffed animal. What's its name? Led by Tang Yusin, Su Qingyan visited their house. After a while, Su Qingyan returned to the living room and sat on the sofa with envy on her face. Yusin, your life now is so enviable. Tang Yusin, who was accompanying Su Qingyan, pursed her lips and smiled. These were all done by Xiao Fei. They have nothing to do with me. Isn't mine yours? After putting the 3 babies on the bed in the master bedroom, Xiao Fei walked out and said with a smile. Finally, he said to Vanilla, Vanilla, go look after the 3 children. Call me if you need anything. Meow. Vanilla called softly, then walked gracefully into the bedroom with her calves. Su Qingyan opened her mouth wide after seeing this scene. It. Vanilla is very smart. Tang Yusin said softly. Especially when facing Xiao Fei, sometimes I wonder if Xiang Xilan was a human in her previous life and didn't drink mangpa soup when she was reincarnated. This cat, handsome Xiao, how did you train it? It's natural. Xiao Fei's answer left Su Qingyan speechless. Okay, you two can chat. I'll go cook. By the way, do you have any dietary restrictions or preferences? No, handsome boy, please do as you please. Seeing Xiao Fei walk into the kitchen, Su Qingyan grabbed Tang Yusin's arm and said, Yusin, is it your husband who cooks at home? Well, Xiao Fei's cooking is delicious. He has spoiled my taste buds. Now I can't eat anything outside. Is this true or false? Su Qingyan suddenly collapsed weakly on the back of the sofa. Yusin, where did you find such a godly husband? You don't know what kind of stinky man I met abroad. You treated me to a meal and now you want to take me to a hotel. Do you really think I'm an easy girl? At the end of her speech, Su Qingyan angrily took off the beret on her head. Yan, what are your plans for coming back this time? I haven't decided yet. When Su Qingyan heard Tang Yusin's question, she immediately frowned and said, You know I studied business management. It's impossible for me to go directly to those big companies. I want to find a small company to start with. It's not that simple. Tang Yusin shook her head. Small companies rarely hire professional management talents. Most of them are run and managed by the founders themselves. For large companies, let's talk later. I'm going to play for a while first. You have to treat me well this New Year's Day. Okay. Soon, Xiao Fei had prepared a sumptuous lunch. Sitting at the dining table, watching the scene in front of her, Su Qingyan's saliva was about to flow out. The Manchuhan banquet is just like this, right? Handsome Xiao, are you a chef? Xiao Fei raised his eyebrows. I am the personal chef of my precious wife. Su Qingyan was immediately stuffed with dog food. I also want to find a man to have a sweet love. Go find it yourself. If I could find it, I would still be single now. Su Qingyan complained, then picked up a piece of diced rabbit meat and put it in her mouth. Oh, delicious. So delicious. At that moment, this person completely ignored everything else and started eating and drinking. He was really eating and drinking like a champ. His eating speed could almost be described as devouring everything in sight, which left Xiao Fei dumbfounded. Slow down, Xiao Fei, and I won't compete with you. Woo. Su Qingyan didn't have time to answer. At this time, Vanilla crawled to Xiao Fei's feet and raised her 2 little front legs and placed them on his legs. Meow. What's wrong? Meow. What's wrong with the baby? Meow. Xiao Fei put down his chopsticks, said I'll go take a look, then got up and went to the bedroom. Sure enough, I saw Debao twisting and turning there, and Sanbao also looked uncomfortable all over. When Xiao Fei checked, he found that both children had poop. After changing their diapers and playing with them for a while, Xiao Fei returned to the dining room. The child has poop. Tang Yusin nodded. Hubby, I feel like Vanilla is like a little nanny. This cat can also take care of children? Su Qingyan finally shifted her attention away from the food in front of her and stared in surprise at Vanilla's back as she headed towards the bedroom. Yusin, and handsome Xiao, how about giving me one of this cat's puppies after it has them? That's a no-go. Vanilla is sterilized. Tang Yusin said with a smile as she picked up some food for Xiao Fei. Su Qingyan curled her lips helplessly when she heard this. Finish lunch. Su Qingyan clamored to go out and play. Tang Yusin looked at Xiao Fei, wanting to know what he was thinking. I have to take care of the kids, you two go play. Xiao Fei looked at the three babies on the sofa and said gently. Tang Yusin blinked her eyes. It was obvious that she had left her husband alone at home to take care of the children during the New Year's Day holiday while she went out to play with her friends. Tang Yusin felt a little guilty. Tang Yusin hesitated. It doesn't matter. I don't really want to go out and play. Xiao Fei pinched Tang Yusin's nose and comforted her with a smile. Let's go together and take the baby with us. I saw the two of them hesitating and showing their affection. Su Qingyan couldn't stand it anymore and complained loudly, you two, how can you be like this? I haven't even left yet, and you're still showing off your love. And Yusin, you don't even want to accompany me for just one afternoon? I want to be with my husband. After hearing what Tang Yusin said, Su Qingyan fell directly on the sofa, covering her chest and pretending to be hurt. Woman, you are so heartless. I am a wife first, and everything else second. Tang Yusin spoke so confidently that Su Qingyan felt sick all over. That's terrible. Are all women like this after marriage? I suddenly don't want to get married anymore. Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin looked at each other. Single people probably will never understand the happiness that comes from marrying the one you love and starting a family, right? Finally, look at Tang Yusin's pitiful little eyes. Xiao Fei still agreed to take the baby with him and go out with the two women. As for Vanilla, she can only be alone. Oh, no, only one cat can stay and look after the house. Chapter 63. Who is your husband? There are many fun places in Shanghai. But Tang Yusin and Su Qingyan discussed it over and over again. In the end, he chose a place that, in Xiao Fei's opinion, was extremely boring. That is, Disneyland. However, although Xiao Fei thought so, the two women seemed to be very interested. During the holidays, Disneyland is packed with tourists, and almost everyone who has been there knows it. When Xiao Fei drove to the Magic City Disneyland. After parking the car. As he pushed the stroller out, he looked at the long queue at the entrance of the park and his brows immediately frowned. Wow, there are so many people. How long do we have to wait in line before we can get in? Seeing so many people blocking the gate, Tang Yusin immediately began to back off. It doesn't matter. Xiao Fei shook his head. Where is Disneyland? The country on the other side of the ocean where capital is supreme. Since capital is paramount, even if the Disneyland in Shanghai opens in the hot summer, the business strategy behind it will not change much. So, when Xiao Fei directly paid a sum of money, the VIP channel that did not require any queuing was immediately open to everyone. Not only do you not need to queue, there was not even the seemingly necessary bag checking upon entering the park. On the contrary, there are special staff leading the way. The other party even nodded and asked Xiao Fei whether he needed to arrange for special personnel to take care of their children throughout the trip so that the three of them could have a good time. However, Xiao Fei refused this idea because he didn't want his baby to be taken care of by someone else. The moment when Xiao Fei stepped into Disneyland with his long legs and pushed the stroller. Drop. Congratulations to the host for completing the first time bringing a baby to the amusement park mission. Reward, 12% of Walt Disney Company's shares. The corresponding equity certificate has been placed in the storage box in front of the host's co-pilot, and the contact information of the corresponding person in charge has been stored in the host's mobile phone. Xiao Fei raised his eyebrows and looked down at the three little angels in the stroller in his hand. Little cubs. We are playing on our own turf. Yusin, wait a moment, I'll make a call. Xiao Fei suddenly spoke. Although the two didn't understand what Xiao Fei was going to do, they still waited obediently. Xiao Fei took out his phone and found several contacts who had suddenly appeared. In addition to the person in charge of the headquarters in North America, there is also the general manager of Disneyland in Yanxia. Xiao Fei directly called the person in charge of Yanxia. A little while later, a man in a suit, dressed meticulously, came to Xiao Fei with several people on the park's tour bus. After these people got off the car, they came to Xiao Fei in a rush, and the leader immediately bowed. Mr. Xiao. Hello. Welcome to visit Disneyland. Xiao Fei waved his hand. I'm not here to work today, I'm here to have fun, please make arrangements. Clear. The person in charge nodded immediately, then called a staff member dressed as a princess and said, Today you will spend time with Mr. Xiao and his family. All projects will be given priority and all projects will be free of charge. Do you understand? Okay. The Disney princess nodded with a smile, bowed to Xiao Fei, and then bowed to Tang Yusen and Su Qingyan who were in a daze beside her. Mr. Xiao, do you need us to send someone to help you look after the child? That's not necessary. I'll take care of the child myself. Go and do your work. Don't block other customers. At this time, the commotion here had attracted the attention of many people around, and some people even took out their mobile phones to start taking pictures. After these people dispersed, Tang Yusen asked in a low voice, Husband, what's going on? Xiao Fei pointed to the Disney princess next to him and said, Ask her to explain it to you. Hearing this, Princess Disney smiled and said, Madam, Mr. Xiao is one of the 12 largest shareholders of Walt Disney. In essence, part of the Disney theme parks around the world can be considered as your own property, Mr. Xiao and Madam. Tang Yusen? Su Qingyan. Husband. Tang Yusen stared at Xiao Fei in disbelief. Real? Really? We are playing in our own home. Just go ahead and play. No need to queue or spend money. You can play however you want. Xiao Fei gently kissed Tang Yusen's forehead. Su Qingyan felt so fed up with the dog food after seeing this behavior that even her previous shock faded a little. The smiling Disney princesses who were watching were filled with envy. Yusen, who exactly is your husband? How come he is still one of the 12 largest shareholders of Walt Disney? Walking in front, Su Qingyan tilted her head and whispered to Tang Yusen. Tang Yusen shook her head and said helplessly, I don't know either. I only know that Xiao Fei is very rich. This can no longer be simply described as being very rich. Su Qingyan worked in New York for a while and is much more familiar with the world of capital than Tang Yusen. She knew exactly what Walt Disney shareholders represented. You know, even if he is the one with the lowest equity among the 12 major shareholders, his assets are at least over 10 billion renminbi. Tang Yusen nodded. You don't seem surprised? Because Xiao Fei told me before that he is the largest shareholder of Shangshur Entertainment. Puff. Su Qingyan directly sprayed out the milk tea in her mouth. Then, she looked at Tang Yusen with a strange look, and finally sighed, You are actually the wife of a wealthy family? What rich wife? Don't talk nonsense. Tang Yusen blushed and patted Su Qingyan's arm gently, but a smile appeared on her lips. She doesn't care about being a rich wife or anything like that. It's just that all the things Xiao Fei did for her. Taking care of the children at home, cooking for her, asking Shangshur to reject young idols because of her preferences and suggestions, etc. These are the things that Tang Yusen really cares about. No, I didn't expect that you actually have a mine at home. Don't argue. You're married. Your husband's family owns a mine. Doesn't that mean your family owns a mine? I'm going to kill the dog owner today. I'm feeling unbalanced. Holding Tang Yusen's hand, Su Qingyan began to walk forward. Later, Xiao Fei glanced at the Disney princess who was following him and said, You don't have to follow me. Follow my wife. I'm with the kids. We won't play any of the projects here. It's fine as long as they have fun. Okay, Mr. Xiao. The Disney princess nodded, feeling lost. She was still thinking about what would happen between her and Mr. Xiao, who was so handsome that it made her legs weak, through today's service. Now it seems that I am actually an ugly duckling. It's still impossible to turn into a white swan. Chapter 64 An accident happened. New Year's Day holiday. Disneyland was almost packed. Basically, you have to queue for any entertainment you can see. However, Xiao Fei and his group were not among them. With Xiao Fei's new identity and the guide specially arranged by the park, During their tour, Tang Yusin and Su Qingyan did not need to wait for more than half an hour or an hour to play an activity like other guests. Yusin, let's go play the Tron Light Cycle Power Run. I heard that the Disney of the world is only in Shanghai, it's the first of its kind. Tang Yusin didn't understand these things, so she let Su Qingyan make the choice. The so-called Tron Light Cycle Power Run, also known as Tomorrowland, is essentially a roller coaster project. However, it takes place indoors, and the vehicle is not shaped like a traditional roller coaster, but is designed to look like a motorcycle, and tourists need to lie on it. Because it is indoors, the roller coaster relies on a variety of equipment throughout the entire process to create a feeling of a futuristic sci-fi world. The queue that was originally in a long queue felt unbalanced when they saw that Tang Yusin and Su Qingyan were actually led by the staff past everyone and arrived at the front, without having to queue at all, and were able to play before them. Mother! Why don't those two sisters have to queue up? In the crowd, a mother who was asked by a little girl had a flash of embarrassment on her face. On the other side, Xiaofei was watching the child in the rest area. Two baby carriages were lined up in front of him. The little angels were lying in the carriages, looking at their fathers. After a while, Tang Yusin and Su Qingyan came back from their outing. Hubby, you've worked hard. Let me take care of the baby, you can go and play too. Looking at Xiaofei sitting alone in a chair with the child, Tang Yusin felt extremely guilty. The excitement brought by the trip just now also receded like the tide in an instant. She walked over to Xiaofei and sat down, speaking softly. What are you talking about, girl? I came here today for you to play. My baby and I are having a lot of fun, right? Dabao, Erbao, Sanbao? Ah ah. Gua. Ah puff. The three children immediately responded to their father. Su Qingyan, who was standing by, looked at the sweet scene between the couple and shook her head. Is it really time for me to find a boyfriend? Come to think of it, she is almost 30 years old. Although I have had relationships, they all ended in failure. Patting her cheeks, Su Qingyan snorted in her heart. Wake up, Su Qingyan. You are just envious of Yu Xian's husband because he is so outstanding. There are only a few men like him in the world. Under Xiaofei's persuasion, Tang Yusin went out to play with Su Qingyan again. During the whole process, Xiaofei followed with the baby, or found a place nearby to sit down and rest. With the Disney princess leading the way, the two women had a great time. After about 2 hours, because they didn't have to queue, they had basically tried all the projects in the park. The two satisfied women were finally ready to retreat. After leaving Disneyland and returning to the parking lot outside, Xiaofei, who was pushing the cart, suddenly heard a roar coming from not far away. He turned his head in surprise. Then, he felt his vision begin to darken rapidly. A car speeding past at an unimaginable speed crashed into the isolation fence in the middle of the road. The car flew out in a spin due to the huge kinetic energy, and after turning several circles in the air, it crashed into the ground and traveled a long distance. At the same time, several sections of isolation fences that were smashed into the sky by the car happened to fall towards Xiaofei and his companions. Su Qingyan was shocked. She stood there blankly, not knowing what to do. After a brief moment of daze, Tang Yusin suddenly burst out with great courage. Seeing that it was too late, Tang Yusin turned around and protected the three babies, shouting at the same time, "Husband, run!" However, Xiaofei narrowed his eyes and looked up at the fence falling from the sky. He gritted his teeth, took a step forward to Tang Yusin and the baby, then bent his legs slightly and exerted force suddenly. The body flew into the air and jumped into the air. Xiaofei twisted his body with the strength of his waist and abdomen, and kicked out with a whip-like kick. Bang! The fence and Xiaofei's legs collided violently. The huge force that instantly came from his legs made Xiaofei groan, and his body flew backwards and fell to the ground. However, because of Xiaofei's kick, the fence slightly changed its falling direction and fell on the open space, brushing against the crowd. Bang! Xiaofei fell to the ground and groaned again, then slowly got up. He looked down at his legs. The right leg that had kicked the fence just now was constantly in severe pain. Although the body was still able to stand, it was obvious that the bones were injured. It was not until this time that the people around finally reacted. The scene just now, which seemed like something out of a superhero movie, shocked everyone in the audience. Wow, so awesome. Is this Kung Fu? Ai is so handsome. Tang Yusin, who had her eyes closed, opened her eyes in confusion at this time. Husband? You. She raised her head and looked around, looking confused. Ah, Yusin. So handsome, Yusin, your husband was so handsome just now. Su Qingyan suddenly grabbed Tang Yusin's arm and shook it vigorously, saying, he actually kicked the fence away. After hearing Su Qingyan say this, Tang Yusin finally understood what had just happened. Looking at Xiao Fei opposite her, Tang Yusin ran over in panic. Husband! Are you okay? Tang Yusin threw herself into Xiao Fei's arms. But immediately he heard Xiao Fei hum. Tang Yusin was so scared that she quickly took a step back, then stepped forward and looked at Xiao Fei nervously. Honey, what's wrong with you? Are you hurt? Don't scare me. I'm going to hit you right now. I'm fine. Xiao Fei smiled and rubbed Tang Yusin's head. It's just that my leg hurts a little, maybe it's broken, I'll just go to the hospital later. Fracture. Xiao Fei's words almost made Tang Yusin cry. You've broken your bones and you still say it's okay? Xiao Fei was just about to comfort Tang Yusin when suddenly his eyes burst into murderous intent. Just when their attention was not focused elsewhere, someone actually wanted to take advantage of the chaos and secretly take their child away? Asshole. Stop right there. Chapter 65, Human Traffickers Should Die. Asshole. Stop right there. Xiao Fei suddenly shouted angrily, scaring all the passers-by around him. The man who had just picked up DeBeo also trembled. But soon he came to his senses and quickly jumped onto the back seat of an electric scooter. When his other accomplice saw that the child had been captured, he immediately turned the battery of the electric bike and prepared to escape. See this scene. The anger in Xiao Fei's heart surged like a flood. He didn't care that his right leg seemed to be broken, and kicked the ground hard with his left leg. A huge force exploded in an instant, and the body shot out like a cannonball. Too fast. Before anyone could react, Xiao Fei rushed to the back of the electric bike like lightning, and then grabbed the rear end of the electric bike. Use your right arm to exert force suddenly. Xiao Fei actually dragged the electric bike, which had not yet accelerated, backwards for a distance along with the person on it. Then he quickly stretched out his left hand and snatched DeBeo from the human trafficker's arms. Then he clenched his right fist and hit the man on the cyclist hard in the face. Bang! The sound of bones breaking was heard. The man on the bike was hit in the cheek by Xiao Fei's punch. His body flew backwards and hit the ground heavily, leaving a scratch. He stopped, opened his mouth, and several teeth were spat out with blood. On the other side, after the man riding the scooter was knocked away, the electric scooter also overturned to the ground, but the man who had just stolen the big treasure was directly lifted up by Xiao Fei with his right hand, grabbing his neck. Xiao Fei is 1.83 meters tall, but the man is less than 1.7 meters tall. After Xiao Fei grabbed his neck with one hand and lifted him up, his legs left the ground. He struggled hard, but Xiao Fei's arms were as motionless as if they were made of steel. Gradually, the man's face began to turn purple, with fear and pleading in his eyes. Husband! Tang Yusin screamed. Xiao Fei then threw the man to the ground. Then, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, he squatted down and slapped the man in the face. Bang! 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 After several slaps in a row, all the teeth in this man's mouth were broken by Xiao Fei. When he felt dizzy and barely breathing, Xiao Fei stood up and looked down at DeBeo in his arms. Ah! DeBeo stared at Xiao Fei blankly, as if he was frightened. Xiao Fei felt a little distressed and lowered his head to kiss DeBeo's face. Baby, it's okay, baby, Daddy will protect you. People quickly gathered around the series of events that had just happened were simply too shocking. First, a car that was obviously speeding seriously crashed into the middle guardrail of the road, and then Xiao Fei kicked the guardrail away like a superhero. Then, human traffickers took advantage of the chaos to steal the baby, and then this heroic father subdued the traffickers on the spot. So manly. So handsome, well done to the kid's father. Human traffickers should die. Kill them. What era is this? There are still human traffickers. How audacious. Call the police. Call the police quickly, before they beat him to death. There's another car accident over there. Has anyone called 110? Various riots continued to occur. The Disneyland security guards finally arrived at this time. After understanding the cause and effect of the incident, the person in charge of the park was frightened to death when he saw Xiao Fei. This is one of Walt Disney's 12 directors. What a coincidence, this happened right at the gate of their theme park. The person in charge already feels that this high-paying job is slowly waving towards him. He took a deep breath, pushed aside the crowd surrounding Xiao Fei, came to him, bent down and bowed, and said, "Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry that you were frightened. We have contacted the police and the hospital. Do you need to go over there to rest first?" "Need not." Xiao Fei stared at the human trafficker on the ground with cold eyes. After the crowd surrounded them, they no longer had any chance of escape. They originally wanted to intimidate the passers-by around them, but after noticing Xiao Fei's almost murderous gaze, one of them was so scared that he wet his pants on the spot. "Husband. Da Bao." Tang Yusin stood beside Xiao Fei with a pale face. She was terrified. After Xiao Fei rushed out, she realized that someone actually wanted to steal her child. Tang Yusin couldn't imagine how she would feel if her baby was stolen. Do I still have the courage to continue living? Even if she survives, she will live in regret and guilt for the rest of her life. "Honey, it's okay. Don't worry, I'm here, you and the babies won't be hurt." "Husband." With tears in her eyes, Tang Yusin wanted to throw herself into Xiao Fei's arms, but she was concerned about Xiao Fei's injury. "Is your leg okay? You just broke it." "Fine." Xiao Fei tried to exert force with his right leg, but as soon as the weight of his body shifted to his right leg, a piercing pain almost made him lose his balance. Husband." Seeing Xiao Fei frowning, Tang Yusin's heart rose to her throat again. Finally, the ambulance and police car arrived one after another. The ambulance went directly to the car that had crashed through the fence and rolled to the side of the road, trying to save people. The police were divided into two groups, one went to the scene of the accident and the other came here. "What's going on?" A policeman came over and asked. He looked at the two men lying on the ground surrounded by the crowd and couldn't help but gasp. The faces of these two people were completely swollen and they no longer looked like human beings. "Who hit me?" "I." Xiao Fei said coldly, "They are human traffickers, trying to steal my baby." "Human traffickers?" When the police heard this, his eyes immediately changed as he looked at the two people on the ground. If he is a human trafficker, he deserves to be beaten. Even if he was beaten to death, he deserved it. After having the two human traffickers handcuffed and taken to the car, a policeman came up to Xiao Fei and said, "Comrade, could you please come back with us to the police station to take a statement?" Xiao Fei glanced at the person in charge beside him. The other party understood what he meant and immediately went forward to negotiate with the police in a low voice. After a while, the police looked at Xiao Fei in surprise and suspicion, and asked someone to check the surveillance video at the gate of Disneyland. Sure enough, they saw the scene of Xiao Fei kicking the fence away. Coming in front of Xiao Fei again, the policeman stood at attention and saluted. "Comrade. Thank you for protecting the lives and property of the people. Since your leg is injured, comrade, we have contacted another ambulance and will take you to the hospital soon. As for the matter of taking notes." After communicating with the person in charge, the police never mentioned it again. Chapter 66, on TV news? Magic City. First People's Hospital. After taking the X-ray, waiting for the report to come out, Xiao Fei sat in a chair and rested. Beside him was Tang Yusin, who looked worried. The three babies lay quietly in the stroller. They seemed to know that their father was injured, so they were well behaved and didn't make any noise. "Honey, are you in pain?" "It doesn't hurt, don't worry." Xiao Fei rubbed Tang Yusin's head and said with a smile, "Your husband is very powerful. How can it not be amazing?" Su Qingyan, who was standing by, was amazed when she heard this. "Yusin, you didn't see it. Your husband was just like in a martial arts movie before. He jumped up in the air and kicked the huge railing away with a kick." Halfway through her speech, Su Qingyan opened her arms and made a so big gesture. Okay, I get it. You've already said this several times." Tang Yusin sighed when she reached this point. "I'm sorry, husband. It was because I didn't keep an eye on the baby that the human traffickers had the opportunity to take advantage of me." "It's none of your business," Xiao Fei said softly. "That situation is so chaotic. It would be the same for anyone. Isn't the baby safe? Isn't it, Da Bao?" Ah. Da Bao waved his arms gently, as if responding to Xiao Fei, or as if comforting his mother. Tang Yusin gently leaned her head on Xiao Fei's arms, greedily breathing in the scent of Xiao Fei. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes as she watched from the side. Just then, a doctor in a white coat came over with a report. "Mr. Xiao, your report is out. How about it?" Tang Yusin quickly stood up and asked. "Doctor, is my husband's leg okay?" "Well, it's not a big problem, just a slight bone fracture." At this point, the doctor looked up and looked at Xiao Fei in amazement. "Mr. Zhao's body is really amazing. I can't imagine that if it was as you said, he kicked away the isolation fence that was hit by a car in the middle of the road, and it was only a slight fracture. TSK, this is beyond medical common sense. However, the world is full of wonders. Mr. Xiao must have performed exceptionally well because of the adrenaline that erupted as a father and husband in a critical moment, right? But no matter what, Mr. Xiao, you need to rest for a while." Tang Yusin nodded and then asked, "Doctor, do you need to be hospitalized?" "Mrs. Xiao, this is not necessary. Mr. Xiao is in very good health." The doctor smiled and shook his head. "But wait, you have to come over to put on a plaster, and then I'll prescribe some medicine. I'll also explain some things you need to pay attention to in your diet and daily life. You can come back for a checkup in half a month." Tang Yusin finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what the doctor said. Xiao Fei didn't care. He knows the condition of his body, even without any treatment. "With my current physical condition, I will be able to fully recover in a few days." However, in order not to worry Tang Yusin, Xiao Fei still asked the doctor to put a plaster cast on his right leg. Afterwards, Xiao Fei, who was leaning on a crutch, got into the car with the care of Tang Yusin. Because Xiao Fei was injured, Tang Yusin had to drive. Not long after, the three of them returned to Jinhua Huafu with their children. As soon as the door opened, Xiao Fei saw Vanilla sitting obediently on the floor in front of the door. She raised her head and looked at him, meowing softly. It stood up and walked to Xiao Fei's feet, smelled the plaster, and raised its head again. "Meow? I'm fine, don't worry, Vanilla." "Meow." Su Qingyan, who was watching from the side, sighed, "This ragdoll cat is so human." Xiao Fei came to the sofa and sat down with his crutches. Then he took out his cell phone and sent a message to the person in charge. Then, "Those two human traffickers will be sentenced at the heaviest level in the sentencing range according to their crimes. Not to mention the shareholders of JP Morgan Chase and Walt Disney, the identity of the chairman of Shengshire Entertainment alone is enough for Xiao Fei to put those two human traffickers to death." That evening, "Honey, let me cook tonight." "You?" Looking at Tang Yusin, Xiao Fei raised his eyebrows. "Can you please not blow up the kitchen? Don't underestimate me." Tang Yusin put her hands on her hips and puffed her cheeks angrily. "Don't forget, before I met you, I came here alone." However, Su Qingyan on the side suddenly thought of something and her expression became strange. "Yusin, do you really want to cook?" What happened? Don't think I'm still the same as when I was studying abroad. I can cook now." After hearing the conversation between the two, Xiao Fei realized that something was wrong. "Sister Su, doesn't you Xin know how to cook? You can't say no." Su Qingyan considered her words carefully, and then said, "At least, the nutrition can still be guaranteed, probably?" Yen. What a weird thing to say. Ha 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 ha. Never mind. I'll cook. This will be my food allowance for the next 2 days while I'm staying at your house." Su Qingyan stood up. "You happen to have an open kitchen here. Is it okay for me to cook some Western food?" Su Qingyan, who has lived abroad for many years, obviously knows how to cook Western food. Xiao Fei and his wife expressed no objection. So Su Qingyan started to get busy in the open kitchen next to the living room. At this moment, the news broadcast on TV sounded. Next, let's focus on a piece of domestic news. This afternoon, a major hit-and-run accident occurred at the entrance of Disneyland in Magic City. Hearing this voice, both Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin, even Su Qingyan who was cooking, looked over. It turned out that the car that was speeding seriously this afternoon had hit someone before, and as a result of the hit-and-run incident, it crashed into the fence in the middle of the road again at the entrance of Disneyland. The driver died on the spot. This kind of person is so abominable. Tang Yusin obviously hated the driver because of what happened in the afternoon. When she heard that the driver died on the spot, she grunted through gritted teeth. "Good death. If you hit someone, just stop right now. There are cameras everywhere. How can he get away?" However, the next moment, the news scene changed and actually started broadcasting things related to Xiao Fei. First, the surveillance camera at the entrance of Disneyland captured the scene where Xiao Fei jumped up and kicked the fence away, then angrily beat up the human trafficker. Afterwards, there were videos shot by other people present with their mobile phones, and without exception, they all contained scenes of Xiao Fei. Fortunately, the news blurred Xiao Fei's face. But the corners of Xiao Fei's mouth twitched slightly. The news will be mosaicked, and those videos are taken by ordinary tourists with their mobile phones and uploaded to the internet. But that may not be the case. I am afraid I will become famous. Chapter 67 Brother Xiao, do you know Kung Fu? The New Year's Day holiday is over. Su Qinyan said goodbye to Tang Yusin reluctantly. She now needs to plan her future life path carefully. Tang Yusin returned to school to start classes, and Xiao Fei also had to prepare to go back to school for exams. It is January after all. One after another, examinations in various subjects began. This day, because Xiao Fei called Aunt Wang in advance, Aunt Wang came to Xiao Fei's house again after many days. Well, Aunt Wang, I'll leave the baby to you. I have to go to school to take an exam today. I'll transfer today's wages to you now. Okay, Mr. Xiao. Aunt Wang nodded with a smile. Although she missed her baby because she couldn't see him anymore, Aunt Wang was also happy to see that Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin were living such a happy life now. After transferring his wages to Aunt Wang via WeChat, Xiao Fei left home and drove to school. The exam was in the afternoon, but Xiao Fei arrived at noon. It was lunchtime. Thinking that he had not eaten, Xiao Fei smiled, got out of the car and walked towards Tang Yusin's office. Along the way, many students recognized Xiao Fei. There were even several girls who had the courage to come forward and ask for autographs. Xiao Fei politely declined these requests and quickly arrived at the door of Tang Yusin's office. After knocking on the door, Xiao Fei opened it. Tang Yusin was the only one in the office. The other teachers had obviously gone to have lunch. Tang Yusin, who had just taken out the thermal box, looked up and saw that it was Xiao Fei. The frost on her face quickly melted away and turned into a soul-stirring smile. Honey, you're here? Well, I came to see you, and besides, I have an exam this afternoon. Xiao Fei walked over to Tang Yusin, moved a chair over and sat next to her. Honey, I didn't have lunch, can you let me have a bite too? Aha! Tang Yusin opened the thermal box and took out the lunch that Xiao Fei had prepared for her in the morning. Then he placed the dishes and chopsticks directly in front of him. Hubby, you eat first. Tang Yusin blinked her round chestnut eyes and looked at Tang Yusin. Just kidding, I'll just take a couple of bites. After all, this is made according to your appetite. Xiao Fei took a few bites and then returned the bowl and chopsticks to Tang Yusin. Aren't you hungry? It's just a meal, it doesn't matter. Tang Yusin nodded, but did not eat alone. Instead, she fed Xiao Fei from time to time. Oh my, I thought I wouldn't be disgusted by your loving lunch if I went out to eat, but I didn't expect to see an even more heartbreaking scene when I came back from eating. At this time, Jiang Yu's voice was heard at the office door. The teachers came back one after another after lunch. Tang Yusin's face turned slightly red, but she still fed Xiao Fei. Yuan Tong followed Jiang Yu in and immediately gave Xiao Fei a thumbs up when she saw him. Hello, Hero Xiao, Hero Dad, can you sign an autograph for me? Teacher Yuan, please don't make fun of me about this kind of thing. What do you mean by teasing? Yuan Tong shook her head and said seriously, I've read the news in trending searches. I didn't expect that you, Xiao, are so amazing. Have you ever learned Kung Fu? I just exercise regularly and I'm in good shape. Xiao Fei's words made Tang Yusin look confused. Does her husband exercise regularly? How come she has never seen him do that? On the other side, Jiang Yu couldn't help but complain, this can't be explained by good health, right? Tell me. Are you the legendary martial arts master? There are no martial arts masters in this world. You have to believe in science. Jiang Yu blinked his eyes. After saying that, you flew into the sky with a light skill? Xiao Fei? Jiang Yu is not very old, and like Tang Yusin, he is the youngest teacher. Many times, he looks more like a student with an eccentric personality. After chatting with Tang Yusin for a while in the office, Xiao Fei said goodbye and left. There is still some time before the afternoon exam. He decided to go back to the dormitory and check on his roommates. Sons! Your dad is back. As soon as he entered the dormitory, Xiao Fei shouted. The three roommates who were concentrating on reviewing looked up and saw that it was Xiao Fei, with surprise in their eyes. Fuck! Brother Xiao! Brother Xiao, are you back? I thought I could only see you in the classroom during the exam. The three roommates immediately put down their textbooks and started chatting with Xiao Fei. Zhang Bo punched Xiao Fei's chest with his fist. Brother Xiao, do you know Kung Fu? Bullshit, that's my instinct to protect my wife and children after becoming a father. TSK, I suspect you are pretending, and I have evidence. Zhang Bo kept exclaiming in amazement. Speaking of reason, can you teach me a few moves? Okay. Xiao Fei nodded. Do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers every day. No matter how hot it is in the summer, you can't turn on the air conditioner. If you stick to this for a few years, you will be able to blow up the earth. And then I became bald, too, didn't I? Zhang Bo twitched his lips, but did not mention learning kung fu anymore. At this time, Lu Chao asked, Brother Xiao, you just came back from the exam, is everything okay? Are you busy on weekdays? Rest assured. Xiao Fei raised his eyebrows. Don't even mention passing the exam. Do you believe I can give you full marks in every subject? Blow it. Obviously, no one believed it. Xiao Fei smiled and said nothing. He wasn't really kidding. In addition to the tremendous physical changes that the marrow cleansing pill brought, it also gave Xiao Fei extremely abundant energy. As long as he is willing, his learning efficiency is almost several times that of a normal person, and his memory, comprehension, and logical analysis are beyond ordinary people. This is also the reason why Xiao Fei can guarantee that he will pass the exam just by reading books at home. Come to think of it, I'm already halfway through my junior year. After the exams, it will be the next semester. In the blink of an eye, I'll be a senior. Wu Zitao suddenly sighed. Brother Xiao, you already have a wife and children, but we haven't even thought about what to do in the future. I want to take the postgraduate entrance examination. Lu Chao suddenly said. Are you sure you really want to take the postgraduate entrance examination and not just to avoid the problem of finding a job after graduation? Xiao Fei asked. Lu Chao nodded firmly. Yes, I want to take the postgraduate entrance examination for several reasons. First, I really haven't decided what I want to do. Second, seeing that you are so outstanding, Brother Xiao, I don't want to live in a muddle. If possible, I want to get a doctorate. Then I wish you success. Xiao Fei patted Lu Chao on the shoulder, then looked at Zhang Bo and Wu Zitao. What about you? Maybe I'll go home and inherit the family business. Zhang Bo said this, his family is not short of money, his father runs an import and export trading company. As for Wu Zitao, he was really confused. I don't know, maybe I can take the civil service exam? Xiao Fei didn't know what to say. A person's future is determined by himself, and all he can do is wish him the best. Although with Xiao Fei's current ability, he can definitely arrange a good job for Wu Zitao. But doing so would only harm him. Especially when Wu Zitao doesn't even know what he is going to do now. Only when Wu Zitao has a clear goal in the future will Xiao Fei give him certain help depending on the situation. Chapter 68 Fan Surge. Things turned out just as Xiao Fei had imagined. After dinner, Tang Yusen, who was browsing Weibo, suddenly shouted. Husband! Husband! Come and see, you've become a trending topic. Sitting on the sofa, Xiao Fei, who had just finished feeding his child, said. Su Qingyan, who was sitting next to Tang Yusen, came over with sparkling eyes. No, let me see. Tang Yusen placed her phone between the three people. Xiao Fei took a look and saw that it was indeed a hot search related to himself. Hashtag Disney car accident hashtag. Hashtag heroic dad bravely saves baby hashtag. Hashtag kung fu dad hashtag. Several hot searches in a row are more or less related to Xiao Fei. After thinking about it, Xiao Fei opened the website again and typed in a few keywords at random. Sure enough, quite a few related videos have been uploaded by various uploaders on the small broken station. I opened one and clicked on it, and saw dense comments full of praise. Wow! Awesome! Is this the legendary 12-way tan leg? Nonsense! It's clearly my Foshan shadowless kick. I don't accept the wind god leg. It's over. We can no longer hide the fact that everyone in Yanxia knows Kung Fu. The protagonist of the video has been found. The immortal pointed the way the uploader. Everyone, go and follow him. Xiao Fei opened the small broken station account that he and Tang Yusen shared, and found that the number of followers had increased dramatically again. Almost 200,000. There were even official private messages from the small broken website in the background. He said that he wanted me to leave my contact information and that he would give him a commemorative plaque for his 100,000th fan. Xiao Fei sent his address and ignored it. At this time, Tang Yusin's cell phone suddenly rang. Is it Teacher Jiang? After the phone was connected, Jiang Yu's voice was immediately heard from the other end of the line. Teacher Tang. Is that your husband on the trending search? You know everything? Oh my god. How could I not know about this big incident? On the phone, Jiang Yu excitedly talked to Tang Yusin for a long time before hanging up. As soon as I hung up the phone, Yuan Tong called again. At the same time, Xiaofei found that his class WeChat group was also in an uproar. They are all discussing things related to themselves, and some people are madly at ing themselves. This situation continued for a while before the excitement of the group gradually faded away. As for Tang Yusin, she was still happily browsing Weibo and reading the messages from netizens. Netizens are very resourceful. Soon, some people on Weibo began to give directions to other netizens, and brought many people to the small broken station. Then the comments started to change. This dad is so handsome. Wow, why are little brothers like this married and have children? He has a large apartment and a motorhome, he is so rich and handsome, why did he get married so young? In 3 minutes, this cute girl wants to know all the information about this handsome guy. Go poach him. I want to say that I don't mind being a stepmother of 3 babies. I am different. I want to learn from a masterdog head.jpg. Tang Yusin? What the hell are these guys? Are you all trying to steal my girl? Husband. Turning around, Tang Yusin looked at Xiaofei with a resentful face. Now that you're famous, a lot of people are trying to steal my girl away. Xiaofei smiled casually, they can't pry it open. This is not a corner of the wall. This is a foundation driven in by a 10,000-ton pile driver. Who can pry it open? Ha 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 ha. Su Qingyan covered her stomach and rolled off the sofa to the ground with a smile, causing Vanilla, who was lying underneath, to meow and run away. This is so funny. You two are really, do you have to be like this? I'm an outsider, but you're already being annoying even though I'm here, or are you deliberately showing off your love for me? Shut your dog mouth. Tang Yusin glared at him unhappily. What's wrong with me? Yusin, why are you swearing at me? You yourself admit that you eat dog food, single dog. Su Qingyan felt like she had suffered a critical hit of hundreds of millions of points. Okay, honey, don't worry. This kind of online hype will die down in a few days. Don't pay any attention to it. Well, husband. Su Qingyan on the side looked at Tang Yusin, then at Xiaofei, and suddenly felt so redundant. So angry. So Su Qingyan simply got up, went into her guest room, closed the door, and pretended not to see it. It's so infuriating. Just know how to show off your love in front of her. But, she was so envious of Uxin. Lying on the bed in the guest room, Su Qingyan thought quietly. Finally, she sighed. That night, Xiaofei, who had not planned to take a shower because of his injured foot in a plaster cast, suddenly saw Tang Yusin blushing and saying, Honey, do you want me to rub your back? You have a plaster cast on you, so you can't touch water. So I thought I'd help you wipe your body. It was rare that his wife was so thoughtful, so Xiaofei was happy to enjoy it. In the bathroom, after helping Xiaofei wipe his body, Tang Yusin tried to help Xiaofei put on his pajamas as if she was taking care of a paralyzed patient. I'm fine, you can do it yourself. No, husband, just let me help you do these things. This girl actually started to act like a spoiled brat. In the end, Xiaofei let Tang Yusin help him put on his pajamas. At the end, Tang Yusin even covered Xiaofei with the quilt and kissed him on the forehead as if she was coaxing a child. Have a good rest. Yes. Xiaofei stretched out his voice but rolled his eyes. Have a good rest? Don't I have to get up at night to keep watch over the baby? I will definitely wake up tonight. That's what I did before when you were not around, husband. Who is it that has been sleeping like a pig every night recently? You are the little piggy. Husband Piggy. Pig Yusin. Ugh. Tang Yusin immediately refused and threw herself into Xiaofei's arms and started making a fuss. In the crib next to them, the 3 little ones looked at their parents, with a series of question marks popping up in their heads. Mom, do you also need Dad to coax you to sleep like you do to them? After making a fuss for a long time, Tang Yusin finally lay down to sleep. Xiaofei smiled and turned the bedroom light to the lowest level. That night, Xiaofei woke up on time, quietly lifted the quilt, and put his right leg on the ground to try. It has fully recovered. After the body was reshaped by the marrow cleansing pill, the recovery ability was terrifying. He turned around to glance at Tang Yusin, who was sleeping soundly, and then looked at the time. Well, it was time to feed the baby. This girl, in the end, couldn't get up? Xiao Fei smiled and didn't care about the plaster on his foot. In order not to worry my beloved wife, I'd better pretend to tie it around my leg for a while. At that moment, Xiao Fei got up carefully and without making any sound to prepare milk powder for the baby. Chapter 69 Final Exam. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The first final exam has begun. When Xiao Fei walked into the classroom, everyone in the classroom immediately turned their eyes to him. Hey, isn't this the handsome Xiao from our class? Wow, Xiao Fei seems handsome again. Brother Xiao, I watched your video. It's so handsome. Brother Xiao, where did you learn this kung fu? Can you teach me? Awesome. Even better than Ma Baogua. For a moment, the originally quiet classroom suddenly became noisy. In response to the enthusiastic greetings from his classmates, Xiao Fei smiled and nodded, then walked towards the back row of the classroom. Sudden. A weak voice sounded from beside him. Xiao classmate, thank you. Xiao Fei was stunned, and looked back to find that it was Zhang Xiaolei who was sitting at the edge of the corridor, thanking him when he passed by. You're welcome. How's your dad doing? The operation was successful. A smile also appeared on Zhang Xiaolei's face. Student Xiao, I will return the money to you soon. I've already said this. Don't worry. Wait until you graduate and have a job and have money. It's okay even if you don't pay it back. I've already said it's out of love. Zhang Xiaolei knew that Xiao Fei didn't take this matter to heart at all. Even if he couldn't pay it back, he wouldn't say anything. But no matter what, she will definitely pay it back. Looking at Xiao Fei's back as he passed by her, Zhang Xiaolei's eyes gradually became moist. Soon, the exam began. When the test paper was handed out, Xiao Fei quickly filled in his name, class, student number and other information, and then glanced at the test paper. It's too easy. Even though most of the content above was not what I heard at all. But just by taking the time to read books and study at home, Xiao Fei could see the answer at a glance. Curling the corners of his mouth, he held the pen and began to write quickly. About half an hour later, Xiao Fei stood up and walked to the podium. You're turning in the paper so soon? The invigilator was a teacher Xiao Fei didn't know, who was surprised to see Xiao Fei hand in the paper so quickly. It's done. Xiao Fei put the test paper on the podium and left the classroom without looking back. The invigilator took Xiao Fei's test paper and took a look at it. The subject of this exam was linear algebra, and he was not responsible for teaching this course, so it was difficult to judge whether Xiao Fei had done it correctly. But the entire paper was very neat, and the handwriting was vigorous and powerful, which made him feel very comfortable reading it. After the exam, Xiao Fei sent a message to Tang Yusin and drove home first. In the next half-month, Xiao Fei invited An Wang to come over from time to help take care of the baby for half a day while he went to school to take exams. Finally, it was the second half of January. All exams are over. Although the holiday has not officially started yet, students can actually choose to leave school. That's what college is like. As long as you finish all the exams and classes, you can leave whenever you want. The winter vacation time is not unified for each major. And Xiao Fei finally relaxed. When Aunt Wang left, Xiao Fei gave her a big red envelope. After all, in the coming year, you never know when you will need to trouble this kind aunt to help look after the children. After a few days, the school officially went on vacation and Tang Yusin could finally rest. The two also began to prepare to return to their hometowns in Sichuan and Chongqing to celebrate the new year. However, wife, it looks like we'll have to wait a while before we can go home for the new year. Huh? At home, Tang Yusin, who was teasing Vanilla, turned her head curiously. Xiao Fei shook the phone in his hand. Senior Yu Gaoshan invited me to come to the Little Broken Station to pay New Year's greetings. Before returning home, we have to go to the Little Broken Station. Fortunately, their headquarters building is also in Shanghai, so we don't have to run around. I see. When Tang Yusin heard Xiao Fei say this, her eyes lit up. That's a good thing. For today's young people, the New Year festival on Bilibili is much more attractive than the Spring Festival Gala. However, in the past, both Tang Yusin and Xiao Fei thought that this New Year's festival was a live broadcast. It was not until Yu Gaoshan explained that I learned that a lot of the content was actually recorded in advance. Before Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin went to the New Year's festival, they received a commemorative plaque of 100,000 fans from the small broken station. Following Billy's practice, they recorded an unboxing video and featured the baby and Vanilla. After uploading the video, Xiao Fei brought Tang Yusin and the three babies to Billy's headquarters building in Shanghai. From a distance, you can see a small TV and the logo of the small broken station hanging on the glass wall of the building. After parking the car in the parking lot, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin pushed the three babies and walked into the building. When the lady at the front desk saw the family in front of her, a sweet smile immediately appeared on her face. "Are you the upmaster? Home has three treasures?" "Yes." Xiao Fei nodded. The two receptionists dressed as 22-year-old girl and 33-year-old girl looked at Tang Yusin with envy. Not only is she beautiful, her husband is so handsome, and her three babies are so adorable. 22 Nyang said, "Welcome to this year's New Year's festival. The upmasters who are going to record the program today have gathered in the conference room on the 16th floor. You two should go quickly." Together with Tang Yusin and their three babies, Xiao Fei arrived at the 16th floor of the building. As soon as he walked into the meeting room, Xiao Fei felt dazzled. There are so many beautiful young ladies. It's hard to say anything else about this little site, but there is definitely no shortage of pretty ladies. Most of the well-known uploaders are singers and dancers, and there are also some uploaders in the ghost and game areas who are chatting enthusiastically in them. As Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin walked in with the child, a girl suddenly looked over, then covered her mouth and screamed. Wa. What are you calling, kitty? You scared me. Xiaomi Zhou. Look. It's your idol. What? My idol. The girl called Zayamizu immediately turned around, and when she saw Xiao Fei, she immediately ran over with light in her eyes. Tang Yusin's brows jumped, she took a step forward, and her 2-meter-8 aura exploded instantly. However, what happened next stunned Tang Yusin. Xiaomi Zhou was shocked by Tang Yusin's aura at first, then he immediately turned around and ran to Tang Yusin, holding her hands with both hands, and said happily, "It's Yusin." "Ah, I see a living Yusin. What male god? Xiao Mao, you are talking nonsense. This is obviously my goddess. Tang Yusin, Xiao Fei? Kitten. This kind of operation can't be learned." Looking at Xiaomi Zhou, who was holding her hand in front of her, and clearly calling her goddess, but her eyes kept glancing at her dear husband from time to time, Tang Yusin's mouth twitched slightly. Chapter 70 Recording Program. Soon. The commotion here attracted the attention of other people in the meeting room. After seeing Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin at the gate, a large group of up-hosts were suddenly shocked. When it comes to the number of fans, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin can definitely not compare to these big up-hosts with millions of fans. But what can be done? Xiao Fei has been too popular recently. First, Mr. Yu Gaoshan endorsed Xiao Fei, reposted Xiao Fei's updates, and praised Xiao Fei's piano skills. Soon after, it was on the news again, and a heroic scene was staged. In addition, Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin are both very good looking, and the three babies are so cute that they make people bleed. In other words, the frequency of the two people posting videos is very low. There are only a few videos so far. Otherwise, the number of fans would have reached 1 million long ago. These up-hosts are all smart people. They know that Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin will definitely gain a large number of fans after this New Year's festival. They may even have a place in the top 100 up-hosts next year. Therefore, even though they have a small number of fans now, these up-hosts are very enthusiastic. At that moment, many people came over. "Hello, Brother Xiao, I know you, one of the 4 great kings of debt." "Ha ha ha. I know I owe you, Brother Xiao, you've revealed your age." "Brother Xiao. You look familiar. I'm a musician just like you." "Oh, you are the Middle Eastern gangster who specializes in playing the suona?" "Brother Xiao, are you kidding me? Forget about the Middle Eastern bandits. Wow. Are these Dabao, Erbao, and Sanbao? I was so envious of them when I watched their videos, and now I finally see them in person. Brother Xiao, Sister Yusin, can I hug them?" At this time, the biting cat who first discovered Xiao Fei came over, looked at the 3 little angels in the stroller, and wanted to make a request to Xiao Fei and his wife. "Sure, but just hug Dabao and Sanbao. Erbao is very shy." "Okay." The biting cat immediately carefully took out the clothes with the word big embroidered on it and gently picked up Dabao. Dabao felt a little strange when he was suddenly hugged by a strange sister. He twisted his little body slightly and called out to Xiao Fei and Tang Yusin. Tang Yusin bent down, stretched out her fingers and gently teased Debeo. Be good, Debeo, let your sister hug you. A. After receiving comfort from his mother, Debeo calmed down and was quietly held by the biting cat. Xiao Fei was paying attention during the whole process. After discovering that the girl's method of holding a child was not unfamiliar and would not hurt Debeo, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "You are quite good at holding a child. I occasionally take care of my relatives' children at home, so I'm familiar with it." The biting cat whispered with a red face. The others looked at Debeo, who was being held up with envy. Especially after seeing Debeo actually put his little hand gently on the chest of the biting cat, a certain up master sighed. Oh my god. For a moment I didn't know whether I should envy the child or the cat. How about I let you hug me? Get lost. I don't want a fencing. Ha 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 ha. A group of people burst into laughter. At this time, Yu Gaoshan, dressed in a tang suit, walked in. Xiao Fei, I heard you're here. Xiao Tang. Oh. The three little babies are here too? Come and let Grandpa hug you. Yu Gaoshan walked in and immediately stepped forward after seeing the three little angels. Because Yu Gaoshan had the highest status among all the people present, those young up hosts immediately took the initiative to make way for him. With a smile on his face, Yu Gaoshan bent down and kissed the second and third babies in the stroller, and teased the first baby in the arms of the biting cat. Finally, he turned around and said to Xiao Fei, "How are the preparations going?" "Any time is fine." "When is the show going to be recorded?" "It's today." "It will start in a while, but you have to put on makeup first." "Come to think of it, the official side seems to have prepared a costume for you." Hearing this, Tang Yusin was pleasantly surprised. "Can I see my husband in ancient costume again?" Similarly, anyone who has seen the video of Xiao Fei proposing to Tang Yusin in ancient costume while playing the song Feng Qiu Huang is also full of anticipation. Xiao Fei's ancient costume is more attractive than those of celebrities in the entertainment industry. Soon, the recording of the program began. Because the program being recorded at the beginning was not Xiao Fei's, after handing the child to Tang Yusin to take care of temporarily, he and Yu Gaoshan went to the backstage dressing room. The young lady who was responsible for putting makeup on Xiao Fei spent a long time holding various tools and practicing, then suddenly sighed. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" The young lady said with envy, "I can't find where to start." "Mr. Xiao, your face doesn't need any makeup at all. I feel like if I force it, it will lower my appearance." Hearing what the young lady said, everyone else in the dressing room nodded. "Then just change your clothes." Xiao Fei took the light blue robe given to him by the staff and turned to walk into the locker room. When Xiao Fei came out again, he had changed completely. Now, the makeup lady finally found where to start. Hair. After carefully putting on the wig for Xiao Fei and tidying up his hairstyle, Xiao Fei, like a handsome young man in troubled times, appeared in front of everyone again. "Handsome Xiao, can you take a photo with me? I want one too. Come on, come on. Everyone, come on." As the first person asked for a photo, a large group of people came over, even Yu Gaoshan joined in the fun. Helplessly, Xiao Fei could only take a group photo with everyone and then walked out of the dressing room. Backstage. Seeing Xiao Fei reappear, Tang Yusin once again felt the same feeling as when she saw Xiao Fei in ancient costume before. The shock of being hit hard in the heart and making her legs unstable made Tang Yusin become extremely alert after a brief moment of dizziness. Looking around, she saw a large group of girls around her staring at her husband. "Look, what are you looking at?" Tang Yusin snorted in her heart. Then she walked up to Xiao Fei in high heels and took his arm to declare her sovereignty. Feeling the jealousy in his beloved wife's heart, Xiao Fei put his arms around Tang Yusin's waist and kissed her in front of everyone. In an instant, Tang Yusin seemed to hear the sound of countless young girls' hearts breaking. Although she was shy to be kissed by her husband, the pride and joy of victory that followed made Tang Yusin forget about her shyness. She simply put her arms around Xiao Fei's neck. Yu Gaoshan, who was standing by, shook his head as he watched. "You young people? I'm old, I'd better go play with the baby." Zayapozen is a website for young people. Naturally, all its New Year festival programs are also aimed at young people. Standing backstage, letting Tang Yusin hold his arm and controlling 3 baby strollers put together with one hand, Xiao Fei looked at the girls jumping and dancing on the stage. This is a home dance show. At the beginning, Tang Yusin watched it with Xiao Fei. But as she watched, Tang Yusin realized something was wrong. Damn! What are those stinky sisters doing? She knows about the house dance, but you don't have to twist and turn towards my husband all the time. What does that mean? In-person NTR? My wife is currently committing a crime. Of course. Tang Yusin gritted her teeth in anger. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Tang Yusin couldn't help but turn her head to look at Xiao Fei. But she found that her husband's attention was not on those naughty girls on the stage at all. Instead, he was paying attention to the 3 babies in the stroller, and chatting with Yu Gaoshan beside him from time to time. Tang Yusin was satisfied, smiling, and feeling proud. Really? My husband's self-control is so reassuring. At this moment, Tang Yusin had completely forgotten that she was about to explode with anger just now.